Grasping Evil Chapter 982 to Chapter 998. All of a sudden, day and night changed. Yin and yang intertwined with each other. The weather on the 12 stars from the east was even more chaotic. The sky above the Xiaoyao mountain became colder and colder as if winter had arrived. Moreover, the thunderous sounds of winter thunder spread across the sky. Among the thunderous sounds, there were even the sorrowful wails of the ancient apes. At this moment, countless lightning cracks appeared in the starry sky. Those cracks crisscrossed and connected with each other, forming an ancient lightning diagram under Great Emperor Chonghe's feet. Great Emperor Chonghe stood on the lightning diagram expressionlessly as if he was the Emperor of Lightning at this moment. On the Xiaoyao mountain, everyone who cultivated lightning abilities felt their primordial spirit trembling at this moment. It was as if all the lightning cultivators in the world were insignificant in front of this lightning diagram. Their eyes were filled with fear and then, they were filled with fervor. I never knew that my ancestor actually had the ability of the Tao of Lightning. This ability is so strong. It seems like it can suppress all lightning. Rumor has it that my ancestor has studied all the abilities of the heavenly cycle Grand Emperors since ancient times. He could imitate one or two of them. This lightning diagram is quite similar to the Tai Su lightning diagram recorded in the ancient books. Could it be that my ancestor created this ability by imitating the Tai Su lightning diagram? The crowd of cultivators was not wrong. This ability of Great Emperor Chonghe was imitating the Tai Su lightning emperor and created it himself. Ning Fan was the descendant of the Tai Su lightning star. Naturally, he could feel the similarities and differences between the lightning diagram in front of him and the Tai Su lightning diagram. It was very similar. However, it was not the real Tai Su lightning diagram after all. Its power was much weaker than the original and it had many flaws. Magnetic Yin lightning seal, withdraw. Great Emperor Chonghe shouted in a deep voice. The lightning diagram under his feet immediately extended towards the starry sky where Ning Fan was. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly and he retreated instantly. Even though his speed was fast, the lightning diagram's attack was even faster. In just a blink of an eye, it had already reached Ning Fan's feet. All of a sudden, an indescribable suction force came from the diagram and turned into lightning rays that blotted out the sky and engulfed Ning Fan. With Great Emperor Chonghe's cultivation base, Ning Fan actually could not resist the suction force of the lightning rays and was directly sucked into the lightning diagram. Just one move was enough to subdue Ning Fan. Great Emperor Chonghe bent his palm and beckoned. The lightning diagram that filled the starry sky immediately turned into a ray of lightning and flew into his palm, turning into a 3-chi-long lightning painting scroll. Then, Great Emperor Chonghe rolled it up bit by bit. His expression was still indifferent as if subduing Ning Fan was just a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. The entire beckoning mountain was in an uproar. The ancestral master's move was indeed extraordinary. This was the strength of a celestial emperor, which was completely different from a celestial venerable or celestial king. Don't be fooled by how powerful the Rain Lord was. Even the 2 kings and 6 venerables couldn't subdue him. But so what? In front of a celestial emperor, he couldn't even last one move. For a moment, the entire Xiaoyao mountain was filled with cheers. However, there were also some who were worried that the ancestral master would really harm Ning Fan's life, which would bring great trouble to the mountain. Rumor has it that Lightning Emperor Tai Su's lightning diagram can turn the cultivators who are trapped in it into ashes just by retracting and releasing it. If Ancestral Master's lightning diagram imitates the Tai Su lightning diagram, I wonder if it would have such terrifying destructive power. Now that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor hasn't been eliminated, it's not wise to kill Ning Fan. However, it turned out that these people's worries were unnecessary. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Great Sovereign Chonghe closed his eyes slightly as if he was waiting for something. When the 12th breath arrived, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the next moment, the lightning diagram in his palm exploded into pieces with a loud bang. The entire starry sky was filled with broken lightning sparks that spread everywhere. As soon as the lightning diagram was destroyed, a ray of golden light rushed out from it and landed 100 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang away. It was Ning Fan. Ning Fan was unscathed. The entire Xiaoyao mountain was instantly filled with the sound of people inhaling cold breaths. This young man actually managed to block one of Ancestral Master's divine abilities without suffering any damage. Is he really the immortal venerate of the ancient era? Even the flying thunder immortal king can't do this, right? How can this young man be so strong? The crowd of cultivators had no idea. That imitation lightning diagram was powerful because it imitated the Tai Su lightning diagram. However, it was also its weakness. To others, once they are trapped in this diagram, it would be extremely difficult for them to get out. However, to Ning Fan, who was the successor of Tai Su, this imitation lightning diagram was full of flaws. He could easily find a weak point and use the Tai Su lightning diagram to break through it. He would absorb all the lightning power in the imitation lightning diagram and forcefully walk out from it. Without using the power of the God-vanquishing shield, Ning Fan would be able to get out from this diagram. This diagram could neither seal him nor kill him. However, there was one thing that made Ning Fan's expression turn solemn. At this moment, the lightning star on Ning Fan's glabella was constantly emitting a cold feeling. He had forcefully devoured the lightning power of the imitation lightning diagram and escaped from it. However, within the lightning power that he devoured, there was actually a trace of cold lightning that was hard to be sealed. It was emitting an extremely powerful lightning might. What kind of lightning is this? Even though there was only one trace of lightning, the lightning power it contained was nearly massive and unimaginably pure. If it is used to cultivate the yin-yang lightning technique, it would certainly be a rare item that was comparable to the true essence of the builder wood. Unfortunately, it was too little. If there were more than 100 traces of lightning, Ning Fan might really be able to cultivate the yin-yang lightning technique with this item. What surprised Ning Fan even more was that even with his blood tribulation realm cultivation base and the Tai Su lightning star, he was actually unable to suppress this mere trace of lightning. There was a possibility that this lightning would break out from his glabella. This was actually a mysterious lightning that even the Tai Su lightning star could not completely suppress. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a mysterious yin lightning after breaking out from the suppression of Great Emperor Chongha's lightning diagram. However, at this moment, Ning Fan suddenly had a strange feeling. When he met Great Emperor Chongha's calm and unfathomable eyes, he was even more convinced of this feeling. Isn't everything too coincidental? Could it be, Great Emperor Chongha did not really want to kill him? All of this was done on purpose by Great Emperor Chongha. This emperor purposely used the imitation lightning diagram to suppress me. Is it possible that he saw through my identity as the successor of Tai Su and purposely gave me a chance to break out of the seal of this diagram? Rumor has it that Great Emperor Chongha is an expert in imitating the abilities of hundreds of sects, and he has created countless of his own abilities in his life. This imitation lightning diagram isn't his strongest ability, nor is it his usual method. However, he still used it. Rather than saying that it's a coincidence, it's more like he did it on purpose. This emperor knew that I'm the successor of Tai Su from the very beginning? I only found out after I met him. Did he purposely put this yin lightning into the lightning diagram so that I can take it away? Or perhaps, the lightning diagram was done on purpose while the yin lightning was just a coincidence. Ning Fan's mind raced and he instantly thought of several possibilities. One of them was that Great Emperor Chongha was extremely afraid of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's ferocious reputation. That was why he did not dare to attack him. However, Ning Fan broke into the Xiaoyao mountain forcefully and disgraced the mountain. Thus, in order to save face, Great Emperor Chongha had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack Ning Fan. Even though he did it in an imposing manner, he still left Ning Fan a chance of survival and used the ability that would allow Ning Fan to break out of the seal to suppress Ning Fan. Another possibility was that Great Emperor Chongha had other plans. The lightning diagram and the yin lightning were closely linked and he had another purpose. Ning Fan was more inclined to the latter. It was because Great Emperor Chongha's eyes were just too unfathomable. That kind of unfathomability was not because of his profound cultivation base. Instead, it was because he was shrewd. He was a great emperor of the eastern sky who was unscrupulous. Even though his cultivation base was just at the sixth tribulation realm, his eyes were filled with arrogance and overbearingness that went deep into his bones. He was not afraid of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos at all. He was an old monster who had lived from the ancient times until today. His actions were obviously overbearing. However, the fact that he could survive until today was enough to explain the problem. In this world, the ones who lived the longest were usually not those who had the highest cultivation base. However, if he could live for a long time, he must have something extraordinary about him. Reign Immortal Monarch, you are indeed extraordinary. You were able to withstand one of my attacks. From today onwards, I'm afraid that not many immortal King Realm cultivators in the eastern sky will dare to look down on you. Flying Thunder, take out the lightning flash heavenly mirror and return it to reign immortal monarch. Great Emperor Chongha ordered expressionlessly. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. How would Flying Thunder immortal king dare to be negligent? Even though he was reluctant to give up the lightning flash heavenly mirror, he could only grit his teeth and take it out and return it to Ning Fan. The third lightning flash mirror was now in his hands. Both Wu Shi and Lei Yu felt indignant as they were injured by Ning Fan. They wanted to ask their old ancestor to help them. However, when they saw Great Emperor Chongha's gentle gaze, they were so shocked that they did not dare to speak. That gaze was a warning. It was because he had already promised Ning Fan that if Ning Fan could withstand one of his attacks, he could take the lightning flash mirror and leave. This matter had come to an end. No one could defy his order and escalate the matter further. Everything else was trivial. Only his order was absolute. Reign Sovereign, you have already achieved your goal. You should leave the Flamboyant Mountain as soon as possible. The cultivators of my Flamboyant Mountain do not welcome your arrival. Oh right, help me pass a message to Ancient Chaos. Just say, the tallest tree in the forest is destroyed by the wind first while the apes hide in the mountains. Hee hee. In the past, the immortal sovereign looked down on me. Now, it seems like I'm the one who has lived longer than you. The immortal sovereign's judgment seems to be a little poor. Great Emperor Chongha chuckled. It was obviously a very calm smile, but Ning Fan could hear the sarcasm in it. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Could it be that this Great Emperor Chongha is acquainted with Great Emperor Ancient Chaos? Is he actually such an ancient figure? However, judging from his tone, this Great Emperor doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Ancient Chaos. Is the immortal sovereign that Great Emperor Chongha mentioned immortal sovereign Zido? Regarding the message, Ning Fan did not plan to be the messenger. If it's something good, he would not mind doing it. However, he would not say such sarcastic words as he was afraid that it would disgust Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Since Senior has already asked me to leave, I naturally won't stay any longer. Ning Fan's voice paused for a moment. The lightning flash mirror had already been taken back. Due to Great Emperor Chongha's strange attitude, the Flamboyant Mountain did not fall out with Ning Fan. This result was rather out of Ning Fan's expectation. The only thing that made Ning Fan uncomfortable was the mysterious Yin lightning on his glabella, breaking the lightning diagram and taking away the Yin lightning. For some reason, Ning Fan had a feeling that he had fallen into Great Emperor Chongha's trap. This Yin lightning is great. Even though it's not a lot, it can be used to increase the cultivation progress of the Yin-Yang lightning technique. However, if there's another scheme in this Yin lightning, during the trip to the wild wilderness, Ning Fan was schemed against by Xianxia and Yin Mo. It had only been 100 years, but his actions had become even more cautious. It was not that easy to scheme against him. However, before I leave, there's one thing that I must return to Senior. Ning Fan suddenly touched his glabella and drew out a Yin lightning. Then, he casually tossed it back to Great Emperor Chongha. The entire Flamboyant Mountain was instantly filled with astonishment. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Yin lightning was not an ordinary item. It was a good item. They could not understand why Ning Fan would suddenly draw out this lightning and return it to Great Emperor Chongha. Could it be that this Yin lightning was a compensation given by Old Devil Ning because he was afraid of the reputation of the Flamboyant Mountain? However, Ning Fan said that he was returning it. Could it be that this item originally belonged to Great Emperor Chongha? However, how did it end up in Ning Fan's hands? Farewell. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Great Emperor Chongha and left an array of golden light. Great Emperor Chongha's expression was still indiscernible. Only after Ning Fan had left for a long time did he let out a cold sneer. What a cautious kid. If you really dare to take away this lightning, hee hee. What a pity, what a pity. Back then, Ancient Chaos was so cautious that he won the highest Heaven Dao fruit that was supposed to belong to me and thus succeeded in his Dao. Ancient Chaos is not stupid, and the disciple he has accepted is also not stupid. Forget it. Even if the Origin Magnetic Yin lightning can't trap this kid, there are still other opportunities. Or perhaps, I can wait a little longer and wait for that Primal Core Realm old man to make his move and reap the benefits without doing anything. Only after leaving the eastern arrival star region did Ning Fan get rid of the feeling of being schemed against. The trip to the swaggering mountain this time could be considered as Ning Fan unveiling a small part of the mysteries of the Eastern Heaven's sovereigns. He had seen Sun Luo fighting a group of Thearchs alone and had been possessed by the eyeball monster. He had fought with Mo and had even saved a large number of immortal Thearchs. Unknowingly, he had become arrogant. As his horizons had broadened, he gradually started to look down on immortal Thearch-cranked existences. Reality proved that even a sixth tribulation immortal emperor like Great Emperor Xianxia was not to be underestimated. Immortal emperors, immortal venerables, and immortal kings were already on different levels. In terms of cultivation base, Great Emperor Xianxia was only slightly stronger than a peak immortal king. However, it was just a slight difference that peak immortal kings could ignore. Even Sun Luo dared to create chaos in the Eastern Heaven and become enemies with the Eastern Heaven's emperors after he had collected the power of time from the quicksand and made sufficient preparations. I can't see through Xianxia. Forget it. I've already gotten the lightning flash mirror back. Let's return to the Extreme Lightning Palace first. Ning Fan did not spend too much time rushing back to the Extreme Lightning Palace. Although he had caused quite a commotion on the Flamboyant Mountain, it would still take some time for the news to spread in the Eastern Heaven. Therefore, when Ning Fan returned to the Extreme Lightning Palace, Lan Xiaoqian and the other three women had no idea what kind of commotion he had caused on the Flamboyant Mountain. They only thought that Ning Fan had settled the matter peacefully according to the method they taught him. Everyone in the outside world says that Rain Lord is reckless. We were worried that you would cause trouble on the Flamboyant Mountain. Now, it seems like our worries are unnecessary. When it's time to be tolerant, Rain Lord is still quite good at it. Those 2 kings and 6 venerables on the Flamboyant Mountain must have given you a lot of grievances. I'm sorry to have made you, the dignified Rain Lord, suffer for us 4 sisters. Lan Xiaoqian and the other 4 women bowed to him with gratitude. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. He did not seem to have suffered any grievances on the Flamboyant Mountain. Instead, he had severely injured the 2 immortal venerables, Misty Snake and Lei Yu. If he had to put a point on it, it seemed like Misty Snake and Lei Yu were the ones who suffered more grievances. With the lightning flash mirror, Palace Lord can proceed to the final step of the lightning body evolution. Of course, even with the protection of the mirror, the risk is still extremely high. The 4 women all had worried looks on their faces. As for the immortal Loli, she was eating various kinds of thunder fruits without any worries to replenish the lightning power that was constantly being consumed. Ning Fan was also a little worried about the lightning body evolution of the immortal Loli. Thus, in the following days, Ning Fan and the 4 women spent almost every day accompanying the immortal Loli in her lightning body evolution. The place where the lightning body evolution took place was the forbidden area of the Extreme Lightning Palace, the Lightning Pool. The Lightning Pool was a forbidden area created by the founder of the Extreme Lightning Palace. The pool was made from immortal materials from all directions. It could gather lightning and transform it into water. Therefore, the water in the pool was formed from lightning. The water in the pool that was formed from the lightning was extremely domineering. If cultivators below the immortal venerable realm were to enter the pool, they would be directly turned into ashes by the water. They could not withstand the lightning power in the water at all. This was the difference between their cultivation bases. When Lan Xiaoqian and the other 4 women entered the lightning pool, all of them had to be extremely careful. Moreover, they could not get within 1000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang of the pool. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was much better. If he only relied on Jieshua's cultivation base, he could go 500 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, into the center of the pool. If he uses the power of the Tai Su lightning diagram, he could go 200 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, into the center of the pool. 200 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, was already a distance that ordinary immortal kings could not enter. With the protection of the God Exterminating Shield's golden light, Ning Fan could directly enter the center of the lightning pool without suffering any injuries. One should know that the lightning power in the center of the pool was so strong that even some 6 tribulation great emperors could not withstand it. The fact that Ning Fan could enter the center of the pool shocked the 4 women. It seemed like they had underestimated Ning Fan from the very beginning. Unfortunately, immortal Loli was even stronger than Ning Fan. When she was at her peak, she was a dignified 7 Tribulation immortal emperor. Even though she had yet to grasp the throne, she had cultivated lightning throughout her life. Moreover, because of her lightning body, she dared to swallow lightning as easily as eating candy. Along the way to the center of the pool, immortal Loli did not even try to resist the lightning on purpose. Instead, she let the lightning in the pool refine her delicate skin. She entered the lightning pool naked while Ning Fan and the other 4 women were not. She took off her clothes because she wanted to take a bath and play in the pool. "Father, aren't you going to take off your clothes?" "No. You don't need to take off your clothes to evolve your lightning body. Put them on immediately. It's not good to be naked." Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. "Why is it not good? Is it because father thinks that I don't look good when I'm naked?" Immortal Loli pouted her little but with a hurt expression. Ning Fan was speechless. How should he answer her? Praise my daughters but for being beautiful? As expected, father thinks that my butt is ugly. Immortal Loli felt even more hurt. Silence. Silence. Humph. I don't want to wear any clothes. I love to be naked. Others can't even see it even if they want to. I will show it to father. Fine. Do as you wish. You're just a little brat anyway. Hee hee. Father, do you want to see other places? Immortal Loli held her little bunny and spread her legs. If you continue to cause trouble, I will leave and let you evolve your lightning body alone. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead helplessly. Immortal Loli stuck out her tongue and finally stopped causing trouble. She was really afraid that Ning Fan would not accompany her. She would be scared if she stayed in the center of the pool alone. Because she was scared, she would do something that was out of line and attract her father's attention. This lightning pool left a bad impression on her. It seemed like she had been here many times and every time she came, she would suffer a lot of pain. Father, when my lightning body evolves and becomes stronger, I will help you beat up the bad guys. Only when she thought of this would she regain the courage to evolve her lightning body. She must become stronger. She must protect her father. All right. I will wait for Xianxia to help me beat up the bad guys. Ning Fan patted immortal Loli's head and transmitted his spirit sense to the 4 girls who were 1000 zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang away. After that, the 4 girls activated the 3 lightning mirrors to protect immortal Loli while Ning Fan stayed close to her. Once something goes wrong, he would bring immortal Loli out of the lightning pool. According to the 4 girls, the reason why immortal Loli's lightning body evolved last time was because the evolution failed. She was injured by the lightning power in the pool and turned from an adult to a child. This time, with Ning Fan's protection, the situation should be much better. Thus, the long evolution of her lightning body began. The evolution lasted for 3 whole months. In the first month, everything went smoothly. In the second month, immortal Loli's body began to turn red. She could not endure the lightning power anymore. In the third month, she failed to evolve her lightning body. The evolution of the 9 revolutions lightning body was already difficult to succeed. No one expected immortal Loli to succeed in one try. Even though Ning Fan was already mentally prepared, his heart still tightened when he saw immortal Loli fail the evolution with his own eyes. Her face turned pale and she vomited blood. Father, it hurts. It hurts everywhere. Ning Fan did not know what to say. He did not know how to comfort this little girl. There was not enough time for him to let his imagination run wild. As the evolution of immortal Loli's lightning body failed, the lightning power in the entire lightning pool suddenly went berserk. With the pool as the center, a lightning storm was formed. Ning Fan and immortal Loli were at the center of the lightning storm while Lan Xiaoqian and the other girls were outside of it. When they were blown away by the lightning storm, they immediately spurted out blood and flew out of the lightning pool. Their faces were pale. Previously, the palace lord was swept out of the supreme lightning palace by this lightning storm and went missing after that. This time, even Lan Xiaoqian, who was at the eternal 7 tribulations realm, was severely injured by this lightning storm. Now that Ning Fan was at the center of the lightning storm, how could he not know how terrifying it was? I can't hold back. I can't hold back at all. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand this lightning storm." Without saying a word, Ning Fan carried immortal Loli, who was on the verge of death, and transformed into the complete form of the god-exterminating giant. Then, he and immortal Loli were protected inside the giant's body. The god-exterminating giant held the shield with both of its hands and dashed forward. Like a cannonball, it forcefully rushed out of the lightning storm and out of the lightning pool. Unscathed, Lan Xiaoqian and the other girls were dumbfounded. Even a great emperor of the eternal seven tribulations realm would not be able to remain unscathed under this lightning storm. However, Ning Fan managed to do it. What kind of ability does this golden armored giant have? What a terrifying defensive power. I've never heard of it before. You guys didn't see anything today. Do you understand? Ning Fan released the golden armored giant and instructed the four girls. Obviously, he did not intend to explain more about this giant. He just looked at immortal Loli, who was on the verge of death, in his arms with heartache. The most difficult part of the evolution of the 9 revolutions lightning body was the 9th revolution. Even with the protection of the lightning flash mirror and Ning Fan's help, the backlash that immortal Loli received was still not light. "Father, Xianxia wants to become stronger. I want to help you beat up the bad guys," immortal Loli said weakly. Ning Fan fell into silence. The path of cultivation had always been filled with difficulties and dangers. Ning Fan had never thought that exchanging one's life for cultivation was wrong. After all, one must sacrifice before one could gain. One must pay before one could gain. If this happened to him, he would not feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, when he saw immortal Loli walking around the gates of hell, he found it somewhat unacceptable. Thank the heavens and earth. Even though Palace Lord's evolution failed, her foundation wasn't hurt. Without the Thunder King's seal, it's really rare that her foundation isn't hurt. The four girls felt extremely fortunate. However, Ning Fan's heart was still heavy. In the next few months, immortal Loli spent all her time recuperating. Every day, Ning Fan would concoct delicious pills for her. Actually, it was not accurate to say that he was concocting pills. He just coated the high-quality pills that he snatched from the pill sect with sugar syrup and made them into sugar pills. Rain Lord is really good to Palace Lord. Lan Xiaoqian and the other girls were speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that immortal Loli had no breasts and no buttocks now, the four girls would almost think that Ning Fan was being so attentive to her because of her beauty. Under Ning Fan's care, immortal Loli's injuries recovered bit by bit. Then, she entered the lightning flash pool again to undergo the evolution of her lightning body. Then, she failed again. The lightning storm that was triggered by the failure this time was actually much stronger than the previous time. Even though Ning Fan had the protection of the god-exterminating shield, he almost failed to protect immortal Loli. According to the four girls, the higher the number of failures during the evolution of the lightning body, the stronger the lightning storm that would be triggered would be. This was not something that could be failed endlessly. Unless she has the protection of the Thunder King's seal, there won't be any lightning storm. What a pity. The four girls sighed bitterly. If she has the Thunder King's seal, not only would she be able to evolve without any losses, but it would also greatly increase the success rate of the lightning body evolution. That was a dignified mid-grade innate magic treasure. In the entire Eastern Heaven, there were only a few of them. Unfortunately, it was actually taken away by Sunluo. Palace Lord, it's already very rare for you to complete the first 8 revolutions of your lightning body with your own efforts. Could it be that you really can't get through the 9th revolution? Ning Fan did not interrupt them. He just quietly coated the pills with sugar syrup and gave them to immortal Loli. Another few months passed. Immortal Loli's injuries were fully healed and she entered the lightning flash pool for the 3rd time. This time, the immortal Loli walked into the lightning pool with a determined heart. "Father, even though I'm young, I'm not stupid. I can feel that this might be the last time my lightning body evolves. If I fail, the lightning storm that will be triggered will be even stronger than the previous time. But I have no other choice. The evolution of the 9 revolutions lightning body is unavoidable. I will work hard to evolve. I will strive to succeed and become stronger. Then, I will help Father beat up the bad guys, if I fail." Xianxia will be reluctant to part with Father. The little girl sniffled and her eyes turned red. She was afraid that she would directly die in the lightning storm this time. If she dies, she will lose her senses. If she dies, she will not have a father anymore. Don't talk nonsense. Evolve obediently. This time, you will succeed. Ning Fan patted Immortal Loli's little head in annoyance. However, his heart was heavy. 1 month passed. Everything was still going smoothly. 2 months passed. Everything was still going smoothly. Until the end of the 3rd month, everything was still going smoothly. However, at the last moment, there was another change. At that moment, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He vaguely felt that he could see the heavens will at this moment. There was an ancient saying that everything depends on one's own effort. This time, there was absolutely no mistake in the evolution of her lightning body. Everything was obviously going smoothly. However, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands that touched Immortal Loli's fate at the last moment, changing the outcome of her successful evolution. That invisible hand was none other than the Heaven's Will. The Heaven's Will would not allow Immortal Loli to successfully evolve her lightning body, because if it was not allowed, then no matter how hard you work and how close you are to the end, the heaven would still block your path at the last moment. However, Ning Fan did not know that what he saw was not the Heaven's Will but fate. In this world, there were very few people who could see fate. This had nothing to do with cultivation level. What was needed was aptitude. Ning Fan was a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heaven Being realm. Originally, he was qualified to see fate. Today, it was just an opportunity. Due to his anger, he saw the existence of fate. What is fate? If one's fate is exhausted, the heaven's path will be cut off and this path will never be able to continue. If one's fate is exhausted, even if one works hard for 1,000 generations, it will only lead to failure and death. If one's fate is exhausted, there is no way to reverse the situation. All of a sudden, Ning Fan recalled the words of the immortal venerables of the Xianxia mountain. My old ancestor has cultivated the innate dharma which allows him to see fate. He said that Lan Yunxian's fate is exhausted and it is impossible for her to evolve her lightning body. You won't be able to scare us by using her as a banner. That's right. No wonder the cultivators of the Xianxia mountain were not afraid of the extreme lightning palace. It's because great Emperor Chonghe saw fate, because he knew that Xianxian's evolution would definitely fail, he dared to bully her. At first, Ning Fan did not know what fate was. At this moment, he vaguely understood it. Did he see fate? He saw that Immortal Loli's future path had already been cut off by someone. She no longer had a future. Without a future, she could no longer move forward. Then, she reached the end. Hee. Fate, Ning Fan sneered. He carried the dying Immortal Loli and directly transformed into the giant body of the god-destroying giant. At the next moment, an overwhelming lightning storm engulfed him. This time, the power of the lightning storm was enough to severely injure a 9-tribulation immortal emperor. Even if Sha Di were to come here, he would also end up with severe injuries. Even though Ning Fan had the god-destroying shield to protect himself, it could not completely offset the power of the lightning storm. The violent wind of the lightning storm broke through the god-destroying giant's defense. Instead of attacking Ning Fan, it went straight for Immortal Loli. Despair filled Immortal Loli's eyes. When Ning Fan saw that despair, he felt as if someone was clutching his heart. What if I insist on going against the heaven's will? Today, I will protect her. In the future, I will pave a path for her future. Even the heavens will cannot stop me from doing this. I am the only one who can decide her fate. Ning Fan hugged Immortal Loli tightly with his left hand. Then, he used his right hand to touch his glabella. The Taisu lightning diagram immediately appeared and madly absorbed the lightning storm that was attacking Immortal Loli. Devour. 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 Ning Fan's face began to turn abnormally red. A moment later, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The injuries on his body became even more severe. His lightning cultivation base was not strong enough to absorb such a powerful lightning storm. His ancient god realm cultivation base was only at the early shedding void realm. The Taisu lightning diagram was considered as a part of his ancient god realm cultivation base. Moreover, he had cultivated the yin-yang lightning diagram. It was normal for him to not have enough power. However, Ning Fan could not accept this logic. With his current cultivation base, forcefully controlling the Taisu lightning diagram to absorb the lightning storm had already exceeded the lightning diagram's limit. More and more cracks appeared on the lightning diagram. Even the lightning star on his glabella was starting to become illusory. Ning Fan did not care about this at all. While protecting immortal Loli with the lightning diagram, he controlled the golden-armored giant to forcefully break out of the circle of lightning storms. As soon as he broke free from the god-destroying giant, Ning Fan immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. His chi fell rapidly and his expression was filled with a hint of unwillingness. Immortal Loli, who was in his arms, had already fainted. The lightning storm this time was already so terrifying. Should I try it again next time? Palace Lord. She is fine. Her foundation is not hurt. Young Master Ning, don't be sad. The four ladies comforted Ning Fan when they saw his pale expression. I'm not sad. I'm just unwilling to accept it. My strength is already here. It's fine if the heavens will doesn't help me, but it still wants to obstruct me. Ning Fan, don't ask for the heavens will to be on my side. However, if the heavens will obstructs me, it's a different story. I should heal my injuries first, after that. I can't recklessly proceed with the next round of evolution. Even if I use all of my strength, I won't have the confidence to stop the next lightning storm for immortal Loli. Should I increase my strength first, or should I ask for help to protect Xianxia? At night, immortal Loli's chi finally stabilized under the care of the four ladies. Ning Fan stood alone in the night sky of the Supreme Lightning Palace. After sensing that immortal Loli's chi had stabilized, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at the sky. It was the first time in his life that he felt so cold. Everything in the world nourishes humans while humans have nothing to thank the heaven for. Ning Fan had always believed that the heaven does not owe cultivators anything. Even if the heavens will doesn't favor me, it doesn't matter. But this time, it was a different matter. The heavens will shouldn't have purposely cut off Xianxia's path when she had just completed her evolution. Even if Xianxia's immortal chi was depleted, it still wouldn't do. Chujio, he dui, g. It seems like the Rain Immortal Sovereign has encountered some trouble. If that's the case, I have the confidence to make this deal with the Rain Immortal Sovereign. A slightly gloomy voice of an elderly man suddenly resounded behind Ning Fan. The person who spoke was an elderly man in green robes. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned solemn. An immortal emperor. Moreover, it was not an ordinary immortal emperor but a great emperor of the demon race. A great emperor of the demon race had actually come to the four heavens. If it was in the past, it would be unimaginably difficult. Now, however, the human race and the demon race had reached an agreement for the matter of the ancient passage. The war between the two races had also stopped and their grudges were temporarily put aside. Therefore, if a great emperor of the demon race really wants to come to the four heavens, there wouldn't be too many obstacles. However, it wouldn't be easy. Why is this great emperor of the demon race looking for me? Ning Fan scanned the elderly man in green robes with his spirit sense and was instantly shocked. If he did not sense wrongly, the bloodline of this emperor actually belonged to the same clan as concubine Tianlan whom he had captured previously. This is the demon emperor of the Tianlan Phoenix clan. Could it be that he has come for the 7 female phoenixes? Ning Fan's vigilance was raised to an unprecedented level. If the other party really came for this purpose, however, he mentioned the word deal in his previous words. My daughter's life is in your hands. Your daughter's life is in my hands. This old man wants to make a deal with you. The elderly man's expression became less gloomy. With a flip of his hand, he took out a purple seal that was enshrouded in lightning. This Thunder King seal is something that I have spent a great deal of effort to locate and retrieve from the depths of the Realm River. You must have it. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. The Thunder King seal that the Extreme Lightning Palace could not find after much effort was actually in the hands of this demon emperor. Could it be that the deal that this emperor is talking about is exchanging this Thunder King seal for my daughter? Only then did Ning Fan notice that even though the elderly man in green robes was a dignified demon emperor, his breath was weak and his chi of death soared to the sky. He could not even exert half of his cultivation base. It seemed like he was already not far from death. This emperor isn't confident that he can defeat me with his weak body. That's why he chose to make a deal with me. Ning Fan thought to himself. The elderly man in green robes seemed to be very good at reading people's expressions. He answered. It's not because I'm not strong enough that I chose to make a deal with you. It's because of this deal that I forcefully barged into the depths of the Realm River, which resulted in my severe injuries. My clan is facing a great calamity, but I don't even know it. I just want to find a way out for my daughter. Even though my death is approaching, it has nothing to do with my injuries. The elderly man in green robes sighed and directly handed the Thunder King's seal to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was startled. I, Phoenix Emperor Chongming, can calculate the heavens above and the earth below. I can calculate all the human relationships in the world. Even though you and I have never met before, I have been scheming against you for a long time. However, I didn't know that I was scheming against you. I just calculated that if my daughter wants to survive, she would need to meet a person. I don't know who that person is. I can only calculate that that person will cause an unforeseen event in the wild world. After calculating the time, I let my daughter go to the wild world. After that, she was captured by you. I have schemed against you before. I know your personality and your way of doing things. I even know some of your secrets. Seeing that Ning Fan was still on guard, Phoenix Emperor Chongming sighed softly. He flipped his hand and took out a wine gourd made of flames. He pulled out the stopper and drank a mouthful of wine before passing it to Ning Fan. This is the wine brewed from my father's phoenix soul fruit. There are only 100 drops of it in this world. I have always been reluctant to drink it. From now on, I will give it to you as a gift. I am just an old man who is about to die. Is it worth it for you to be so afraid of me? According to your personality, shouldn't you do something for me after taking my Thunder King seal? This person really understood Ning Fan's personality. Ning Fan frowned slightly but still kept the Thunder King seal. This person came at the right time. Just as the immortal Loli escaped from death, this person appeared right after and took out the Thunder King seal. Is everything within this person's calculations, from the moment his daughter was captured to the failure of the immortal lightning body's evolution. From Ning Fan's personality to his current location. If everything is within this person's calculations, isn't he just too terrifying? Don't worry. Even though I can divine the happenings of heaven and earth, the price I have to pay is definitely beyond your imagination. Now that my fate has been exhausted, it is one of the prices I have to pay. Besides, in the illusory dream world, there is no one who can surpass me in this aspect because what I use is not an ordinary divination technique. Have you heard of the 3 lives technique? Seeing that Ning Fan did not accept his wine, Phoenix Emperor Chongming drank another mouthful of wine. His eyes were filled with sorrow and worry. What he was worried about was not only his daughter but also the millions of phoenix cultivators and the living beings in the heavenly demon world. Do you know that this world will face a great calamity soon? Do you know what I have foreseen with the 3 lives technique? Ning Fan's expression did not change but his heart was filled with surprise. The 3 life art, wasn't that the highest divine ability of the Nalanzi clan? It was a secret technique of the Purple Cuckoo race, and even among the Purple Cuckoo race's demon cultivators, not many knew of it. This Phoenix Emperor Chongming was from another race. How could he know it? What was the calamity of heaven and earth referring to? You don't need to look at me. I am also unable to calculate the origin of the calamity. I can only calculate one thing. This matter is related to the ancient great devil that had disappeared in the past. The 4 heavens will be isolated, and there will be a great battle in the northern heavens. I am not from the orthodox Purple Cuckoo clan. What I can calculate is not much. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. Why did the words of Phoenix Emperor Chongming sound so similar to Nalanzi's divination? I saw the future, the terrifying future. The 4 heavens will be isolated and there will be a great war in the northern heaven. After that, the Spirit King will die. He will die in the hands of the Western demonic ancestor. Ling Er, who was eaten by the Spirit King, will also die. Save Ling Er, she is my sister. She could not die. She is still waiting for me to save her. Could it be that a catastrophe was really going to befall the world? The ancient great devil. The ancient great devil. Is this related to the ancient great devil that descended upon the divine tomb and attacked the ancient chaos era? Senior, since you have given me the Thunder King seal, I wonder what do you need me to do? As long as it does not go against my principles, I will do my best. What I ask for will certainly not go against your principles. I want you to agree to 3 of my requests. With these 3 requests, I will exchange for this Thunder King seal. Of course, this old man has other benefits for you. This way, after this old man dies, I will have no regrets. To be continued, 3 requests, if it does not violate his principles. Ning Fan was willing to agree to the 3 requests of Phoenix Emperor Chongming. That was his personality. He would definitely repay the kindness of others. Phoenix Emperor Chongming had also seen through Ning Fan's personality. That was why he took out the Thunder King seal when Immortal Loli could not hold on any longer. This seal might be of great help to the evolution of Immortal Loli's lightning body. If Ning Fan does not repay such a great favor, he would not be Ning Fan. I wonder what request Senior has. I'm all ears. The first request is that you protect my daughter well. Help her return her 7 spiritual souls to 1 and help her break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. If she likes you, you can marry her. If you don't like her, you are not allowed to touch her. When she breaks through to the Immortal Emperor realm, send her back to the Soaring Sky Phoenix clan. You must promise me this. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's expression was solemn. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Doesn't Phoenix Emperor Chongming intend to save his daughter directly? Thinking about it, it makes sense. This Phoenix Emperor Chongming had painstakingly schemed to send his daughter to Ning Fan so that he could save her. Before she recovers, he naturally would not take her away. Not being able to pluck the Phoenix Maiden was a small matter. It was just one less eternal cauldron. To the current Ning Fan, it was not a big deal. The troublesome thing was that Phoenix Emperor Chongming also wanted Ning Fan to help his daughter break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Senior, are you joking? I'm still far away from breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm myself. How am I going to help your daughter? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. If you can't do it now, won't you be able to do it in the future? I'm very confident in you. You can even kill the 9th barbarian god. What else can't you do? Am I right, 10th barbarian god? Phoenix Emperor Chongming said with a faint smile. He even managed to predict the secret of Ning Fan killing Enmo and advancing to the 10th barbarian god. This man's divination technique is really heaven-defying. Senior seems to know quite a lot. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Don't worry, this old man has a favor to ask of you. Even if I know something, I will keep my mouth shut. This old man doesn't need you to do too much for Lon Air. I only hope that you can help her to the best of your abilities. You are her destined fire. With you around, you will be able to ignite her fate. She will definitely be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm with your help. Phoenix Emperor Chongming sighed. Lon Air was the name of his daughter. Unfortunately, he didn't have long to live. In these few hundred years, he probably wouldn't be able to see the day his daughter became the Arch. Great Emperor Chonghe and Phoenix Emperor Chongming were both people who were good at scheming. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of Chonghe, but he did not hate Chongming. At this moment, Chongming wasn't a high and mighty demon the Arch. He was just a father who cared about his daughter. The first request isn't difficult. I agree to it, Senior. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. It was a pity that all parents cared about their children. Even an immortal emperor couldn't avoid this. Good, with these words from you, Rain Lord, this old man can rest assured. My second request is for you, Rain Lord, to make a promise. What promise? If the last bit of the bloodline of the Phoenix clan is about to disappear one day, I hope that Rain Lord can lend a hand and protect a part of the bloodline. I don't need to protect all of them. As long as the bloodline of the Phoenix clan can continue, it will be enough. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's eyes were filled with worry. That worry was not only because he was worried about his daughter but also the future of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan is a first-rate true spirit clan. It won't be to the point where its bloodline will disappear, right? Ning Fan said. Hee. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Even if it's the result of my deduction, it might not necessarily be unchangeable. It's just one of the changes that will happen in the future. Just tell me if you agree to my request or not. Ning Fan pondered for a while and finally nodded his head. This is also not difficult. If the bloodline of the Phoenix clan really goes extinct one day, I dare not say that I can protect the entire Phoenix clan, but I can still protect a part of the cultivators of the clan. If that's the case, this old man has one more wish fulfilled. Phoenix Emperor Chongming nodded his head in satisfaction. After remaining silent for a while, he continued. My third request is to ask for a treasure from little friend. What treasure? Yinyang Square Seal. Ning Fan was stunned. Then, he immediately guessed Phoenix Emperor Chongming's intention. That Yinyang Square Seal was a magic treasure that Taoist Musang had painstakingly refined. In order to refine this treasure, he had once killed 4 dragons and 4 phoenixes and used the souls of 8 demon emperors to create this seal. One of the 4 phoenixes that Taoist Musang killed was an old friend of mine. That old friend brought this upon himself. Therefore, I don't blame Musang for killing her. However, I still want to ask for this seal and bring it back to the Phoenix clan. After that, I will bury the souls of the 4 Phoenix Emperors sealed within it so that my old friend can rest in peace. In the past, when this seal was in Musang's hands, I didn't dare to go to the Wooden Island to ask for it as a member of a foreign race. Now that this seal is in your hands, it's much easier for me to ask for it. Ning Fan hesitated for a moment. This Yinyang Square Seal was currently his strongest defensive magic treasure. It was just a step away from advancing to the innate mid-grade. If he gives it to Phoenix Emperor Chongming, his combat power would certainly be greatly reduced. However, Ning Fan's hesitation only lasted for a moment. In the end, he nodded and handed the seal to Phoenix Emperor Chongming. Phoenix Emperor Chongming had even given him the innate mid-grade Thunder King seal. If he was reluctant to give up an innate magic treasure that had yet to reach the innate mid-grade, it would be rather petty of him. Little friend, thank you for giving me this seal. A seal for a seal. A woman for a woman. Everything is destined in the unseen world. It's the will of the heavens. Phoenix Emperor Chongming was filled with emotions. His expression was filled with indescribable loneliness. He removed his storage pouch and directly handed it to Ning Fan. There were not many things inside the storage pouch. Instead, it was filled with some medicinal herbs that were at least 1,000,000 years old. There were even 4 tufts of innate spiritual herbs. Great Soul Ganoderma, Spirit Mending Leaf, 17 Phoenix Blood Vine, Spirit Extending Purple Wood. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. All of these 4 tufts of innate spiritual herbs were actually soul-nourishing spiritual herbs. According to my deduction, in order to help Lan Er's 7 souls return to 1, I will need at least 7 different types of innate soul-nourishing spiritual herbs. Besides, I will also need a second-level Heavenly Being Realm Cultivator to save her. Unfortunately, connate spirit herbs were hard to come by, and soul-nourishing spirit herbs were even rarer. I have traveled all over the Heaven Demon Realm, and I have only found these 4 types. The remaining 3 types should be found in the Extreme Dan Sacred Region. I am the Demon Race Great Emperor, and being able to enter the Eastern Heaven is also the limit. The Eastern Heaven Emperors will not allow me to go to the Extreme Dan Sacred Region. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to search for the herbs. I'll give this treasure to you. Phoenix Monarch Chongming took out a purple compass and passed it to Ning Fan. There were 3 eyes drawn on the surface of the compass. Indistinctly, it gave off an innate prestige. This is? Ning Fan asked. This is the treasure-searching compass refined by this old man. It is a Xianxia low-grade treasure. Although it has no offensive or defensive power, it is good at tracking and searching. With this item, it will be much more convenient for little friend to search for medicine in the Extreme Dan Sacred Region. After that, Phoenix Emperor Chongming explained the usage of the treasure-searching compass to Ning Fan in detail. He spoke very seriously, which showed how much importance he attached to the search for the medicine. However, his expression was a little desolate, as if he was regretting that he could not save his daughter with his own hands. I'll give you a few more things before I leave. I've already spent quite some time in the Eastern Heaven. I can't stay any longer. If I stay any longer, some of the great Eastern Heaven sovereigns will be dissatisfied. Senior, don't you want to meet your daughter? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. It's better if I don't meet her. I don't want her to see me in this lifeless state. Phoenix Monarch Chongming sighed. Senior is an immortal emperor. Even though your injuries are severe, can't they be healed? Ning Fan voiced out the doubt in his heart. It's not difficult to heal my injuries. However, my life force has run out. This is the real cause of my death. if one's life force runs out, is there really no way to save them? Ning Fan's heart felt heavy. Xianxia's life force has run out. If he insists on saving her, can he succeed? Even though he has obtained the Thunder King's seal, some people can still be saved even when their life force runs out. It's just like a candle that has been extinguished. As long as the method is right, it can be reignited. However, there are some people who cannot be saved because they have used up their life force. They only have themselves to blame. They have sacrificed the candle itself. I am one of them. The Palace Lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace isn't one of them. Thus, she can still be saved. You don't have to worry about this. Finding the Thunder King's seal is an opportunity for her life force to reverse. Something like life force was too mysterious. Even though Phoenix Monarch Chongming was an expert in this, he could not explain it to Ning Fan in just a few words. He was not a member of the Purple Cuckoo clan, but he chose to cultivate the Purple Cuckoo bloodline and learn the 3 lives technique. Thus, he had violated the first taboo. The 3 lives technique only gave him 3 chances to perform divination. He had already used up all of them and violated the second taboo. His life force did not run out by himself. Instead, it was because he had made a deal with the heavens. He lost the candle and did not have the qualification to reignite it. In this case, even the blood of the 9 raccoon could not save cultivators like him. I have been pursuing the great Tao of divination for my entire life. Because of this, I have violated the taboo time and time again. If I die because of this, I won't feel the slightest bit of regret in my heart. Because this is originally an equivalent exchange, there is no way to save my life force. Death is inevitable. From the first time I made a deal with the heavens, I was already prepared for it. Thus, I don't have any dissatisfaction. However, I also have my reverse phoenix bloodline. I won't be willing to die peacefully. If I die, I will certainly die with a bang so that I won't let down the phoenix bloodline. If there is really a great calamity of heaven and earth, I will continue to hold on until that day comes. If the heavens want to take my life, they can do so. However, I have to decide the method of my death myself. Phoenix Monarch Chongming's eyes were filled with arrogance. That was the pride that belonged to the Phoenix clan. I have drunk 20 drops of the Phoenix Soul wine in this gourd. It is enough for me to hold on for a few more years. The remaining 80 drops belong to you. With this item, you, the descendant of ancient chaos, will be able to cultivate the bloodline of the Phoenix clan that is above the ancestral bloodline. You will also have a slight chance of awakening the strongest innate ability of the Phoenix clan. The strongest ability of the Phoenix clan was the Phoenix's Nirvana. It was an extremely powerful undying ability. Ning Fan was greatly moved. Could these mere 80 drops of Phoenix Soul wine help him cultivate the ancestral bloodline of the Phoenix clan? He even has a chance of awakening the innate ability of the Phoenix clan's Phoenix's Nirvana? Don't look down on this wine. It is brewed from the Phoenix Soul fruit of the Wutong tree that my father left behind after countless generations of Phoenix cultivators died. In my Phoenix clan, this Phoenix Soul wine represents the inheritance of the bloodline. It is no small matter. You must not look down on this wine. Phoenix Monarch Chongming's expression was solemn. It was a solemn look that no one would dare to look down on their ancestors. Take it. Phoenix Monarch Chongming passed the burning gourd of wine to Ning Fan. This time, Ning Fan did not decline and accepted the wine. He agreed to 3 of Phoenix Monarch Chongming's requests and also took away the 3 benefits including the Thunder King's seal. As such, he no longer owed Phoenix Monarch Chongming anything. Throughout history, only the men of the Phoenix clan can drink this wine. If it is not because of this, I will certainly leave this wine for my daughter. After you obtain this wine, you will certainly be able to cultivate the Phoenix bloodline. You will also have karma with my Phoenix clan. Of course, this wine also has another great benefit for you. You will know about it in the future. As the 2 parties of the transaction, you and I have already formed karma with each other. However, as a senior of the Phoenix clan, I have the obligation to give you some pointers. Let me tell you about my experience in divining heaven and earth for many years. When a person is walking on the road, how many li * 500 m per li can be covered in 2 hours and how many hours it will take for them to reach their destination. Deduction, on the other hand, is different. It doesn't need to calculate these things. Instead, it needs to calculate those variables, those accidents. It's like when this person will stop, when he will leave, when will it be auspicious, when will it be inauspicious, 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 when will it be inauspicious. The changes in the world are all controlled by the will of heaven. The so-called divination is actually to figure out the will of heaven. Heaven's will is like the wind. It has no form, no body, no trace, no root, and no duckweed. But even the wind has a sound, and there are things that can be analyzed. The wind rises without a sound, it makes a sound when it meets something. The sound of something is loud, the sound of something is loud, the sound of something is soft. There is resistance and there is resistance, there is silence when there is no obstruction, and the response is calm. This is the sound of the wind. Little friend, do you know the meaning of the word phoenix? Our Phoenix clan is going to add another stroke to the wind of the will of the heavens. We are going against the will of the heavens to change the will of the heavens. Because it was disobedient, it became a phoenix. Because of this, even though the ancient phoenix knew that it was about to run out of luck, it still wanted to enter the flames to undergo nirvana. What it sought was the chance to be reborn in the flames. What it sought was that if there was no way out, it would defy the heavens one last time. It vowed to fight for its luck against the heavens one more time. Do you know that at the place where the phoenix dies, if its blood splashes the sky, a parasol tree will surely grow? Have you seen the heroic death of a real phoenix? Have you seen the unyielding will of the parasol tree that grows from the blazing flames? Have you heard of the funeral song of the Phoenix clan? The phoenix soars in the 9 heavens. It will not perch unless it is a parasol. The demon battles against the mortal world. It will not obey unless it is its master. It is willing to be buried in the blazing flames. It would rather die than obey. It will sing angrily to the heavens and become a sovereign in the next life. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's voice was old and hoarse. Singing the funeral song of the Phoenix clan gave people a desolate and tragic feeling. When the song ended, Phoenix Emperor Chongming suddenly cupped his fists and bowed to Ning Fan. Even though I have made 3 requests, I still have my own selfish motives. I care about the Phoenix clan and the soul of my old friend. However, what I care about more is my daughter. I will entrust my daughter to you. Ning Fan, remember what you have promised me. This bow actually gave Ning Fan a feeling that he was entrusting his daughter to him. Then, he turned around and left. The funeral song of the Phoenix clan was still echoing in the night. Phoenix Emperor Chongming walked further and further away in the darkness. Gradually, his figure could not be seen anymore. When the wind blew, his white hair became a little messy. In the end, he did not go to see his daughter. One reason was that he did not want her to see him being severely injured and dying. The other reason was that he did not know what to say to his daughter. How many years had it been since he had a proper conversation with his daughter? He could not remember clearly. It seemed that ever since Lan Er's mother passed away, he had been putting on a stern face forever. Occasionally, the words that he said to her were all stern reprimands. Father, I want to rest today. I don't want to cultivate, no. But today is the anniversary of my mother's death. As a cultivator, we should abandon our personal feelings and seek the Tao of heaven. Every time a cultivator goes into seclusion, it would usually last for hundreds or thousands of years. If we celebrate the anniversary of the deceased every year, how can we continue cultivating? Yes. Lan Er understands, Father, the aura force of this Phoenix G mountain is too heavy. Lan Er can't walk anymore. Can you carry me on your back? No. As the next Phoenix consort Tian Lan, if you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, how can you become outstanding? But, no buts. Yes. Lan Er understands, Father, I want to, no. This is too dangerous. Father, no. This woman is not a kind person. You can't befriend her anymore. Father. Yes. Lan Er understands. Phoenix Emperor Chongming walked to the riverside of the Eastern Heaven Realm. His face looked older and older. It seemed like he had been too strict with his daughter in these years. Now that he left, would there be no chance for him to redeem himself? He just stood at the side of the realm river. He climbed the river and then went to the shore. He hesitated and looked around. In the end, he let out a sigh and walked to the realm river and left. Above the night sky of the extreme lightning palace, Ningfan withdrew his rain intent. He already knew that Phoenix Emperor Chongming had really left. The realm river is the boundary that separates the four heavens' immortal worlds. It is also the only way to get to the heavenly demon world through the red penetrating passageway. Rumor has it that countless ferocious foreign races are lurking in the depths of the realm river. Even immortal emperors who enter the depths of the realm river recklessly will most likely die. In the past, the Thunder King seal was snatched by Sun Luo. However, no one knows how it ended up in the depths of the realm river. This Phoenix Emperor Chongming must have gone through countless bloody battles all the way to the depths of the realm river in search of the Thunder King seal. I have indeed received the Thunder King seal. I will take good care of your daughter for you. In a flash, Ningfan entered the profounding eastern world and arrived at the Palace of Repentance. He then released the 7 consorts of Tianlan. You. Why did you suddenly let me go? The 7 ladies were a little scared and answered at the same time. Could it be that Ningfan had changed his mind and decided not to cure them and was going to pluck them directly? Don't worry. I have made some promises with your father. I won't do anything to you anymore. From today onwards, you are no longer my human cauldron. Instead, you are my guest. After I fulfill my promise with your father, I will send you back to the Tianlan Phoenix clan in one piece. However, before I fulfill my promise, I hope you can behave yourself and don't cause me any trouble. I still can't remove the restriction on your body for the time being because I still can't trust you. Therefore, I will seal your cultivation base for the next few days. However, I won't restrict your daily life. I hope you can understand this. The 7 ladies' faces turned slightly pale. They said bitterly. So it turns out that father has been here. No wonder you suddenly changed your attitude towards us. I didn't expect that father actually didn't save us directly but made a promise with you instead. Sure enough, he must have decided to abandon us because he thinks that we have embarrassed the Tianlan Phoenix clan. Abandon, Ningfan shook his head. He took out a blank jade slip and recorded the scene where he met Phoenix Emperor Chongming on it. He only deleted some of the parts that were related to his secrets. You can take a look at the specific content of the promise. Before I help you return your 7 souls to 1, you will temporarily stay in the profounding eastern world. Ningfan arranged the residences of the 7 ladies in the profounding world and was about to leave. At this moment, the 7 ladies suddenly called out to him at the same time. What's the matter? Ningfan halted his footsteps and asked. My name is Qi Yilan. Since you have made a promise with my father, the grudges between us in the past will be written off. Before I leave, I will listen to you obediently and won't cause you any trouble. That's good. Ningfan left the profounding eastern world and went straight to the western world. He entered a Millennium Tower to enter seclusion. In the transaction with Phoenix Emperor Chongming, he lost the Yin-Yang 4-sided seal but obtained the Thunder King seal, the treasure-searching compass and 80 drops of Phoenix Soul wine. The reason why Ningfan entered this Millennium Tower was naturally to refine the Phoenix Soul wine. Judging from Phoenix Emperor Chongming's tone, this Phoenix Soul wine must have a great origin. However, Ningfan would only know how great it was after he personally tasted it. Hence, 1,000 years passed in the Millennium Tower with a flick of a finger. When Ningfan walked out of the Millennium Tower once again, his cultivation base had greatly changed, his other cultivation bases remained the same. Only his ancient demon cultivation base had risen all the way to the peak of the early shedding void realm. He was just short of the heart tribulation and he would be able to break through to the mid-shedding void realm. In his left eye, there was an additional star. It was the star of demon Yin-Yang. He had already cultivated it within 1,000 years, Phoenix Yin-Yang. Because of the Phoenix Soul wine, the ancestral blood of the demon race in his body had directly produced a drop of the ancestral blood of the Phoenix clan. It could be said that his bloodline had improved tremendously. The Phoenix clan was good at controlling fire. After cultivating the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, Ningfan's ability to control fire immediately increased tremendously. The Lord position of the Phoenix clan was similar to fire but it was different from the pure fire position. It was not as upright and majestic. Instead, it gave people a strange and ever-changing feeling. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that with the power of the Phoenix Soul Wine, he actually awakened the strongest innate ability of the Phoenix clan, Phoenix Nirvana. However, the Phoenix Nirvana that he awakened seemed to be a little different from other Phoenix cultivators. When other Phoenix cultivators underwent Phoenix Nirvana, the color of their flames were mostly brilliant. However, Ning Fan's entire body was covered in black flames. Not only did the black flames contain the innate abilities of the Phoenix clan, but it also contained the power of the Undying Bloodline and the Black Star technique. It was because of this that it was black. To you, there is another great benefit of this wine. You will know about it in the future. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's words resounded in Ning Fan's ears again. Could it be that the great benefit that Phoenix Emperor Chongming mentioned refers to the new ability that was formed by fusing the Phoenix Nirvana, the Undying Bloodline and the Black Star technique together? Feeling the Phoenix Nirvana that was formed by the fusion of the three abilities, Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. His current physical body's self-healing ability was rather terrifying. The injuries caused by the attacks of the cultivators in the void-shedding world could heal themselves almost instantly and be reborn in the blazing flames. In the past, when Ning Fan's Undying Bloodline awakened, he had the thought of fusing the Undying Bloodline and the Black Star technique into a new ability. He did not expect that after the transaction with Phoenix Emperor Chongming, he would unintentionally accomplish this and it would be even more perfect. It was not the fusion of two abilities but three. If he cultivates the Phoenix clan's Nirvana ability to a higher level, if he cultivates the Undying Bloodline and the Black Star technique to a higher level, the recovery ability of this technique would be even stronger. In that case, I should really thank Chongming for giving me the Phoenix Soul Wine. However, I wonder why the Undying Great Emperor, the Ancestral Phoenix and the Heavenly Sovereign didn't use the Phoenix Soul Wine to fuse their abilities and make them stronger. Or perhaps only cultivators at the Yin-Yang transformation realm like me can achieve this. The truth was just as Ning Fan had guessed. If it were other cultivators, it would be impossible for them to fuse three types of abilities even if they had the Phoenix Soul Wine. Only cultivators at the Yin-Yang transformation realm who were born with an all-encompassing nature and the help of the Phoenix Soul Wine could achieve this. Besides, not only would they need to cultivate the Yin-Yang transformation realm and the chaotic loop art, they would also need the help of the Yin-Yang locket. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to fuse the different abilities into one. Now that I have the Thunder King seal in my hands, the evolution of Xianxia's lightning body should be much smoother. Ning Fan walked out of the profounding world. In the next few months, the immortal Loli recovered from her injuries while Lan Xiaoqian and the other women were filled with joy. They were busy preparing for the next evolution of their lightning body. The four women did not expect that Ning Fan would actually be able to find the Thunder King seal that had been missing for many years. One should know that even the 1,000-yen Great Emperor of the Eastern Sky who was the best in divination could not find the whereabouts of the Thunder King seal in the past. How did Ning Fan find the Thunder King seal? It's really unbelievable, the four women asked Ning Fan but he only smiled without answering them. Finally, the immortal Loli's injuries were completely healed. She was obviously very nervous about the next evolution of her lightning body. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. He could see that after the Thunder King seal was found, the immortal Loli's fate had returned. Fate was really something that was hard to grasp. It was just like the heavens will that great Emperor Chongming mentioned and the howling of the wind. As expected, the evolution of her lightning body was exceptionally smooth this time. In the end, she succeeded. The immortal Loli's naked body was growing bit by bit in front of Ning Fan's eyes. She was getting more and more voluptuous. A naked woman with silver hair fluttering in the wind stood up from the lightning pool and opened her eyes. Half of her beautiful eyes were blank and the other half were complicated. Besides that, there was also an aura force that was as vast as the starry sky. It was a powerful aura field that only belonged to an eternal 7 tribulation immortal emperor. When she noticed Ning Fan who was standing beside her, her flawless face suddenly flushed red. Her eyes, however, were unprecedentedly distant. Damn it! Why am I not wearing any clothes? Why am I naked in front of a strange man? No. It's not a strange man. He's very familiar. If it wasn't for this familiar feeling that seeped into her bones, it's impossible for her to stand naked in front of him so calmly. Shouldn't my first reaction be to scream? Shouldn't I be embarrassed and angry? Shouldn't I be wearing my clothes immediately? Why am I so used to it? More and more memories emerged in her mind like tidal waves. All of them were her calling the man in front of her father. She, the dignified white emperor, the dignified Lan Yunxian, actually acknowledged a father when she lost her memories. But why didn't she reject him? But this isn't right. She's the palace lord of the extreme lightning palace. She's the face of the 3000 lightning realm. I can't call him that anymore. However, at this moment, even more memories filled up her mind, the scenes in the 3000 lightning realm. The scenes in the desolate world. When her primordial spirit was captured in the desolate world, it was this man who risked his life to save her. When her lightning body evolved, this man risked his life again and again to bring her out of the lightning storm in the lightning pool. He even roared at the heavens because her fate was exhausted. What if I have to go against the heavens' will? Today, I want to protect her. In the future, I want to pave a path for her future. Even the heavens cannot stop me from doing this. I am the only one who can decide her fate. More and more memories emerged in her mind. It would be a lie if Lan Yunxian said that she was not touched. However, now that she had regained her memories, she was no longer the immortal lowly with a lively personality. She really could not call Ning Fan father. What shocked her was that she actually did not reject being naked in front of Ning Fan. A part of her personality was still that of an immortal lowly. It's just that, she had become more mature. I think I should put on my clothes first. Even though she was not shy at all. Lan Yunxian waved her palm and the surrounding lightning power instantly turned into a light bathrobe, covering her body. She tried her best to be indifferent and distant. She tried her best to tell Ning Fan that she was no longer an immortal lowly. Young Master Ning, I want to talk to you, she wanted to say that. Why did the words come out of her mouth so easily? Father, I want to hug you. Ning Fan was stunned and could not react in time. Lan Xiaoqian and the other women were also stunned. Why would the cold and aloof palace lord say such childish words? Could it be that she had not regained her memories? Lan Yunxian really wanted to eat her own tongue. After becoming an immortal lowly for such a long time, all the bits and pieces of her life with Ning Fan had already melted into her bones. The immortal lowly had said this kind of nonsense many times in the past. Now, it was really difficult to change her words. Young Master Ning, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Lan Yunxian explained apologetically. Her apology made Ning Fan sigh even more. Sure enough, Lan Yunxian who had regained her memories was no longer the naked little girl who was mischievous in the past. She had become estranged from him. This was also normal. He and Lan Yunxian had been in contact for 100 years. However, Lan Yunxian was someone who had lived for millions of years. A mere 100 years of memories was just a drop of water in the long river of her life. In the past, Ning Fan was everything to the immortal lowly. He was her father and the heavens. Today, he was just a drop in the long river of countless lives. From today onwards, there would no longer be an immortal lowly who would jump around and pester him in his life. It's alright. I've finished my business in the Extreme Lightning Palace. It's time for me to leave. Palace Lord Lan, after the evolution of your lightning body, remember to go into seclusion. These pills. Ning Fan wanted to take some pills for Lan Yunxian. After he took them out, he realized that all the high-grade pills in his hands were coated with syrup. It seems like I can't give them to others anymore, forget it. Go into seclusion. I'm leaving. Ning Fan sighed and turned around to leave the Extreme Lightning Palace. Lan Yunxian's heart ached. She did not know why, but when she saw Ning Fan's lonely back, she actually felt like crying. However, she still could not call out father. Don't go. In the end, Palace Lord Lan Xiaoqian and the others did not know what to say. I want some peace and quiet. Lan Yunxian took a gentle breath and suppressed the various emotions in her heart. She must calm down. The current her was not like her past self at all. The four ladies left. She was still in seclusion in the lightning pool. Ning Fan did not take the Thunder King seal with him but left it to her. The surroundings were quiet. Unknowingly, she recalled the carefree days when she was with Ning Fan. She could not calm down at all. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was extremely calm. After all, before he sent the immortal lowly back, he was already mentally prepared. Besides, the current Lan Yunxian obviously still cared about him very much. It was just that she could not cross the threshold and could not call him father. It was already not bad. At least he did not turn against Lan Yunxian. At the very least, he still had some feelings for her. Why did I pick up such a little girl in the past? Ning Fan sighed with emotion. The scenes of them being together for 100 years replayed in front of his eyes. They were so close yet so far away. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. It's not like me to think too much. Very quickly, Ning Fan found a new thing that he could do to relieve his current complicated and tangled feelings. Old Wu's bottle seems to be almost repaired. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a playful smile. Let's use the Old Wu 8 powder to relieve my boredom. Eastern Heaven, Water Curtain Star. The Shui family was one of the super forces in Eastern Heaven. The old ancestor of the Shui family was one of the immortal kings of Eastern Heaven. As it was an immortal king force, no one dared to provoke the Shui family. However, recently, it was said that a wretched cultivator with small eyes had extorted money from the Shui family. This was a top-notch news. Outside the Water Curtain City, a wretched old man in black robes sat on the ground and leaned against the huge stone pillar at the city gate. He did not mind the dirt on the ground. He was using his chopsticks to knock on a broken bowl while singing happily. The cultivators who passed by pointed at the black-robed old man, but he did not care. Occasionally, there would be a few lackeys of the Shui family who wanted to chase the black-robed old man away. What was strange was that before they could get close to him, they would fall to the ground one after another. This was just too strange. As a cultivator, the probability of falling while walking should be close to zero even if it was not zero. How could there be so many people who could not even get close to the black-robed old man and fell to the ground one after another? This man's cultivation base is unfathomable. His divine abilities are strange and hard to defend against. The cultivators of the Shui family were fearful of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man snorted coldly. He did not do anything at all right? It was these people who could not resist their bad luck. They could not blame him. It will be the minor heavenly tribulation of the old ancestor of the Shui family in another 10 days or so. To an immortal king, a minor heavenly tribulation would not kill them. However, if he was here. Achoo. Old Wu suddenly sneezed. He had a bad premonition. He looked around suspiciously and finally heaved a sigh of relief. I am really too paranoid. It is impossible for that malefic star to appear at the last moment when I am about to fix the drowned world bottle. I am too paranoid. I must be too paranoid. Let's continue singing. Old Wu continued to hit the broken bowl happily and sang. Inside the broken bowl, an ugly but adorable little turtle rolled around happily, matching Old Wu's rhythm. A passerby pointed at Old Wu and suddenly, his magic power got stuck. He had actually suffered from chi deviation. A burly man cursed Old Wu in a low voice. Suddenly, he bit his tongue and blood filled his mouth. A beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Old Wu. A gust of wind blew her skirt up high, causing many cultivators to stare at her with wide eyes. There were even more bizarre things happening on the Water Curtain planet. The Water Curtain immortal king really could not sit still anymore. These days, the closer he was to the minor heavenly tribulation, the more he felt like he was suffering from chi deviation. This feeling was too strange. He was a dignified immortal king. How could he suffer from chi deviation during a minor heavenly tribulation? Could it be that the legend was true? The legend of the Black Fate sect, that damned turtle bastard sect, that cultivator with the surname Wu still wants the empty spirit supreme water bead? Did he say anything else? Water Curtain immortal king sighed helplessly. Could it be that this time, he really had to spend money to avoid this disaster? Damned turtle bastard sect. To be continued. Hearing Water Curtain immortal king's question, the people below were a little scared. They answered hesitantly. Replying to old ancestor, that Wu cultivator's appetite is even bigger this time. Not only does he want the empty supreme water bead, he also wants, what? It had only been a few days, how could he increase the price? What else does he want before he is willing to leave Water Curtain star? Water Curtain immortal monarch was enraged. He also wants 3 trillion Dao crystal S. He said that he helped my Shui family watch the city gate for 3 days in Water Curtain City, so he can't watch it for nothing. 1 trillion a day, and he also said that the longer the ancestor drags it out, the more money he will ask for. He can afford it, but the Shui family might not be able to afford it, and the ancestor's heavenly tribulation might not be able to afford it either. Bang! Water Curtain Immortal Monarch laughed in anger. 1 trillion a day to look at the city gate? What a joke. Was this old Wu's net worth that high? Did he think he was a sage to be? Even if he was a quasi-sage, he wouldn't ask for so many Dao crystals to guard the door. Did they really think that their Shui family was easy to bully? Men, go to the Dao spring. Take my water-splitting god-perishing halberd. This halberd should be almost fully repaired. This tortoise doesn't want to leave? Fine, I'll beat him until he leaves. People say that the inheritor of black luck cannot be killed, and that killing him is inauspicious. Humph, this old man wants to see if this inheritor of black luck can be killed or not. The people below trembled even more. I'm afraid we can't do this. There's a mistake in the process of repairing the water-splitting divine halberd. We can't use it for the time being. What? Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was shocked. The water-splitting god-perishing halberd was a 12th Nirvana magic treasure that he had refined for many years. Because of the previous battle, the magic treasure's spirit was slightly damaged, so he handed it over to his servants to repair. But that was only a small damage, and it was extremely easy to repair. All they needed to do was place it in the Taoist spring to nourish the artifact spirit. They didn't need to do anything else. How could there be any mistakes in such a simple repair process? Old ancestor, you might not know this, but just yesterday, the earth veins of the Water Curtain star suddenly changed. The turbid gas that has been accumulating underground has surged out and polluted the Dao spring. It has worsened the injuries of the divine halberd of water splitting and is on the verge of dissipating. If this treasure is not repaired, I'm afraid it can't be used anymore. Hiss, Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was shocked. It was such a coincidence that the earth veins changed once in a million years. How could it happen when he was repairing his magic treasure? Then, take my immortal water bow. I want to kill that tortoise. Water Curtain Immortal King ordered again. I'm afraid it won't work either. I don't know why the bowstring of the immortal water bow was broken. The servants could only tremble. What? The bowstring of the immortal water bow was forged from the tendons of a horned dragon. It was impervious to fire and water, and almost invulnerable to blades and swords. Why did it suddenly break? Did someone sneak into the treasury and destroy the bowstring? Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was enraged. I'm innocent, Patriarch. A weapon refinement master has already examined it. That bowstring just happened to run out of durability and it broke on its own. It's not our fault. Are you kidding me? The bowstring was broken early or late. As soon as Brother Wu arrived, it snapped. Don't use coincidence to brush me off. I don't believe it. Even though Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was still shouting angrily, she was actually a little afraid in her heart. Uncanny, too uncanny. As soon as Brother Wu arrived, everything went awry for him. He could not use 2 magical treasures in a row. Suddenly, a group of Shui clan's cultivators rushed into the hall. They were here to report some news to Water Curtain Immortal Monarch. Report. Guest Elder Lu Shernan was injured by a falling meteorite. Patriarch, please give him some medicine to save his life. Report. 4th Elder encountered a starry sky storm on his way back to Shui clan. He is now severely injured and on the verge of death. Patriarch, please use the clan's secret medicine to save him. Report. The ancient giant statue of the Water King Hall that has never been damaged has collapsed mysteriously. Report. The Water Curtain star's core is unstable. It is in danger of collapsing. Patriarch, please relocate the star as soon as possible. We need to find a new land for our clan. Report. Enough, Water Curtain Immortal Monarch smashed the table and let out a long sigh. He believed it. He believed the legend. If he didn't drive Brother Wu away, his magic treasures would be destroyed by accident, his subordinates would be killed by accident, and even his lair would be destroyed. More importantly, his minor heavenly tribulation would arrive in 10 days. If it was before, he would never believe that his minor heavenly tribulation would cause chi deviation. But now, he believed it. If he did not chase Brother Wu away or make an enemy of him, he would lose a layer of skin in the next minor heavenly tribulation even if he did not die. The legend said that the Black Fate sect could not be talked about or provoked. The legend said that it was not good to offend the descendant of the Black Fate sect. If you killed the descendant of the Black Fate sect, you would be haunted by the Black Fate sect's dark luck and be cursed for life. Legend, someone, take the Void Spirit Supreme Water Pearl and 3 trillion Dao crystals and give them to Brother Wu. Ask him to leave the Water Curtain Star as soon as possible. Thus, Brother Wu left the Water Curtain Star happily with the things he had extorted. Strangely enough, after he left, the Water Curtain Star returned to normal. The stars no longer collapsed, the earth no longer cracked, and the earth veins returned to normal. The cultivators of the Shui clan who were plagued by bad luck got rid of their bad luck one after another. Hee. How dare you fight with me, Brother Wu? Why don't you measure your own luck first? Ever since this poor Taoist entered the world, other than Ming Fan that fiend, I have never been afraid of anyone below the quasi-saint realm. This Water Curtain immortal monarch could not even withstand 30% of my bad luck. Weak. Too weak. If I use 100% of my bad luck, wouldn't this grandson kneel down and beg for mercy? Brother Wu was in a good mood. Vast Ocean Sect, Long River Sect, Wild Goose Sect of Mo Star, Shui Clan of Water Curtain Star. In just 3 years, he had already blackmailed tens of Eastern Sky forces. In the past 3 years, he had plundered all the sects in Eastern Sky. Not only did he gather the materials to repair the flooded world bottle, he also obtained a lot of benefits. The days without the restraint of the fiend was really blissful. He missed the free and unrestrained days in the past. Unfortunately, that kind of free and unrestrained life was gone forever. It was better for him to accept his fate and obediently become Ning Fan's slave. Anyway, being a slave was not without its benefits. Brother Wu was open-minded about this point. Ever since I acknowledged the fiend as my master, I don't know why, but I can actually control my bad luck more and more freely. In the past, wherever I go, there will be bad luck. Now, only when I want someone to be unlucky, that person will be unlucky. Thanks to the fiend, the progress of my cultivation method is also incomparable to the past. In the past, it was extremely difficult to open the chi aperture, but now, I succeed one after another. In the past, I would need to fail hundreds and thousands of times to break through a bottleneck. Now, it is extremely easy for me to break through dozens of bottlenecks. Master once said that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. For cultivators with bad luck like me, if we can find a turning point in our lives, we can turn misfortune into fortune and become a first-class lucky star in the world. Now, it seems like this old devil Ning is definitely the turning point in my life. Hee. According to the current cultivation speed, I am afraid it will not take long before I can touch the bottleneck of the second eternal tribulation. Hee, following the fiend's life is actually not bad. Brother Wu secretly made a plan. Once he repaired the water flood bottle and took away the things sealed inside, he would bring the bottle back to the fiend. With his current cultivation speed, he was confident that he could cultivate all the way to the immortal emperor realm if he followed the fiend for tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, the materials to repair the bottle were already gathered. It was time to find a place to repair the bottle. Brother Wu took out the treasure-searching turtle and set a direction. Then, he sped through countless galaxies and arrived outside a blue cultivation planet. This planet was called the Water Demon Planet. It was a cultivation planet where rogue cultivators gathered. There were not many cultivators on the planet. Most of them were water cultivators who had crossed the starry sky to cultivate on this planet. Brother Wu had calculated that the water vein of this Water Demon Planet was quite good. It was a suitable place to repair the bottle. The process of repairing the water flood bottle would absorb all the water origin energy of the entire cultivation planet. After repairing the water flood bottle, the Water Demon Planet would most likely become a wasted planet. However, this was not something that Brother Wu was concerned about. Within 100 breaths, all the cultivators on this planet are to scram out of this planet. This lowly Taoist wants this planet. Brother Wu lazily dug his nose. His voice was filled with ancient pressure, but it spread across the entire Water Demon Planet. This caused all the cultivators on the planet to feel fear. At this moment, the expressions of all the cultivators on the water demon planet changed. Those who were in closed-door cultivation rushed out, those who were refining treasures put away their treasure embryos, and those who were refining pills put away their pill furnaces. They all quickly packed up and escaped from the water demon planet. Did they dare to not leave? Didn't they hear that an ancient celestial sovereign had come to steal this planet? That was an ancient celestial sovereign. Any one of his spells could instantly slaughter all life on the water demon planet. With such a person coming to steal the water demon planet, who would dare to resist? Who would dare to not leave? It had only been 100 breaths of time, and the large water demon planet was empty. All the rogue cultivators that came to cultivate had left through the starry sky. Brother Wu blew off his nose and landed on the water demon planet. He found the best location for the water vein and began humming as he began to take things one by one. All the things he took were rare celestial materials that could be used to repair the water flood bottle. The pleasant repair process began. For a month, the out-of-tune singing on the water demon planet did not stop. A month later, the spirit chi on the water demon planet was exhausted, and it became a wasted planet. The rare celestial materials that Brother Wu had plundered were also used up. Brother Wu held the water flood bottle carefully and couldn't bear to part with it. A month ago, this bottle was still damaged. A month later, this bottle regained its connate might, and aqua blue spirit chi kept coming out, causing the surrounding world to be filled with the salty taste of the sea breeze. After the repair, the appearance of this bottle still looked like a suet jade bottle. There were no changes. Only 3 water droplet-shaped runes appeared on the bottle. Brother Wu caressed the 3 water droplet-shaped runes on the bottle, and he couldn't stop smiling. Middle-grade connate magic treasure, the water flood bottle. The famous treasure of the 3rd ancient demon ancestor, the water flood emperor. Now, it was in the hands of Brother Wu. Rumor had it that a sea was sealed inside the water flood bottle. The sea water was inexhaustible, and any drop of the sea water had the weight of a mountain. Rumor had it that during the era of the Demon Conferral Summit, an ancient demon rebelled and gathered 7 immortal emperors in an attempt to compete with the Demon Conferral Summit. In that battle, the water flood emperor went to the rebellious realm alone, summoned the sea water from the bottle, and sealed the heavens and locked the earth, drowning all living beings in the world, including the 7 immortal emperors. This battle made the water flood bottle famous. It was said that even a demi-saint would have to avoid the full power of this vase. Of course, it wasn't easy to unleash the full power of this vase. One would have to take a huge risk, which was also the greatest limitation of this vase. Thinking of the huge risk of using this bottle, Brother Wu felt his scalp go numb. He did not have the fortune to enjoy this bottle. It was better to let the fiend use it. I, Brother Wu, am the most loyal servant in the world. After obtaining a middle-grade connate magic treasure, the first thing I thought of was to give it to my master. This loyalty is as bright as the sun and the moon. That Luosher might be a loyal servant, but compared to me, Brother Wu, he is still lacking. Sigh, little friend Luosher, you still have a lot to learn. Brother Wu murmured to himself in an extremely narcissistic manner. Master, Master, I have already given you the bottle. Just give the little thing sealed in the bottle to me. You have such high standards. How could you possibly take a fancy to such a little thing? It's not that I'm not loyal, it's just that I don't need to ask for your opinion. Sigh, this is how loyal I am. Once I receive this item and refine it into my Dao weapon, I will increase my strength and repay my master well. The eternal reign of the defying mortal sea, Brother Wu licked his lips. His master, Ancestor Black Luck, had told him a story before. Outside the illusory world, there were 3 great true worlds. One of them was called the defying mortal world. In the defying mortal world, there was another domain surrounded by the sea. It used to be the North Star Celestial Domain and the North Star Celestial Domain. However, they were conquered by one person and merged into the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain. The Purple Dipper Immortal Domain was the hometown of the cultivators of the illusory world. The sea surrounding the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain was the defying mortal sea, which was famous in the 3 realms. A drop of seawater from the defying mortal sea was as heavy as a mountain. There was a beast in the sea called Blue. Anyone who tried to take away the seawater from the defying mortal sea would be attacked by Blue. Unless one was a saint, they did not have the strength to take away the seawater from the defying mortal sea. However, the flooding emperor, who was at the second step, somehow managed to take a huge amount of seawater from the defying mortal sea and refine it into a bottle. It was the flooding world bottle. The seawater sealed in the bottle was the seawater of the defying mortal sea. According to the legends, the seawater of the defying mortal sea would evaporate once every 30 million years. The seawater would vaporize and return to the heavens. After 3 days, it would turn into rain and fall back to the ground, forming the sea again. There would also be a small number of raindrops that would stay in the sky forever and would never fall back into the sea. The cultivators of the true world called those raindrops the eternal inextinguishable rain. They were the supreme immortal materials used by water elemental cultivators to refine Tao soldiers. The value of those raindrops was so high that it was enough for saints to fight for them. Brother Wu did not dare to drown the flooding world bottle, and he had no intention of betraying Ning Fan. However, he was determined to get the eternal inextinguishable rain in the bottle. Water is the softest thing in the world. However, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When the softness reaches the extreme, it will become the toughest thing in the world. The eternal inextinguishable rain is the product of the softness and toughness of the seawater of the defying mortal sea. It is heavier than ordinary seawater. A single drop of it is comparable to the weight of a cultivation planet. If it is refined into a Tao soldier, it will greatly increase the might of the Tao soldier. This isn't something that the heavenly Tao purple chi can compare with. The Tao of the flooding great emperor was completed in the ancient times. However, he obtained the defying mortal sea and refined the flooding bottle much later. He did not have the flooding bottle for a long time. Thus, he only managed to witness the time when the seawater in the bottle turned into rain once. He did not have the chance to witness the next time 30 million years later. After the Devil Conferral Summit was destroyed, the ninth ancestor was suppressed under the 9 mountains. The bottle was destroyed during the battle and its whereabouts are unknown. Legend has it that the flooding great emperor obtained a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain from the bottle sea during the only time he experienced the transformation of seawater into rain in his life. However, a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain could greatly increase the might of the Tao soldier. If it is fully activated, the Tao soldier can even release a trace of samsara power. That power has already surpassed the second step. It has been 150 million years since the Battle of Treasures was destroyed. It is enough for the bottle sea to experience the transformation of seawater into rain 5 times. 5 times the transformation of seawater into rain. If a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain would be born every time the sea transformed into rain, there should be 5 drops in this bottle. Of course, it was not certain that the eternal inextinguishable rain would be born every time the sea transformed into rain. It was also not that only 1 drop could be born at a time. It was hard to say whether there was any eternal inextinguishable rain in this bottle and how many drops there were. We will know about this when I open the magical treasure space of the flooding bottle. Master, Master, let the loyal Wu Xiaoba take away the eternal inextinguishable rain for you. Old Wu smiled wretchedly. He held the bottle with one hand and performed a finger seal with the other. Old Wu did not find it strange when he saw a blood light flying out from the bottle. It was as if he had already expected it. He withdrew and looked at the blood light with vigilance. The blood light fell on the ground. It shook and turned into an illusory red-faced old man. He was wearing a green robe and golden armor. The aura of an ancient devil was exceptionally terrifying. He was actually an ancient devil with the cultivation of a peak immortal king. You have sensed this old man's existence? The red-faced old man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Old Wu with deep fear. After seeing that Old Wu was only an eternal tribulation cultivator, he snorted disdainfully. Old Wu laughed strangely. My family's treasure-searching turtle is gifted. Even if I don't open the space of the flooding bottle, even if you haven't said a word, I know that you are hiding in this bottle. If this poor Taoist guessed correctly, you should be a divine clone of the Drowning Water Emperor. Yes, this old man is the 11th divine clone of the Drowning Water Emperor. During the great calamity of the Demon Conferral Summit, this old man's main body was suppressed, but many of my divine clones fled in all directions. Most of them were destroyed. Only this one, because it hid in the flooding bottle, was not detected by the great paragon Zhangqing. You can think of me as the Drowning Water Divine Clone, or you can think of me as the Drowning Water Emperor. This old man is very curious. With your eternal tribulation cultivation, how did you have the ability to repair the destroyed flooding bottle? Forget it, I will kill you and search your memory. Naturally, I will know everything. Unexpectedly, even without the blood-sucking technique, this old man can still walk out of this bottle. Since you have released this old man will give you a quick death. The red-faced old man smiled coldly. Then, like a gust of wind, he rushed towards Old Wu. Old Wu laughed even more strangely. He knew that with the rumored ruthless character of the Drowning Water Emperor, even if he let him out, the Drowning Water Emperor would not return the favor. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Old Wu's plan was to kill the Drowning Water Emperor's divine clone first and then enter the bottle world to collect the eternal rain. Even though you are a peak immortal king, you are on the verge of death because you have been trapped for many years. Even though I am just an eternal tribulation cultivator, my abilities are not as weak as you think. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. In a split second, Old Wu and the red-faced old man had already exchanged a few blows. He actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, that red-faced old man had been trapped for too many years. He could only display 10 to 20% of his cultivation base. Old Wu could still fight him to a draw. However, after Old Wu transformed into his eternal true form, he actually gained the upper hand. This made the red-faced old man's heart turn gloomy. Countless galaxies away, Ning Fan stood on an abandoned star with a playful smile on his face. Everything that happened on the Water Devil star could not escape from his heaven-peering rain technique. The Drowning Water Emperor, Ning Fan stepped on a golden ray of light and left the abandoned star. Some cultivators who passed by this place were startled by the traveling light. Their expressions changed drastically. 10,000 ancient immortal sovereigns. The battle between Brother Wu and the red-faced old man lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The two of them battled from the Water Devil star to the ancient Sea star and then to the Cloud Dao star. The two withered stars. One by one, the cultivation stars were destroyed by the shockwaves from their battle. The battle of immortal venerables was extremely powerful, and it naturally alarmed many eastern sky-old monsters in the nearby starry sky. However, the strange thing was that not many people were willing to watch this world-shaking battle. Those with low cultivation naturally did not dare to linger near the battle of immortal venerables, for fear of being drawn into it and losing their lives. When those with higher cultivation saw that it was Old Wu here, they were shocked and didn't dare to stay. They all quickly retreated. Only the heavens knew that in a short 3 years, Old Wu's reputation in the entire eastern sky had become so bad that there were very few people in the eastern sky who didn't know of the legend of the Turtle King sect. Of course, everyone normally kept it a secret. No one was willing to mention this unlucky sect for fear of attracting bad luck. There were also a small number of old freaks who didn't know what was going on and didn't want to leave. They chose to stay and watch the battle. However, all of them met with accidents. They either encountered a meteor shower or a starry sky storm. In short, none of them had a good ending. Scene 1, Hiss. It's actually a battle between immortal venerables. Let's quickly go and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to pick up a broken piece of a magic treasure. To us, it's also a supreme immortal material. Fellow Taoist, please wait. If this old man didn't sense wrongly, one of these two immortal venerables is the immortal venerable surnamed Wu who has caused chaos in Eastern Heaven in recent years. 2 years ago, I personally saw the Wild Goose Immortal King of Mo Planet suffer a great loss in the hands of this person, but he still humbly apologized to this person. You and I must not get close to this starry sky. This revered immortal Wu is truly evil and terrifying. This old man's words are definitely not false. Once we get close to this place, it's very likely that many things will happen to us. Fellow Taoist must be joking. I'm just here to watch the battle. What bad things can I encounter? As he spoke, a starry sky storm that only appeared once in 100,000 years blew over and directly engulfed this cultivator who didn't believe in the heresy. Not even his remains were left. Scene 2, Ancestor. Near the water demon star, there was a strange phenomenon of water light soaring into the sky. It was very likely that a water element treasure had appeared. Should we go and snatch this treasure? Haha. Go, why not go? How can we miss such a precious treasure? Halfway there, they suddenly sensed the soaring aura that old Wu Ba was intentionally or unintentionally releasing. Turn back. Turn back now. He couldn't get involved in this mess. It was Brother Wu's aura. It was the descendant of that Turtle King sect. We can't take anything that has passed through his hands. If we do, we'll be in deep trouble. Polylore Immortal Sect was a good example. Leave now. Scene 3. Ancestor. After passing through the water demon star in front of us and passing through another 12-star realms, we'll arrive at our destination. This aura is, wait. Pass down this old man's order, immediately change the route. He couldn't go any further in this starry sky. We'll change our route to the Grand Yen Star Ocean. Now. All the cultivators were shocked. May I ask, old ancestor, why did you suddenly change your route? Is it because of the fluctuations from the battle ahead? Although the battle between immortal venerables is strong, old ancestor is a dignified immortal king. Why are you so afraid of this battle? Sigh, all of you have been in seclusion for too long and have just come out. You might not know this, but there's a saying in the Eastern Heaven, if a turtle king blocks the road, even an immortal king will lose a layer of skin. Even an immortal king like me will have to retreat if I meet that turtle king. Don't provoke a turtle with words and don't provoke a thief with martial arts. All of you must remember this saying. In the end, it was clearly an earth-shattering battle between immortal venerables, but because old Wu Ba had deliberately released his aura, not many people were watching and no one dared to take advantage of the situation. This was the effect that old Wu Ba wanted. According to his understanding, the flooding Great Emperor was proficient in a blood-sucking and spirit-damaging technique. If he sucked human blood, he could greatly heal his injuries and restore his cultivation base. What old Wu Ba wanted to do was to drive away all the cultivators in this place, leaving no one for the red-faced old man to devour. This was also the reason why the red-faced old man felt the most aggrieved. He had a heaven-defying blood technique, but he didn't have human blood to use. His combat strength wasn't good to begin with, and now, he was 30% weaker for no reason. Pung, another head-on collision. Old Wu Ba's million-foot tortoise body directly knocked the red-faced old man back, causing him to vomit blood. Then, he laughed loudly, his laughter incomparably smug. This is the 1056th time this poor Taoist has sent you flying. Weak, too weak. The flooding divine clone is just SOSO. You dare to fight with me, old Wu Ba? Hee, so what if you are the ancient emperor's divine clone? Watch this poor Taoist kill the ancient emperor today. Pung, old Wu Ba sent the red-faced old man flying for the 1057th time. The 1058th time, the 1059th time, the red-faced old man was brutally knocked away by old Wu Ba again and again. He had already been besieged for many years and was on the verge of death. Now that he had experienced 3 days of bitter battle, his injuries had worsened. His divine clone was on the verge of collapse, and he was not far from death. The red-faced old man was unwilling to accept this. He was the 11th divine clone of the flooding Great Emperor. Although he wasn't the flooding Great Emperor himself, he had the cultivation of a peak immortal king at his peak. If not for the fact that he had been besieged for many years and was too weak, how could he be suppressed by a mere first tribulation immortal venerable? If there was someone to drink, he would not have ended up like this. The troublesome thing was that there was not a single living person in this place. Occasionally, there would be a living person, but all of them had met with misfortune and met with misfortune. Hateful. Hateful. If this old man was at his peak, how could I allow a lowly person like you to succeed? Killing a first tribulation immortal venerable like you would be as easy as killing a dog. The red-faced old man roared angrily. Brag, brag with all your might. If you have the ability, come and kill this poor Taoist. Woof, woof, woof. Old Wu Ba sent the red-faced old man flying for the 1297th time. Gradually, half of the red-faced old man's body collapsed, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. Junior. Since you know that I am a flooding divine clone, you should know that if you kill me, one day when this old man's true body escapes, the first person I will pursue will be your dog's life. If you know what's good for you, let go of this old man's divine clone and hand over the flooding world bottle. Then, this old man can let bygones be bygones. The red-faced old man really had no other way, he had no choice but to threaten old Wu. The surrounding starry sky had been sealed by old Wu's strange dark luck divine ability. There was no way to escape. If he fought, he would not be able to win with his dying body. Bang! What responded to the red-faced old man was old Wu Ba's 1298th collision. Then, it was old Wu Ba's laughter that was getting more and more arrogant. You want to threaten me? If you have the guts, then crawl out from the third mountain. What bullshit tea flooding emperor? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If you piss me off, I'll go to the ancient demon's lock and live under the third mountain. I'll make you drown under the third mountain. As he laughed, he sent the red-faced old man flying for dozens of times. The 1300th collision, the 1400th collision, the 1500th collision, the 1600th collision. No matter how strong the red-faced old man was, he could not hold on any longer. On the fourth day, he was finally killed by old Wu Ba. You wait. Today's karma will be settled in the future. This was the red-faced old man's last threat before he died. His voice was filled with crazed killing intent. Old Wu Ba withdrew from his ancient true body and spat in disdain. He knew how to say such words when he was 3 years old. It was useless. Looking back at the past, old Wu Ba, if you don't let me touch your butt, just you wait. I will beat you to death when I grow up. His neighbor's sister, Xiao Wan, wow, dad, baby tiger, old Wu Ba's nickname, wants to touch my butt. He will beat me when he grows up. The result of his words was that old Wu Ba was beaten up by his neighbor's father and then by his own father. Later on, when he grew up, his parents and his neighbors had all turned into ashes. He was the only one who was immortal and had a long life as an immortal. Too much nonsense. Old Wu Ba was not afraid of the words and saw through some of the red-faced old man's thoughts. This kind of words could not scare a real fiendish cultivator. The only purpose was to make people think that the person who spoke was really dead and let down their guard. In fact, the battle was not over yet. Trying to play tricks on me? Hee hee, you found the wrong target. Old Wu Ba took out the treasure-searching turtle and set a position. He opened his mouth and shot a black light towards that direction, hitting a place in the starry sky where there was no one. Strangely enough, as soon as the black light hit that place, a mist of blood exploded out of thin air, followed by a shrill scream. It was the voice of the red-faced old man. This time, the red-faced old man was truly dead. After working hard for 4 days, I finally killed this old thing. What bullshit tea drowning the divine sense? In my eyes, it is not as scary as a hair of the fiend. Hee hee, it is time to enter the bottle world and collect the eternal rain. Master, master, wait until I collect this item and increase my strength. I will definitely repay you well. Who asked me, old Wu Ba, to be the most loyal servant in the world? Old Wu Ba found an abandoned planet to land. Just as he was about to enter the bottle world, he suddenly shivered and turned around. When he turned around, 2 out of the 3 souls in old Wu Ba's body were scared out of their wits. The bottle in his hand nearly fell to the ground. His heart was beating wildly. The figure of a white-robed young man fell into his sight. Master. Why are you here? The person standing behind old Wu Ba was none other than Ning Fan. Intercepted. This was a blatant interception. Old Wu Ba was very intelligent. His beady eyes turned and he instantly understood the key point. How could he not know that Ning Fan had already planned this beforehand? Ning Fan had purposely waited for him to fix the bottle and kill Shui. Then, he would wait for him to finish all the hard work before coming to pluck the fruits of his labor, reaping the benefits without doing anything. How could old Wu Ba not be angry? He was more than just angry. He was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. If it wasn't because the other party was Ning Fan, he would have already cursed it out loud, mother of cur. It had always been him, old Wu Ba, who schemed and tricked others. Today, the tables had turned. He was intercepted by someone else and the fruits of his labor were plucked. This malefic star was indeed despicable and despicable. He thought that he was already despicable and shameless enough. However, this malefic star still managed to trick him. Wasn't this even more despicable and shameless? However, this malefic star was the only person in the world who could restrain his dark luck. He was a ruthless person who had killed a quasi-saint expert on the wooden island. Moreover, he had the life soul of old Wu Ba, which could decide his life and death with just a thought. Even if old Wu Ba had the urge to curse Ning Fan's mother, he did not dare to utter a single word at this moment. Compared to anger, he was more afraid of Ning Fan. If old Wu Ba was to say that there was a vile person in his heart who was angry, dissatisfied and scolding Ning Fan for plucking the fruits of his labor, then there were 99,999 vile people who were feeling guilty, fearful and anxious as if their parents had died. They were thinking about how to give Ning Fan a reasonable explanation so that they could deceive the heavens and get through this crisis. Does this malefic star know that I'm plotting against the eternal rain behind his back? No, he can't possibly know. But what if he knows? This malefic star has always been cruel and merciless. Will he destroy my little life in a fit of anger? Old Wu Ba was trembling. In the face of the countless forces of eastern sky, old Wu Ba had never trembled. In the face of the drowning consciousness, old Wu Ba had never trembled. In the face of Ning Fan at this moment, old Wu Ba could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel terrified. The result of being terrified was that among the 100,000 vile people in his heart, the only one who was angry would also be sacrificed gloriously. All the vile people obediently kneeled in a row and sang praises to Ning Fan 3 times. Sigh, he still prayed that the malefic star did not know the truth. Otherwise, with the malefic star's cruel and merciless personality, it was very likely that he would directly kill him. Otherwise, why would old Wu Ba be a smooth and slick person? Seeing that Ning Fan's expression was still relatively bright, old Wu Ba's heart relaxed. The matter of monopolizing the eternal rain should not have been exposed yet. Otherwise, the malefic star would not have a good expression. Thus, old Wu Ba's small eyes turned and he had a countermeasure. He did not handle this matter properly. If he was compared to the officials of the mortal dynasties, he would be a corrupt official. He was audacious enough to covet the silver of the Mo Emperor's family. If he really coveted it, according to the law, he should be killed. But fortunately, he did not have the time to covet it. Old Wu Ba felt very lucky. He did not have the time to covet the eternal rain, and Ning Fan came. This was a good thing. Because of this, there was still room for change in this matter. At most, it could be considered as an unsuccessful attempt. Moreover, the malefic star did not seem to know about this attempt. This bottle, has it been repaired? Let me have a look. Ning Fan said with a seemingly ordinary smile. Old Wu Ba was even more convinced of his guess. His spirit was lifted. He held the world-flooded bottle with both of his hands, bowed and respectfully presented it to Ning Fan, acting like he was the most loyal servant under the heavens. After gathering his emotions for a while, he immediately said in a tearful voice, "Master, you may not know this, but in the past 3 years, this lowly one has traveled all over the entire eastern heaven. I have visited more than 40 eastern heaven forces. Countless times, I have endured humiliation and humbled myself in order to get all the materials needed to repair this bottle. The hardships and grievances I experienced are not worth mentioning to outsiders. This lowly one even faced several life and death crises. I was wantonly bullied and humiliated by those eastern heaven immortal venerables and immortal kings. There were several times when this lowly one almost could not hold on anymore. For the sake of my dignity, I decided to give up on repairing this bottle. I gave up on the loyalty that has always been persisting and has not changed until now. However, every time I wanted to give up, I would think of Master's smiling face, think of Master's earnest expectations, and think of this lowly one's once heaven-shaking loyalty. Thus, little 8 had the strength to grit his teeth again and again. Again and again, with tears in his eyes, he continued to beg those eastern heaven forces. Finally, I got the immortal materials and cultivation treasures one by one. Old Wu made it sound so pitiful. Those who did not know him would really think that the process of him searching for the materials to repair the bottle was extremely arduous and he had suffered all kinds of grievances. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He had personally witnessed old Wu's cheerful appearance on the water curtain planet. He sang songs, blocked the door and uttered ruthless words. As long as there were immortal materials to be obtained, there would be 3 trillion Tao crystals to be obtained. Who had wronged him? Who bullied this fellow? It was clearly this fellow who had bullied countless forces in the eastern heaven. The ones who should be wronged are those Eastern Heaven forces, right? Seeing that Ning Fan was not touched at all, old Wu lamented that Ning Fan's heart was made of iron and stone. As expected, his heart was as ruthless as a knife. At the same time, he changed his strategy. Instead of complaining, he began to take credit. If he wanted to take credit, of course, he had to say it in the opposite way. This was old Wu's wisdom in life. This lowly one has gone through untold hardships to repair this world-flooding bottle. It's not for Master's reward. Instead, it's for my loyalty and hot-bloodedness, old Wu thought to himself. I have already said it like this. If this malefic star still does not give me a reward, it would be a little too stingy. You don't want a reward? Old Wu was tongue-tied. Should he say that he really wanted a reward? Did he want to directly take away the eternal inextinguishable rain? Since you don't want it, I will not force you. As for the reward, forget it. Old Wu wanted to pull out his own tongue. Why did he say such ironic words? Don't you know that you can't say ironic words to an honest person? This malefic star will take it seriously. Master, actually. This lowly one does not reject Master's reward. What this lowly one wants is not the reward itself, but the supreme glory behind it. If Master feels apologetic and really wants to bestow something to this lowly one is willing to accept it. However, this lowly one wants to choose a reward myself. Old Wu secretly observed Ning Fan's expression. However, he saw Ning Fan's smile suddenly disappear at this moment. His eyes flashed with a cold light. What reward do you want? Is it the world-flooding bottle, the defying earth sea in the bottle, or the eternal inextinguishable rain? Not good. This malefic star actually knew all of it. He really knew that he wanted to monopolize the eternal inextinguishable rain. Old Wu was astonished. That gaze was too cold and too frightening. The moment they met, Old Wu felt a chill from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His heart was beating wildly, and he had a feeling that a great calamity was about to befall him. Calamity. My plot has been exposed. The malefic star is angry. With his personality of not tolerating sand in his eyes, he will not let me off easily. Old Wu thought that he could deceive Ning Fan when he saw the smile on Ning Fan's face. Now, it seems like this malefic star has already known everything. There is no possibility of deceiving him. Master, Little 8 doesn't want the reward anymore. Little 8 is wrong. Little 8 knows his mistake. Little 8 shouldn't have been blinded by lard and tried to covet Master's eternal inextinguishable rain. Master, please give Little 8 a chance. Little 8 will definitely turn over a new leaf. Old Wu knelt on the ground with a thump, his body trembling. The coldness in Ning Fan's eyes became even more intense. His real intention was to scare Old Wu. That coldness was also fake. This Old Wu really needed a beating. As a slave, he dared to covet his master's treasure. If it was according to Ning Fan's previous style, he would absolutely not give Old Wu a chance to live, but who wanted Old Wu to have a karmic relationship with the old monster? Just based on this point, as long as Old Wu didn't touch Ning Fan's bottom line, Ning Fan would not kill him. This time, even though Old Wu had the idea of monopolizing the eternal inextinguishable rain, he didn't have the intention to betray him. He was still firm on the big picture. Ning Fan slightly sighed. He didn't want to make the old monster disappointed. So, if he wanted to pursue this matter, at most, he would only punish this guy a little. Beating him was necessary. Ning Fan didn't need this Old Wu to be loyal and devoted, but he wanted him to understand what he could do and what he couldn't. Ning Fan had taken in quite a number of slaves in his journey to where he was today. Most of them were devil lords who had committed heinous crimes. Towards these heinous, cunning devils, could you ask for true loyalty? Of course not. Therefore, Ning Fan never asked for true loyalty even to Earth Devil and Iron Crow. He always gave them candy and whips. On one hand, he showed them kindness, but on the other hand, he threatened them with his life soul. Only in this way could he make those devils not dare to act rashly and never have the intention to betray him. It was the same for Old Wu. Usually, he was still polite to Old Wu. When Old Wu was injured, he also gave him pills. He didn't mistreat Old Wu and didn't order him around. He did it. Today, he wanted to let Old Wu understand his prestige. He wanted to let old Wu see what would happen if he betrayed his master. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out old Wu's life soul. Old Wu's face turned pale. If Ning Fan crushed this life soul, he would certainly die. There was no way he could survive, his life was hanging by a thread. It all depended on how Ning Fan would deal with it. Master, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it in the future. 4,000,000,000,000 Dao crystals. The 4,000,000,000,000 Dao crystals that I plundered will all be given to Master. There are also pills, Dao fruits, and various spiritual herbs and immortal materials. All of them will be given to Master. I won't dare to be greedy anymore. Master, please spare my life. This bastard actually plundered so many Dao crystals, moreover, it only took him 3 years. Ning Fan could not help but be moved. This old Wu could definitely be a good assistant. With this guy, if he really wants to establish a sect, he would not lack logistical support. Moreover, he could use his dark luck to intimidate countless enemies who come to invade his sect. He could even set fire to the backyard of countless enemies. Old Wu sharply caught the instantaneous change in Ning Fan's expression. In his understanding, it was the value of his existence that moved Ning Fan. Thus, there was a chance for him to survive. He could not imagine that Ning Fan never had the intention to kill him from the beginning until the end. Ning Fan was just trying to scare him. Master. From today onwards, if you need any cultivation materials, just tell Little 8. Little 8 will certainly help you get them even if I have to go through water and tread on fire. Whatever orders Master has, Little 8 will certainly do his best to complete them. If you fancy any girl, Little 8. Little 8 will help you sit in front of their house. If she doesn't obey, Little 8 will destroy her sect. What kind of nonsense is this? Does he, Ning Fan, look like that kind of person who bullies others and tyrannizes women? Sigh. To be honest, he is really an evil person who bullies others and tyrannizes women. Ning Fan reflected on himself. It seems like he has done quite a lot of such things. Master, Little 8 is very useful to you. It's very useful. Killing me is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs supposed to be used like this? How could Ning Fan not know this? Are you bullying me because I'm uncultured? Forget it. I've acted enough. Ning Fan really did not want to see old Wu crying and babbling nonsense anymore. After scaring old Wu for a while, Ning Fan pretended to be cold and tough. Remember what you said. This is your last chance. There will be no next time. After scaring old Wu for a while, Ning Fan's mood, which was originally tangled because of the immortal loli, inexplicably became better. He kind of understood Tantai Weiyu. A black-bellied person might really be able to feel joy from the pain of others. From Ning Fan's point of view, this old Wu had really made a small contribution to him. Old Wu shed tears of joy. The fiend was willing to let him live. This is really great. What eternal rain. What bottle of water drowning the world. None of them could compare to the joy of escaping from death. Great sorrow was followed by great joy. In his excitement, old Wu unexpectedly opened another chi aperture. Oh my. It's the benefit of following the fiend again. I'm really too lucky. Old Wu felt ashamed. Look at what I've done. I've continuously obtained benefits from the fiend and improved my cultivation base. However, I still have the audacity to covet the fiend's eternal reign. It's really an act of returning kindness with enmity. It's the behavior of a despicable person. It's not just shameless. It's really shameless. It's totally tarnishing Master's righteous and great image. Old Wu automatically ignored the fact that he had just scolded Ning Fan for being despicable and shameless not long ago. Master, Little 8 will certainly be the world's most loyal servant. From now on, I will live for Master and die for Master. Old Wu vowed. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. If these words were said by 2Mo or Taiya, Ning Fan would still believe some of them. But old Wu. Forget it. I'll keep a close eye on this fellow in the future and give him a warning from time to time, lest this fellow does something stupid again. Tell me about the eternal reign. I want to know the details. Ning Fan casually ordered. Old Wu's spirit was lifted. He had just offended Ning Fan. Now was the time for him to make a contribution. Of course, he would tell him everything he knew. The sea was the inverted sky. In ancient times, there was a general named Song. After the heavens fell into chaos, he was reduced to an earth general, guarding the sea. There were also loyal souls from the 8 directions that died in battle. The heroic souls returned to the sea and turned into rain that returned to the heavens. They stayed in the heavens as rain and were indestructible. They could be used to create the Tao soldiers of the ancient map. Even the saints fought for them. Old Wu was eloquent and eloquent. He told Ning Fan about the ancient secrets that his master had told him. Of course, Old Wu only understood the gist of these words. The gist of it was that the eternal everlasting rain had a great origin and it could be used to forge the legendary ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Ancient diagram Tao soldiers, Ning Fan pondered over the words of Elder Wu. This was the first time he heard of this term. Right, this ancient inextinguishable rain is used to forge the ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Master should know that in the same rank, a Tao soldier is weaker than a magic treasure. Old Wu suddenly changed the topic and asked. Roughly, that's true. Ning Fan thought for a moment and answered. The strength of a Tao tool was that it could grow with the increase of its master's cultivation. However, there were gains and losses. The might of a Tao tool and the changes in its mystical abilities were not like enchanted treasures of the same grade. Therefore, be it the experts that Ning Fan had met before or himself, none of them treated Tao soldiers as their trump cards. At the same level, Tao soldiers were weaker than ordinary Dharma treasures. This was an indisputable fact, and it was also the consensus of the cultivation world. Wrong, everyone is wrong. There was no way Tao soldiers would be weak. It was rumored that among the 3 great true worlds, there was a true world that was controlled by numerous ancient sacred sects. The cultivators from those sacred sects basically did not use enchanted treasures. When they attacked, they used Tao soldiers, and the might of their Tao soldiers far surpassed that of normal enchanted treasures. It is said that those sacred sects have many blueprints for forging Tao soldiers from the primordial era, and they are able to forge the legendary ancient diagram Tao soldiers. That is why their power is so formidable and far surpasses those of the same grade. Wu Laoba turned his hand and took out an ancient book made of leather that had turned yellow. Then, he respectfully passed it to Ning Fan. I won't hide it from Master. This item is a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Black Fate sect, but who wants little Eighth to be so loyal and devoted? There was no other way, Xiaoba could only bear the pain and give this book to Master. Little Eight isn't asking for Master's approval, but for loyalty, passion, Little Eight hasn't finished yet. Master, don't be in such a hurry to see it. Listen to Little Eight's inner loyalty first. Ning Fan automatically ignored Elder Wu's pledge of loyalty and flipped through the pages of the yellowing ancient book. The first thing he felt was the chi of an ancient ferocious beast. This was the beast skin of an immortal emperor-level ferocious beast, and it was from a very long time ago. There were no words on the cover. On the first 10 pages of the ancient book, there was a drawing of the mountain sea axe. The materials used and the steps to create the axe were marked in detail. At the end of the book, there was an introduction of the person who drew it. Barbarian weapon mountain sea axe. This axe can be ranked as the 66th grade of the sacred sect. However, it lacks the ancient Tao star, the ancient kingdom wind crystal, the earth mountain ridge, and the earth giant's tooth. I've spent my entire life trying to refine it. It's a pity. Ning Fan looked at the materials used and was stunned. He had never heard of any of the materials used to make this mountain sea axe. Moreover, it was clearly a heaven-defying item. In that case, even if he had the blueprint, he wouldn't be able to forge this ancient map Tao soldier. Ning Fan subconsciously looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Master, don't look at me. I can't get immortal materials that don't exist in the illusory world. What he meant was that the materials used to forge the mountain sea axe couldn't be gathered in the illusory world. Master, don't even think about getting this axe. Master's Tao soldier is a sword, right? Master, why don't you look at page 182? Elder Wu reminded with a smile. Ning Fan ignored Elder Wu and flipped through the pages one by one. 10 ancient life whips can be ranked as the 71st grade of the sacred sect. Moon Sealing Mirror can be ranked as the 84th grade of the sacred sect. astral silver heavenly charge can be ranked as the 69th grade of the sacred sect. Soul-dispersing demon flag can be ranked as the 71st grade of the sacred sect. As Ning Fan continued to read, he had a certain understanding of the grades of the ancient Map Dao soldiers. These ancient Map Dao soldiers had a total of 100 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the power of the Dao soldiers of the same grade. Among them, the 100 grade was the weakest while the first grade was the strongest. Of course, even the weakest 100 grade ancient Map Dao soldiers were much stronger than ordinary Dao soldiers. However, Ning Fan could only find the Mountain Sea Axe, which was the 66th grade Dao soldier, after flipping through all the ancient books. There were no other Dao soldiers with higher grades. What Brother Wu showed him was a Taoist weapon called the Sea-Defying Sword. The grade of this Dao soldier was not high. It could barely be ranked as the 98th grade of the sacred sect. Its weakness was that its grade was too low. However, its advantage was also very obvious: it was easy to forge. Other than the eternal inextinguishable rain, it did not need any other immortal materials. At the end of the drawing, there was also a paragraph written by the person who drew it. The Sea-Defying Sword is the sword of the high-grade disciples of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect. If a non-disciple of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect holds this sword, he or she can enter the Dao Hall of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect and listen to the Dao teachings. Because of this convenience, many cultivators fought bitterly for a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain just to forge this sword and enter the chaotic Kuan sacred sect to listen to the Dao teachings. Chaotic Kuan sacred sect, Ning Fan pondered for a while. It was very easy to forge the Sea-Defying Sword. He just needed to merge the eternal inextinguishable rain with a secret technique on the foundation of his original Dao sword. Then, he could forge it step by step. Master has obtained the eternal inextinguishable rain. There are two ways to use it. One is to directly merge the eternal inextinguishable rain with the eternal inextinguishable rain. At the same time, it can greatly increase the power of the Dao soldier. At the same time, it can add a trace of samsara power to the Dao soldier's attack. That was exactly what Flooding Emperor had done. After all, Flooding Emperor didn't have a blueprint. The second method is to upgrade the previous Dao soldier into the Sea-Defying Sword according to this drawing. Only by forging it according to the drawing can the power of the eternal inextinguishable rain be better. The power of the Dao soldier forged is naturally incomparable to the first method. Speaking of this, Elder Wu felt that it was a pity. If the malefic star did not come to stop him, he could have forged a Sea-Defying Sword by himself. A single drop of the eternal inextinguishable rain can make the Sea-Defying Sword reach the 98th grade. If it's 2 or 3 drops, it won't be at this grade. I wonder how many drops of the eternal inextinguishable rain are in the bottle. I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more my heart aches. The eternal rain already belongs to this evil star. If he, Wu Xiaoba, dared to even think about it, he would lose his life. Master, let's go collect the eternal rain first. I still don't know if there are any imperishable raindrops in the bottle. Theoretically speaking, the bottled sea will experience a sea transformation rain every 30 million years. However, there won't be any imperishable raindrops every time. It's also possible that there won't be any imperishable raindrops for 5 consecutive times. If that's the case, it will be terrible. It's not bad at all. It would be fun if he didn't have a single drop. Wu Laoba's heart was silently drawing circles. Anyway, these inextinguishable raindrops did not belong to him. If there was not a drop of inextinguishable raindrops in the bottle, or if there were only 1 or 2 drops, it was unknown what kind of mood the evil star would have and what kind of expression would he have. Don't worry, there is a lot of inextinguishable rain in the bottle. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. Looking at the needle on the compass that was shaking violently, he smiled faintly. He had made up his mind. Old Wu looked at the treasure-searching compass, his eyes widened in an instant. This is Reverend Arid Triad's treasure-searching compass. It's said to be a supreme treasure that can search everything in the world. It's ranked second in the illusory world in terms of searching treasures. It's 5 ranks higher than my treasure-searching tortoise. Wasn't this item destroyed during the battle with Reverend Arid Triad? Why is it in Master's hands? Naturally, Ning Fan would not explain the origin of the treasure-searching compass to Old Wu. Judging from Old Wu's reaction, this treasure-searching compass seems to be an incredible treasure, even though its grade is not high. There is nothing in the world that it can't search. Under Old Wu's covetous gaze, Ning Fan and Old Wu entered the bottle world of the water-drowning bottle together. What they saw was a silent sea. The seawater was so heavy that it was difficult for Ning Fan to dive into the sea even though he had the strength comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. The wind blew past them, bringing with it the salty and fishy smell of the sea. Ning Fan looked at the sea beneath his feet with a slightly solemn expression. The seawater here was taken from the defying earth sea that surrounded the Zido Immortal Domain. It was the seawater of the Zido Immortal Domain, the hometown of the cultivators in the illusory world. In the sky above the sea, there were 7 clusters of azure light that were hidden in the depths of the clouds. Of course, this little bit of concealment could not escape the eyes of experts like Ning Fan and Old Wu. Old Wu's face was filled with tears. There are actually 7 drops of eternal inextinguishable rain. Damn it. My curse failed. Fortunately, Old Wu was smart enough to change his expression quickly. Immediately, he changed his tone to that of a loyal servant and congratulated Ning Fan. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. If Master refines the ocean-defying sword with 7 drops of eternal rain, it is highly possible for you to refine an ancient diagram Dao weapon that surpasses the 90 grade. Master is really blessed with great fortune. You are really wise and decisive. You are really. Ning Fan automatically ignored Old Wu's flattery. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked with a profound tone. If I only take 6 drops and give you one. Do you want it? Old Wu's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the fiend's test? Yes, it's a test. This was definitely a test of his loyalty. If I really ask for this drop of eternal rain, I will be Old Zhu Ba. The fiend will certainly not let me off easily. No. How can little 8 take Master's treasure? Only Master is worthy to use a supreme treasure like the eternal inextinguishable rain. No one else is worthy. If anyone dares to snatch this rain from Master, little 8 will make him pay even if his blood is spilled all over the place. Not even little 8 himself. The heavens can be my witness. Little 8 lives for his master and dies for his master. Little 8 is the most loyal servant in the world. 8 generations of little 8's ancestors are all loyal and good descendants. Little 8. Since you don't want it, then let's do it. Ning Fan smiled faintly and flew up to the clouds to collect the 7 drops of eternal rain. Considering that Old Wu had fixed the bottle, he originally wanted to give the smallest drop of the 7 drops to Old Wu. After all, using both kindness and authority was the way to control people. However, since Old Wu rejected him so righteously, he certainly would not force him. Who would complain about having too many treasures? I'll keep it for myself. Old Wu watched Ning Fan collect the rain. His face was full of righteousness as if he was saying, give me the eternal rain or I'll fight you. However, inwardly, he was extremely proud of himself. Oh, fiend. Your act of testing me is just too obvious. You really underestimated my intelligence. Do you think I will fall into your trap? Hee, your level is still too low, too low. After collecting the eternal rain, Ning Fan and Old Wu left the bottle world and returned to the 1,000-year sect. There were less than 2 years before the opening of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. Ning Fan decided to forge the ocean-defying sword and wait for the opening of the sacred region. Thus, as soon as he returned to the 1,000-year sect, he immediately entered the profounding world for seclusion. This made immortal concubine Zhang Yu very depressed. She could only find another time to talk to Ning Fan. The loyal Old Wu naturally stayed in the Xianxia sect to guard the sect for Ning Fan. Of course, Old Wu's existence was very low-key. He did not spread it widely. Only a few people knew about his existence. Most of them did not know that there was an immortal venerated in the sect. After all, Old Wu was too evil. Talking about him would bring bad luck to him. Thus, he had no choice but to keep a low profile. Fortunately, Old Wu could already control the bad luck on his body. If he kept a low profile, he would not cause the entire 1,000-year sect to be in chaos. This was also the reason why Ning Fan was at ease to let Old Wu stay. In the profounding West world, Ning Fan entered a tower that had existed for 1,000 years. He spent 1,000 years before he walked out of it. With a flip of his hand, the Tao weapon immediately appeared in his hand. The entire heaven and earth was filled with the sea breeze that blew against his face. It was a Tao sword that glowed with faint blue light. The body of the sword seemed to be made of water. It could even flow. When he held the sword in his hand, he felt like he was not holding a sword but an ocean. This was the ocean-defying sword that was upgraded from the memory-severing Tao sword. Its grade could be ranked as the 89th grade in the Holy Sect. With my current cultivation base, this sword is already strong enough to be used as a 12th Nirvana magic treasure. Moreover, its destructive power is much stronger than ordinary 12th Nirvana magic treasures. If it is entangled with 5 types of sovereign Tao laws, I can even fight against a low-grade innate magic treasure. If my cultivation base reaches a higher level, this treasure can become even stronger. Besides, the most powerful thing about this treasure is that it can add a trace of samsara attack to it. It can withstand the power of a third-step divine ability. Due to the limitation of my cultivation base, I can't make this sword exert too much samsara power. However, if my cultivation base reaches a certain level, this sword can even injure a sage. It is an ancient map Tao weapon that can grow to the 3rd step. However, this sword was really heavy. A single drop of inextinguishable rain was as heavy as a cultivation planet. The ocean-defying sword that was forged with 7 drops of inextinguishable rain was as heavy as 7 stars. What kind of concept was this? If Ning Fan does not control this sword and make it seem light, the weight of this sword alone could crush a cultivation planet. If one's cultivation base was lower than the eternal ancient realm, they would not be able to wield such a heavy sword more than a few times. Since Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base had yet to enter the eternal ancient realm, he would not be able to wield this sword with just the strength of his physical body. He had to rely on his magic power to maintain it. With this sword, the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines are no longer essential. As for the innate realm, I lack the yin-yang square seal. Now, I have the water-drowning realm bottle. Ning Fan kept the Tao sword. The Tao sword needed to grow and it needed to synchronize with his cultivation base. Even though the grade of this sword was high, it was not enough to be his trump card due to his insufficient cultivation base. Fortunately, he had obtained the water-drowning realm bottle. It was a mid-grade innate magic treasure which was much stronger than the yin-yang square seal. I have asked Old Wu about the usage of this bottle. However, he was just vague about it and refused to tell me. Even though he did not say it, I could sense that it is extremely dangerous to use this bottle. Ning Fan walked out of the cave in the Western world. He held the water-drowning realm bottle in his hand and tried to comprehend it for 3 months. 3 months later, he finally decided to try to activate the power of this bottle. As soon as he activated it, he felt a force of rebounding force coming from the bottle. The rebounding force was extremely strong. It was enough to kill a cultivator from the empty shedding realm. If a cultivator from the empty shedding realm tries to use this treasure, they would die from the rebounding force. That's not all. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. As he continued to channel his magic power into the bottle, the first water droplet pattern on the bottle gradually lit up and emitted a watery light. When the first water droplet lit up more than 1/3 of its original color, the rebounding force from the bottle was already enough to kill a thought fragmentation realm cultivator. When the first water droplet lit up more than half of its original color, the rebounding force had already exceeded the endurance of a newly advanced immortal venerable. When the first water droplet lit up more than 2/3 of its original color, the rebounding force directly shattered half of Ning Fan's arm. This was already the limit that Ning Fan could achieve with his current strength. At the place where his arm was broken, black flames burned fiercely. The broken arm then grew out bit by bit. It was the Nirvana ability of the Phoenix clan. 2/3 of the water droplet, Ning Fan was deeply moved. No wonder Old Wu and the others did not want this bottle at all. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to use this bottle. In order to display the power of this bottle, he would need to light up at least 1 water droplet. Ning Fan had only lit up 2/3 of the water droplet and half of his arm was already broken. If he continues, Ning Fan smiled faintly. Of course, he could still continue. The reason why he lost half of his arm was because he had purposely turned off the defense of the God-exterminating shield. So what if he forcefully lights up the water droplet on the bottle by relying on the God-exterminating shield to protect himself? This time, Ning Fan activated the god-exterminating shield to protect himself. Golden light surrounded his body and he forcefully lit up the first water droplet, then, he lit up another half-water droplet. Once again, he reached his limit. When he turned into a complete god-exterminating giant, Ning Fan reluctantly lit up the second water droplet. With his current cultivation base, he could not light up the third water droplet no matter what he did. If he forcefully lights up the third water droplet, he would certainly suffer severe injuries even if he had the god-exterminating shield to protect himself. Ordinary people would not be able to use this bottle at all. Even though Ning Fan could not display the full power of this bottle, he could still use it. Let's find someone to test the power of this bottle. Ning Fan deactivated his giant form and walked out of the profounding world. With a command of his spirit sense, the rain intent immediately shrouded the entire eastern sky. Master, you've come out from your seclusion? How could it be so fast? It has only been 3 months. Could it be that the sword forging process was not successful? This is really a great pity. Pity my ass. This is really great news, Old Wu cheered inwardly. His master's misfortune was equal to Little Wu's success. Of course, he still had to show his utmost loyalty on the surface. Of course, he did not know that only 3 months had passed while Ning Fan had already lived for 1,000 years. He had already completed the task of forging the sword. You're more familiar with the 10,000 ancient monsters of the eastern sky. Do you know which ancient monsters are good at defense? I want to find someone to test the power of the water flooding bottle. Could it be that this malefic star could actually withstand the backlash of the water flooding bottle and light up the first water droplet totem? Old Wu was secretly shocked. Then, he felt that he was making a fuss over nothing. This malefic star could even kill a quasi-Saint Realm expert with a single slap. What's so strange about him being able to withstand the backlash of the water flooding bottle? This malefic star is really powerful. If it's me, Little Wu, drowning the bottle with water is no different from courting death. When Little 8 was searching for materials, I got to know many old monsters of the eastern sky. Many of them are good at defense. If Master needs anything, Little 8 is willing to lead the way for Master. With Little 8 around, I don't think they would dare to refuse Master's help. Old Wu said solemnly. However, his tone was rather domineering, as if he would force the other party to do so if the other party was unwilling. Ning Fan shook his head. Things like testing techniques must be consented by both parties. He did not want to offend a large group of old monsters of the eastern sky for such a trivial matter. Since others are helping him to test his techniques, he should at least give them some gifts as thanks. Lead the way. Thus, Old Wu brought Ning Fan to the Water Curtain planet as soon as he stood there. At this moment, Water Curtain Immortal King had already transcended her minor heavenly tribulation. However, when she heard that Old Wu had come again, she was still extremely fearful. Among the fear, there was also a trace of anger. This damn tortoise. He wants the ethereal supreme water droplet and I gave it to him. He wants 3 trillion Dao crystals and I also gave it to him. Why is this bastard here again after just a few months? Does he want to extort something from me again? Does he really think that the Shui clan of the eastern sky is a pushover? This tortoise didn't come alone this time. The one beside him is the Rain Bandit, Ning Fan. Water Curtain Immortal King's face immediately turned gloomy. One should never provoke a tortoise or the Rain Bandit. Why did the two of them come together? I wonder what they are here for. This old man is indeed a little fearful of Old Wu. However, it's just fear. If I really force him into a corner, I won't hesitate to kill him no matter what kind of tortoise he is. However, the Rain Bandit cannot be underestimated. Currently, there are rumors that after the Rain Bandit annihilated the Anti-Ning Alliance, he has done another great deed. He broke into the ostentatious mountain of the eastern arrival planet alone and fought against 2 kings and 6 venerated beings without losing. What's even more unbelievable is that this Rain Bandit actually withstood one of Great Sovereign Chong He's divine abilities. If this bandit is really here to cause trouble, it won't be good. Thus, Water Curtain Immortal King brought the Shui clan's cultivators to welcome Ning Fan and Ning Fan with full vigilance. A dignified Immortal King actually deigned to welcome an Immortal Venerable. This was also the first time in the eastern sky. I wonder why Rain Lord and Brother Wu have come here today. Water Curtain Immortal King secretly observed Ning Fan and Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan's smiling face without any hostility, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, she noticed that Old Wu was half a step behind Ning Fan. He was carefully waiting beside Ning Fan. His manner of nodding and bowing like a servant made her instantly startled. No matter what, this tortoise is a strange genius. Why is he acting so lowly in front of the Rain Bandit? Fellow Taoist Shui Lian, don't worry. I've come here today just to test the power of your magic treasure. I don't have any evil intentions. I'm just giving you a small token of my appreciation. Please don't reject it. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out a jade box and passed it to Water Curtain Immortal King. Water Curtain Immortal King took a look at the box and frowned slightly. However, she still kept the token. The reward is not high, but it's normal. It's just a test. It'll be over in a short while. How much can I give you? Forget it. As long as these two people are not here to cause trouble, it's fine. I'll just accompany the Rain Bandit and send these two great deities away as soon as possible. When we immortal venerables fight, the fluctuations will be too great. It can easily destroy the entire galaxy. Rain Sovereign, please come to my water world to test your skills. Water Curtain Immortal King pointed his finger and a door of light instantly appeared in the starry sky. He had not completely let down his guard against Ning Fan yet. If Ning Fan really comes with evil intentions, it would be easier for him to defeat Ning Fan in his water world. Alright. I don't want too many people to see the ability of this item. Thus, Ning Fan and Water Curtain Immortal King stepped into the door of light and entered the water world to test their skills. This made Old Wu feel regretful. He still wanted to see the water flood bottle's ability with his own eyes. This malefic star is really stingy. It's not like I'll die if I show it to him. Time passed bit by bit. The cultivators of the Shui clan began to discuss in low voices. Quite a lot of time has passed. I wonder what the result of the test is. Old Ancestor has just gone through the minor heavenly tribulation and has yet to recover to his peak state. He won't be injured by the Rain Sovereign, will he? Don't worry. Old Ancestor is the best at defense. His Water God treasure armor is rarely broken by immortal venerables. Even if he isn't at his peak state, he is still an experienced immortal king among the three tribulations. He isn't someone that the Rain Sovereign can hurt. However, I heard that the Rain Sovereign went to the Xiaoyao mountain alone and fought against 2 kings and 6 venerables without being defeated. Moreover, he even withstood the divine ability of an immortal emperor. There's something you don't know. The reason why the Rain Sovereign was able to remain undefeated was because of a defensive divine ability called the Golden Light. There's movement. It seems to have ended. The Old Ancestor should be coming out soon. However, the situation was a little different from what the cultivators of the Shui clan had expected. The door of light suddenly shook violently. Faintly, it gave people a feeling that it was about to collapse. No. It was not the door of light that was going to collapse but the entire water world. Bang! The door of light suddenly exploded. Then, 2 figures rushed out from it. They were none other than Ning Fan and Water Curtain Immortal King. Ning Fan wore a satisfied smile on his face. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with the power of the water flood bottle. He only used a portion of the power of water and he managed to scare Water Curtain Immortal King away. Its power is not bad. Water Curtain Immortal King, on the other hand, was in a rather sorry state. Even though he was not injured, his hair was disheveled. His eyes were filled with fear. Yes, it was fear. If it wasn't because Ning Fan showed mercy, he, the dignified Water Curtain Immortal King, would have been drowned to death by Ning Fan's divine ability. What kind of bottle is that? How can it be so terrifying? Moreover, his intuition told him that Ning Fan did not use his full strength. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. After a long time, Water Curtain Immortal King finally regained his senses and cupped his fists at Ning Fan with a bitter smile. Now, he could finally confirm that Ning Fan did not come to the Water Curtain planet with evil intentions. What a joke. If he had any evil intentions, he could have just destroyed the entire Water Curtain planet with water. With such a powerful magic treasure in his hands, why would he need any tricks? He could just destroy the Shui clan directly. Sure enough, this rain thief is not someone I can afford to offend. It was just a test. There's no need to say that I showed mercy. Fellow Daoist, you're exaggerating. Farewell. Ning Fan politely cupped his fists at the water curtain immortal king and left with old Wu. The entire Shui clan was shaken. From the looks of it, could it be that their ancestor was almost unable to withstand a single divine ability of the Rain Lord? He still had to rely on the Rain Lord's mercy to survive. What a joke. A dignified three-tribulation celestial king couldn't even withstand a single strike from an immortal venerable. It was just too ridiculous. There were also people who suspected that this scene was a show put up by their elder ancestor in coordination with the Rain Lord. They did not want to believe that their elder ancestor could not even take one blow from the Rain Lord. Unfortunately, no one witnessed the battle with their own eyes, so they were naturally unable to come to a conclusion. Time passed little by little. More and more people started talking about the extreme Dan sacred region that was about to open. The Thousand-Year sect was also busy because of this. They needed to prepare a large number of medicine soul stones to enter the Supreme Elixir Sanctuary. After all, without medicine soul stones, it was impossible to survive in the sanctuary. There were too many ancient immortal medicines in the extreme Dan sacred region. If the medicinal qi was too strong, the medicine would be 30% poisonous. If the medicinal qi was too strong, it would be poison. The cultivator entered. He needed to use the power of his medicine soul to resist the medicinal qi at all times. That was why he needed medicine soul stones. The stronger the medicine soul, the less medicine soul stones he needed. If the medicine soul was not strong, even an ancient immortal venerable would not be able to withstand that level of medicinal qi with his own strength. The entire Six Desires sect had already moved to another star and merged into the Thousand-Year sect. They had once found a mine of medicine soul stones. Now, they had already mined a large amount of medicine soul stones. Ning Fan had already made sufficient preparations in this aspect. As for the map, Ning Fan did not collect too many of them. The extreme Dan sacred region was divided into two major regions, the outer region and the inner region. Ordinary cultivators who enter the extreme Dan sacred region to train would only move about in the outer region. If they enter the inner region, they would almost certainly die. Of course, there were also people who survived from the inner region and obtained great opportunities. For example, the sect master of the Pale sect had once obtained the Great Wilderness Cauldron in the inner region. Ning Fan had already obtained the map of the outer region a long time ago. As for the map of the inner region, it was difficult for him to obtain it. It was said that the inner region had already collapsed into tens of thousands of broken continents. The terrain was unpredictable and extremely dangerous. It was rare for anyone to survive from the inner region. Therefore, there were not many maps in the world. Even if there were maps, they were extremely fragmented and could only depict one or two continents among the tens of thousands of broken continents. As for the map, Ning Fan could not prepare it. He could only use the rain technique to find the way after he enters the extreme Dan sacred region. That was not a big problem. However, according to the information he obtained, the extreme Dan sacred region would be closed forever after it opens. Therefore, many old monsters would rather suppress their cultivation base to enter the extreme Dan sacred region for the last time. The number of slots to enter was limited. As a result, many of the slots of the juniors were taken away by the old monsters from their own sex this time. These were also a lot of things that Ning Fan was concerned about. He also planned to suppress his cultivation base to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. It seemed feasible because many old monsters were busy with this matter. However, there was still a limit to this kind of suppression. Even if a 7-tribulation immortal emperor suppresses his cultivation base, he won't be able to enter. This is the result of the recent tests. However, the 6th tribulation immortal emperor is still unknown. Ning Fan casually flipped through some of the information collected by his subordinates. He had to admit that it was really comfortable to have a large group of subordinates, especially a capable subordinate like Old Wu. Just as Ning Fan said that he needed some Dao spring to water the Tree of Seven Wonders, Old Wu eagerly ran to various sects to ask for the Dao spring. He wanted to make contributions to improve Ning Fan's impression of him. As such, in the following days, Old Wu would return to the 1,000 Years sect every 10 to 15 days and bring back a large amount of Dao Spring for Ning Fan to water the Tree of Seven Wonders in order to improve his cultivation base. When the cultivation base of the ancient gods and ancient demons reached the peak of the early shedding void realm, they would be limited by the heart tribulation and could no longer improve further. As for the ancient devil, his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. As the Tree of Seven Wonders continued to grow taller and fruits were produced continuously, his cultivation base was slowly advancing towards the 9th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. Gradually, Ning Fan discovered a troublesome aspect of the Tree of Seven Wonders. After watering the Tree of Seven Wonders with too many low-grade Dao springs, it began to become immune to the low-grade Dao springs. It began to have difficulty absorbing the power of the spring. As such, it had to use high-grade Dao springs in order to continue growing. This was one of the troublesome aspects. Another troublesome aspect was that immortal concubine Zong Yu came to find Ning Fan on a night with a strange full moon. Zong Yu gave Ning Fan an incomparably powerful feeling on this night. It was as if she was no longer a remnant soul but an immortal emperor who used to be majestic. "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Fan muttered to himself. The increase in immortal concubine Zong Yu's aura force tonight might have something to do with that full moon. "I have something to discuss with you. It's related to the eldest princess." Immortal concubine Zong Yu said with a serious expression. Since it was related to Mu Weiliang, she must be more serious and stop fooling around. To be continued. Tonight, immortal concubine Zong Yu's aura was unprecedentedly powerful and serious. Today, she came to negotiate with Ning Fan. There were only two things she wanted to negotiate with him. Firstly, she wanted him to stay away from Mu Weiliang. Secondly, she wanted him to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. Ning Fan knitted his brows. He did not know that immortal concubine Zong Yu would be so nosy as to interfere with his and Mu Weiliang's business. His relationship with Mu Weiliang did not seem to be something that Zong Yu could interfere with. What surprised him even more was Zong Yu's second request, rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. The ancient heavenly court had been destroyed for a long time, and all the cultivators had perished. What was the point of rebuilding it? What was the benefit to this woman? Why did she make such a request? If you can give me a reasonable reason for your second request, I can consider helping you. However, I will not agree to your first request. Liang has a special meaning to me. If it wasn't for her, I might not even have the chance to meet Fan Qi in my previous life. I would have died a long time ago. Ning Fan recalled the past that he had seen before. There was once a butterfly that flew to the ancient heavenly court without a care for anything else. It should have died, but a silly girl used the dew of a million-year-old spiritual medicine to prolong its life, allowing it to struggle at death's door. In terms of love, he and Mu Weiliang had interacted for 2 lifetimes, so it was impossible for him to abandon this woman. In terms of gratitude, it was even more impossible for him to abandon her. His feelings towards Mu Weiliang were extremely complicated, and they were even deeper because of this. Moreover, a portion of his feelings towards Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoyang, and Si Wuxia were even mixed within it. Because these women were the reincarnations of a Liang's soul, the current Mu Weiliang had a new soul, but she had also lost her memories. One day, she would recover her memories. However, Ning Fan would gradually wonder if it would be better if Liang did not recover her memories. He didn't want her to recall the sorrow of the destruction of the ancient heavenly court. He didn't want her to recall the cruelty of the cultivation world. He only wanted her to be innocent and happy forever. Therefore, Ning Fan had never thought about rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. He did not have the intention to let Liang become the eldest princess of the ancient heavenly court. However, immortal concubine Zong Yu wanted Liang to be the first princess again. You should understand one thing. I came to you tonight not to discuss, but to give you an order. Although I am a moonlight remnant god, I still have a trump card that I haven't used, and that is to use my life as the price to resist you. Once, you planted the tribulation will imperial forbidden spell on me. I cherished my life and did not plan to fight to the death. Once, you humiliated me in every possible way. I was afraid of death and did not dare to use this trump card. But now, this matter concerns the eldest princess. If you really do not agree to my request, I will risk my life to take the eldest princess away from your side. Even if you have the imperial forbidden spell, it will not stop me from escaping. Little thief, your reputation is too bad. I can't watch the first princess be ruined in your hands, even if I die. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said righteously, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn, as if he was re-evaluating immortal concubine Zhang Yu. In his impression, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was a person who was afraid of death. It was not shameful. Every human being would be afraid of death. However, there were also some people who would forget the fear of death for some beliefs. Zhang Yu seemed to be such a person. He did not know what kind of relationship she had with Liang that made her want to protect her even if she had to die. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu was really meddlesome this time. Is my character that bad in your impression? Is it not worth it for you to entrust Liang to me? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. He was not afraid of Zhang Yu's aura force, which was getting stronger and stronger. She even ordered me. This woman is really bold. She is indeed worthy of being an immortal emperor in the past. This made Zhang Yu secretly shocked. This little thief is really getting stronger and stronger. Even though she is not at her peak, even an ordinary sixth tribulation immortal emperor would not be able to withstand her current aura force. However, this little thief can actually withstand it. In terms of cultivation base and innate talent, this little thief is really a good match for the eldest princess. However, this person's character and conduct. These were the reasons why Zhang Yu decided to separate Ning Fan and Mu Weiliang. In her mind, Ning Fan's conduct was really bad. Otherwise, she would not have called him a little thief everywhere. Or perhaps, in the entire Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan's reputation was not bad. The successor of ancient chaos was the synonym of a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation. Everyone believed that Ning Fan must be a lustful person. However, compared to his reputation of being a playboy, Ning Fan's evil name of killing was much more resounding. Thus, everyone ignored Ning Fan's identity as a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation and directly regarded Ning Fan as one of the great devils in Eastern Heaven that they could not afford to offend. One should not provoke a tortoise with literature and a thief in the rain with martial arts. Ning Fan's reputation was already as bad as Wu Laoba's. Zhang Yu bit her lips. If you are willing to give the eldest princess a favor, I, Zhang Yu, am willing to be your human cauldron after I recover my physical body. Is it enough to exchange me for the eldest princess? You are my human cauldron. How can there be an exchange? Besides, even if you are not, I will not exchange you for Liang even if I have 100 of you. I will not exchange you for her no matter how high the price is. There is one thing that you might not know. Ning Fan touched his glabella. Black starlight immediately surrounded his body. All of a sudden, immortal concubine Zhang Yu widened her almond-shaped eyes. Even her father has acknowledged the relationship between Liang and me. Why do you have to stop me? It's actually the Black Star technique of the Heaven Sovereign. Impossible. This technique. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was so shocked that she could not speak a word. The Black Star technique was a technique that was passed down from generation to generation in the Heaven Sovereign's lineage. Besides, this technique also had a secret that no one knew about. It could only be passed down by the previous generation's Black Star cultivator. In the era when the ancient heavenly court still existed, the Heaven Sovereign had never passed down the Black Star technique to anyone until he died in battle. In this world, there should not be any cultivators who have learned this technique, but Ning Fan did. Could it be that he had met the Heaven Sovereign after his death and even obtained his inheritance? Could it be that the Heaven Sovereign knows about the relationship between me and the eldest princess and has really acknowledged it? Zhang Yu stared at Ning Fan's eyes for a long time and smiled bitterly. That's right. Even though this little thief does not have a good character, he has always been a man of his word. He would never lie to her. How would such an overbearing person like him be willing to lie to him? This time, I really meddled in other people's business. The eldest princess's father had already acknowledged this son-in-law of hers. Why should I, an insignificant person, meddle in this matter blindly? Moreover, I nearly got myself into trouble. Regarding the first request, just pretend that I have never said it. As for the matter about exchanging me for the eldest princess. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's became weaker and weaker. She felt a little guilty. Hee. What exchange? You are my human cauldron in the first place. Fine. Sooner or later, I will be plucked by this little thief. When immortal concubine Zhang Yu thought about how she would be plucked by Ning Fan after her physical body recovers in the future, she felt a little dejected and frustrated. However, when she thought of withdrawing her first request, she still had to fulfill her second request. Thus, she forced herself to be spirited and told Ning Fan the reason why she insisted on rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. It turned out that she owed Liang's mother a great favor. That was why she wanted to repay her kindness. The reason why she wanted to rebuild the ancient heavenly court was also because she wanted to gather the clan's luck of the ancient heavenly court and give it to Mu Weiliang. Even though the ancient heavenly court has been destroyed, all its cultivators and the clan's luck is gone. If we can rebuild it and obtain the recognition of heaven, we can gather the clan's luck again. I once heard from the Heaven Empress that the ancestor of the ancient heavenly court was once a disciple of an ancient sacred sect in the true world. Because of the support of that ancient sacred sect, the ancient heavenly court was established. The ancient sacred sect will also allocate a small amount of the clan's luck to the ancient heavenly court every 1,000 years according to the rules. If we can rebuild the ancient heavenly court and let the eldest princess ascend to the throne of the heavenly sovereign, she might be able to form a connection with that ancient sacred sect again and obtain a small amount of the clan's luck from them. Clan's luck, huh? So this is immortal concubine Zhang Yu's reason. Ning Fan did not know much about the clan's luck. Speaking of which, he still had 1,500 colored luck that he had yet to use. It was obtained from the Daocarp clan. Is the clan's luck very important? Ning Fan asked. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Has your master, the ancient Chaos Era, ever told you about the importance of the clan's luck? No. Ning Fan sighed. The ancient Chaos Era's body was so weak that he never talked to him for a long time. There were many things that he could not explain to him. Forget it. Since you don't know about it, it's the same for me to tell you. A person has luck, a clan has luck, a country has the luck of a country, and the heavens have the luck of heaven. If a person's luck is strong, they can obtain more opportunities and encounter more opportunities. The same goes for a clan. For example, your Xianxia sect has the clan's luck. Similarly, the Slaughter Palace and the Godly Void Pavilion each have their own clan's luck. For example, the entire human race has its own clan's luck. The demon race also has its own clan's luck. If the clan's luck is strong, the chances of the clan giving birth to a strong expert will be greater. The stronger the clan's luck is, the more prosperous the clan will be. On the other hand, the clan will gradually decline. The greatest advantage of the clan's luck is that it can be used to strengthen oneself. For example, if the Xianxia sect's luck is strong enough, you can ignore the bottleneck in your cultivation and directly break through it. If there's a heavenly tribulation that you can't resist, you can also use the clan's luck to block it. This is the advantage of having the clan's luck. If I have the clan's luck, will I be able to ignore the shedding void tribulation and advance all the way? Ning Fan was a little tempted. He had to admit that this shedding void tribulation was really troublesome. If I can avoid the tribulation by some tricks, I should be able to make my divine and demon cultivation base break through to the mid-shedding void tribulation. How much luck do I need to break through the shedding void tribulation? Ning Fan asked. Shedding void tribulation? If it's the shedding void tribulation, it will at least need the clan's luck of 1,000 colors in order to ignore it. The bottleneck of the thought fragmentation realm requires the clan's luck of at least 10,000 colors. The bottleneck of the immemorial realm requires the clan's luck of 100,000 colors or more. Don't even think about it. In this illusionary world, there isn't any clan that has the clan's luck of 1,000 colors. Even the declining 10 clans of the World Guardian don't have it. After all, the clan's luck in this world is limited. It has long been controlled by the large clans of the true world. That's why there are fights over it. Why would they let the small forces of the illusionary world get a share of it? Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Others might not have the clan's luck, but he did. Everyone in the world knew that it was difficult to overcome the shedding void tribulation. It was normal for a person to be stuck for millions of years. There were even many people who were stuck for their entire lives. Now, if he has the luck of 1,000 colors, he could ignore the shedding void tribulation and directly advance to the next realm. Even though accumulating the magic power of the shedding void tribulation also required time, the path of a cultivator to break through the shedding void tribulation was almost unobstructed. As long as he had enough magic power, he could advance to the next realm without any bottlenecks. Ning Fan had 1,500 colors of the shedding void tribulation. If he uses it on the Xianxia sect, wouldn't it mean that as long as the cultivators of the Xianxia sect have sufficient cultivation base, they could ignore the bottleneck of the shedding void tribulation and continuously produce shedding void tribulation experts? Even he himself could benefit from it. However, there are also disadvantages to using the clan's luck to advance to the next realm. The principle behind the blessing of the clan's luck and the blessing of merit are the same. Both of them use tricks. Therefore, cultivators of the same level would be weaker than those who break through normally. What immortal concubine Xianxia said next calmed Ning Fan down a little. It seems like it's not suitable for me to use the clan's luck to break through the shedding void tribulation. However, I can give it to those cultivators of the Duzhen realm who don't have the qualifications to use it. Those who did not have enough innate potential were already very lucky to be able to enter the shedding void tribulation. Even if they were slightly weaker than those who were at the same level as them, they would still be much stronger than any Duzhen. Moreover, if they could ignore the shedding void tribulation, it would be even more difficult for them to pass through the bottleneck of the true immortal realm and life immortal realm. It was foreseeable that once Ning Fan gives the Xianxia sect 1,500 colors of the shedding void tribulation, the disciples of the sect would break through their bottlenecks one after another and their cultivation bases would improve tremendously. This is feasible. Why don't I do it right now? Then, Liang and the others can also benefit from it. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that this Xianxia sect doesn't have the clan's luck. If it does, those major forces of the four heavens will do everything they can to annihilate the Xianxia sect and seize your clan's luck. The clan's luck is really too important. In this illusory dream world where there is no clan's luck, it's even more precious. Immortal concubine Xianxia poured another bucket of cold water on Ning Fan, making him even calmer. It seems like before I have the strength to protect the clan's luck, I still can't use it. If I use it now, I'm afraid the forces of the four heavens will gang up on me. Ning Fan sighed softly. His current strength was sufficient to establish himself in the four heavens. However, it was still not enough to compete with the true old monsters for the clan's luck. As for the clan's luck, I can only wait until I become stronger in the future. I already know the reason why you want to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. However, this matter still needs to be discussed at length. According to Xianxia, after the ancient heavenly court is rebuilt, the ancient heavenly court can receive a small portion of the clan's luck from the sacred sect of the true world every 1,000 years. No one knew if these clans' luck would cause the old monsters of the four heavens to fight for it. Now that the ancient heavenly court is being rebuilt, Ning Fan knew that he did not have the strength of a heaven sovereign to protect it. This matter indeed needs to be discussed at length. Just the preparation alone already requires a lot of things. However, you don't have to worry. Just leave the preparation to me. I just want you to help me with one thing. Help me find a suitable physical body as soon as possible. Immortal concubine Xianxu's face was filled with worry. She needed her physical body to recover her cultivation base. Only then would she have the strength to protect the rebuilt ancient heavenly court. However, if she had a physical body, it would be plucked by little c. Ah! How frustrating. How contradictory. When you were at your peak, you were an eternal ninth tribulation immortal emperor. It's not easy to find a suitable physical body for a 9 tribulation immortal emperor to possess. Ning Fan frowned. This was indeed a little troublesome. I know a place that has a suitable fleshly body. You'll be going there soon. When the time comes, take me with you. You mean, the Supreme Pale Sacred Region? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. Yes. That's the place. That place used to be the place where a saint of the Dao Hun clan gathered herbs. Later on, it was taken away by the immortal sovereign and became a secret place to seal the 9 gates of infinite desolation. In the era when the ancient heavenly court still existed, I have been there many times. I still have an impression of the terrain there. If you bring me there, it will definitely be helpful. It was the first time immortal concubine Zhang Yu took the initiative to help Ning Fan with a task. Of course, it was to find a physical body for herself. After hearing that Zhang Yu knew the way, Ning Fan was instantly moved. However, he had some concerns at the same time. I heard that immortal emperors who are above the 7th tribulation realm can't enter the sacred region even if they suppress their cultivation base. When I died, all that's left of me is a trace of moonlight. How can I be considered as an immortal emperor? Of course, I can enter the sacred region. If those 7th tribulation immortal emperors are willing to die like me, they can also enter the sacred region. However, there might not be anyone who is willing to pay such a huge price to enter the sacred region. The outer region of the sacred region doesn't have many benefits. It can only serve as a place for the juniors to train. The inner region, on the other hand, has benefits, but it's extremely dangerous. Even if I enter it when I'm at my peak, I still have to be careful. However, after entering the inner region, there's no need for you to suppress your cultivation base. If anything happens, you will be able to escape with your many techniques. What she meant was that she needed to enter the inner region to search for her physical body in the sacred region. Ning Fan pondered for a while. Ouyang Nuan's trial only needed to be carried out in the outer region. There was no need for her to enter the inner region. Of course, it's highly possible that Jiuchu's sacrificial artifact is in the inner region. If it's in the outer region, it would have already been found by others. In other words, I still have to go to the inner region after all. Of course, there will be dangers. However, in order to let Jiuli mature, he could not care less about it now. Moreover, if he can really find a suitable physical body for Zhang Yu in the inner region, the benefits he would obtain would certainly not be small. After all, he had planted a child relic in Zhang Yu's body. If Zhang Yu recovers her cultivation base and improves her strength greatly, he would also be able to obtain a significant increase in his cultivation base because of that child relic. After all, Zhang Yu was his relic cauldron. By the way, how can you be sure that there is a suitable physical body for you in the inner region of the sacred region? Ning Fan asked casually. That saint who used to gather herbs in the Supreme Pill sacred region has a passion for raising young boys and girls as medicine slaves to test medicines. Most of the medicine slaves will die early. Of course, there are also some who will only die when their cultivation base is higher. According to rumors, the young boys and girls who died from the medicine were frozen by that saint to be admired. Among them, there is no lack of peak immortal emperors. There seems to be even a quasi-saint's physical body. After all, the masters of those medicine slaves are dignified saints. Oh, it seems like they are going to seize the corpses of those people who died from the medicine. Then, there are 4 goals for this trip: to bring Ouyang Nuan for a trial, to help Jiuli become an adult, to help Zhang Yu find a physical body, and to search for innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine to treat Qi Yilan, the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor. After discussing with Ning Fan, Zhang Yu seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. He still looked after Mu Weiliang and Yilan, who were running around everywhere every day. However, he no longer rejected Mu Weiliang from coming into contact with Ning Fan. As the day of the opening of the Supreme Pill sacred region drew closer, Ning Fan's tree of 7 wonders grew taller and taller. A small bottle of a 9th grade Dao Spring could be sold for 10 million Dao crystals. A small bottle of an 8th grade Dao Spring could be sold for 50 million Dao crystals. These Dao Springs that were unimaginably expensive to ordinary cultivators were taken by Ning Fan casually and watered the tree of 7 wonders at will. Usually, the tree of 7 wonders could only grow about 1 chi taller when it was poured with nearly 10 billion Dao Springs. Luckily, the number of Dao Springs that Old Wu asked for was enough. Their total value nearly exceeded 50 trillion Dao crystals. Ning Fan had forcefully watered the tree of 7 wonders to 700 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, from its height of 135 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. During this period, the tree of 7 wonders produced fruits of the 7 treasures for 6 consecutive times, which greatly improved Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base. He was now only a step away from breaking through to the 9th nirvana realm of the heavenly devil realm. It was equivalent to advancing from the peak shedding void realm to the early thought fragmentation realm. within the eastern heaven, who could make their peak-shedding void realm cultivation base so close to breaking through to the early thought fragmentation realm in just 2 years. No one could do it. When one's cultivation base has reached this level, one must advance steadily and steadily. However, Ning Fan had poured nearly 50 trillion Dao springs into the tree. This amount of wealth was enough to establish an immortal king realm force. What a waste. However, the benefits were also obvious. Ning Fan's cultivation base was improving very quickly. That was enough. After all, these Dao springs were all extorted by Old Wu. He did not need to spend a single copper coin on them. A 700 zhang asterisk, 3. 33 m per zhang, tall tree of 7 wonders was enough to refine a 12th Nirvana realm magic treasure. If it could grow to 10,000 zhang asterisk, 3. 33 m per zhang, it would be enough to refine innate magic treasures. Of course, Ning Fan would not be so wasteful. If this tree could grow to 10,000 zhang asterisk, 3. 33 m per zhang, it would be enough to protect him when he ascends to the immortal sage realm. It was a pity that it wasn't easy to grow to 10,000 feet. After 7,000 feet, the 9th grade Dao spring that was used to water the wondrous tree of 7 treasures was almost useless. Even the 8th grade and 7th grade Dao springs were not very effective. Only 6th grade Dao springs and above could make the tree grow quickly, which was troublesome. There weren't many Dao springs above 6th grade in the eastern sky. Even if the major faction still had some in stock, almost all of them had been plundered by Wu Laoba, and it wouldn't be good to ask for more. In the markets of the various cultivation planets, the price of the Dao spring had increased by 10 times. There was no other way. The production of the Dao spring was limited. Most of the stock had been plundered by Wu Laoba. With less supply, the price would naturally increase. Damn it, why is the Taoist spring so expensive now? I originally planned to buy a bottle of 8th grade Dao spring to nourish my magic treasure, but in the end, I only had enough to buy a bottle of 9th grade Dao spring even after I went bankrupt. This caused me to be unable to repair my magic treasure for a long time. Humph. This old man had originally planned to go to the Supreme Dan Divine City to snatch a spot, but now, I don't even have a magic treasure. How can I snatch it? You. With your cultivation base at the 8th layer of the void fragmentation realm, you still want to snatch a spot in the sacred region? You know, this time, the Supreme Dan sacred region only released a total of 200 spots. Moreover, because this is the last time the sacred region will be opened, more than 90% of the spots have been snatched by the second step old monsters. The remaining 10% has also been divided by the heavenly prides of the major factions. Although there are also some scattered spots released for us rogue cultivators to fight for, it's just 20 spots. How can it be enough for the rogue cultivators of the eastern sky to share? I heard that there are more than 400 single-life immortals among the rogue cultivators who came to fight for the spots this time. There are also many Duzhan and Shikong. Hiss. With so many experts fighting for the spots, what does it have to do with this old man? It's fine if I don't go to the Supreme Dan Divine City this time. Go. Why not go? It is said that there will be cultivators of the secret race participating in the opening of the sacred region this time. That's the secret race. We void fragmentation realm rogue cultivators have never seen the cultivators of the secret race with our own eyes. Oh? The secret race will come? Then I really have to go and have a look. Snow began to fall in the starry sky of the Supreme Dan Divine City. More and more cultivators rushed towards the Supreme Dan Divine City while riding on the wind and snow. Of course, they were here to witness this rare grand event. The market of the Supreme Dan Divine City was already filled with cultivators from all directions. All the temporary abodes were already fully occupied. The shops in the market were also full of customers. In the wind and snow, a green-robed lady was strolling on the long street while carrying a furry little beast in her arms. Her beautiful eyes were sometimes angry and sometimes happy, sometimes resentful and sometimes confused. It was as if she was missing something. Behind her, there were a few life immortal realm and true immortal realm cultivators protecting her. Occasionally, some of the cultivators who passed by recognized this lady and were secretly surprised. Some of them even whispered, "Isn't this lady the first disciple of the medicine sect, Ouyang Yuan?" Now that the pill sect has been destroyed, the number one pill concoction sect in Eastern Heaven will definitely belong to the medicine sect. The status of the first disciple of the medicine sect is even more important than before. I heard that this lady's medicine soul has actually broken through to the 9th revolution lead grade after she came out from her seclusion. She can already concoct the 9 revolution lead pill. This lady is truly a genius. Advancing to the silver core realm is just a matter of time. It's highly possible for her to advance to the gold core realm in this lifetime. After all, this woman possesses the legendary 5-colored medicine soul. I've heard that there are already many old monsters of the eastern sky who have declared that they want to protect this girl. Among them, there is no lack of immortal venerables of the ancient times. It seems that they have taken a fancy to this girl's superb aptitude in alchemy. After all, this girl will at least be a 9 revolution silver pill master in the future. It can be said that her future is boundless, and it is good to befriend her earlier. I heard that this woman has an ambiguous relationship with the Rain Immortal Monarch. Nonsense. Ouyang is the goddess in my heart, how could she be with the Rain Thief? Don't mention this matter again, otherwise, we won't be able to be friends anymore. Ouyang knitted her brows. She didn't like to hear people belittling Ning Fan, but she had no way to stop them from talking about him. Currently, Ning Fan's infamy had spread far and wide across the entire Eastern Heaven. Infamy, of course, was not a good one. Whenever she thought of the saying "don't provoke a tortoise with literature and don't provoke a thief with martial arts," she would get angry. Since when was her man on the same level as a tortoise? Was he insulting her? The Rain Monarch sounded so nice, so why was he called the Rain Thief? Harry Ball, oh, Harry Ball. You will be able to see your father soon. Do you miss him? Ouyang stroked the little beast in her bosom. It immediately let out a comfortable moan. This little beast was the spirit selection that Ouyang had obtained from cutting the divine chests in the past. It was enough for Ouyang to raise it to the ghost profound realm. The speed of its cultivation base growth was really terrifying. It's been a long time. I wonder how he is. Ouyang looked at the wind and snow and murmured. Suddenly, a clear voice called out to her from behind. Miss Nguyen, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Are you strolling around the marketplace? Do you need me to accompany you? The person who called out to Ouyang was a cultivator in white robes who was as gentle as jade. His surname was Lin and his name was Xiantong. He was one of the disciples of great Emperor Mo He of the Eastern Heaven. His bone age was less than 1 million years old, but his cultivation base was already at the late shedding void realm. Ouyang knitted her brows. Even though she did not like talking to this person, she still kept a distance from him because of his identity. Oh, it's young Master Lin. Thank you for your kindness. However, I don't need anyone to accompany me. It was a very obvious rejection. Lin Xiantong frowned and then said gently. If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Please help yourself. Mississippi. Ouyang took her leave. After a long time, Lin Xiantong looked at the direction where Ouyang left with a gloomy expression. Why are you pretending to be chaste? Do you think I can't see that you have already lost your primordial yin? Humph. If it wasn't because my master told me to get close to you. Lin Xiantong let out a cold harumph and turned around to meet up with the other senior and junior brothers. Obviously, Ouyang did not take Lin Xiantong seriously. Ever since her pill refinement mastery improved tremendously, the number of male cultivators who wanted to get close to her had increased. Every time she met these people, she would feel extremely annoyed. Unknowingly, she walked to the gambling house of the Supreme Dan Divine City. Inside the gambling house, there were many old monsters who were gambling on the divine chests. Their shouts reminded Ouyang of the past. That year, when she first met Ning Fan, they were also cutting the divine chests. Even this little hairy ball was cut out from the divine chests. There's still more than a month before the opening of the holy region. He should be here soon. While she was still in a daze, Ouyang suddenly realized that the entire Supreme Dan Divine City had become quiet. The pedestrians on the streets stopped walking. All of them raised their necks and looked at the starry sky with a shocked expression. The people in the gambling house stopped shouting. All they could hear was the sound of people sucking in cold air. Taverns, teahouses, Cultivators who were sipping tea and drinking wine rushed out. Their expressions were filled with fear and dread as they looked at the figures that were continuously descending from the divine city. Even Lin Xiantong's expression changed greatly. He looked at the sky in a humble manner. Only Ouyang Nuan's eyes suddenly had color and light. That figure continued to descend towards the gambling house until he landed beside Ouyang Nuan. Thus, the entire long street became empty with Ouyang Nuan as the center. No one dared to get close to her. At this moment, countless rays of light burst out from the depths of the divine city and rushed towards her in a frenzy. They had to come. Even if an immortal king came, it would not make the supreme Dan divine city act as if it was facing a great enemy. However, this person was different. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. Rain Lord, you are here for the opening of the Saint region. My supreme Dan divine city has already prepared a high-grade cave residence to receive the ancient cultivators. If Rain Lord is tired, you might as well take a rest in the cave residence and wait for the opening of the Saint region. An immortal king who was riding a rhinoceros hurried over with a large group of experts of the divine city. Each of them wore a solemn expression. They were not inviting him to their cave residence to rest. They wanted to put him under house arrest before the opening of the Saint region. They wanted to prevent him from running around and causing trouble so that it would be easier for them to monitor him. It's the Battle Rhinoceros Immortal King. Rain Lord, what a grand show of extravagance. As soon as you arrive in the divine city, you are already greeted by a fourth tribulation immortal king like the Battle Rhinoceros Immortal King. Countless people were secretly shocked. He had already received the news that he was not the first person to be invited into a special cave residence as soon as he entered the divine city. Before him, there were also a few ancient devil cultivators who were invited away as soon as they arrived at the Supreme Dan Divine City. However, the actions of the Supreme Dan Divine City were equally domineering. They had to lock up those devil cultivators who liked to cause trouble and provide them with good food and drinks. They would only be released when the Saint region opens. Husband. Ouyang Nuan looked at Ning Fan with a hint of longing and speechlessness. Why is it that wherever my husband goes, there will be chaos? Is there a need to do that? My husband is obviously very gentle and harmless. Nuan wait for me. After I finish talking to Immortal King Battle Rhino, I will accompany you to visit this gambling house and compete with you in the divine treasures. Ning Fan stroked Ouyang Nuan's black hair and leaped into the sky with a smile. In the wind and snow, he cupped his fists towards Immortal King Battle Rhino. Immortal King Battle Rhino did not dare to be careless. He immediately returned the greeting, but his expression was still cold. Rain Lord, please follow me to the cave residence of the distinguished guests and have a rest. What if I don't go? Ning Fan asked with a smile. All of a sudden, all the cultivators behind Immortal King Battle Rhino drew out their flying swords and pointed them at Ning Fan with a vigilant look. Immortal King Battle Rhino, on the other hand, was very calm. He knew that Ning Fan would not cause any trouble since his old ancestor was in the divine city. He waved his hand and ordered the cultivators behind him to put away their flying swords. Rain Lord, it's fine if you don't want to rest in the cave residence. My old ancestor has said that you are special. If you don't want to stay in the cave residence, you have to do one thing. After you do this, you will have absolute freedom in the divine city. Oh? What do I have to do in order to get my freedom? Ning Fan pondered over the words of Immortal King Battle Rhino. It's very simple. If you can hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn without being defeated, you can do whatever you want. If you can't do it, then follow me into the cave residence and have a rest. Immortal King Battle Rhino waved his hand. The cultivators behind him immediately retreated, making space for Ning Fan and Do Shi. Ning Fan knew that if he does not fight, he would be put under house arrest. Thus, he did not say much. With a flip of his hand, a dark blue Dao sword that flowed like flowing water appeared in his hand. All right. My abilities have improved quite a lot recently. I was just thinking of learning from fellow Daoist. Please enlighten me. Dao weapon, huh? Fighting against the 4 tribulations with just a first tribulation realm cultivation base? Is he looking down on me? This young man is indeed arrogant. Just like what my old ancestor has said. Immortal King Battle Rhino let out a cold snort. He flipped his hand and took out a pair of purple golden hammers. Then, he leaped onto his rhinoceros and charged straight at Ning Fan. That purple golden hammer was also a Dao weapon. However, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still low. Thus, he was only using a Dao weapon. If he uses a magic treasure that was stronger than a Dao weapon, wouldn't he be laughed at by all the cultivators in the world? The rhinoceros leaped forward and instantly pounced on Ning Fan. The battle rhino twin hammers were struck at the same time. The purple golden hammers were covered with electric arcs that made sizzling noises. After they struck, the entire starry sky was illuminated by the lightning. The cultivators in the divine city widened their eyes. It was the first time for many of them to find out that Immortal King Battle Rhino's Dao weapon was actually a pair of purple golden hammers. Even though it's just an attack from a Dao weapon, it's still an attack from a Fourth Tribulation Immortal King. Ordinary Second Tribulation Immortal Venerables might not be able to withstand this attack if they don't use their magic treasures. It's going to be difficult for Rain Lord to withstand this attack with just a Dao weapon. He will probably have to use that mysterious golden light protective ability. Many people had the same thought. Even the Battle Rhino Immortal King also had the same thought. However, Ning Fan did not activate the God Exterminating Shield. He only made a blocking gesture with the ocean-defying sword in front of the twin hammers. Dong Ning Fan was struck by the twin hammers and was forced to take 7 steps back continuously. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. Similarly, the Battle Rhino Immortal King was forced to take 7 steps back. His eyes that were always cold and indifferent showed a hint of surprise. Was it really a Dao weapon sword that he struck just now? He actually felt a terrifying weight from that Dao weapon despite the hasty strike. It was Ning Fan who was stepping on golden light. Without giving the battle rhino any time to hesitate, he directly approached him and slashed down with his sword. When the battle rhino saw that the force of the sword was extremely heavy, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. He raised his twin hammers to block the attack. However, both of his arms were numbed by the force of the sword. The excruciating pain was unbearable. The rhinoceros that he was riding on let out a miserable shriek. Because it could not withstand the force of Ning Fan's sword, it directly coughed out blood and died. The battle rhino was shocked. He lifted his twin hammers and hurriedly retreated from the dead rhinoceros. However, Ning Fan approached him again. This time, the light of 3 sovereign Dao laws were directly wrapped around the sword: rain, dark and war. Ning Fan did not use the wood and phoenix laws. Thus, this sword attack was still not his strongest form. However, the sharpness of this sword was already enough to make the battle rhino's scalp go numb. He still wanted to use his twin hammers to block the attack. However, this time, both of his hammers were broken by Ning Fan's sword. In this battle of Dao weapons, the battle rhino's Dao weapon was actually defeated by Ning Fan's Dao weapon. Moreover, the outcome of the battle was decided in just 2 rounds. Why is this young man's Dao weapon so powerful? I'm afraid there are only a few 12 Nirvana magic treasures that can reach this level of power. The battle rhino was extremely shocked. He was not confident that he could withstand Ning Fan's attack with just his Dao weapon. If he takes out his magic treasure to continue the battle, he would lose a lot of face in front of all the cultivators in the city. As he thought of this, the battle rhino's eyes turned slightly gloomy. He felt that he had fallen into Ning Fan's trap from the moment he took out his purple golden hammers. Did this young man intentionally use his Dao weapon to fight me just to create this situation? Forget it. Since Lord Rain can destroy my Dao weapon with a single strike, I believe it won't be difficult for you to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn in my hands. Since that's the case, I'm willing to give Lord Rain full freedom. However, I also hope that Lord Rain won't create trouble in the Supreme Dan Divine City. If Lord Rain goes against this rule, I, the Battle Rhino, will definitely be the first to capture you. Even if you can fight against the 2 kings and 6 venerated beings of the Flamboyant Mountain, you might not be able to withstand my insect technique. The Battle Rhino flicked his sleeves and kept the mount that had been killed. Then, he left with a large group of people. However, every cultivator who witnessed the battle with their own eyes was greatly shocked. What they saw was the battle between Ning Fan and the Battle Rhino Immortal King's Dao weapon. In the end, Ning Fan, who was much weaker than the Battle Rhino Immortal King, had the upper hand. In just 2 rounds, he had forced the Battle Rhino Immortal King to retreat. It was another great topic to talk about. When Ning Fan landed on the ground, Ouyang Yuan's small mouth was already wide open. She was so shocked that she could not close it. She had heard about Ning Fan's countless achievements, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Thus, she was not shocked. This time, however, she saw it with her own eyes. That was the battle rhino immortal king. Among the 4 tribulations of the ancient times, he was considered as one of the strongest. However, he was actually forced to retreat by her husband so easily. It's rare for me to come to this gambling house. Do you want to check the divine chests? As soon as Ning Fan opened the treasure-searching compass in his sleeve, almost all the divine chests in the gambling house were exposed in front of him. He would know who was hiding the good stuff and who was hiding the ferocious items after a quick search. Unfortunately, there were some good items here occasionally, but none of them were enough to impress him. After all, this place was right under the nose of an immortal emperor. Would he even have a chance to obtain good stuff? However, if he wants to play with Ouyang Yuan, the items here would be enough. Alright. Let's see who can cut the better stuff. If I lose, I'll be punished. Let's just compete in cutting the medicinal herbs. Ouyang Yuan was full of confidence. Her medicine soul had improved tremendously and her senses towards the divine chests of spiritual herbs had become sharper. She did not believe that she would lose to Ning Fan. Ning Fan hid the treasure-searching compass in his sleeve. He would never admit that he had cheated. Thus, after a round of checking the divine chests, Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan returned with great rewards. Of course, Ning Fan was slightly better than her. Let's go. Let's go to the immortal cave that the battle rhino immortal king prepared for me. We'll have a good talk about the punishment. Ning Fan gave Ouyang Yuan's delicate body a meaningful glance. Ouyang Yuan's face instantly flushed. I knew that was the punishment in his mind. To be continued. Ning Fan had not seen Ouyang Yuan for many years. Now that they had met again, he certainly would not let go of the lamb that was already in his mouth. The two of them strolled around the Supreme Dan Divine City for a long time. Eventually, they returned to the immortal cave that the Divine City had arranged for them. After enjoying themselves for a while, Ning Fan also planted a seed relic for Ouyang Yuan. Ouyang Yuan, who was half a step into the second step, broke through the bottleneck of the human Xian realm with the help of the seed Saraira, and broke through to the late stage of the human Xian realm. That was not the main point. The main point was that after planting the relic, Ning Fan temporarily suppressed the heavenly tribulation for Ouyang Yuan and continued to have sex with her. The maids of the Divine City, who were serving outside the cave abode, blushed when they heard the faint sounds coming from inside the cave abode. The sky was about to brighten, and this rain lord was actually still doing it. Cultivators were so indulgent. As expected of the successor of ancient chaos, old ancestor Do, she asked us to pay attention to all of Rain's sovereign's actions while we are serving her. If there are any unusual movements, we must report it at once. I don't think there's a need to report this matter. Avoid fragmentation, realm maidservant whispered to the others using telepathy. There's no need for that. Old ancestor Do, she had instructed that the Rain Monarch is a lecherous person. This kind of thing is extremely normal. Naturally, there's no need to report it. It's just that I didn't expect that the head disciple of the medicine sect, whose reputation has risen in the eastern sky, would actually be the Rain Monarch's bed warmer. TSK TSK TSK. Another servant girl sighed and added. As long as the Rain Lord did not trespass into the Ancestral Master's forbidden grounds and did not commit any killings in the Divine City, there is no need to report anything else. Speaking of the Ancestral Master's golden earth. Recently, there has been a strange fragrance coming from the Ancestral Master's forbidden ground. I heard from the senior brothers that the heaven and earth peach tree of the Ancestral Master is blooming. Our ancestors' famous Dharma treasure was the demon sealing board, but it was taken away by old demon Sun Luo during the chaos back then. Fortunately, Ancestral Master still has this treasure. Although it is not a mid-grade innate treasure, it is still one of the best among the low-grade innate treasures. While the maids were whispering to each other, they didn't notice that a furry little thing suddenly flashed and flew out of the cave. It was the fur ball that Ning Fan gave to Ouyang Yuan. Hairy Ball was practically covering his face as he slipped out of the cave. It was scary, 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 and shy. She was already a young lady, and she already had some understanding of the matters between men and women. Her father and mother were having sex, but they didn't avoid her at all. Did they really think that she was a little demonic beast who didn't know anything? Forget it, let father and mother mate, I want to sneak out to play. Furball's bloodline was that of an extinct ancient true spirit, Xian. Xian liked the color white and liked to move rather than stay still. Its innate divine ability was concealment. The current Furball was already at the early stage of the ghost profound realm, so it was extremely easy for him to intentionally avoid the eyes and ears of the maids. After sneaking out of the cave, where should he go to play? In the snowy night sky, Furball stretched lazily and sniffed around the entire city. He instantly smelled an extremely secretive fragrance, and he could not help but fly in that direction. The Supreme Dan Divine City was very big, but with Furball's speed, he flew across the entire Divine City in just a few breaths. There were many cultivators patrolling the Divine City in the night sky. Many of them were true immortals of the Dujin realm. Fortunately, Furball's innate talent in concealment was amazing. He managed to avoid being detected by these true immortals. Just like that, he went all the way to the center of the Divine City, outside a dilapidated and desolate ancient palace. The passage of the palace was unusually quiet. There was not a single cultivator guarding this place, which made Furball quite surprised. There was also an ancient aura force coming from the depths of the palace, causing the snowstorm in the starry sky to be unable to drift into the airspace of the palace, leaving only a thick layer of snow outside the palace. In the palace, there was a peerless expert guarding it. This was Furball's keen intuition as a true spirit realm demonic beast. His intuition told him that he must not step into this place. Even in the depths of the palace, there was always an alluring fragrance coming from it. This smell should be the heaven and earth peach branch. In Furball's bloodline memory, this item was considered a rare treasure. The peach branch itself could be refined into a wood-type magical treasure. Once the peach blossom blossomed, it could seal the heavens and lock the earth. Once the peach fruit was formed, it could greatly improve the power of the medicine soul. It was a rare treasure for alchemists who specialized in the medicine soul, or for alchemists who tempered their pill bodies. What a pity! Smelling this fragrance, not only did the peach blossom, but there were also many peach fruits. If only he could get 2 for his parents to taste. Sigh, no way. There was such a powerful old monster guarding this place. This was not a treasure that he could covet. If it was not for the fact that Furball had yet to transform and his throat bone had yet to transform, he would definitely sigh at this moment. Sigh. What a pity. A treasure like the heaven and earth peach branch is actually in the hands of a primal Dan Great Emperor. This is not someone that I can threaten. Otherwise, if I were to offer it to master, it would definitely be a great merit. Peach branch, peach blossom, peach fruit. Sigh, what a pity. Furball quivered. What's going on? How could there be a voice on the snowy ground where there was no one else? Could it be that there was someone else hiding here besides him? With this thought in mind, Furball did not want to cause any more trouble. He wanted to leave this ancient palace and soar into the sky. However, he was suddenly blocked by a gentle light wall that appeared suddenly. He fell from the sky and was forced to reveal himself. Not good. There was actually a large formation here. One could enter but not leave. Furball was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He knew that this movement would definitely attract the attention of the old monster in the palace. If someone found out that he had trespassed, he could not care about hiding anymore. He desperately tried to escape from this place. However, he was blocked by the light wall again and again. He could not escape. You are just a little demon of the spirit mystic realm. How dare you trespass into the ancestral master's forbidden area? The 4 half-kneeling stone statues beside the palace gate suddenly spoke. Following that, there was a cracking sound. Gradually, their petrified skin peeled off. Their original bodies were actually 4 cultivators whose hands and feet were tied up. Their eyes were empty and their aura of death was overwhelming. It was unknown how long their physical bodies had been dead. Their skin was already dark green and hard. And the aura that these 4 dead cultivators faintly exuded had reached the thought fragmentation realm. One of the dead cultivators pulled back his hand. Immediately, there was an unimaginable sealing force that restrained Furball's entire body. He could not move at all. It's over. It's in big trouble. The palace that it had trespassed was actually the forbidden area of the Supreme Dan Divine City. And it had been caught on the spot. Father is not here. Nuanyuan's mother is also not here. What to do, what to do? Eh? This little guy, is it Xianxia? I heard that Master's old lover, the first disciple of the medicine faction, has a Xianxia demon pet. Could it be this one? If it is really so. On the empty snowy ground, an extremely wretched cultivator suddenly appeared. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Furball. This person only casually flicked his sleeves. There was an unimaginable ancient aura that swept towards the 4 dead cultivators like a wild wind blowing leaves. Even though the 4 dead cultivators were all thought fragmentation realm cultivators, they were also swept away by the person's sleeves. The 4 dead cultivators were extremely fearful. Their eyes were fixed on the person and they did not dare to move recklessly. Without a doubt, the person who came was an ancient immortal venerable Xianxia, Dark Luck Cultivator. It's quite a lively night tonight. These people are Ningfan's subordinates, aren't they? In the depths of the palace, an immortal emperor with long ears who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness. If it was someone else who dared to behave atrociously in front of the primal core great sovereign realm, he would be punished even if he was the disciple of an immortal emperor. However, this man and beast were different. They were related to Ningfan. In that case, it was not appropriate for him to act against them. Otherwise, he would have a falling out with Ningfan even before entering the Supreme Dan sacred region. Forget it, the primal core great sovereign realm closed his eyes and did not care about the man and beast who were fleeing in a hurry. With Wu Laoba's help, the palace's formation naturally couldn't trap this man and beast. That's right. The cultivator who was also hiding outside the palace was old Wu Ba. As the Supreme Dan sacred region was about to open, old Wu Ba and the others followed Ningfan to the Supreme Dan divine city. He was not in a hurry to meet Ningfan. As a loyal servant, of course, he knew when to be sensible and leave to give his master a chance to be alone with the beauty. Thus, old Wu Ba who had nothing to do began to wander around the Supreme Dan divine city alone. Holding the treasure-searching turtle in his hand, he naturally sensed the strange fragrance coming from the heaven and earth peach tree. He hid at the side and coveted it. However, he did not dare to act recklessly because he was afraid of the primal core great sovereign's reputation. That's a primal core great sovereign we're talking about. It's not some random cat or dog that can be frightened by his dark luck. Old Wu Ba was filled with regret. If he was not so stubborn, he would certainly make a move for the heaven and earth peach tree. This item was considered as one of the top treasures in the notes left behind by his master. If I can offer it to my master, it will definitely be a great merit. What a pity, forget it. Saving the demon pet of my mistress is also considered a small merit. Old Wu Ba's beady eyes were rolling around, giving Harry Ball an extremely funny feeling. Oh my. Who is this person? He actually saved me when I was in danger. What a good person. Harry Ball wanted to express its gratitude to old Wu Ba, but it suddenly saw the evil intent in his eyes. Speaking of which, the flesh of a demon beast like Xianxia is very nutritious. Should I kill it and eat its flesh without telling my master? Harry Ball shuddered and instinctively felt a chill. It looked at old Wu Ba in confusion. It did not know that old Wu Ba's brain had gone haywire again. No, no. I, old Wu Ba, am the most loyal servant in the world. I will never eat the demon pet of my mistress. The most important thing was that Ningfan might find out about it. Then, the consequences. Oh my. Little Wu Ba did not dare to imagine Ningfan's expression when he gets angry. He could not bear the consequences. Fine. It's better for me to be an obedient and loyal servant. Safety comes first. Old Wu Ba's beady eyes became gentle again. Harry Ball, however, instinctively moved away from old Wu Ba. It had a feeling that this person was up to no good. It let out another howl to express its gratitude and hurriedly ran away. I feel that it's very dangerous to stay here any longer. This old man seems to have gone haywire. I don't know what he will do. It's better for me to go back and listen to my parents' shameful voices. Damn you. This poor Taoist has saved you. If you run away just like that, how am I going to take credit from you? Old Wu Ba spat angrily. His spiritual selection concealment innate skill was too powerful. Even his treasure-seeking tortoise would not be able to sense him easily when he is trying to hide. Forget it. It's just a small merit. I don't need it. It's better for me to make a great contribution in the holy region and win back Master's good impression. This time, Master needs a total of 4 quotas to enter the extreme Dan holy region. The medicine sect has 2 quotas. Master asked me to get 2 more quotas with my own ability. It's just a small matter. It's just a small matter. It's just 2 quotas. To me, little Wu Ba, it's just a piece of cake. In the following days, old Wu Ba easily got the other 2 quotas. According to him, he had suffered a lot from the 2 great forces of the eastern sky. Of course, Ning Fan would not believe these nonsense. He knew that 2 more forces had been cheated by old Wu Ba, but he did not care about it. According to the information, once one enters the extreme Dan holy region, all spatial magic treasures would be unusable. For example, ordinary storage pouches, small kiliacosm treasures and heavenly dwelling magic treasures would not be able to be opened. If cultivators want to enter the extreme Dan holy region, they must carry the special storage pouches of the extreme Dan divine city. Old Wu Ba would naturally prepare these things. Ning Fan did not need to worry about them. He spent a peaceful month with Ouyang Yuan. They either strolled around the market, accepted the visit of the old monster of the eastern sky or had sex. It was rare for them to have some leisure time. Until the day when the extreme Dan holy region officially opens. On this day, an illusory gigantic beast corpse that looked like a mirage appeared in the starry sky above the divine city. It was not a real body but a materialized form of an illusory passage. It was the corpse of a realm beast. Its body was so huge that it could cover half of the starry sky. The beast corpse's eyes were hollow. It opened its huge mouth little by little. Inside its mouth and abdomen, there was a dark light path. It was as if one could reach another world by following this light path. This light path was the way to the extreme Dan holy region. As soon as the beast corpse appeared, the entire Supreme Dan divine city was filled with excitement. It meant that the extreme Dan holy region had officially opened. Legend has it that the extreme Dan holy region is a place where an ancient saint gathered herbs. In order to prevent others from entering, he killed a ferocious demon-grade realm beast and used the unique bloodline power of the realm beast to seal the entrance of the holy region. It only appears once every 10,000 years. Realm beast, huh? That's a powerful race in the northern heaven boundary river. This realm beast's corpse is indeed too ancient. Its bloodline has already dried up. This is also the reason why the extreme Dan holy region is going to be sealed forever. Otherwise, if we can find another ferocious demon-grade realm beast's corpse. Rumor has it that after entering the belly of the realm beast, there are 3,600 landing points for us to choose from. Choosing different landing points will result in different places after entering the holy region. Finally, this day has come. I can't wait to enter the outer region to gain experience. My master had once entered this place and left me a few secret places for ancient cultivators. Among them, there are still many stone chambers that have not been opened yet. Countless people fixed their eyes on the passage of the gigantic beast corpse in the starry sky. Ning Fan also looked at the corpse and reminisced about the past. It was not his first time seeing a realm beast. In the past, when he was heading to the Celestial Emperor Star Palace from the 9 divisions of the Luo Yun tribe, he had a conflict with a realm beast. Realm beast, Northern Jade. In the past, he was completely unfamiliar with realm beasts and he did not know much about them. Today, however, he already knew that the so-called realm beast clan was actually one of the many ferocious races in the northern heaven boundary river. The boundary river was the passage that connected the 4 heavens. Each of the 4 heavens had its own boundary river and there were many ferocious races living in each of the major boundary river. These ferocious races rarely left the boundary river and there were also very few cultivators in the outside world who dared to go deep into the boundary river. Even a 7th tribulation demon emperor like Phoenix Emperor Chongming was severely injured in the boundary river of the eastern heaven. It was imaginable how dangerous the depths of each major boundary river were. The divine city had also sent out countless cultivators to maintain order in this place. There were also many experts of the divine city who went to the vicinity of the beast corpse to guard and check the situation at the entrance. 2 hours later, the Divine City's cultivators announced that there was no problem with the entrance. The cultivators who obtained the quota could register their names with the Divine City's cultivators and leave their life tokens to enter the Extreme Dan Holy region. This was a grand event that only happened once in 10,000 years. Some young talents of the Eastern Heaven were already impatient and went to register their names. Then, they waited outside the passage of the beast mouth. There were also some old monsters who were not willing to leave their life tokens and directly requested to enter the holy region. On this point, the Extreme Dan Divine City would not force them. You can leave your life token if you want to. However, they were afraid that no one would know if you died in the holy region, so they left a life token just in case. If you are not willing, no one will force you. At first, only some void fragmentation young talents who had a good family background were registering their life tokens. After that, human profound realm and ghost profound realm life immortals began to ascend to the sky one after another. When the number of people who entered the Extreme Dan realm reached 150 or 60 people, the true immortals began to register. All of them were old monsters who had been famous in the Eastern Heaven for a long time. There were true crossing realm old monsters and some void shedding realm old monsters. There were almost no thought fragmentation realm old monsters. Just when many people thought that the strongest old monsters who entered the holy region this time were only those few thought fragmentation realm old monsters, a sudden rumble came from the starry sky, rumble in the snowy starry sky. There was a series of rumbling thunder first. Then, there was a lightning bolt that struck the sky and landed in the starry sky, turning into a fat figure with a fierce body. It's actually the flying thunder immortal king of the flamboyant mountain. Is this person also going to enter the holy region? Some cultivators were shocked. According to rumors, the holy region this time could only allow 6 tribulation immortal emperors to enter. However, in reality, no one really thought that there would be 6 tribulation immortal emperors who would rush to enter the holy region this time. If those immortal emperor realm old monsters wanted to enter the holy region to search for treasures, they would have already gone in during the previous times when the holy region was opened. They were confident in their identities and there was no need for them to rush to enter the holy region this time. After all, there were always too many unknowns and too many variables during the last opening of the holy region. There was absolutely no need for them to take this risk. Unexpectedly, an expert like the Flying Thunder Immortal King had actually come. Many people subconsciously looked at Ning Fan. They seemed to have recalled the incident where Ning Fan created a ruckus in the flamboyant mountain. They were rather looking forward to seeing the confrontation between Ning Fan and Flying Thunder. Unfortunately, as soon as Flying Thunder arrived, he did not say much. He only exchanged a few words with the cultivators of the Divine City and completed the registration. After that, he closed his eyes and waited. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Ning Fan's direction. Flying Thunder. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Roar another devil roar resounded from afar in the starry sky. Then, a giant who was as tall and sturdy as a cultivation planet approached them with huge strides. All of a sudden, the expressions of the disciples of Great Emperor Mo He in the Divine City changed. Eldest senior brother has actually come out from his seclusion. As the giant got closer to them, more and more people began to recognize his identity. He's actually the first disciple of Great Emperor Mo He. Xianxia. This man has been in seclusion since 3,000 years ago to break through the third tribulation of the eternal era. Now that he has come out from seclusion, could it be that he has succeeded? He's a body cultivator who broke through the third tribulation of the eternal era. In the current Eastern Heaven, there are definitely only a handful of body cultivators who have reached such a realm. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he immediately got out of his giant form. After completing the registration with the cultivators of the Divine City, he suddenly looked down from above and cast a sidelong glance at the people below the Divine City. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Someone noticed that the direction that Xianxia was looking at was actually where Ning Fan and the others were. He's not looking at me but... Nuan air. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Is this the first disciple of the medicine sect that Master mentioned? Xianxia thought to himself. After Xianxia, there were actually another 6 immortal venerables of the eternal era who intended to enter the holy region. Everyone gradually became numb to it. They were no longer surprised about the immortal venerables entering the holy region. At this moment, the battle rhino immortal king suddenly left his live plate at the registration place. Is the battle rhino immortal king also going to enter the holy region? Many people were greatly surprised. After that, there were no more experts registering. Ning Fan did not wait any longer. He brought Ouyang Yuan, Old Wu, and Zhang Yu to the sky. All of a sudden, the noisy Supreme Dan Divine City suddenly became quiet. As expected, the Rain Lord is going to enter the holy region. It's impossible for him to come here just to watch the show. Rumor has it that the Rain Lord has a close relationship with the first disciple of the medicine sect. Now, it seems like it's true, Miss Wan has yet to break through to the second step, hasn't she? Why does her cultivation base give people the feeling that she's a profound mortal cultivator? Who is that lady who is wearing a veil? Her cultivation base seems to have already reached the peak shedding void realm. Is there really such a person in the eastern heaven? The veiled lady that everyone was talking about was naturally Zhang Yu. With her ability to conceal herself, no one could tell that she was an immortal emperor. No one could recognize who she was either. After all, she used to be such an ancient figure. This lady looks a little familiar. In the starry sky far away, great sovereign Xianxia, who was paying attention to this place, frowned slightly. The primal core great sovereign who was hiding in the Supreme Dan Divine City also frowned, but he could not see through Zhang Yu's background. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not agree to leave his life plate, nor did he leave any information about his identity. Thus, the crowd of cultivators could not figure out Zhang Yu's real background. Gradually, everyone's attention moved away from Zhang Yu and landed on Old 8. The entire place was dead silent, dead silence, dead silence, dead silence. Then, it was filled with the sound of discussions. Isn't he that cultivator with the black luck? Why is this cultivator with the surname Wu together with the Rain Lord? Could it be that they are together? Countless old monsters who had been bullied by Old Wu before felt a chill down their spines. Initially, they still had the intention to watch the show, but now, they could not wait to leave this place as soon as possible. They could not sit or stand in peace. Who knew if the appearance of Old Wu would cause the stars to fall and the earth to crack, causing a sudden storm and countless casualties? Some people even began to worry that the Supreme Dan Divine region would be faced with unimaginable dangers and unforeseen changes when Old Wu enters the Supreme Dan Divine region. Some old monsters who were eager to enter the Supreme Dan Divine region also began to feel anxious and hesitated to move forward. Would the Supreme Dan Divine region directly collapse because of this person's entry? Sigh. Who can say for sure? Interesting. Don't provoke a tortoise with literature and don't provoke a thief with martial arts. I didn't expect these two people to meet each other. Hee hee. Interesting. A slightly feminine voice of a young man suddenly sounded. When no one noticed it, there was one more person in the starry sky. No one could see clearly when this person appeared. Ning Fan's eyes also shrunk and looked at that person with a solemn expression. Even he could only see a trace of the person's arrival. It was a young man in black robes. His face was rather unfamiliar. He was so feminine that he did not seem like a man. It was hard to distinguish whether he was happy or angry, but it gave people a bone-chilling coldness. The chi of his cultivation base had reached the realm of the third eternal tribulation. Gradually, everyone saw a corner of the emblem on the young man's robes. Some of the more experienced people recognized the origin of the emblem and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark race, even old monsters like Cheng He and Yuan Dan who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. Rumor had it that there would be people from the secret races who would intervene in the opening of the holy region this time. They did not expect it to be true. Suddenly, Cheng He and Yuan Dan's eyes shrunk. They were shocked to find that there was another person hiding in the shadow of the young man in black robes. He was walking out of the shadow bit by bit. It was a person who was completely hidden in a cloak. He did not show his face and his cultivation-based chi was also not strong. There were only 2 balls of ghost fire burning in his eye sockets. It gave people an extremely strange feeling. Even with Yuan Dan and Cheng He's cultivation base, they did not notice the existence of this person at first. Ning Fan's eyes widened. When facing this cloaked cultivator, the ancient devil cultivation base in his body actually trembled, as if a lowly being was facing a superior being. Could it be that this cloaked cultivator is actually an ancient devil? Moreover, he's actually an ancient devil with a much stronger bloodline. I can't believe there's still such an ancient devil in this Dharma-ending era. Ning Fan secretly guessed the cloaked cultivator's identity. What concerned him more was that the trip to the holy region would not be as peaceful as it used to be with the interference of these two people from the dark race. Are these two people coming for me? Not only Ning Fan, but all the cultivators present were also guessing this possibility. The relationship between the inheritor of ancient chaos and the dark race had already reached the point of being incompatible like fire and water. However, both of them were afraid of each other and could not openly fall out with each other. Would this trip to the holy region be the opportunity for both sides to fall out with each other? Is this young man the inheritor of ancient chaos? Hee hee. Little friendine, what do you think of this young man? The cloaked cultivator transmitted his voice in a hoarse voice. It's just SOSO. This young man isn't the real Eternal Clan. He has a lot of secrets. The feminine young man glanced at Ning Fan indifferently with a hint of disdain. His name was In Luo Sha. He was the cultivator with the highest potential in the history of the dark race. It was said that his dark cultivation potential had even reached the level of the ancestor of the dark race, and Yuanshin. This person had the qualifications to be arrogant. Do you need me to get rid of this young man during this trip? No need. Old Mister's matter is the most important thing in this trip. If we succeed, this young man will be nothing. The feminine young man's expression became fiery. The revival of the dark race was more important than anything else. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, even the ancient Chaos Great Emperor would not be worth mentioning. He did not mind getting rid of an ant like Ning Fan. In the end, the conflict between Ning Fan and the dark race did not happen as the crowd had imagined. As time passed, all the cultivators who had obtained the quota had completed their registration. Then, they began to enter the passage of the beast's mouth one after another. Following the light path, they slowly entered another world. Of course, cultivators whose cultivation bases were too high needed to suppress their cultivation bases to enter. Ning Fan, Old Wu Ba and Zhang Yu needed to suppress their cultivation bases before they could enter. The same light path could lead to 3,600 directions. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Ning Fan and the others entered one of the light paths. One had to admit that Zhang Yu was indeed very familiar with this place. The place she chose to descend to was also completely different from the others. This sister seems to be very familiar with this place. Ouyang Yuan said in surprise. She did not know Zhang Yu's true identity. She only roughly knew that she was one of Ning Fan's cauldrons. She seems to be called Zhang Yu. She does have the same name as an ancient great emperor. However, there were many cases where people had the same name. It was not strange at all. No matter how highly Ouyang Yuan thought of her husband, she would not think that her husband could capture an immortal emperor to be his cauldron. With her around, things will be much more convenient. Ning Fan nodded. In the map that Ouyang Yuan's master, Wei Wuji, gave her, there were a few hidden cave dwellings. The things that were sealed in those caves were very beneficial to Ouyang Yuan's five-colored medicine soul. Unfortunately, Wei Wuji could not take them out with his true immortal realm cultivation base. Now that Ning Fan was following them, many of those things could be taken away. As for the route that Zhang Yu chose, it just so happened that they could enter the inner area from the outer area. Along the way, they would pass by these hidden cave dwellings and take away the things that were sealed in them. In this way, they would be able to complete Ouyang Yuan's trial before entering the inner area. After that, they could proceed to other matters. Thank you, Sister Zhang Yu. It's just a small matter. Later on, I also need to look for some things. I might need the help of your 9th Revolution 5-colored medicine soul. Zhang Yu was very polite to Ouyang Yuan. She was not as hostile as she was to Ning Fan. This also made Ning Fan feel rather helpless. Zhang Yu seemed to be born to be at odds with him. She would always call him a little thief. I have to change this form of address. The path of light gradually came to an end. Everyone felt that there was nothing under their feet. Suddenly, they fell into the world below their feet. What appeared under their feet was a world that was filled with the fragrance of medicine. Before they had much time to react, a few rays of silver light soared into the sky and flew towards them with a hissing sound. Be careful, master. It's just a few void fragmentation realm silver flood dragons. Let little 8 deal with these trash for master. Old Wu activated his ability. He wanted to kill these intruding silver flood dragons to show off in front of Ning Fan. Unfortunately, as soon as he made his move, he felt a sense of weakness in his body. He had already suppressed his cultivation base to the crossing truth realm, making it much weaker. At this moment, he could not even use 1/10 of his magic power. As his magic power became sluggish, the power of his ability was greatly reduced. His attack did not manage to kill all of the silver flood dragons. Moreover, he was knocked a few steps backwards by one of the silver flood dragons. Damn it. I forgot that the medicine chi in this place is too strong. I need the power of the medicine soul stone to resist the medicine chi here. Otherwise, my magic power will be weakened. How embarrassing. A dignified immortal venerate of the ancient times was actually knocked back by a few void fragmentation realm small flood dragons just because he suppressed his cultivation base and was devoured by the medicine chi here. Even though he was not injured, it was extremely embarrassing. Roar little furball looked at old Wu with a hint of disdain. Where did the awe-inspiring manner of this old man go? Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. He began to doubt the correctness of bringing old Wu into this place. With a point of his finger, the sharp light of the ocean-defying sword swept across the sky, killing all of the silver flood dragons. His medicine soul was not as strong as Ouyang Wan's, but it was much better than old Wu's. Thus, he was less affected by the medicine chi here. After killing the silver flood dragons, Ning Fan and the others landed on the ground and began to observe this world. This was the extreme pale sacred region. Any tuft of grass was a rare spiritual herb. In the past, because it was the outer region, the age of the herbs would not be too old. After all, the outer region would undergo a purge every 10,000 years. The medicine chi here was extremely strong. With the current level of Ning Fan's medicine soul, he could not completely resist the medicine chi here. Only by borrowing the power of the medicine soul stone could he survive in this kind of medicine chi. Among the 4 of them, the only one who could remain calm in this place seemed to be Ouyang Wan, whose medicine soul had reached the 9th revolution. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of medicine soul stones with them. It was enough to sustain their consumption in the extreme pale sacred region. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense and carefully observed this place. Then, he took out the map of the outer region of the extreme pale sacred region. There's no need to look anymore. The place we are at is the southwest region of the outer region. There are a lot of valleys here and there are quite a number of cave dwellings left behind by ancient cultivators. The cave dwellings that younger sister Ouyang is looking for are mostly on this route. Before we enter the outer region, there won't be much danger. Thus, I don't need to remind you anything. However, if you enter the inner region later on, you must pay attention to one thing. If you meet cultivators of the Dabii clan, you must not kill them. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to escape unscathed. Zhang Yu reminded. Cultivators of the Dabii clan? What does that mean? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Information about the inner region of the extreme pale sacred region was rarely leaked out. Thus, it was his first time hearing about the existence of cultivators of the Dabii clan in the inner region. The Dabii clan, Ning Fan did not know if it was an illusion, but the profounding world inside the Yin Yang locket sensed something after he entered this place. To be exact, it was not the Yin Yang locket that sensed this place but the key that was sealed inside the stone door in the profounding world scripture depository tower. Is it because there is a stone door of infinite desolation in the inner region of this place? Ning Fan had naturally obtained this information before. At this moment, he could not help but think about this possibility. I don't know much about the cultivators of the Dabii clan in this place. These cultivators are extremely xenophobic. In short, if you meet them, you must be careful. There is no lack of immortal emperor realm experts in the Dabii clan. Don't kill the people of the Dabii clan easily. Moreover, if you want to successfully complete the few objectives of this trip, you will need the help of the Dabii clan. In this way, it is necessary to gain the favor of the Dabii clan. I still have to gain the favor of the despicable clan, Ning Fan frowned. Given his personality, he did not like to please others. However, in order to achieve the goal of this trip, he would try to befriend the despicable clan even if he was unwilling to do so. Bringing Ouyang Yuan to the trial was his promise in the past. Helping the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor find spiritual herbs to repair her soul was also a promise. Helping Zhongyu to find a suitable physical body was also a promise. Of course, he needed to fulfill these promises. However, the most important thing in this trip was to help the 9 raccoon reach adulthood, obtain its blood and save the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Can you sense the location of the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon clan in this world? Ning Fan patted the specially made spiritual beast pouch on his waist. Immediately, there was a response from the spiritual beast pouch. Master, the response is very weak. However, it does exist. There is no mistake. The sacrificial vessel of my clan does exist in this world. However, it is extremely far away from here. Besides, it seems to be kept in a place that is heavily guarded. Someone has sensed my presence and is currently using a technique to disturb me, unwilling to let me sense the exact location of the sacrificial vessel. The black cat in the spiritual beast pouch transmitted its voice to Ning Fan. Someone is actually using a technique to disturb me? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. The sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon is located in the inner area of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. However, it seems like the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon is not without an owner. Fine. It doesn't matter if it has an owner or not. Even if I have to rob it by force, Ning Fan must get the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon. I wonder if the treasure-searching compass can find the location of the sacrificial vessel. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. He sent his spirit sense into it and performed a hand seal. All of a sudden, the compass began to rotate slowly. Light spots of different sizes appeared on the surface of the compass one after another. The light spots of different colors represented different meanings. The brighter the light spot, the higher the grade of the heavenly material and earthly treasure. This treasure-searching compass must be used together with spirit sense. Within the range of the user's spirit sense, all the treasures would have nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's spirit sense could not cover the inner area of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. Even if he uses the heaven-peering rain technique, he could not do it. There seemed to be a layer of barrier between the outer area and the inner area, preventing spirit sense from entering. Unfortunately, even the treasure-searching compass couldn't find the specific location of the sacrificial artifact. He could only wait until he entered the inner area before searching. That's Reverend Arid Triad's treasure-searching compass. No, it's not the original. It's just an imitation. I can't believe that there's actually someone who can imitate this magical treasure to such an extent in this age of chaos. Zhongyu, who was at the side, saw the treasure-searching compass and let out a soft exclamation of surprise, just like how old Wu was back then. Reverend Arid Triad? Is it very famous? All of you seem rather surprised when you see this compass. Ning Fan asked Old Wu and Zhongyu while controlling the compass. By the looks of it, the treasure-searching compass was most likely created by Phoenix Emperor Chongming imitating Reverend Arid Triads. Speaking of which, this place was worthy of being the place where the sage used to gather herbs. Although they did not find the exact location of the sacrificial vessel, they found many good things in the outer area. In the periphery of the holy region, the spirit herbs on the surface would be looted by the group of cultivators once every 10,000 years, so the age would not be too old. However, there were still plenty of ancient cultivators' cave residences hidden in the dark. There were also plenty of good stuff sealed inside. There was no lack of Hotian magic treasures, 9 revolutions lead elixirs, silver elixirs, millions of years old spirit herbs. If that's the case, it was necessary for them to make a thorough search on their way to the inner area. There was no reason for them not to empty all the hidden cave residences along the way. You actually don't know who Reverend Arid Triad is? Zhongyu snorted disdainfully. Master, you don't know who Reverend Arid Triad is. He's the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. Old Wu pretended to be surprised and directly gave the answer. It was actually the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. Ning Fan was speechless. He had been cultivating the Tao for so long. Of course, he had heard about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor before. Legend has it that the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor was an expert in divination. Legend has it that the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor was ruthless, cunning, and ruthless. In the end, the Southern Heaven ancestral emperor died in battle to protect the Southern Heaven. There were many legends about the Southern Heaven ancestral emperor. However, none of them mentioned the name of Reverend Arid Triad. Ning Fan could not be blamed for being ignorant. Most of the powerful beings in the Eastern Heaven did not know about the secrets that Old Wu and Zhang Yu knew. Old Wu cleared his throat with an excited expression. He wanted to tell his master the story about the Southern Heaven ancestral emperor. However, Ning Fan did not have the mood to listen to his master. Instead, he took out one of the medicine soul stones that had been distributed to him and instantly absorbed all the medicine soul power within it. Then, he took out another one and continued to absorb it. Just like that, after absorbing the power of 800 pieces of medicine soul stones in a row, Ning Fan felt a little more relaxed. He no longer felt weak when he was invaded by the medicine chi when he first entered the Saint region. Old Wu found himself being snubbed. He sat down cross-legged while mumbling to himself and began to refine the medicine soul stones as well. Unlike Ning Fan, Old Wu only heaved a sigh of relief after absorbing 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. Zhang Yu had also absorbed 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. Even Little Furball and the black cat in the spiritual beast pouch had absorbed 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. As for Ouyang Yuan, she did not need the power of the medicine soul stones at all to survive in this place. After all, she already had a 9th revolution lead grade medicine soul. The power of her medicine soul was not to be underestimated. Ning Fan estimated that with his mid-grade 7th revolution medicine soul, he could only use 200 less medicine soul stones compared to ordinary people. Each time he refined the medicine soul stones, he could last for 12 hours, which was half a day. Excluding Ouyang Yuan, the 3 of them and the 2 demonic beasts needed to consume nearly 10,000 pieces of medicine soul stones a day. Ning Fan had only prepared 2 million pieces of medicine soul stones for this trip to the Saint region. Theoretically, Ning Fan and the others could only stay in the Extreme Pill Saint region for 200 days at most before they needed to leave. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger if they did not have enough medicine soul stones. Of course, the opening of some secret abodes in the Extreme Pill Saint region still required medicine soul stones. In that case, the duration of these 200 days would probably be greatly reduced. We don't have much time. Let's depart as soon as possible. The group of them began to fly towards the inner area. Not long after that, they arrived at the location of the first secret abode on their journey. It was a grassland. The grass here was as tall as a human. From time to time, one could see 100-year and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, to Ning Fan and the others, they were not worth mentioning at all. Thus, they did not spend any time picking them. This was the location of the first secret abode on Ouyang Yuan's map. According to Wei Wuji, there were items that were beneficial to Ouyang Yuan's 5-colored medicine soul in this abode. Interesting. The abodes of the cultivators of the 4 heavens are usually built between mountains and rivers. This abode, however, is built under the grassland. Ning Fan said casually. Even with his eyesight, he still had to spend a lot of effort to find out that there was a hidden abode in this place. To other cultivators who were not good at searching, it would probably be difficult for them to find out that there was a hidden abode in this place. TSK. The cultivators of the despicable clan are born in the grassland and die in the grassland. Therefore, they usually like to build their abodes on the grassland. The abodes left in the outer area of the Saint region are basically left behind by the cultivators of the despicable clan in ancient times. Naturally, most of them are built under the grassland. Zhang Yu scoffed and explained. Born in the grassland and die in the grassland, huh? Ning Fan flicked his finger and took out several hundred pieces of medicine soul stones. He piled them on the ground and invoked a technique to open the abode. He had already obtained the information that the opening method of the abode of the cultivators in the Supreme Pill Saint region was different from the abodes of the 4 heavens. It required a special method to open the abode. Moreover, a certain amount of medicine soul stones was needed to open the abode. The exact amount of medicine soul stones needed to be used was directly related to the level of the abode. This small pile of medicine soul stones was not used up in this abode. It only used about 300 pieces. Abodes that cost 300 pieces were usually the abodes of Life Immortal Realm cultivators. After knowing that the level of this abode was not high, Ning Fan, Old Wu's eighth and Zhang Yu's interest was not very high. As soon as the abode was opened, a tunnel entrance appeared on the ground. A long flight of stairs led straight to the underground. The stone stairs were very old. From time to time, there were concave walls on both sides of the stairs where Buddhist shrines were displayed. When they reached the underground, there were a total of 12 stone rooms. All of them were sealed by formations. This formation was connected to the earth and was maintained by the thick earth qi. Its defensive power was terrifyingly strong. Even though it was just a life immortal realm abode, without the permission of the owner, perhaps even some true immortals of the crossing truth realm would not be able to open the stone rooms here. What a strange formation. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a strange formation. He secretly circulated the force character and clearly saw the veins of the formation in this place. A moment later, he raised his palm and pressed on the stone door of the first stone room. Wait. Zhang Yu said anxiously. Currently, Ning Fan's cultivation base was suppressed to the crossing truth realm. If he rashly activated the grand formation without studying the formation in detail, there would be a lot of risks. This was also what Zhang Yu was worried about. Due to the influence of the child relic, she was disdainful towards Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan acting recklessly, she instinctively shouted out. What surprised her was that after Ning Fan's hand touched the stone door, he actually did not receive any counterattack from the formation in this place. Ning Fan's technique was too strange. It should be said that at the moment when he touched the stone door, he actually changed his hand seals for 24 times. At the moment when he touched the stone door, it actually opened with a creaking sound. He did not forcefully break the formation. Instead, he followed the veins of the formation and directly opened the stone door. This little thief. His cultivation base in the Tao of formations isn't weak. He actually completely saw through the formation of this place in an instant. Among the 10,000 ancient immortal venerables, I'm afraid there aren't many who could do this. Zhang Yu was secretly shocked. Her expression, however, sneered. This little thief is really powerful. Why did I worry about him in vain? Pui *, it's impossible for me to care about this little thief at all. Illusion. Illusion. The first stone room stored some magic treasures. Most of them were not of high quality. Moreover, they had been around for a long time. Most of their spiritual power had been severely damaged. Ning Fan naturally did not care about these things. However, there were some refining materials that were piled up in the corner of the room. Ning Fan took them away. Most of them were refining materials that were unique to the Great Bay clan. Even though their grades were not high, they were things that could not be found in the Eastern Heaven. Ning Fan followed the same method and opened the remaining caves one after another. He obtained a total of 4,000 medicine soul stones, 7 sealed pills, some ancient books of the Great Bay clan and a small medicine garden. There were quite a number of 1 million years old spiritual herbs inside. Even though their grades were not high, they were medicinal herbs that were unique to the Great Bay clan. Ning Fan had never seen any of them before. Ning Fan did not recognize the words in the ancient books. Thus, he could not understand them. They were probably things like life immortal realm cultivation methods, abilities, and pill refinement recipes. 4,000 medicine soul stones was not a lot, but it was still considered a small gain. It could allow Ning Fan and the others to stay in the holy region for a longer period of time. The sealed pills, on the other hand, made Ning Fan click his tongue in amazement. The Great Bay clan seemed to be extremely good at storing pills. These 7 pills seemed to be from a long time ago. However, they were still filled with medicinal fragrance. At least 40 to 50% of their medicinal efficacy had been preserved. Moreover, even though Ning Fan did not know the names of these 7 pills, he could sense that they were quite beneficial to improving the power of his medicine soul based on his medicine soul. 7 Ninth Revolution lead grade pills that could improve one's medicine soul. What your master wants you to take is probably these 7 pills, right? Ning Fan checked them repeatedly. Then, he suddenly consumed one of the 7 pills. After checking its medicinal efficacy, he handed the remaining 6 pills to Ouyang Yuan. They were decent pills. There was a little bit of poison in them, but it was not much. To a life immortal realm cultivator, this little bit of poison was negligible. There was no harm in consuming them. Moreover, just a single pill was able to make his mid-7th revolution medicine soul advance to the high 7th revolution. This pill was indeed not bad. These pills are fine. You keep them first. When you have time, you can refine them and consume them. These pills are not bad. They are very beneficial to improving your medicine soul. Ning Fan reminded her. Ouyang Yuan's medicine soul was much stronger than Ning Fan's. She could tell that these pills were not bad at all with just a single glance. However, because of that, she was even more reluctant to consume them. She hesitated and said, "My husband is also a pill refinement master. Why don't you keep them for yourself and strive to attain the high 7th revolution pill refinement realm in one go? There's no need for that. Pill refinement is no longer a necessary skill for me to cultivate until now. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I improve my medicine soul or not. On the other hand, if you consume one more pill, you will be able to attain the silver core grade medicine soul sooner." Ning Fan felt a little regretful. If it wasn't for the sake of testing his medicine, he would not even be willing to consume a single pill from her. It would be a bit of a waste for him to consume this pill. Then, alright. Anyway, after my pill refinement realm improves, my husband will also benefit from it. You can just look for me directly if you want to consume any pills. When Ouyang Yuan thought that she could concoct pills for Ning Fan, she no longer declined his offer. Since they had already looted everything in this place, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Thus, they left the cave dwelling and continued advancing towards the inner area. Along the way, they looted several hundred more cave dwellings. Some of them were recorded on Ouyang Yuan's map while some of them were found by Ning Fan's treasure-searching compass. As they continued advancing, they managed to obtain another several 100,000 medicine soul stones. After deducting the amount used to open the cave dwellings, they still had 2.3 million medicine soul stones left. Other than medicine soul stones, they also obtained a lot of pills, spiritual herbs, ores, and ancient records. The cave dwellings that Ouyang Yuan wanted to find on this trip could be considered to have been completely looted. As for the remaining few cave dwellings that were not on the route, they no longer took a detour. As they continued to loot, they really found some useful items. First of all, he found more than 10 tufts of innate spiritual herbs. Coincidentally, one of them had the effect of nourishing one's soul. Moreover, it was a type that Ning Fan had never obtained before. As such, he had already collected 5 out of the 7 types of innate spiritual herbs that he needed to save the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor. He only needed 2 more. Secondly, he actually found quite a number of Tao springs in the cave dwellings of some ancient cultivators. The spiritual spring water within them had been stored for countless years and its quality was rather pure. It was the most suitable to water the 7 treasures wondrous tree. Naturally, he collected all of these Tao springs. Other than that, he also found a few supreme wood spiritual items in some of the cave dwellings. The power of the Tao law that they contained was rather pure. They were the most suitable to increase the power of the wood yin-yang technique in the future. The supreme pill sacred region was a medicinal garden. The wood qi there was already very thick. Thus, it was perfectly normal for it to produce such supreme wood spiritual items. Ning Fan had only spent 2 days to travel from the outer region to the inner region. Most of the time was not spent on the journey but on looting the cave dwellings. Along the way, they would occasionally meet other cultivators who entered the sacred region together with them. However, they were basically all low-grade cultivators. When they saw Ning Fan and the others flying towards them, they were so frightened that they did not dare to act recklessly. Ning Fan naturally did not have the mood to care about these people. He only cared about his own journey. The boundary between the inner region and the outer region is right ahead. Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. In general, the terrain of the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region was a big circle. The inner region was the outer region of the sacred region while the boundless land outside the circle was the center of the sacred region. If a low-grade cultivator saw this scene, he would certainly burst into laughter and say that the person who divided the inner region and the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region was not clear-headed. He actually confused the inner and outer regions of the circle. However, was it really the other way around? All living beings are trapped in the circle. The inner and outer regions are originally uncertain. Like a dream but also like waking up, like dust but also like the original. The great Tao is vast but humble. Wild grasses and weeds are scattered, lowering their heads but tenacious. This was an ancient tablet carved at the border of the inner circle. Ning Fan glanced at the ancient monument and felt that the words on it were filled with endless mysteries. What was even more unimaginable to him was the monstrous might contained within the words. It was as if it came from the immemorial era. It gave people a feeling that the sky was collapsing, making it hard for them to remain calm, insignificant like an ant. Be it Ning Fan, Old Wu, or even Zhang Yu, all of them had such a feeling when they saw this line of words. It was because the cultivation base of the person who wrote this line of words was shocking. The third step. Could this ancient tablet have been left behind by the sage who came here to pick herbs? Ning Fan secretly speculated. Every word and action of a saint contained supreme power. Even a few words could be used as a peerless killing move. This was something that immortal emperors like the ancient Chaos and the Undying Being didn't have. Even though they were strong enough to fight against an incipient saint, as long as they weren't real saints, they wouldn't have this power. A single word from the saint could cause mountains and rivers to crumble, and a single word from the saint could sink the seas and land. Formula Tao could not be easily taught. This was a situation like this. As he got closer to the ancient monument, Ning Fan could feel that each of the words on the monument contained immense power. Any one of them had the power to kill an ancient immortal venerable. If I can take this ancient tablet away or take away this saint's words, while Ning Fan was having this thought, Old Wu was also having the same thought. The handwriting of a saint was something even more powerful than a connate artifact. If he could get his hands on it. Don't even think about it. I don't know how many experts have had the same thoughts as you, but the truth is that the ancient tablet is still here, and the saint's words are still here. This isn't something that second-step cultivators like us can take away. Even great cultivators from the ancient times can't do it. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said to Ning Fan as if she had been through the same thing. There were actually quite a number of such ancient tablets in the periphery of the sanctuary. Unfortunately, no one had ever been able to collect the saint's words. She could not do it either. She had once tried this with the cultivation of a 9-tribulation immortal emperor, but in the end, she was seriously injured and failed. To second-step cultivators, without the permission of the saint, they could not even touch the saint's words. Hee. It's not my character to leave a treasure mountain untouched. If I don't give it a try, how would I know if I can collect the saint's words? Old Wu rubbed his palms together, eager to give it a try. Of course, he still needed to be cautious. However, compared to the saint's words, all caution was thrown to the back of his mind. These were the words left behind by the saint. They possessed heaven-shaking power. Old Wu could feel that if he dared to touch the ancient tablet's words, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. However, if he could succeed by luck, with the 36 saints' words in his hands, it would be enough for him to dominate the 4 heavens. Even an immortal emperor would have to fear him like a poisonous snake. Old Wu was eager to give it a try. Ning Fan pondered for a while. He had the god-exterminating shield to protect himself. More or less, he could give it a try. Even if he failed, he would not be injured. This place was already at the border of the inner area. There was no need for him to suppress his cultivation base. Old Wu released all of his aura force from his cultivation base while Ning Fan also removed the suppression on his cultivation base. Just as both of them were about to try to collect the ancient tablet's words, their eyes suddenly moved. At the next moment, an ink drawing of a tiger that was 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large suddenly appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Then, it let out a furious roar and crashed down from the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding area was stirred up violently. The power of the collision was actually comparable to a full-powered attack from a cultivator of the Duzhen realm. Touch the sacred object of my tower wood tribe. Kill without mercy. It was an exceptionally old voice. After that old voice, there were also many young voices. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. One after another, human figures suddenly drilled out from the ground of the grassland. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. While the newcomers were brimming with killing intent, He raised his hand and crushed the tiger drawing technique that descended from the sky. Then, he examined the newcomers. Great Humble Tribe. To be continued, there were a total of 3,000 tribes in the Great Bay clan, and they had been living in the inner region of the Holy Region for generations. The Tamu tribe was only one of the weaker ones among them. There were a total of 108 ancient tablets at the border of the inner region, and all of them were engraved with the saints' inscriptions. These 108 ancient tablets would often be rotated and guarded by the weakest tribes. For example, the Tamu tribe would change every 1,000 years, and it was their turn to guard one of the ancient tablets. The reason why only the weak tribes were made to guard the tablets was because no one had ever been able to remove the saints' inscriptions, and no tribe had ever been able to obtain any benefits from the ancient tablets. Guarding was just a formality without any meaning or benefits. It was only a way for the future generations to remember their ancestors. As such, only the weakest tribes were needed to be the coolies. Every 10,000 years, the Holy Region would open once. This was also the time period that the Great Bay clan hated the most. Every time this time came, there would be some extremely daring foreign clan cultivators who would try to enter the inner region and set foot on the holy land of the Great Bay clan in search of treasures. There were even some extremely daring foreign clan cultivators who would attack the saints' inscriptions. They didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Without the permission of the saint, how could the first and second step cultivators touch the saints' inscriptions? Every time the Holy Region opened, there would be foreign clan cultivators who would be killed by the saints' inscriptions. There would also be some true immortals with higher divine abilities who wouldn't be killed by the saints' inscriptions, but they would be severely injured. Very few people could escape unscathed from the saints' inscriptions. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would often be intimidated by the might of the saint, and it might even leave a shadow in their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Tagri was the patriarch of the Tamu tribe and also the person with the highest cultivation base in this generation. His cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the Crossing Truth realm, and he could be considered as one of the few true immortal old monsters in the surrounding Great Bay tribe. Today, as usual, he led a portion of the tribe members to cultivate in the underground cave residence and carried out the duty of guarding the place that was rotated once every 1,000 years. As a true immortal old monster, he had to carry out the most boring task of guarding the place and was not allowed to leave his post. This made Tagri feel extremely sullen, but he had no choice. Who asked his Tamu tribe to be weaker than others? In the tribe competition that was held once every 1,000 years, the Tamu tribe had already lost to the tribes of the southern region 12 times in a row and was ranked at the bottom. Weak tribes had to do the coolies without any complaints. This was the rule of the Great Bay tribe. In other words, the Tamu tribe had been continuously at the bottom amongst the surrounding few tens of tribes for 12,000 years. Outsiders claimed that the Tamu tribe was the weakest wolf in the southern region's prairie. This caused many men of the Tamu tribe to be unable to raise their heads in front of outsiders. As the leader of the weakest tribe, Tagri also felt ashamed. Fortunately, the time for guarding the holy monument was almost up, and the next tribal competition was about to begin. Everyone was waiting to see the 13th ranking of the Pagoda Wood tribe. This caused Tagri to feel even more suffocated in his heart. For the sake of this grand competition, Tagori had made ample preparations. He didn't even hesitate to shamelessly borrow a few powerful magical treasures from a few of his old friends. In this grand competition of the tribes, he wouldn't allow the Tamu tribe to be at the bottom again. He wanted to lead the Tamu tribe to break away from the fate of being the weakest in the southern border. He had been waiting confidently for the arrival of 1,000 years. However, he did not expect Ning Fan and the others to appear at this crucial moment. Moreover, they coveted the holy monument. Damn it, was it the opening of the sanctuary that happened once every 10,000 years? This group of murderous alien cultivators, according to the rules of the despicable tribe, if the tribe guards the holy monument due to their negligence and allow the birds and beasts to touch the holy monument, they would be punished with a light crime and be sentenced to 1,000 years of guarding the monument. If they allow the cultivators of the foreign races to touch the holy monument, they would be punished with a heavy crime. The clan leader would have 10% of his cultivation base crippled and 1,000 members of the tribe would be sacrificed to the Buddha. Those were the heaviest crimes among the heaviest crimes. Therefore, when Tagri found out that Ning Fan and Old Wu wanted to touch the saints' inscriptions, he felt a chill run down his spine. If they really let the two of them touch the holy monument? Tagri did not dare to imagine the consequences. Not only would he have 10% of his cultivation base crippled, but the most important thing was that the Tamu tribe, which did not have a lot of members, would have 1,000 good men sentenced to death for their crimes. At such a critical moment, even though they knew that Ning Fan and Old Wu had the terrifying cultivation base of an ancient immortal venerate, Tagri and the other cultivators who guarded the holy monument still decided to take action. Unfortunately, the result was obvious. With their insignificant abilities, they could not stop Ning Fan and the others at all. You all can't touch this monument. Even if I, Tagri, die in battle today, I will protect this monument. Tagri gritted his teeth and said in a tough tone. According to the rules of the Debay tribe, if the tribe leader dies for the sake of guarding the monument, the other members of the tribe would be pardoned for their negligence of duty and be exempted from the punishment of killing 1,000 people. Tagri had also thrown caution to the wind. If he really could not stop Ning Fan and the others from touching the holy monument today, he would not regret dying in battle here. At least, he could protect the lives of 1,000 men in the tribe. Humph. The people of the prairie never lacked courage. Why would they hesitate to fight? Even if the other party was an ancient immortal venerate. He was an existence that he must look up to. Ning Fan's slightly cold eyes softened. According to his personality, if he was ambushed, he would retaliate no matter how strong or weak the opponent was. However, what he did not expect was that this Duzhen cultivator of the Debay tribe in front of him seemed to have a backbone. He was willing to die in battle just to protect the holy monument, recalling Zhang Yu's reminder that it was not advisable for him to become enemies with the Debay tribe during this trip. Ning Fan's eyes calmed down. He gently waved his hand and restrained Old Wu, not allowing him to touch the cultivators of the Debay tribe in front of him. Who are you people? Why are you stopping me from collecting these words? Ning Fan asked indifferently. He did not continue to collect the saint's words. Firstly, it was because he realized that the people of the Debay tribe in this place seemed to be extremely averse to this kind of behavior. If he really becomes enemies with the Debay tribe for the sake of collecting the saint's words, it would be disadvantageous for him during this trip. Jiu Li's adulthood was of utmost importance. Compared to this matter, the saint's words were not that important anymore. Secondly, Ning Fan had also probed the strength of the holy monument the moment he took action. As a matter of fact, even though he had yet to finish collecting the saint's words, he sensed an extremely dangerous chi from the holy monument the moment he took action. That level of danger had even exceeded the current defense of the God Extermination Shield. Moreover, it was still increasing as time passed by. These saints' words were too terrifying. It was definitely not something he could collect with his current strength. If he forcefully collects them, even though he would not suffer too much damage, he would only return empty-handed. Of course, if it was not because he was worried about the mood of the people of the Debay tribe, Ning Fan would still be willing to give it a try. Seeing that Ning Fan and the others did not continue to collect the saint's words and did not plan to attack the Tamu tribe, Tagri and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Tagri took a step forward and stood in front of the group of cultivators of the Tamu tribe. He politely greeted Ning Fan. I'm Tagri, the leader of the Tamu tribe of the Debay tribe. Greetings to my friends who have come from afar. Guarding the holy monument is our duty. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Tagri's attitude was very humble. Even though the Debay tribe was xenophobic, it would be a different story if the other party was an immortal venerated being of the past. After all, even in the Debay tribe, immortal venerated beings of the past were also rare experts. Unless Tagri himself was also an immortal venerated being of the past, he would be an idiot to offend Ning Fan and the others. While speaking, Tagri secretly observed the expressions of Ning Fan and the others. When he saw that they did not have any doubts about the word Debay, he could not help but feel moved. It seems like these few foreign cultivators have heard of the Debay tribe before. They are not the visitors who know nothing about the Debay tribe. Since it's our duty, we indeed can't say that we have offended you. On the contrary, we were the ones who acted recklessly. We didn't know that this monument is the sacred relic of your tribe. If we touch this monument, I'm afraid that you guys, as the guardians of the monument, will not be able to bear the consequences. Ning Fan noticed the cold sweat on the foreheads of Tagri and the others and made a guess. That's right. Fortunately, you guys didn't touch the sacred monument. Otherwise, many men of our Tamu tribe would have died because of your actions. You will also be hunted down by us, the 5 emperors of the Debay tribe, because of this crime. You definitely won't be able to walk out of the Supreme Pill sacred region alive. A few burly men of the Tamu tribe who looked like hotheads shouted angrily. Shut up. In front of the immortal venerated being of the past immortal venerated beings, how can you be so presumptuous? Tagri was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He scolded the burly men of the Tamu tribe behind him. The men of the Debay tribe were born to be straightforward. Therefore, they were slightly weaker in terms of scheming and worldly wisdom. In short, there were many hotheads among the cultivators of this tribe. When they are infuriated, there would even be some low-level cultivators who would dare to scold an immortal king in front of him. Of course, this did not mean that there were no cultivators in the Debay tribe who were sensible. For example, Tagri was definitely not a hothead. Previously, he did not hesitate to attack Ning Fan and the others in order to guard the monument. Now that there was room for reconciliation between both sides, of course, Tagri would not allow his tribe members to offend Ning Fan again. After being scolded by Tagri, the remaining cultivators of the Tamu tribe no longer dared to speak carelessly. However, there were still many of them who were glaring at Ning Fan with fury in their eyes. The divine ability that all of you used just now should be the battle soul technique, right? Ning Fan did not care about the rudeness of the burly men and changed the topic. That's right. What we used just now was indeed a type of combined soul technique. It can be performed by many people to increase the power of the divine ability. The cultivators of my Debay tribe are basically born with medicine souls. What we cultivate is the medicine soul divine ability. Be it men or women, young or old, all of us are basically pill refinement masters. Tagri sounded rather proud. In this world, how many tribes could be born with medicine souls? Not many. Not many at all. The Debay tribe was one of the few. As a cultivator of the Debay tribe, they deserved to be proud of it and feel honored to be a cultivator of the Debay tribe. Can cultivators from other tribes like us walk freely in the inner area of the holy region? Ning Fan changed the topic again. To be honest, the inner area of the holy region is the holy land of my Debay tribe. If it's a low-grade cultivator from another tribe, it's absolutely impossible for him to enter the holy land of my tribe. Once he or she enters, he or she will be expelled by my tribe if the punishment is light. If the punishment is severe, he or she will be sentenced to death. However, if a true immortal realm expert enters, it's a different story. As long as he or she performs 3 merits, receives 6 punishments and observes 12 prohibitions, he or she will be able to walk freely in the inner area. If he or she disobeys, he or she will still be expelled by the experts of my tribe. Tagri said carefully, afraid that the 3 merits, 6 punishments and 12 prohibitions that he mentioned would arouse the disgust of Ning Fan and the others. Ning Fan and the others indeed frowned. 3 merits, 6 punishments and 12 prohibitions? It seems like outsiders will be subjected to a lot of restrictions when they enter the inner area. I'm afraid they will lose a lot of freedom. No one would be willing to be restricted for no reason. Be it Ning Fan or Old Wu, both of them were the kind of people who would never allow themselves to be at a disadvantage. As an immortal emperor, Xianxia was even more unwilling to be restricted. Thinking of this, Xianxia first let out a soft snort. When she was at her peak in the past, she had to force her way into the inner area of the holy region every time. Because of that, she would always be besieged by the immortal emperors of the Debay tribe. Unfortunately, she was no longer at the peak of her cultivation base in the past. She no longer had the qualifications to act recklessly in this place. Little thief, we can't act as we please when we enter the inner area this time. We must accept the restrictions of the Debay tribe. Otherwise, this trip will become extremely difficult. Besides, if we accept the restrictions of the Debay tribe, we can also avoid many dangers and obtain a certain degree of protection from them. There are quite a number of ferocious creatures in the inner area. Xianxia sighed and advised Ning Fan through telepathy. She was afraid that Ning Fan was young and impetuous and could not accept the restrictions of others. However, she did not expect Ning Fan to not care about the many restrictions of the Debay tribe. Even though he was unwilling to do so, for the sake of Jiu Li's adulthood, as long as it did not violate his principles, he could give in a little. May I ask what the 3 merits, 6 punishment and 12 restrictions of your clan refer to? Ning Fan asked calmly. The 3 merits refers to the fact that every foreign cultivator who enters the inner area must perform 3 human rank battle merits for our Debay tribe. Everyone, don't worry. There are mortal venerables among you. Human rank battle merits are as easy as flipping your hand to all of you. The 6 punishment. Tagri paused and looked at Ning Fan cautiously. Seeing that Ning Fan did not have much aversion to the word punishment, he continued. The 6 punishment refers to the foreign cultivators who must receive 6 damaging punishments from our clan. This punishment cannot be avoided, but it can be substituted. It will be calculated according to the number of people, excluding pets. There are 4 of you and you will have to receive a total of 24 punishments. With the cultivation base of the 2 ladies, I'm afraid that they will suffer some injuries and damage their foundation. However, if the 2 of you are immortal venerables, it will not be difficult for you to receive the damaging punishments. Ning Fan frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. Seeing this, Tagri heaved a sigh of relief and continued. The 12 restrictions refers to the 12 prohibitions that our Debay tribe has against foreign cultivators. Don't worry. They are just some of the most basic prohibitions. As long as you don't do anything that infringes on the interests of our Debay tribe, basically, you won't be subjected to any punishment. Tagri then explained the content of the 12 restrictions in detail. He was not stupid. These people in front of him were obviously people who had ulterior motives towards the inner area. They would certainly enter the inner area. The only difference was whether these people would enter by force or follow the rules. If they enter by force, their lives would be in danger. However, if they follow the rules, Tagri would welcome Ning Fan and the others to enter the inner area. Excluding outsiders also depends on who you are excluding. If Ning Fan and the others enter the inner area, at this moment, Tagri already had a different thought. After confirming that Ning Fan and the others would indeed follow the rules, he would then make a bold decision. He wanted to be the guarantor of Ning Fan and the others in the name of the clan leader of the Tamu tribe. Even though there are only 4 people in this group, 2 of them are immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient era. If I vouch for them, they will certainly be placed under the name of my Tamu tribe. In that case, I can use the identity of the clan leader of the Tamu tribe to invite the 4 of them to participate in the grand competition of my tribe. Humph. If my tribe has immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient era, even if these few people have been punished and their cultivation bases are limited, they definitely won't be at the bottom of the grand competition. I'm afraid they can even get an extremely good ranking. Thinking of this, Tagri became more enthusiastic towards Ning Fan and the others. After confirming that Ning Fan and the others would abide by the rules, Tagri was even more overjoyed and told them about the guarantor system of the Tamu tribe. In other words, if we want to enter the inner area, we must join any of the tribes of your clan and name? Ning Fan asked with surprise. That's right. Even though you have 2 immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient era, if you are punished, your cultivation base will certainly be greatly limited. The cultivation base that you can display will probably not exceed the Shedding Void realm. If you join other tribes, the other tribes will at most treat you as Shedding Void realm, but they won't treat you too courteously. After all, in most of the tribes of my Tamu tribe, there is no lack of Shedding Void realm guardians. However, my Tamu tribe is different. Our tribe doesn't have Shedding Void realm guardians. If you join my Tamu tribe, I, Tagri, can guarantee that we will never humiliate foreign cultivators like the clan leaders of other tribes. We will certainly treat you with the highest degree of courtesy. Tagri promised solemnly. Ning Fan was inwardly surprised. He did not know that a cultivator's cultivation base would be restricted after receiving the 6 punishments and they would not be able to display the full strength of the Shedding Void realm guardians. Tagri did not explain it in such detail just now. Moreover, he did not know that if they join other tribes, they might also be humiliated by them. The cultivators of the Tamu tribe are all made of muscles. They are not friendly to outsiders. There are very few cultivators who treat outsiders with courtesy like Tagri. They are also very unreasonable. It doesn't seem to be accurate to put it this way. In short, after you come into contact with the cultivators of the Tamu tribe, you will know that the dullness of most of the cultivators of the Tamu tribe is far beyond your imagination. As for the 6 punishments, you don't have to worry about it. The so-called restriction of cultivation base actually doesn't have much of an impact. As for the specific reason, you will know about it later. Zhang Yu secretly transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. You mean, we are going to join the Tamu tribe just like that? Ning Fan asked through telepathy. If we join such a weak tribe, we can receive enough attention and courtesy. Zhang Yu answered. Alright. You know a lot about the inner area. I will listen to you. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and agreed to Tagri's invitation. After discussing some details, they officially entered the inner area of the holy region with the Tamu tribe as their guarantor. This time, Tagri had been guarding the sacred monument for almost 1,000 years. There was less than a month left until the grand competition between the tribes. According to the rules, they could already leave this place and prepare for the grand competition. There was no need for them to guard the sacred monument anymore. This also meant that there would be a period of time when the guards of the sacred monument would be absent for the next few days. During this period, if anyone touches the sacred monument, the Tamu tribe would not be held accountable. After Ning Fan agreed to join the Pagoda Wood tribe, Tagri had secretly told him about this. If you really can't forget about the sacred monument, you can secretly go and check on it during the period of time when the guards are absent. As long as you act discreetly and don't get discovered by my tribe, it will be fine. Sure enough, Tagri knew how to conduct himself. If it was any other muscular and burly man of the Tamu tribe, he would certainly not say something like this. Thank you for the reminder. Ning Fan accepted Tagri's goodwill. He also hoped to maintain a good cooperative relationship with Tagri, the clan leader of the Tamu tribe, during his stay in the inner region. In this way, his trip should be a lot smoother. As they chatted along the way, Ning Fan also obtained a lot of information from Tagri. For example, the area that he entered was a continent called the Southern Grassland in the inner region of the Holy Region. The inner region of the Holy Region was formed by tens of thousands of broken continents. Most of them were desolate and uninhabited. Spiritual chi was scarce. Only a few continents were suitable for living and were inhabited by the cultivators of the Debay clan for generations. The Southern Grassland was one of them. There were 107 continents like the Southern Grassland which coincided with the number of sacred monuments. Therefore, many cultivators of the Debay clan firmly believed that it was because of the existence of the 108 sacred monuments that the people of the Debay clan were able to preserve the 108 places to rest. On the Southern Grassland, there were a total of 35 tribes. The Tamu tribe was just the weakest among them. The rest of the tribes were basically guarded by Shikong. In another month's time, it would be the grand competition of the Debay clan. Each continent would hold a minor competition first. The weakest tribe would be punished to guard the monument for 1,000 years while the strongest tribe could head to the continent of the Middle State and participate in the next round of the grand competition. As for the minor competition of the Southern Grassland, as long as you all put in a little effort, you will definitely not be the last place. You can forget about getting the first place. After the punishment, sigh, none of you will be able to get the first place in the Southern Grassland. What a pity. If you can get the first place, you will be able to participate in the grand competition of the Middle State. If you get a good ranking in the grand competition, you might even gain the favor of the 5 emperors of the Middle State and obtain great benefits. Forget it. I am already extremely satisfied that my Tamu tribe is no longer at the bottom. Humph. The evil goat tribe even said that they would be 3,000 points ahead of my tribe in this grand competition. Let's see who will be in the lead this time. While chatting with Ning Fan, Tagri angrily told Ning Fan about the current situation of the Tamu tribe. It also made Ning Fan speechless. He did not expect that the Tamu tribe that he had joined was not only the weakest tribe in the Southern Grassland but also the weakest tribe in the entire Debay clan. However, even the weakest tribe had a mid-Duzhan realm expert. Ordinary tribes all had Shikong realm experts. Most of the tribes in the middle stream basically had fragment sense realm experts. In the Debay clan, there were more than 70 tribes that had immortal venerables and 17 tribes that had immortal kings. On the surface, the Debay clan only had 5 immortal emperors who were the 5 emperors of the Middle State. However, Tagri secretly told Ning Fan a piece of shocking news. The immortal emperors of the Debate clan were not as simple as the 5 emperors of the Middle State. There were only 5 emperors in the Middle State. Every time an immortal king breaks through to the immortal emperor realm, he or she would be promoted to become one of the 5 emperors of the Middle State. As for the 5 emperors who were pushed down, they would go to the most forbidden area of the Debate clan to cultivate and ignore the mundane affairs. With Tagri's status, he was not qualified to know how many immortal emperors there were in the Debate clan. However, he was certain that there were definitely more than 5 of them. It seemed like his decision to not fall out with the Debate clan as soon as he entered the inner area was really a correct one. Ning Fan tried to find some information about the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact. He was very tactful with his words. He did not mention the sacrificial artifact, but he could not even get any useful information. As expected, I can only find the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact by myself. The Tamu clan was built on a grassland in the central region of the southern border. Different from the scene that Ning Fan had imagined, the members of the Tamu clan did not live in underground caves. Instead, they lived in tents. They would only enter the caves when they were cultivating. As for their daily lives, they would stay in the tents. The Tamu clan did not have a large population. It only had around 30,000 members. This was related to the bloodline of the Debate clan. Most of the members of the Tamu clan were born with a medicine soul. However, it was extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Therefore, their clan could not be large. In the entire grassland of the southern border, there were only 15 clans that had more than 100,000 members. It had been 1,000 years since Tagri went out to guard the sacred monument. The guards of the Tamu clan who were wearing leather armor and long boots were having a conflict with a group of people outside the clan. At this moment, the Chiliarch of the Tamu clan, Muka, was arguing with the young clan leader of the Evil Goat clan. I lost my Emo River Pearl the last time I came to your Tamu clan. What's wrong with me wanting to search the entire clan? Why are you stopping me from doing this? Xianxia glared at Muka with a slightly domineering look. He was the dignified young clan leader of the Evil Goat clan. How dare a mere Chiliarch like Muka talk back to him? How outrageous. What a joke. Everyone knows that my lord's Emo River Pearl is a treasure of the southern border. It can gather spiritual chi from all directions. If it's really in my Tamu clan, it will naturally trigger a change in the spiritual chi. The Emo River Pearl isn't here at all. My lord just wants to find an excuse to enter the medicinal pond of my Tamu clan and collect the medicinal essence of the pond, right? Now that the clan leader of my Tamu clan isn't here, you want to take the opportunity to bully my clan. Am I right? Muka said angrily. It was hard for this muscular man to actually understand Xianxua's true intention. Xianxua's excuse was really too lousy. Anyone could understand it. Of course, that was only for ordinary people. The cultivators of the Debate clan were mostly stupid. Not everyone could understand Xianxua's true intention. What? The young clan leader of the Evil Goat clan actually has such an intention? He is coveting our 1,000-year medicinal essence. Some of the guards of the Tamu clan were astonished. I actually believed that he lost the Emo River Pearl. I even helped him look for it for half a day. Another Tamu clan member who had a low IQ said in shame. Lord Muka, I found the Emo River Pearl. I found it in my old mother's sheep pen. A Tamu clan member who looked even more stupid ran over at this moment while holding a stone that was about the size of a goose egg. That's a stone. There's even sheep dung on it, it can't even shine. What a bullshit pearl, why are my subordinates so stupid? Muka felt a splitting headache. However, it wasn't a good time to reprimand his subordinate's stupidity. He could only argue with the young clan leader of the Evil Goat clan. Lord Xianxua, I have seen through your scheme. Muka roared in anger. What? You actually saw through the brilliant scheme that I spent 10 days to come up with. Xianxua had an extremely shocked expression. It seemed like his intelligence wasn't that high. Actually, I had already received a report from my informant 3 days ago. He said that my lord would have such a plan. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine that the loss of the pearl was just a pretense. This plan is indeed flawless, but it's a pity that God disposes. Your Evil Goat clan has a traitor. So Muka wasn't that smart after all. What? There's a traitor in my clan who leaked my plan? Tell me, who is that traitor? Xianxia was furious. Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you who the traitor is? I will never tell you that the traitor is your cousin, Xianxia. Muka didn't realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. Damn it. You actually didn't tell me. Wait, you said Xianxia just now. It's him, right? Xianxia reacted. Muka realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and was instantly shocked. He quickly changed his words. No, I was just talking nonsense. It's not Xianxia. It's someone I don't know who told me. So it's not Xianxia. It's someone you don't know who told you. Xianxia believed him. Then, if you have time, come to my clan and tell me who in our clan you don't know. I want to find the traitor that you don't know. Xianxia ordered stupidly. I refuse. I am the 1,000-men commander of the Tamu tribe. I refuse to listen to your orders. What? You dare to refuse my orders? You. Xianxia was furious. Just as he was about to explode, a shrewd evil goat tribe warrior secretly transmitted a message to remind him. Young tribe leader, don't forget our purpose of coming here. There's no need to waste time with Muka, that's right. I actually forgot that we are here for the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. I forgot to transmit my voice and accidentally said it. The stupid Xianxia forgot to transmit his voice and said his true purpose. Instantly, the Tamu tribe warriors were enraged. What did they hear? They actually heard Xianxia admit that they were here for the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. What did the evil goat tribe warriors hear? Their young tribe leader actually wanted the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. Did they really think that their tribe leader was looking for the desert river pearl? They were all pigs. They were all pigs. You are really here for the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. Even if I, Muka, die in battle today, I will not let you take away our tribe leader's medicinal marrow. Muka and a group of Tamu tribe warriors all looked like they were ready to die. It was as if they were ready to die for the sake of protecting their tribe leader's medicinal marrow. Humph, as long as it is something that our young tribe leader wants, we will fight for it even if we have to die. Besides, we have Master Xiaoluan who is at the late stage of Duzhen. Let alone the fact that your tribe leader is not here, even if he is here, so what? We will directly snatch it by force and carry out a raid. We can easily obtain the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. The group of evil goat tribe warriors roared one after another. They looked like they were loyal enough to die for their young tribe leader. With their stupidity, their loyalty was naturally not fake. Xianxia secretly cursed his own stupidity in his heart. How could he forget that his tribe's strength was far stronger than the Tamu tribe? According to the tribe rules, tribes of the same continent were allowed to plunder each other. As long as they didn't kill anyone, they could plunder as they pleased. Plunder women and repairing resources were all allowed. Of course, married women were not allowed. This was the rigid rule of the great despicable tribe. I forgot. I am the dignified young tribe leader of the evil goat tribe. There is no need for me to spend 10 days to think of a peerless plan. I can just carry out a raid. In the name of the young tribe leader of the evil goat tribe, I will carry out a raid on your Tamu tribe. I will plunder all your resources, plunder all your unmarried women, plunder all your 1,000-year medicinal marrow, plunder all, who dares to plunder my Tamu tribe's things. This was the roar of rage from Tagli, who had just returned, soaring to the heavens. He was furious. No matter how weak his Tamu tribe was, they shouldn't be so weak that they could be bullied by others. Could it be that this Xianxia has forgotten that his Tamu tribe still has the corpse devil guards? If he uses them, even if the evil goat tribe sends out late true crossing realm experts, what can they do? They will only suffer heavy casualties and return without accomplishing anything, alright? I forgot. With this Xianxu's brain, I'm afraid he has completely forgotten about the corpse devil guards of the Tamu tribe. Tagli was speechless. He had forgotten the fact that there were very few intelligent people in the entire great despicable tribe. Speaking of which, why didn't Mukka and the others send out the corpse devil guards to guard the tribe when they were outnumbered? I forgot. With the intelligence of Mukka and the others, I'm afraid they have also forgotten about this. It's really a conflict between a group of fools. Tagli glanced at Ning Fan and the others with a hint of shame and descended outside the tribe. He clearly saw the strange expressions on their faces. Xianxia was the only one who seemed to be used to it, as if he was used to seeing the stupidity of the great despicable tribe. How embarrassing, this great despicable tribe is quite interesting. Ning Fan rubbed his chin and revealed a faint smile. The great despicable tribe is the descendants of the medicine slaves of that herb-gatherer saint. Their minds are incomplete and it's caused by a man-made disaster. There's an ancient saying that 9 out of 10 cultivators of the great despicable tribe are pure. This is a saying that existed in our era. In the previous era, not everyone knew about it. In the current era, I'm afraid you haven't heard about it at all. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. Didn't you say that you don't know much about the great despicable tribe? Ning Fan said angrily. Why does it seem like I know everything now? I'm referring to the fact that I don't know much about the cultivators in the upper echelons of the great despicable tribe. The waters are very deep. Xianxia was a little worried. Then, he changed the topic and said, you should just watch the show. I'm afraid this is your first time encountering such a conflict between fools since you started cultivating. The great despicable tribe is really strange. Of course, not every member of the great despicable tribe is like this. It's impossible for cultivators who can cultivate to the eternal ancient realm to be mentally handicapped. The others followed Tagli and descended one after another. The foolish guards from both sides only glanced at Ning Fan's group once and then ignored them. At this moment, both sides were in a dispute. They did not have the time to pay attention to Ning Fan's group at all. Even if they felt that Ning Fan's group's attire was strange, they did not have the time to ask. Today, the guards of the Towerwood tribe and the guards of the Evil Goat tribe must compete against each other. So it's Patriarch Tagli who has returned. You've come at the right time. Hand over your 1,000 years medicinal essence. Xianxua's eyes flashed with cold light. Even though he was a fool, his temperament was the most ruthless and merciless. Since he had decided to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Towerwood tribe, he would never show mercy. You want to snatch my medicinal essence? Don't even think about it. Humph. Tagli. Even though you are at the mid-true crossing realm, don't forget that we have a late true crossing realm cultivator here. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 1,000 years medicinal essence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xianxia clapped his hands. Immediately, a fat cultivator wearing a monk's robe walked forward from behind him. Venerable Xiaoluan. Tagli's eyes narrowed. This person's cultivation base was at the late true crossing realm. In the grassland of the southern border, he was quite famous. Tagli, you are not a match for me. Our young master is a little weak, but our patriarch is not a fool. I know what you are thinking. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we can't use your corpse devil protector this time. Because my corpse devil protector has also been brought here. If you use it, we will also use it. Xiaoluan clasped his hands together. The entire ground suddenly trembled. Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the grassland and a trace of black chi floated out from it. An extremely strong thought-fragmenting chi force immediately spread out from it. Is this, the dead cultivator that I've seen in the forbidden area of the Divine City? Old Wu's eyes narrowed slightly and fell into deep thought. This is, a corpse devil that was killed by the medicine. A ray of green light flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. He saw the corrosive medicinal chi in the bodies of the corpse devils. There's no mistaking it. All of them were killed by the medicine and turned into corpse devils. It was a corpse devil that was exactly the same as the dead cultivators in the forbidden area of the Divine City. Its 4 limbs were bound by chains and its body was surrounded by monstrous resentment. Countless exclamations resounded in the surroundings. No one had expected that Venerable Xiaoluan would actually bring the corpse devil protector of the Evil Goat tribe here. It was an early thought-fragmenting corpse devil. Once the corpse devil makes its move, blood would certainly be seen and there would be countless casualties. Xiaoluan. Why didn't I know that you brought out the corpse devil protector? Xianxia felt a burst of anger. This is the order of the clan leader. Xiaoluan felt helpless. If he told the young clan leader everything, wouldn't everything be leaked? Forget it. Since it's my father's order, I'll let it go. But remember, there won't be a next time. Xianxia said coldly. Yes. Xiaoluan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Although Xianxia was stupid, he was one of the best in the entire southern border in terms of ruthlessness. His aptitude for cultivation was also top-notch. This was also the reason why his father valued him and made him the young clan leader of the evil goat tribe even though he was stupid. After calming himself down, Xiaoluan threatened Tagri. Today's matter naturally doesn't need to use the corpse devils of both sides. Does clan leader Ta agree to this? That's right. This time, there really isn't a need to use the corpse devils. Tagri snorted coldly and turned his body slightly, revealing Ning Fan and the others behind him. They are. Master Xiaoluan's eyes narrowed. Just by looking at the clothes of Ning Fan and the others, he knew that they were cultivators from other clans. Since these people were brought here by Tagri, it was obvious that Tagri had decided to be the guarantor and recruit these people to temporarily join the Towerwood tribe. The extreme pale sacred region that only opens once every 10,000 years. Are these people the cultivators of the eastern heaven from the outside world mentioned in the legends? Since they were valued by Tagri, they shouldn't be too weak. Besides, they had yet to go through the 6 punishments. They must still have their original cultivation base. I must not be careless, are you the leader of these people? Master Xiaoluan asked old Wu Ba. Even though old Wu Ba was a little ugly, he looked the most evil. Thus, he naturally gave people a strong feeling. On the other hand, Ning Fan looked too gentle and refined. Zhang Yu and Ouyang Wan were both women. Thus, they were naturally ignored by Master Xiaoluan. Me? I'm just a little loyal servant. This is the master. Your eyesight is a little bad, Junior. Old Wu Ba let out a cold snort. He took half a step back and stood behind Ning Fan. Then, he looked at Ning Fan respectfully with a flattering look. Master Xiaoluan frowned. A mere cultivator from the outside world actually dared to call him Junior. Then, he looked at Ning Fan doubtfully. This young man is so weak. How could he be the leader of this group of people? Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too low. He was only at the late true crossing realm. If Ning Fan and old Wu Ba deliberately concealed their strength, they naturally would not be able to see through his shocking cultivation base. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could see that Tagri wanted to use their prestige to intimidate the cultivators of the evil goat tribe. Thus, he could achieve his goal of defeating them without any bloodshed. Currently, both parties were in a cooperative relationship. If he only wanted to borrow their prestige, he did not mind helping them. Release your aura force. You don't have to restrain it. Don't hurt anyone either. Ning Fan gave Tagri a deep look and gave an order to old Wu Ba. Old Wu Ba's body immediately trembled. He was the most loyal servant in the world. He would definitely carry out his master's orders faithfully. As soon as the aura force dispersed, an earth-shaking aura force swept across the entire grassland like a violent gale. The entire grassland of the southern territory was shocked. It was because they could feel an ancient aura force coming from the direction of the Towerwood tribe. 10,000 ancient immortal venerables. Master Xiaoluan's mouth and tongue trembled. He was standing too close to old Wu Ba. Facing the aura force of old Wu Ba directly was like an ant being pressed by Mount Tai. His entire body was in pain and he found it hard to move an inch. It was unimaginable. Unimaginable. This time, the Towerwood tribe had actually recruited an immortal venerable cultivator from the outside world. If that was the case, not to mention the tribal grand competition, they would definitely return empty-handed in this battle for the medicine essence. This matter is over. My evil goat tribe was reckless. Master Xiaoluan gritted his teeth. He knew that the situation was not good. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to escape. Tagri let out a cold snort. Inwardly, however, he heaved a sigh of relief. Master Xiaoluan was willing to give up. This matter couldn't be more appropriate. Ning Fan also did not pursue and attack the evil goat tribe. After all, he was just an outsider. It was their own business how the local tribes fought against each other. However, if he goes too far, it would easily cause the local tribes to suppress him. He wanted to befriend the Towerwood tribe but he could not offend the other tribes too much. This was not his style. However, for the sake of his master, Ancient Chaos, he had to do this even if he was unwilling. no matter how stupid the cultivators of the evil goat tribe were, they knew that it was impossible for them to win against an ancient immortal venerables. Now, all of them just wanted to leave this place. However, Xianxia was unwilling to do so. His face was filled with uncertainty. He strode forward and pointed at Ning Fan with a trembling finger. He seemed to be extremely agitated. Why you? He was so agitated that he could not speak a word. Is he extremely angry? Why is he so agitated? Master Xiaoluan cursed inwardly. His young clan leader is too stupid. If he insists on provoking Ning Fan, it's not right. It's not right. Even if Ning Fan is just an outsider and his cultivation base is unknown, no matter how weak he is, as long as he has an immortal venerables as his servant, he is definitely not an existence that the evil goat tribe can afford to offend. Young clan leader, we can't offend this person. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Of course, I know that this person can't be offended. Domineering. He's too domineering. Isn't this the reason why I, the young clan leader, have lived my entire life for such an awe-inspiring manner? With just a single word, an immortal venerable servant appeared, shocking everyone and causing the weather to change. It's too domineering. I've decided. Plop Xianxia knelt in front of Ning Fan. I want to acknowledge you as my master. I want to be like you. I want to live a glorious life. The evil goat tribe is too small. The grassland of the southern border is too small. I want to be like you and be domineering. Ning Fan was stunned. Did someone just acknowledge him as their master? By a peerless idiot? To be continued. Accepting a disciple, Ning Fan's face revealed a strange expression. He really disliked accepting disciples. When he first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he took in 2 disciples in the field of Pildao. One of them was called Xueqing, and the other was called Yanggu. They were both cultivators of the rain world. He had once taught the way of the sword to a child named Little Sure too. When Big Dipper was seeking the Tao, he had spent many years with a youth named Renli and passed on some of his insights to him. He had even given devil chi to 2 young girls from the devil race who had excellent aptitudes. However, in his entire life, he had never accepted a true disciple to inherit his Tao teachings. He didn't want to accept disciples. In the past, it was because the yin-yang transformation orthodoxy was too evil, and the Tao of techniques couldn't be easily passed down. Now, there were even more reasons why he didn't want to accept disciples. He himself hadn't even thoroughly learned the chaotic ancient orthodoxy, so how could he have the qualifications to accept a disciple? The higher his cultivation base was, the more he felt that the Tao inheritance of the ancient chaos great emperor was broad and profound. To be able to fuse all the incompatible things in the world together. The concept behind this cultivation technique was truly terrifying. The divine, demon, devil, tribulation spirits, and other different bloodlines existed together because of the ancient chaos orthodoxy. The Black Star art, the Phoenix clan's Nirvana art, and the Undying bloodline were forcefully fused together because of the ancient chaos orthodoxy. The Great Tao was vast and boundless. The higher one's cultivation was, the more insignificant they would feel. Ning Fan's current mentality coincided with the words on the sacred steel of the Great Humble Clan. Furthermore, didn't one need to look at the other party's character, cultivation, and aptitude when accepting a disciple? Wanting to acknowledge him as his master as soon as they met seemed a little rash. Thinking of this, Ning Fan said with an expressionless face. I don't plan to accept a disciple in the near future. You should look for someone better. Xianxia was stunned, and he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Did I reject him too directly and hurt this young man? Ning Fan thought to himself. 10 breaths passed. 20 breaths passed. 30 breaths passed. Xianxia suddenly asked blankly. Well, senior, may I ask what you mean by find someone better than me? I'm stupid and don't know much, so I don't understand. It means to look for another great teacher. Ning Fan smiled and explained. Ah? You don't want to be my master? I can give you many, many cows, sheep, gold, and many, many women. I really want to take you as my master. Xianxia gestured with his hands, meaning that he could give you many, many things. Cattle, sheep, gold, and silver, are these useful to cultivators? As a matter of fact, he had already used his spirit sense to scan through the Towerwood tribe just now. Many of the cultivators of the Towerwood tribe loved raising cattle and sheep. They would even use the gold and silver coins of the mortal world in their transactions. He was not a cultivator of the despicable tribe. He had no interest in cattle, sheep, gold, and silver. As for women, he wasn't interested in low-grade cauldrons, and Xianxia wasn't able to give him a high-grade cauldron. Thus, he naturally wouldn't be tempted. I'm sorry. I think it's better for you to look for someone better. Ningfan shook his head and led Ouyang and the others into the Tamu tribe. Xianxia, on the other hand, was dragged away by the cultivators of the evil goat tribe after feeling vexed and disappointed. Just like that, a storm was calmed down because of the arrival of Ningfan and the others. In order to guarantee Ningfan and the others' entry into the Towerwood tribe, they needed to report to the Middle State. Thus, after Tagri thanked Ningfan and the others for their help, he hurriedly contacted the tribes in the Middle State. He only sent Chiliarch Muka to bring Ningfan and the others to settle down in the Towerwood tribe. The people of the Towerwood tribe were also very xenophobic. However, after hearing that Ningfan and the others had agreed to join the Towerwood tribe, all of them became warm and hospitable. Chiliarch Muka even took out the wine that he had kept in the cellar for many years and brought a group of his fallen armor guards to invite Ningfan to eat and drink. The wine was ordinary wine while the meat was the cattle and sheep that the Towerwood tribe reared. Old Wu and Zongyu had already abstained from eating for many years. Thus, they were naturally too lazy to eat the wine and meat of the mortal world. Thus, they declined the invitation of the Towerwood tribe. Ouyang also politely declined the invitation of the Towerwood tribe. She did not want to drink and eat meat with a burly man who obviously had a low IQ. Ningfan was the only one who accepted the invitation of the Towerwood tribe. Even though he had an important mission to carry out on this trip, the information he obtained about the inner area was too little. He knew nothing about the location of the 9-civet sacrificial vessel. Thus, he naturally had the intention to gather some information from the Towerwood tribe. The inner area was very strange. After entering this place, he still could not display his heaven-peering rain technique too far. It was as if it was being restricted by a tremendous force. Similarly, the treasure-searching compass was also being restricted. It was as if someone was deliberately interfering with it, causing Ningfan to be unable to accurately sense the location of the sacrificial vessel. The person who interfered with it was at least an immortal Emperor realm cultivator or even higher. If that was not the case, it was certainly impossible for him to restrict his heaven-peering rain technique and treasure-searching compass to such an extent. The people of the Towerwood tribe were very friendly and honest. Most of them knew that Ningfan's cultivation base was extremely high, but they did not have much respect for him. Instead, they just treated him as a friend who came from afar. Most of the people of the Towerwood tribe were stupid. Thus, Ningfan could get a lot of information from them without using any special methods. Muka, the Chiliarch, had the highest cultivation base among them. His cultivation base was already at the peak Ghost Profound realm. Therefore, he was also the person who knew the most secrets in the entire tribe other than the clan leader. While burping, he placed his hand on Ningfan's shoulder and told him the things that Ningfan wanted to hear without showing any respect. There were tens of thousands of continents in the inner area of the holy region. Among them, only 108 continents were suitable for living, and the cultivators of the desolate continent lived there. As for the rest of the continents, they were called Grade 10 ominous domains by the people of the desolate continent. There were many ferocious creatures living in the ominous domains. There were the remains of ancient corpse devils, the relics of saints, ancient opportunities, and also the cultivators of the desolate continent who had rebelled and fled to the outer region to hide. According to the degree of danger, the place was divided into 10 grades. The higher the grade, the more dangerous it would be. The outer region is very dangerous. I heard that in the past 1,000 years, there was a great emperor of the Middle Province who entered the most terrifying Grade 10 ominous domain when he was searching for medicine in the outer region. As a result, he was severely injured. I heard that he was injured by a few immortal Emperor Realm Corpse Devils. *tisk******. Those are immortal Emperor Realm Corpse Devils. I can't believe he actually encountered a few of them at the same time. Muka's words made Ningfan secretly shocked. When he saw the cultivators of the desolate continent living leisurely on the grassland, he initially thought that the inner area was not as dangerous as he imagined. However, he did not expect that the real danger was in the ominous domain where there were no people of the desolate continent. Even immortal emperors have to tread carefully in the grade 10 ominous domain. I wonder if the sacrificial artifact of Jiuli is in the hands of the desolate continent or is it in the vast ominous domain? Sacrificial artifact? I didn't know that there are high-grade magic treasures like sacrificial artifacts in the grassland. However, people can occasionally find some ancient sacrificial artifacts in the ominous domain. Sure enough, there's a great possibility that it's in the ominous domain. Ning Fan thought to himself. The great tribal competition that is held once every 1,000 years is about to begin again. I hope that I won't be at the bottom this time, if I can win the first place in the minor competition of the southern border and get a good ranking in the middle province grand competition, I will be rewarded by the 5 emperors of the middle province. With me around, you probably won't be at the bottom, right? Ning Fan thought to himself. The spiritual herbs on the grassland have to pay tribute to the 5 emperors of the middle province once every 100 years. If you want to find precious spiritual herbs, you can only go to the ominous domain. The world there is vast and you can find all kinds of herbs there. By the way, foreign cultivators like you will most likely have to enter the ominous domain if you want to make 3 contributions. However, you only need to enter the 1st to the 3rd grade ominous domain at most and it will be enough to complete the mission. It won't be too dangerous, I will go to the ominous domain sooner or later. Ning Fan thought to himself. Not everyone can enter the ominous domain as they please. All the ominous domains above the 7th grade have their own seals. If you want to enter, you must obtain a passage token from the 5 emperors of the middle province. There's such a restriction? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. After drinking to their heart's content, the simple and honest Tamu people left one after another. Ning Fan, on the other hand, returned to his own tent. Ouyang Yuan and the others were already waiting for him inside the tent. We have already joined the Tamu clan. What should we do next? The physical body that I'm looking for is located in the 10th grade ominous domain. The passage token to enter the 10th grade ominous domain is in the hands of the 5 emperors of the middle province. That is a seal set up by the saints. Without the token, we won't be able to enter at all with our current cultivation base. If I'm at my peak, I can go and fight with the 5 emperors of the middle province and forcefully ask for a key. However, I can't do that now. Zhang Yu felt a little helpless. She was no longer at her peak. She could no longer act as insolently as she used to in the Dabian clan. This is indeed troublesome. However, I heard that the grand competition that is held once every 1,000 years in the Dabian clan is just around the corner. If we can get a good ranking in the grand competition of the middle province, we will be rewarded by the 5 emperors of the middle province. I wonder if we can use this to get a passage token. The minor competition in the grassland of the southern territory will be held 1 month later. The grand competition of the middle province will be held 3 months later. We can still make it in time. Ning Fan muttered to himself. There were too many uncertainties in this trip to search for the sacrificial artifact of the 9 raccoon. He was not sure if he could find the sacrificial artifact and make it mature. In the next few days, Ning Fan and the others were asked to stay in the Tamu clan. They were not allowed to go out at will. According to Tagri, there would be specialized people coming from the middle province later to execute the 6 punishments on Ning Fan and the others to suppress their cultivation bases. After that, Ning Fan and the others could only move freely in the inner area. During the few days of waiting, Ning Fan had nothing to do. Thus, he observed the lives of the Tamu people. The people of the Tamu clan liked to rear cattle and sheep. They liked to trade with gold and silver. To cultivators, be it cattle or sheep, gold or silver, they were all useless things. However, the people of the Tamu clan liked these things. Ning Fan found their behavior a little incomprehensible. Almost all of the people of the Tamu clan were pill refinement masters. Moreover, Ning Fan had even seen a 6-year-old child in the Tamu clan whose medicine soul power had already reached the 4th revolution, a 6-year-old 4th revolution pill refinement master. If he is in the outside world, he would certainly be praised as a pill refinement genius that only appears once in 10 million years. However, in the Tamu clan, it seemed to be a common sight. The people of the Tamu clan were born with medicine souls. Among the 30,000 people in the Tamu clan, there were more than 100 of them who had attained the 7th revolution and more than 10 of them had attained the 8th revolution. As a result, Ning Fan's mid-grade 7th revolution pill refinement technique did not seem outstanding in this place. On the other hand, after Ouyang Yuan displayed the chi of her 9th revolution medicine soul in front of the people of the Tamu clan, she was instantly worshipped as a deity by countless people of the Tamu clan. The people of the Tamu clan did not believe in the strong but they believed in pill refinement grandmasters. Even Mu Ka and the other boorish fellows would put on a respectful look when they met Ouyang Yuan. They did not show any arrogance like they did when they were interacting with Ning Fan. The people of the Tamu clan are actually so respectful to the mistress. Even I don't get such treatment even though I'm an immortal revered in the ancient times. Old Wu felt a little upset. This is probably the custom of the Tamu clan. Ning Fan also realized that the people of the Tamu clan loved Buddha. Almost all of them had a medicine Buddha shrine in their homes. Some friendly people of the Tamu clan even wanted to give Ning Fan a statue of the medicine Buddha. It was the kindness of the people of the Tamu clan. Of course, Ning Fan would not refuse them in person. However, he did not worship the medicine Buddha behind their backs. Buddha and devil could not coexist. He could not hate Buddha but he would not believe in Buddha. He could not learn the Buddha's submissive attitude. This was the difference between their daos. It was something that could not be changed. The people of the Tamu clan were indeed not smart. According to Zhang Yu, the ancestors of the people of the Tamu clan had become the medicine slave of some herb gatherer saint which caused their descendants to be mentally deficient. Old Wu looked down on the people of the Tamu clan the most. He randomly picked up a piece of mud and lied to the people of the Tamu clan that it was divine mud. As a result, it caused the people of the Tamu clan to fight over it crazily. A piece of mud could be sold for 200 pieces of medicine soul stones. Other than the clan leader Tagli, almost no one in the entire Tamu clan knew that Old Wu was lying. From this, it could be seen how low his intelligence was. Even though the people of the Dali clan loved to use gold and silver as their currency, most of them would collect medicine soul stones to cultivate and set up formations in their abodes. The usage of medicine soul stones was roughly the same as the immortal jade and Dao crystals in the cultivation world. This also provided Old Wu with endless possibilities to deceive others. He began to sell mud, stones, wool, withered grass. Anything that he randomly picked up from the ground could be sold to the people of the Tamu clan in exchange for medicine soul stones. In just a few days, Old Wu had earned 10,000 medicine soul stones. In this way, the time that Ning Fan and the others could stay in the sacred region could be extended. It's not good to deceive others like this. When Old Wu presented the medicine soul stones to Ning Fan as if he was presenting a treasure, Ning Fan frowned slightly. He was not a good person. He had committed all kinds of crimes such as murder, arson, deception, and so on. However, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to deceive a group of people who had lost their minds, especially when these people of the Tamu clan were extremely friendly to him and treated him as a friend. If they are his enemies, it would not matter. Io, master, you are just too soft-hearted. These people of the Tamu clan are all fools. They are born to be deceived. Even if I don't deceive them, there will be others who will. Old Wu curled his lips. Why are you pretending to be a good person, evil star? When you are bad, you are much worse than me, little Wu Ba. The evil water in your stomach. TSK TSK TSK. Return the medicine soul stones that you have deceived them. But the cultivators of the despicable clan are different from us. They have lived here for generations and have already adapted to the medicinal chi of this place. They can survive without the medicine soul stones. Unlike us. Instead of giving these medicine soul stones to them, why don't you give them to us? Old Wu was a little reluctant. He had spent a lot of effort to deceive them. How much mud had he wasted? Then, give them something that is equivalent to the value of these medicine soul stones. Consider it an equivalent exchange. In this way, we can exchange them for enough medicine soul stones and make the best use of them. Ning Fan ignored Old Wu's protest and gave a forceful order. All right. You have the final say. Who wants you to be the master? Anyway, I have a lot of junk in my storage pouch. Just take out some true immortal realm magic treasures and they will be priceless treasures to these people. Exchanging them for their medicine soul stones is not considered a loss to them. Facing Ning Fan's forceful order, Old Wu could only compromise. After all, he was the most loyal servant in the world. As such, Old Wu collected more than 200,000 medicine soul stones for Ning Fan using the barter method. The Towerwood tribe was not a wealthy tribe. If it were those tribes that were rich, it would be normal for them to exchange for 1 million medicine soul stones. Other than Old Wu, there was another person who offered Ning Fan 200,000 medicine soul stones. The person who offered was the young clan leader of the Evil Goat tribe, Xianxia. May Master be blessed. Master, you must be tired. Quickly sit here. Someone, bring me some milk tea. Master, let me massage your legs. Master, I heard that you are collecting medicine soul stones. Consider this as a token of my respect. Ning Fan felt helpless. He had clearly rejected Xianxu's request to be his disciple. Yet, this fellow still came to him every day to meditate, acting like a filial son. I've said that I won't accept any disciples. Even if you insist on it, the result will still be the same. Ning Fan said with a frown. It's all right. I believe that I can definitely move you with my sincerity. Besides, I have contacts in the Middle State. I can get the information that Master wants. Xianxia was not completely stupid. At least, he knew what Ning Fan wanted. Information? What kind of information can you get? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and asked. That depends on what Master wants to know. If it's information that is too obscure, I won't be able to get it. After all, even though Master Sai is known to know everything under the heavens and the earth, it's extremely expensive to get some information from him. Xianxia said helplessly. Master Sai, Ning Fan murmured this name. He had heard about this person from Muka and the other Tamu cultivators. It was said that he was a powerful being in the great humble tribe who lived in the Middle State. He was extremely good at divination. His cultivation base had yet to enter the Eternal Era, but he knew many secrets of the great humble tribe that even the 5 emperors of the Middle State did not know about. He also had an incomparably deep understanding of the 10th Great Ominous Region. If I really can't find Jiu Li's sacrificial vessel, I wonder if it's necessary to ask this person. If it's just for information, there's really no need for me to accept another disciple. Ning Fan still shook his head and rejected Xianxu's request to be his disciple. This gave Xianxia a huge blow. When he arrived the next day, he eagerly came to ask Ning Fan to be his disciple again. He did have an indomitable personality even though his intelligence was slightly low. The news that the Tamu tribe had an Eternal Era immortal venerate external cultivator quickly spread across the entire grassland of the southern border. Many people guessed that the Tamu tribe would not be at the bottom this time at the very least. However, there were also some tribes that had bad relations with the Tamu tribe who still firmly believed that their fate of being at the bottom would not change. It was because on this day, a stooped old man with an exceptionally gloomy expression came to the Tamu tribe. He was a great emperor who had experienced the 6 tribulations in the ancient times. He was one of the 5 emperors of the Middle State. As soon as he arrived, all the cultivators of the Tamu tribe knelt down to welcome him with incomparable respect. I, the cultivator of the Tamu tribe, greet Great Emperor Lu Tua. One of the 5 emperors of the Middle State, Great Emperor Lu Tua, rumor has it that he had the deepest prejudice against the cultivators of the outer world. Moreover, he was a great emperor of the Tamu tribe who had lived since the ancient times until now. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's innate talent was originally extremely high. However, he was once injured by a female emperor who trespassed into the Tamu tribe. Her actions damaged his foundation. As a result, he was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the 7th tribulation and his cultivation base had always been stuck at the 6th tribulation realm. Because of this, no matter how many times the 5 emperors of the Middle State were replaced, he would always be one of them. Because his foundation had been destroyed, he was required to handle the mundane affairs of the tribe. Thus, he could not resign from his position and enter his residence to cultivate. His entire life was completely destroyed in the hands of a foreign female emperor. It was imaginable how much he hated foreign cultivators. I didn't expect that the punishment of these foreign cultivators would actually be carried out by Great Emperor Lu Tua, who hates foreign cultivators the most. In this way, these people will at least be severely injured. If they dare to resist, they might even be directly killed by Great Emperor Lu Tua. Some of the cultivators of the southern border who were observing the Tamu tribe from afar were secretly gloating. It seemed like the Tamu tribe was going to be at the bottom again. At this moment, Tajiri simply didn't dare to voice his anger. He knew it. He knew it. He had painstakingly looked for external help this time. He wanted to fight for the Tamu tribe in the grand competition, but he was still restricted by the higher-ups. They could only blame the fact that there was once a traitor in the Pagoda Wood tribe. This person was extremely daring and killed the disciples of great monarch Lu Tua. In the end, not only was he sentenced to death, even the Pagoda Wood tribe was implicated by him and was secretly suppressed by great monarch Lu Tua. The Tamu tribe had been at the bottom of the southern border for a whole 12,000 years. It wasn't that the Tamu tribe didn't have any outstanding clansmen in the 12 grand competitions. It wasn't that they didn't borrow powerful magical treasures, but those outstanding clansmen would usually be severely injured before the grand competitions. Those magical treasures that they had painstakingly borrowed would also be secretly destroyed by others. There were some things that Great Emperor Lu Tua didn't even need to do anything. Countless people were willing to bully and humiliate the Tamu tribe in order to please Great Emperor Lu Tua. Regarding this, the Tamu tribe and Tajiri could only endure it. For example, the evil goat tribe had spread the news that they wanted to surpass the Tamu tribe by 3,000 points in the grand competition and wanted to snatch the Tamu tribe's medicine essence. They also had the intention of pleasing Great Emperor Lu Tua. However, they didn't expect that when the Tamu tribe finally got a strong reinforcement, Great Emperor Lu Tua would personally carry out the 6 punishments. Was he going to personally suppress the foreign cultivators? Chun'er, I heard that you've been very close to that external cultivator of the Tamu tribe recently. You even want to worship him as your master? On the grassland far away, the clan chief of the evil goat tribe looked at Xianxia with disappointment. He knew that his son was stupid, but he firmly believed that his son still had the most basic sense of propriety. As long as there was someone to guide him, he wouldn't make any big mistakes. However, he didn't expect his son to be so stupid. Why did he go against the Tamu tribe? Wasn't it just to please Great Emperor Lu Tua? His stupid son went to befriend the external cultivator of Great Emperor Lu Tua and even wanted to worship him as his master. If Great Emperor Lu Tua pursued this matter, how could the evil goat tribe have a good life? For the first time in his life, the clan chief of the evil goat tribe had the thought to abolish his son's position as the young clan chief. Even if this son was pure and filial, even if this son had outstanding aptitude, even if this son was the son of the woman he loved the most, that's right. I want to worship that person as my master. I want to be like him. I want to know everything under the heavens, to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Xianxia obviously didn't notice the disappointment in his father's eyes. He was still in high spirits. After so many years, he finally met someone he wanted to worship as his master. It really wasn't easy. Silly child, I know that you despise the southern border because it is too small. You want to worship a famous teacher and ascend to a bigger stage. I have also been looking for a famous teacher for you. I even wanted to help you become a disciple of that great Emperor Lu Tua. Otherwise, why do you think I would go against the Tamu tribe? I just wanted to help you have a better future. Why did you make a mistake? You befriended the external cultivator of the Tamu tribe. Isn't that making great Emperor Lu Tua despise you? Our evil goat tribe is only a second-rate tribe in the entire Great Bay. The hope of becoming a disciple of Lu Tua is already very slim. Yet, you still sigh. The clan chief of the evil goat tribe sighed again. From today onwards, you are not allowed to have any contact with that external cultivator. This matter doesn't only concern your future. It also concerns the fate of our evil goat tribe. You must remember this. But Xianxia clenched his teeth. No buts. Believe me. Once great Emperor Lu Tua comes, even if that external cultivator doesn't die, he will be half crippled. There are some things you don't know. That great Emperor Lu Tua's hatred for external cultivators is far beyond your imagination. This time, the 6 punishments are definitely not a small matter. Xianxia was inwardly shocked. Judging from his father's tone, could it be that his master, whom he had taken a fancy to, would be assassinated by Great Emperor Lu Tua? Would an expert like Great Emperor Lu Tua do such a thing? Are all of you the external cultivators who intend to join the Tamu tribe? Great Emperor Lu Tuo's eyes were like cold lightning. He scanned across Ningfan and the others with undisguised hostility. When his gaze landed on Xianxia, he suddenly paused and frowned. You! Take off your veil. As soon as Great Emperor Lu Tuo's voice fell, Xianxia immediately became nervous. His nervousness was also transmitted to Ningfan, who was in the mother relic through the child relic. Have you offended him before? Ningfan's heart sank. I'd beaten him half to death. Is that considered as offending him? Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. In the past, she had always barged into the Great Bay by force. This was the only time she wanted to abide by the law. Why did she encounter Lu Tua? Why is this old thing still alive? Didn't you hear what I just said? Great Emperor Lu Tuo's voice turned cold. A wave of monstrous aura force immediately pressed down on Xianxia. The grassland of the Tamu tribe suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. Countless cattle and sheep prostrated themselves in fear. The sky seemed to have been struck by a gray lightning. Then, it split open from the middle, producing rumbling sounds of thunder. Emperor's Wrath lightning welcome. Many cultivators of the Great Bay tribe exclaimed inwardly. This was a strange phenomenon that could only be triggered by an immortal Emperor realm cultivator in the grassland of the Great Bay tribe. That immense aura force pressed down like tidal waves, causing Xianxia's already weakened body to break apart bit by bit as if she was about to be directly crushed by that aura force. She gritted her teeth in anger. If it was in the past, why would she be afraid of a mere Lu Tua? Even if all 5 emperors of the Middle State came together, she would not be afraid. Why would she be bullied to this extent? However, the current her only felt weak and powerless when she faced Lu Tua again, unless she was willing to risk her life and regain her cultivation level within a short period of time to fight against that Lu Tua. What a joke. I, Xianxia, will not risk my life for such a reason. I don't want Lu Tua to see my face. I don't want to die here. It seems like I have to run away now. Just when she was so convinced, Ningfan turned his body slightly to the side and shielded her behind him. His shoulders were not considered broad, but it gave Xianxia a sense of tranquility that could block all storms for the first time in her life. As the Great Emperor of the Middle State, don't you think it's too rude for you to look at my human cauldron's face? Kiss countless cultivators of the Great Bay tribe immediately sucked in a cold breath. No matter how many fools there are, they all know how much courage it takes to rebuke an immortal emperor for being rude. Is this foreign cultivator crazy? Even if he is an immortal venerate of the past 10,000 years, he is not qualified to rebuke an immortal emperor, right? How dare he say that Great Emperor Lu Tua is rude? Do you have the qualifications for me to treat you politely? Lu Tuo's eyes were immediately attracted by Ningfan. His aura force immediately pressed down on Ningfan. Ningfan's expression was solemn, but he did not panic. He used his golden footwork technique and took 9 steps in a row. The Emperor's aura force that felt like the collapse of the heavens was actually transferred to his feet. This man actually withstood Great Emperor Lu Tuo's aura force head-on with his immortal venerate cultivation base. Innumerable experts of the Great Bay tribe who were paying close attention to this place were secretly surprised. The Towerwood tribe seemed to have found a strong ally this time. Even if this person is in the eastern heaven of the outside world, he would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. This man's footwork technique, Great Emperor Lu Tuo's frown deepened. Even though he felt a sense of familiarity from Xianxu's body, Xianxia had deliberately concealed it. Moreover, it had been a long time since then. Thus, he could not recognize that she was the all-powerful immortal concubine Xianxia on the spot. At most, he just felt that this lady was a little unpleasant. Actually, it would be useless even if she takes off her veil. In the past, when he was being taught a lesson by Xianxia, he was beaten half to death before he could even see Xianxu's face clearly. Today, with Ningfan supporting Xianxia, Great Emperor Lu Tuo's face had been severely humiliated. Thus, his disgust was naturally directed towards Ningfan. As for Xianxia, Lu Tua ignored him. I heard that the members of the Great Bay tribe are boorish, but they are also well-mannered. Even when the members of the tribe are being pillaged, they will never lay their hands on a married woman. Since she is my human cauldron, she can be considered as my wife. It is indeed inappropriate for the sovereign emperor to want to see her face. Ning Fan withstood the emperor's aura force, but he did not act arrogantly. Instead, he said calmly. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's frown deepened and he let out a cold snort in a strange tone. Forget it. It's not important whether I want to see her face or not. Today, I have come to carry out the 6 punishments. You 4 cultivators and 2 beasts have a total of 36 punishments. Since you have contradicted me, this punishment will be doubled. There will be a total of 72 punishments. Now, there are only 2 paths in front of you. One is to obediently accept your punishment. The second is to barge into the Great Bay tribe and fight me. Countless cultivators of the Great Bay tribe secretly inhaled. The hearts of Ning Fan and the others also turned gloomy. According to the rules of the Great Bay tribe, any outsider who enters the tribe must receive 6 punishments to restrict their cultivation base. Pets were not included in the punishment. However, this great Emperor Lu Tuo not only included his pets but also doubled the number of punishments. This was a blatant act against Ning Fan and the others. He was going against the Towerwood tribe. He did not hide it at all. He could either compromise or fight. Little thief. What should I do? Zhang Yu felt a little guilty. If it wasn't for her, Ning Fan would not have gone to block the Emperor's aura force and humiliated Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Naturally, he would not give Lu Tuo an excuse to double the punishment. Even though she also understood that Lu Tuo would also pick a fight even without this excuse, she still felt a little guilty. According to Zhang Yu's understanding of the Great Bay tribe, the first punishment could seal the cultivation base of the true enlightenment realm. The third punishment could seal the cultivation base of the shedding void realm. The 6th punishment could seal the cultivation base of the broken thought realm, while the 12th punishment could seal the cultivation base of the ancient immortal venerables. Zhang Yu secretly calculated in her mind. For example, if someone like Elder Wu receives the 6th punishment, their cultivation base would be sealed all the way until they reach the shedding void realm. If they receive the 12th punishment, they might not even be able to display a trace of their cultivation base. It was the same for Ning Fan. The 12th punishment was the limit of ordinary immortal venerables. Perhaps they could receive 1 or 2 more punishments, but the difference would not be too great. If the punishment exceeds their cultivation base, their lives might even be in danger. If the 72 punishments are distributed among the 4 humans and the 2 beasts, it would be impossible to distribute them all. Unless she risked her life to release her cultivation base and bear the punishment. Perhaps, she would be able to receive all 72 punishments by herself. What a joke. She did not want to die for the sake of being punished. Do I really have to barge into the Great Bay tribe? This is definitely the worst outcome. If Jiu Li's sacrificial vessel is in the high-grade ominous region, what should I do? How am I going to obtain the passage token and enter the high-grade ominous region to search for it if I fall out with the Great Bay tribe? Or perhaps the sacrificial vessel is not in the ominous region but in the hands of the great emperor of the Great Bay tribe. Do I really have to become enemies with the Great Bay tribe before I even get to the bottom of the situation? How am I going to carry out the search after that? Ning Fan knitted his brows tightly. It was not that he did not dare to barge into the Great Bay tribe. It was just that many things would be difficult if he did that. Since it was related to the ancient chaos realm, he had no choice but to be cautious. However, it did not mean that he would compromise without any principles. If Lu Tuo's intention is to expel the foreign cultivators, he would still be expelled even if he has to endure the 72 punishments. Just when Ning Fan was about to fall out with the Great Bay tribe, another voice that carried the aura of an immortal emperor came from afar with a cold snort. Lu Tuo, oh, Lu Tuo. Since you are so concerned about the foreign cultivators, I can ignore it. However, what if the other party has a medicine soul with 5 colors? It was a skinny old man who was riding a bone bird. He hurriedly rushed towards them. Immediately, many Tamu people in the surroundings called out his identity. Great Emperor Gu Ling. He was one of the 5 emperors of the Middle State. He had never been on good terms with Great Emperor Lu Tuo. As soon as Lu Tuo saw Gu Ling, his expression immediately turned unpleasant. However, Gu Ling's words still shocked him. Could it be that there is actually a medicine soul with 5 colors among this group of foreign cultivators? Why didn't I know about it? If there really is a medicine soul with 5 colors. Then, no matter how much I dislike this group of people, I can't do anything to them. Is there anyone among you with a 5-colored medicine soul? Lu Tuo's question caused many of the Tamu people to look at Ouyang. If they remembered correctly, this woman's medicine soul was of 5 colors. It was Tamu's fault for being too enthusiastic and honest. As a result, Ouyang didn't plan to disguise her 5-colored medicine soul at all after she arrived at this place. As a result, some people had seen her medicine soul's color. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was much more cautious. He did not display his medicine soul in this place. However, the color of Ouyang medicine soul was still exposed in this place. He was the one who had lost his sense of propriety by not reminding Ouyang. Fortunately, this exposure did not seem to bring about any negative consequences. On the contrary, it made the 2 immortal emperors who had just arrived feel extremely fearful. Ning Fan sharply noticed this. After learning that they had a medicine soul with 5 colors on their side, the tone of great sovereign Lu Tua, who was being sarcastic just a moment ago, became much milder. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hint of fear. A dignified immortal emperor was afraid of a 5-colored medicine soul? Ning Fan was not sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. If it was true, it would be interesting. So you possess a 5-colored medicine soul? Great monarch Lu Tua followed Tamu's line of sight and noticed Ouyang. A gray light flashed across his eyes and he was shocked. It's actually true. Apparently, he had used some kind of secret technique to confirm Ouyang's 5-colored medicine soul. The other Bone Spirit Great Emperor also used his secret skill and smiled with satisfaction. Ouyang was a little nervous. She did not know if exposing her 5-colored medicine soul would bring trouble to Ning Fan. This was the first time she was facing 2 immortal emperors at such a close distance. She actually felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on her. Ling Xian, who was in his arms, was like a little beast with its fur standing on end. It was filled with fear. Little sister Wan, don't be afraid. According to what I know, the ancient monsters of the despicable race are extremely courteous towards those who possess rare medicine souls. It is a tradition. It is definitely not a bad thing for them to know that you possess a 5-colored medicine soul. Instead, it is extremely possible that it will bring convenience to our journey. Zhang Yu's voice transmission was transmitted over at the right time. The exposure of his 5-colored medicine soul wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it would bring him convenience? It would be great if that was the case. Ouyang heaved a sigh of relief. Great Sovereign Lu Tua began to ponder. His expression kept changing. After a long while, his expression turned complicated and he said to Ning Fan in a strange tone. Fine. Since you all have 5-colored medicine souls, you can be considered as the distinguished guests of my despicable clan. As for the punishment of devaluation, you can make an exception and reduce it from 72 punishments to 18 punishments. Anyone with a rare medicine soul was a distinguished guest of the Dabian tribe. Naturally, there was no need for them to be punished. If they were not targeting Ning Fan and the others, Ouyang, Jiu Li, and Harry Ball would be exempted from punishment. Only Ning Fan, Old Wu, and Zhang Yu would have to be punished. Each of them would receive 6 punishments, which would be a total of 18 punishments. 3 people could be punished separately, or 1 person could be punished together. Given how much Emperor Lu Tua hated external cultivators, it was already a miracle that he was being fair. Zhang Yu heaved a slight sigh of relief. If it was only the 18 punishments, they could already barely endure it, and there was no need for them to shed all pretenses with the despicable race. Little thief, it seems like these immortal emperors of the Dabian clan won't make things difficult for us anymore. It's better for you to accept the punishment obediently. Then, you can do whatever you want in the Dabian clan. Zhang Yu transmitted his voice to Ning Fan and told him about how the Dabian clan treated them courteously and the rare medicine souls. Ning Fan nodded his head. If the Dabian clan does not take the initiative to make things difficult for them, he was also willing to abide by the rules. However, if it's 18 punishments, he could still give it a try. Great Sovereign Lu Tua, who no longer made things difficult for them, began to carry out his routine. He flipped his hand and took out a piece of jade horsebone. Then, he offered it to the sky, causing it to turn into a ray of light and shoot into the sky. Then, the illusions of tens of thousands of galloping horses appeared on the grassland. Smoke and dust rose in all directions while the neighing of countless horses resounded through the sky. The tens of thousands of horses galloped past and then disappeared. What followed next was the entire grassland shaking violently. A crack appeared on the ground. Grey chi kept drifting out from the crack and fell on the ground, solidifying. Eventually, it formed an extremely ancient sacrificial altar. The sacrificial altar was extremely massive. There were 3,000 golden pillars erected on it. Each of the golden pillars was pierced with many golden rings. Each of the golden rings seemed to have a great sealing power. This is the punishment platform. All of you should already know that when external cultivators enter our Dabian clan, they must break the punishment ring to restrict their cultivation base. Those who bring the punishment ring into the inner area are considered as guests of our Dabian clan. If they leave, the ring will disappear on its own. If you destroy the punishment ring without permission, it will be regarded as challenging the prestige of our Dabian clan and you will be hunted down by the 5 emperors of our clan. All of you must bear this in mind. Great Sovereign Lu Tua explained for a while and continued. Those who wish to be punished, go up the punishment platform and touch the golden pillars to receive your punishment. Even though Lu Tua did not make things difficult for Ning Fan and the others because he was wary of the 5-colored medicine soul, he still hated external cultivators after all. Thus, when he spoke to them, he naturally would not be polite. During the past few days, Ning Fan and the others had already learned the specific steps of the punishment from Tagore. Thus, they were mentally prepared to receive the punishment. According to their discussion, the 2 beasts did not need to be punished. Ouyang Yuan and Zong Yu did not need to be punished. Since the punishment could be shared, Ning Fan and Old Wu Ba would be the ones to receive it. Who will be punished first? Great Sovereign Lu Tua asked expressionlessly. I will. I, Wu Xiaoba, will be the one to receive the punishment. We don't know how dangerous this punishment platform is. How can we let our master go up first? Old Wu Ba walked out with a righteous look and walked up to the punishment platform step by step. His expression was solemn. The wind was howling and the water was cold. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it voluntarily, wanting to share the punishment for his master. In his mind, however, he was making his own calculations. There was a total of 18 punishments which would be shared between him and Ning Fan. If Ning Fan goes to receive the punishment first and walks down the platform after receiving 4 to 5 punishments, he, Wu Xiaoba, would have to bear the remaining 13 to 14 punishments. That would be extremely bad. Only by receiving the punishment first could he gain the initiative. Only then could he receive as much punishment as he wants. Old Wu Ba secretly calculated in his mind. The limit that a newly advanced immortal venerable could endure was only 12 punishments. Of course, he was a first tribulation immortal venerable and he could endure more. However, he, Wu Xiaoba, was the smartest person in the world. He was not willing to bear more than a single copper coin of punishment. 18 punishments. 9 punishments for each person is fair. If I receive less than 9 punishments, the malefic star will definitely have a problem with it. He might even get angry. Sigh. I, Wu Xiaoba, am the most loyal servant in the world. I have to receive at least 9 punishments. I have to let the malefic star take advantage of me. However, I can't let him take advantage of me too much. Otherwise, I'll be at a great disadvantage. I'll just receive 10 punishments. Hee hee. Malefic star, oh malefic star. I'll receive 10 punishments and you'll receive 8. When the time comes, I'll just say that I've used all my strength and reached my limit. I know that you'll take advantage of me and I won't have anything to say. The Tamu people did not know that Old Wu Ba had such a scheme in his mind. They were simple and honest by nature. Naturally, they only saw the surface. They could not help but sigh. This external cultivator is very loyal. He's willing to take risks for his master. He's a real man. Even the patriarch of the Tamu tribe, Tagri, was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Old Wu Ba, who swindled the Tamu people, was actually a loyal servant. Old Wu Ba walked up the punishment platform and cautiously walked towards the first of the 3,000 golden pillars. He reached out his hand to touch the golden pillar and immediately withdrew it. He was very cautious as if he was facing a great enemy. After touching the golden pillar, a golden ring immediately flew out from the golden pillar. It turned into a golden light and entered Old Wu Ba's body. Immediately, Old Wu Ba's cultivation level dropped. It almost fell below the level of the eternal tribulation. Old Wu Ba's expression changed slightly at first. After looking inside his body, he heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he continued to touch the second golden pillar. As he touched the eighth golden pillar, his cultivation level dropped to the peak of Shedding Void Realm. The ninth golden pillar, the late Shedding Void Realm. The 10th golden pillar, the middle Shedding Void Realm. I've suffered a total of 10 punishment rings. My cultivation level has also been restricted to the middle Shedding Void Realm. If I force myself to hold on, I should be able to suffer another 3 or 4 punishment rings. But I'm not stupid. Of course, I'll let the evil star enjoy the remaining punishment rings. Old Wu Ba didn't want to suffer any losses. On the surface, he pretended to be gasping for breath. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to touch the 11th golden pillar. However, before he could reach it, he fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. He seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Not good. This external cultivator surnamed Wu has suffered too much punishment. He's not feeling well. I'm afraid he can't endure the 11th punishment ring. How sad. How lamentable. Look at his appearance. He's obviously exhausted, but he's still struggling to touch the 11th punishment ring. It's really rare. This is a loyal servant. What a loyal and courageous man. Some of the Tamu people were extremely worried. They had a good impression of Old Wu Ba's loyalty. Naturally, they were more concerned about him. There were also some Tamu people who were moved to tears by Old Wu Ba's struggle to get up. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would follow Old Wu Ba's example and be a loyal and good person for the rest of their life. Looking at Old Wu Ba, who was struggling to crawl on the execution platform, the corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Old Wu Ba. Come back when you're done acting. I won't let you suffer the remaining 8 punishment rings. Old Wu Ba's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if Ning Fan had already seen through his little trick. He instantly got up from the ground and ran down the execution platform eagerly. Then, he bowed and apologized to Ning Fan, causing the Tamu people to be stunned. They could not understand how Old Wu Ba regained his strength and became so lively in an instant. There are still 8 punishment rings left. Ning Fan ignored Old Wu Ba and slowly climbed up the execution platform. Just like Old Wu Ba, he raised his hand and touched the first golden pillar. As soon as he touched it, the golden pillar immediately shook slightly. It was a kind of shaking that seemed to be alive. Then, a golden ring flew down from the pillar and turned into a golden light, entering his body. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He looked inside his body and saw that there was a golden ring that looked illusory on top of his primordial spirit. This golden ring could seal a cultivator's cultivation base. Among his cultivation base, Jiashua's cultivation base was the highest. With the restriction of this golden ring, Jiashua's cultivation base was actually greatly restricted. The strength that he displayed was almost at the level of a zero tribulation immortal venerable. This golden ring seems to be a type of sealing technique used by the people of Dabi. Ning Fan tried to break free from the golden ring and realized that it was extremely difficult to do so. No matter how his primordial spirit changed, the golden ring would change accordingly. It was even more difficult for an ordinary true immortal to break free from it. Of course, if he uses his trump card, he could still forcefully break free and recover his cultivation base instantly. Thus, he did not need to worry too much. No wonder Xianxia said that there was no need to worry too much after being hit by the punishment rings. He meant that he could break free from the restraints of the rings at any time. However, according to the rules of the Dabi clan, if a person who was hit by the punishment rings forcefully breaks free, it would be regarded as a provocation to the dignity of the clan. The person would certainly be hunted down by the 5 emperors of the clan. If it wasn't necessary, Ning Fan and the others were not allowed to destroy the punishment rings and recover their cultivation base while they were staying in the clan. What the Dabi clan wanted was for the cultivation base of these external cultivators to be restricted. If there are any changes, I will break the punishment rings and recover my cultivation base. If there are no changes, I will stay still and focus on the purpose of this trip. Ning Fan made up his mind. After taking one punishment ring, he took the remaining 7 punishment rings. As a result, Xianxia's cultivation base was almost completely restricted. The cultivation bases that he could freely use were about the divine, demon, and devil cultivation bases. Immediately, Ning Fan felt exhausted. After all, he had gradually gotten used to the strength of Xianxia. Naturally, he needed some time to adapt to his original cultivation base when it was suddenly beaten back to its original state. 3 merits, 6 punishments, and 12 restrictions. 6 punishments were over. The remaining 3 punishments were over and he only needed to perform 3 merits before he could gain complete freedom in the Dabi clan. After he was done with the punishment, Great Emperor Lu Tua chanted an incantation and the altar turned back into horse bones. Without wasting any time talking to the others, he directly left. However, before he left, he cupped his fists towards Ouyang Wan reluctantly. He was extremely polite. This greatly surprised many cultivators of the southern border who were secretly paying attention to this place. They never expected that Great Emperor Lu Tua, who had always been hostile to external cultivators, would also have such a polite side. When Great Emperor Bone Spirit saw Lu Tua's change from arrogant to respectful, he smiled coldly as if he really looked down on Lu Tua's character. After Lu Tua left, he walked past Ning Fan and the others arrogantly. His eyes looked straight ahead and carried the arrogance of an immortal emperor. However, when he walked to Ouyang Wan's side, he revealed an extremely polite smile and said, "Since the punishment is over, I will take my leave first. Little friend, since you've come to the Dabi clan, you are my honored guest. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to the middle state and ask for my help. Of course, if I need your help in the future, I also hope that you can lend me your strength." That politeness was only shown to Ouyang Wan. In the eyes of Great Emperor Bone Spirit, only Ouyang Wan was worthy of his attention among all the external cultivators. The others were not worth mentioning at all. Ouyang Wan felt a little uneasy. She had never been treated so politely by an immortal emperor before. She was still in a daze even after Great Emperor Bone Spirit bid farewell and left. Ning Fan's expression, on the other hand, became slightly solemn. The reason why these immortal emperors of the Dabi clan were so polite to Ouyang Wan was not just because of the rare medicine soul they received. Great Emperor Bone Spirit seemed to have said that if he needs help, he would need Ouyang Wan's strength. Could it be that these immortal emperors of the Dabi clan have some use for the 5-colored medicine soul? Do they still need to ask for Ouyang Wan's help? Great Emperor Bone Spirit was just being polite, but Great Emperor Lu Tua was actually fearful. It doesn't seem like it's as simple as asking for help with the 5-colored medicine soul. If I also reveal my 5-colored medicine soul, I would probably also be valued by these immortal emperors. However, Ning Fan frowned. He could not figure out the real thoughts of these immortal emperors. Out of caution, he did not take the initiative to tell them about this matter. Just like that, the 2 great emperors left peacefully. Great Emperor Lu Tua did not make things difficult for the external cultivators. This greatly surprised many cultivators of the southern border. At the same time, many of them felt that it was a pity that they had lost the chance to weaken the Tamu tribe. In this competition, the Tamu tribe will be supported by external cultivators who are at the Shur Kong realm. We must not be careless. Some of the tribes who had been enemies with the Tamu tribe for many years began to feel fearful. Now that the Tamu tribe has a Shur Kong realm expert, they will definitely not be at the bottom this time. In that case, the tribes like us who don't have a Shur Kong realm expert will probably be at the bottom. Some of the weaker tribes in the southern border sighed softly. Without the Tamu tribe, their tribes would probably be at the bottom. It was really unfortunate. Xianxua's eyes were filled with passion. He did not expect that the master he had chosen could actually be so domineering in front of an immortal emperor. He could even withstand the might of Great Emperor Lu Tua. As expected of his master, thus, after Ning Fan and the others were done with their punishment, Xianxia immediately ran to the Tamu tribe to serve Ning Fan tea. This time, his father did not stop him. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's attitude towards external cultivators made the clan leader of the Xiaoyang tribe a little uncertain. Judging from Great Emperor Lu Tuo's attitude, he seemed to be quite polite to these external cultivators. In that case, it might not be a bad thing for his son to befriend external cultivators. Forget it, just let him be. Perhaps this is his fortune. Who knows? Ning Fan's attitude towards Shan Yuchun's flattery was still extremely indifferent. He did not have the intention to accept him as a disciple. Very soon, he sent him away and went into seclusion for another 3 days. Only then did he get used to his cultivation base that was sealed. Since the punishment was over, both his and Elder Wu's cultivation bases were sealed. Currently, he could only display the cultivation base of a god, demon, or devil. Both the ancient gods and ancient demons' cultivation bases were at the peak of the early Shikong realm. The ancient devil's cultivation base was the strongest. They were just a step away from attaining the 9th nirvana realm of the heavenly devil realm. With such cultivation base, it was enough to help the Tamu tribe achieve a good result in the minor competition of the southern border. However, it was unknown if they could get the first place in the southern border. There was still about a month before the minor competition begins. Ning Fan did not plan to waste this period of time. The 6 punishments were over. However, he still needed to perform 3 meritorious deeds in exchange for true freedom for everyone in the despicable tribe. In order to perform meritorious deeds, they needed to go to the borders of the ferocious regions of the various continents of the despicable tribe and receive missions from the tribes there. Before the minor competition of the southern border began, Ning Fan decided to go to the borders of the ferocious regions of the southern border alone and complete the missions that everyone needed to complete. According to Tagri, an external cultivator had to perform 3 human realm meritorious deeds. 4 of them would mean 12 meritorious deeds. For this trip, Ning Fan did not bring anyone else along. Elder Wu's cultivation base had just been sealed. He needed some time to adapt to it. Unlike Ning Fan, who was originally a Shikong realm cultivator, he naturally took a longer time to adapt. Ouyang Nuan, on the other hand, stayed behind in the Tamu tribe to refine the pills that she found in the cave of the ancient cultivator previously to improve the power of her medicine soul. Zhang Yu also stayed behind to prepare for seizing another body and being reborn. Zhang Yu's broken divine body was too broken. During this trip, she planned to look for a suitable physical body to seize. However, before that, she needed to repair her broken divine body. She had a unique secret technique that allowed her to use the dense medicinal qi of this place to recuperate under the moonlight. Ning Fan did not need to worry about that. After leaving the Tamu tribe, Ning Fan first went to the Saint's Stone Tablet. When all the guards of the Tamu tribe had left, he secretly tried to collect the saint's inscriptions. Of course, he returned empty-handed. Even if his cultivation base was not sealed, the result would still be the same. He left after observing the saint's inscriptions for a while. After that, Ning Fan changed his route and went to the borders of the ferocious regions of the southern border grassland. The inner region of the holy region was formed by pieces of broken continents. The outermost region of the southern border grassland was connected to a few continents of the ferocious regions. Those continents of the ferocious regions were lacking in spiritual qi and there were countless ferocious creatures roaming around. Naturally, they were not suitable for humans to live in. However, due to the fact that there were many opportunities and fortunes in those continents, many cultivators of the southern border loved to enter the ferocious regions to gain experience. The Evil Goat tribe was the tribe that was the closest to the ferocious regions in the southern border grassland. If the cultivators of the tribes of the southern border wanted to enter the ferocious regions to gain experience, they would usually pass through this place. There were a lot of spiritual herbs and ferocious creatures in the ferocious regions. Most of the cultivators who entered the ferocious regions to gain experience would be able to obtain some treasures. As for the things that they could not use, they would basically sell them in the market square of the Evil Goat tribe. In the Evil Goat tribe, there was also a special place that was used to issue some missions for the cultivators who wanted to gain experience. There were missions like guarding and patrolling, missions like gathering and hunting. There were also some special missions. The levels of the missions were divided into 4 grades: human, earth, heaven and Azura. Some of them were issued by the local tribes of the southern border while some were issued by the tribes of other continents. Tua Long was the guardian of the Evil Goat tribe. Today, he was yawning as usual, guarding the place leisurely. One could not blame him for being leisurely. There were many cultivators who entered the ferocious regions to gain experience. However, there were only a few who dared to come and accept the missions. After all, even the lowest grade human rank missions were filled with dangers. Even old monster Du Zhen did not dare to accept them casually. All of the Earth rank missions were major missions that could affect the overall situation of the tribes of the southern border. The degree of danger was so high that even old monster Shikong did not dare to accept them casually. Besides, the rewards of the missions were also extremely generous. As for the heaven rank missions, there was no such high-grade mission in the southern border. This kind of mission could only be accepted in the middle province. As for the Azura rank missions, it was a mission that even an immortal Emperor realm expert could not complete alone. Of course, there was no such mission in the southern border. Tuo Long was yawning when the tense leather curtain was suddenly lifted. A man and a woman walked in. When he saw who it was, Tuo Long's body shook and he smiled flatteringly. The two lords are here again? The wind is strong in the grassland. Quickly sit down and drink some hot ma milk tea. No need. We are not here to drink tea. Is there still no one who wants to accept the mission we issued? The man glanced at the leather scroll hanging on the wall and frowned. This was a man who was wearing a completely different attire from the Debay tribe. He looked quite similar to the cultivators of the Four Heavens. The only difference was that he was carrying an extremely thick black iron giant sword on his back. This man's appearance was not handsome, but he was angular. He gave people a domineering feeling between his eyebrows. His whole body was emitting the powerful aura of a peak Shikong realm expert. Tuo Long secretly recited the identity of this man with the giant sword, Holy Mountain Tomb Guardian Pai Xiong. It was said that he was ranked in the top 100 among the Tomb Guardians. This was not a big shot that a small evil goat tribe's mission guardian could afford to offend. Hearing the man with the giant sword, Tuo Long naturally did not dare to be negligent. He said helplessly, the difficulty of the mission issued by the two lords is too high. Look for 10 pieces of 6-star Nirvana stones. I'm sure the lords also know how precious the Nirvana stone is to body cultivators. It is a great supplement for most of the ferocious creatures in the ominous domain. There are always ferocious creatures guarding it. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to obtain it unless you are in a rank 4 ominous domain or above, so until now, there is still no one who wants to accept my mission. Although there are not many late Shikong realm experts in the southern border, there are still a few of them. The reward I offered is definitely considered high. However, I didn't expect that I couldn't even find a person to accompany me on this mission. Speaking of which, this mission is too dangerous. Could it be that your southern border Shikong realm is afraid of getting injured before the tribal grand competition? Hee. The cultivators of the southern border are really cowards. The man with the giant sword said disdainfully. If there is really no one, then forget it. There are both of us on this mission. Even though it is a little dangerous, it is not impossible to achieve our goal. The lady was wearing a red short shirt and a leather skirt. Her long hair was light red and tied up loosely with the tendons of a flood dragon. Her skin was so fair that it was a little unhealthy. There was a drop of blood-red cinnabar on her glabella. Her beautiful eyes were rather fierce. She did not give off the feeling of a gentle lady but a she-wolf on the grassland. Fine. Let's wait for another 10 days. If there is still no one who wants to accept the mission, then we will forget about this mission. The man let out a cold harumph and left with the lady. Just as they were about to walk out of the tent, a white-robed young man pushed open the curtain and walked in. This person's attire. The red-haired lady's beautiful eyes turned solemn. The man with the giant sword also had a serious look on his face. This attire is different from the great humble clan. Could it be, are you also the tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain? The man with the giant sword asked Ning Fan. According to his understanding, the only people who would wear the attire of an outsider in the great humble clan were the cultivators from the outside world. The tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain? What's that? Ning Fan was surprised. He had just arrived at the mission office of the Evil Goat clan. Why did someone already ask him such a strange question? As a meticulous person, he naturally remembered the name that he heard for the first time. He thought that it was the name of a certain clan in the Great Humble Clan. When he was about to ask further, the man with the giant sword revealed an arrogant look after he got the answer. So you're a cultivator from the outside world? Humph. As soon as the man heard that Ning Fan was a cultivator from the outside world, he did not even have the intention to check Ning Fan's cultivation base. He directly opened the curtain and left. The red-haired lady looked at Ning Fan deeply. However, she shook her head in disappointment after just a glance. The man with the giant sword was disgusted by Ning Fan's race. The red-haired lady was more open-minded, but she was also a little disappointed by Ning Fan's cultivation base. The chi that he revealed is very obscure. However, it seems like he is just at the peak of the early void-shedding realm. The red-haired lady did not detect Ning Fan's exact cultivation base. She then left feeling a little disappointed. If Ning Fan's cultivation base was slightly higher, she would not mind Ning Fan's race. She would even be willing to invite Ning Fan to the Grade 4 Fierce region to search for the Mother Rebirth Stone. After all, the minor competition of the southern border was just around the corner. It was rare for cultivators from the void-shedding realm to come here to receive missions. Unfortunately, he did not even have a cultivation base at the mid-void-shedding realm. Bringing him along on this trip would just be a burden. It's better not to bring him along. Speaking of which, since he is a cultivator from the outside world, he is most likely one of the people who entered the holy region this time. I wonder if the cultivation base that he revealed is his cultivation base before the punishment or after the punishment. If it's the latter, his original cultivation base is probably extremely high. However, even if he is an immortal venerable from the outside world, he would not be much higher than a void-shedding realm cultivator in the eyes of the locals. Therefore, when the red-haired lady left the tent, she immediately forgot about Ning Fan and ignored him. I wonder what the tomb guardian of the holy mountain that the man with the giant sword was talking about. Ning Fan similarly forgot about the two of them. He walked into the tent and said to the person in charge of the mission, "I'm here to receive a mission. Are you a cultivator from the outside world?" Tuo Long lazily picked his ears. His attitude was not at all friendly. Are cultivators from the outside world very powerful? In the eyes of the people of the great despicable realm, they are not much different from cattle and sheep. Of course, if a cultivator from the outside world is strong enough to make Tuo Long welcome him or her warmly. Unfortunately, Tuo Long's cultivation base was too weak. He could not see through Ning Fan's current cultivation base at all. Yes. I came here today to complete the 3-merit mission. 3-merit mission? All the missions here are human rank. You can pick any 3 of them to complete. Tuo Long did not even want to pay attention to Ning Fan. Inwardly, he was wondering why another cultivator from the outside world had entered the grassland of the Southern Territory. The holy region that only opens once every 10,000 years. There won't be many quotas for cultivators from the outside world. Those who dare to enter the inner area of the holy region are even fewer. I wonder which tribe did this person join. Speaking of which, there were 2 immortal venerables from the ancient times who joined the Towerwood tribe not long ago. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* No matter what, they won't be at the bottom of the Southern Territory Grand Competition this time. I heard that the young clan leader is also very respectful towards one of the immortal venerables and wants to take him as his master. Wait. Could this person be one of the 4 external cultivators from the Towerwood tribe? Tuo Long had been guarding the mission office for many years. Thus, he did not know much about external cultivators. He only knew that the 2 immortal venerables among the 4 external cultivators were men. Could this person be immortal venerables from the Towerwood? Tuo Long shuddered. Then, he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. If this person is really an immortal venerable from the outside world, he should at least have the arrogance of an immortal venerable. Just now, the 2 tomb guardians of the Holy Mountain more or less disregarded and disrespected Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan was not angry at all. If he is really an immortal venerable, even if he is a cultivator from the outside world, he should not have such a big heart. This person is certainly not an immortal venerable of the Towerwood tribe. I, Tuo Long, have seen countless people, but I have never seen an immortal venerable with such soft and tender skin. Tuo Long touched his exposed chest muscles, which were dark and thick. Then, he looked at Ning Fan and sighed, feeling sorry for Ning Fan's lack of manliness. Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. First, it was the 2 baffling men and women. Then, it was a watchman who touched his own chest muscles. Are all the cultivators of the Great Humble Clan so baffling? Rumor has it that most of the people of the Great Humble Clan have mental problems. I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman. However, this watchman who touched his own chest muscles is probably not a normal person. Ning Fan scanned through the missions that were hung on the wall and nodded his head repeatedly. There were a total of 77 human-grade missions in this place. Some of them were missions to search for spiritual herbs that were 5 million years old and above. Some of them were missions to kill life immortals and true ferocious beasts. There were also some patrolling and guarding missions, such as guarding the spiritual mine veins in the first Great Ominous Domain and patrolling the Fire Valley in the second Great Ominous Domain. Most of these guarding missions had a time limit of 100 years and they were very time-consuming. Thus, Ning Fan naturally would not do them. Excluding these types of guarding missions, there were still 51 human-grade missions that he could accept. To Ning Fan, who possessed the treasure-searching compass, he could search for heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures within a small area even if the interference in the inner area of the holy region was very strong. Therefore, the medicinal herb hunting mission was very easy and the hunting mission was also not difficult at all. Compared to these simple missions, most of them had very generous rewards. The rewards of human-grade missions were basically medicine soul stones. Moreover, any random human-grade mission would have a reward of more than 10,000 crystals. Originally, Ning Fan only needed to complete 12 human-grade missions to complete the 3 merits mission. However, in order to obtain all the medicine soul stones, he did not mind doing all the simple missions that he could casually do. The Earth-grade mission is not considered difficult? Hunting early shedding void realm ferocious beasts, searching for the corpse cores of mid-shedding void realm corpse devils, searching for 10 pieces of 6-star Nirvana origin stones. If I can't complete the missions that I accept, will there be any punishment? Ning Fan asked. No. Tua Long shook his head and sighed. This person was certainly not an immortal venerable. If he was, would he be afraid of being punished for failing to complete the human-grade missions? Since there is no punishment. Other than the guarding mission, give me a copy of all the human-grade and earth-grade missions here. WH. What? Tua Long was dumbfounded. This person was either joking or, he had an extremely terrifying cultivation base that was enough to complete all the missions here in one go. May I know which tribe you are from? This also needs to be registered. Tua Long swallowed his saliva and asked after making a copy of all the missions. Towerwood tribe. Ning Fan answered. He picked up the copy of the mission and walked out of the tent. Then, he soared into the sky and flew out of the grassland of the southern border, heading towards the nearest ominous domain continent. Tua Long sucked in a cold breath. How could he not guess the identity of this person? When he thought of his cold attitude towards this person just now, he immediately became anxious. If this person is really an immortal venerable of the Towerwood tribe, not only his cultivation base is worthy of my respect, but his other identity is also worthy of my respect. Could this person be the master that the young clan leader wants to acknowledge as his disciple? If the young clan leader finds out that I have mistreated his master, will he skin me alive? Hiss. I forgot to give this person the locator compass. The magnetic force in the ominous domain is abnormal. It is enough to restrict spirit sense. This person did not bring the compass with him. Even if his cultivation base is high, it is still dangerous. If he enters a high-grade ominous domain by mistake, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out. Tua Long gritted his teeth and decided to report this matter to the young clan leader. Of course, Ning Fan would not worry about a mere Tua Long. As soon as he entered the ominous domain continent, he realized that there was a strange magnetic force that prevented him from spreading his spirit sense too far. However, it did not matter. His heaven-peering rain technique was powerful enough and the treasure-searching compass was also very mysterious. Even if his spirit sense was restricted, it would not be too severe. He could still move freely in this place without losing his way. However, what surprised him was that as soon as he entered this ominous domain continent, he discovered something that slightly tempted him. It was a hidden mineral vein that he had located using the treasure-searching compass. Is this the Mother Nirvana stone? Its quality isn't high. It should be a defective 1-star grade item. However, aren't there a little too many of them? Ning Fan stood outside one of the Mother Nirvana Stone's mineral veins and his eyes narrowed slightly. If his senses were not wrong, this kind of ore that was unique to the Great Humble Clan actually contained a trace of extremely pure body refining power which was enough to raise the cultivation base of a body cultivator. His ancient devil cultivation base was already at the peak of the 8th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. He was only a step away from the 9th nirvana realm. If he absorbs the Mother Nirvana Stone in this place, he wondered if he could break through to the 9th nirvana realm in one go. Roar all of a sudden, a strange roar that carried a chilly wind resounded from the mine cave. That chilly wind carried a putrid stench and a strong poison. It was enough to harm some void fragmentation realm cultivators. Naturally, it could not hurt Ning Fan. The sounds of chains colliding with each other could be heard. What followed was a dozen or so corpse demons with green and hard skin. Their limbs were all tied up by chains. The materials used to make the chains were quite good, but they had long been rusted and broken. It could be seen how old they were. It's this kind of corpse devil again. These corpse devils were almost the same as the ones used by the Towerwood tribe and the Evil Goat tribe during the battle. All of them were cultivators who were killed by poison and their corpses were demonized. The only difference was that the corpse devils in this mine strangely carried a layer of extremely weak Buddha light. Ning Fan sharply noticed that the Buddha light was not caused by the cultivation method those corpse devils practiced when they were alive. Instead, it was caused by them absorbing the body refining power of the Nirvana ore in this place. During the days he stayed in the Towerwood tribe, Ning Fan roughly learned the language of the Towerwood tribe. With a cultivator's photographic memory, even though he was not very proficient in it, it was enough for him to understand the ancient books of the Great Humble Clan. He had read through the ancient books of the Towerwood tribe and got to know many spiritual herbs and ores that belonged to the Towerwood tribe. Naturally, he had some understanding about the Nirvana Oregon. In the Great Humble Clan, the Nirvana ore was one of the few body refining items. Besides, it contained a kind of body refining power called Nirvana Chi. It could even be used to cultivate many kinds of Buddhist abilities. In that case, it was not difficult to understand why these corpse devils would have a weak Buddha light on their bodies. The cultivation bases of the corpse devils in this mine were not high. Most of them were just at the void refinement realm or void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan opened his mouth and breathed out devil flames, directly burning all the corpse devils into ashes. After his cultivation base was reduced, Ning Fan's current magic power could not even lift the ocean-defying sword which weighed 7 stars. As a result, the devil flames which had reached the 11th level had become his ordinary means of attack. After eliminating the corpse devils, Ning Fan stepped into the mine. It was a secret mine located in a first-grade ominous place. It was located within a spatial formation. Even if some cultivators from the void-shedding realm passed by this place, they might not be able to discover this mine. Of course, it could not escape Ning Fan's eyes. The treasure-searching compass showed an extremely dense group of light spots, indicating just how massive the amount of Mother Nirvana stones in this place was. According to Ning Fan's estimation, if the mining process is completed, they could collect at least 10,000 pieces of 1-star Mother Nirvana stones. 1 star was the lowest grade of origin Nirvana stone. The quality of this mine was not too high. Occasionally, there would be some 2-star origin Nirvana stones, but there would not be too many. Mining ores was extremely time-consuming. Naturally, Ning Fan did not intend to waste his time here. Instead, he directly went to the depths of the mine and squatted on the ground. He placed one of his palms on the uneven and cold ground and directly absorbed the Mother Nirvana Chi of the mine here. This kind of direct and violent action was highly likely to cause irreparable damage to the mine here. However, it was not something that Ning Fan was concerned about. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The stone walls of the mine began to crack and erode. After 100 breaths, it suddenly collapsed. Ning Fan walked out of the ruins of the mine with slight disappointment. He had absorbed the source chi of 10,000 pieces of 1-star Mother Nirvana stones, but it only made his ancient devil body refinement realm improve by a tiny bit. He still did not attain the 9th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. It was really a pity. One should know that the source chi of 10,000 pieces of 1-star Mother Nirvana stones was enough to create a life immortal realm body refinement realm. However, it was still not enough for Ning Fan to attain the 9th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. It was enough to show how difficult it was to attain the ninth nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. Forget it. If one mine isn't enough, I can still absorb the source chi from other places. I will definitely be able to attain the ninth nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. I have the treasure-searching compass with me. As long as there are other hidden mines in this place, they won't be able to hide from my search. After leaving the mine, Ning Fan continued to control the compass to search for treasures and hunt for beasts in the first great ominous place. The ominous place was divided into 10 levels according to the degree of danger. The first great ominous place was the weakest. Naturally, more people had gone through the trials and tribulations in the first great ominous place. Most of the good items on the surface had already been plundered. However, Ning Fan still found a few hidden places with the help of the treasure-searching compass. He found quite a lot of spiritual herbs and immortal materials. He even found a hidden Buddha cave, which was a cave dwelling left behind by an ancient Buddhist cultivator. The current Ning Fan could already understand these words. From these words, he discovered some interesting things. For example, the winner of the gamble on the holy mountain is hard to determine. The eternal stone sits on the ground and decays after 10,000 years of recitation. Another example was, the soul of a saint disperses. His will turns into a mountain and there are secret pills in it. Those who are fated will be able to open the mountain and obtain the pill. Those who are not fated will be able to enter the mausoleum. Many of these words mentioned the word holy mountain. According to these words, there was a sacred place in the great humble tribe called the Holy Mountain. It was formed by the will of a saint. There are secret pills hidden in the mountain. All of them were concocted by the saint when he was still alive. These words made Ning Fan unconsciously think of the tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain that the man with the huge sword mentioned earlier. The Holy Mountain was the sacred place of the great humble tribe. However, not everyone in the tribe knew about the existence of the Holy Mountain. At least, the cultivators of the Tamu tribe did not know what the Holy Mountain was. Perhaps Tagore knew about it, but he did not tell Ning Fan about it. However, to Ning Fan, secrets like the Holy Mountain were not something that he was concerned about. What he was most concerned about was to find the sacrificial tool of the 9 raccoon. These words did have some records about the sacrificial tool, but it stunned Ning Fan. Since the saint has died, his will turns into a mountain. His good corpse searched for countless sacrificial tools of various clans to worship his master. The evil corpse created his own ominous domain and became a thief. He stole all the sacrificial tools and wanted to destroy the Holy Mountain, but he could not enter it. In the end, he made a bet to divide the territory and rule. According to the words, the herb-gatherer saint had cultivated the good and evil corpse when he was still alive. He became a saint by severing the 3 corpses. After the saint died, the good and evil corpses had a dispute. The good corpse searched for countless sacrificial tools of various clans to worship the herb-gatherer saint. However, the evil corpse snatched all of the sacrificial tools away, not wanting the saint to obtain the sacrificial tools after his death. According to the words, the so-called grade 10 ominous domain was the territory of the evil corpse of the saint. As for the great humble tribe and the Holy Mountain, they were the territories of the good corpse. Ning Fan frowned slightly. The grade 10 ominous domain was the territory of the evil corpse of the saint. Most of the sacrificial tools that the good corpse searched for were also snatched away by the evil corpse. If the sacrificial tool of the 9 raccoon clan happened to be among the evil corpse's sacrificial tools, would the sacrificial tools of the 9 raccoon clan really be in the evil corpse's territory, the grade 10 ominous domain? Besides, after the death of the saint, would the good and evil corpses of the saint still live until today? Or would they have already perished in the long river of time? If they are still alive, then the great humble tribe and the grade 10 ominous domain would be quite extraordinary. It is not impossible to have the good and evil corpses of the saint guarding the place. Thinking about it, the good and evil corpses that the undying great emperor killed had the strength of ancient great cultivators. If the good and evil corpse of the herb-gatherer saint is really alive until today, it would probably not be any weaker than the good and evil corpse of the undying great emperor. These ancient cultivation words are limited after all. In order to truly find the location of the sacrificial tools, I still need to continue collecting information. Luckily, I have quite a lot of medicine soul stones with me. After completing the missions here, I will get more. In that case, I can stay in the Supreme Pill sacred region for a longer period of time. With Ningfan's cultivation base, it did not take him long to search through the entire Grade 1 ominous domain. Then, he searched through some of the Grade 1 ominous domains nearby. Only then did he enter the Grade 2 ominous domain, which was located in the deeper region. Occasionally, he would also encounter some cultivators from the Great Desolate Realm who entered the ominous domains for training. However, Ningfan did not meet those people and directly flew past them. There were very few good items in the low-grade ominous domains. It was already very rare for him to discover a low-grade Mother Nirvana or vein. After that, he actually did not discover any other hidden or veins. He did find some or veins that were on the surface, but all of them had been mined by others. Thus, there were not many Mother Nirvana stones left. Moreover, most of them were defective. Ningfan continued to search through more than 10 Grade 2 and Grade 3 continents. However, he did not find any more hidden places. Occasionally, he would enter some hidden abodes of ancient cultivators, but they had all been taken away by others. However, along the way, he had completed quite a number of missions. Out of the 51 human grade missions, he had already completed 47 of them. As for the 11 Earth grade missions, he had also completed 4 of them. As for the remaining missions, most of them could only be completed after entering a Grade 4 ominous domain or above. To Void Shedding Realm cultivators, a Grade 4 ominous domain was already extremely dangerous. Not many people in the entire southern border grassland would dare to enter such a place. Ningfan, of course, was not afraid of it. His techniques were not something that Void Shedding Realm cultivators could compare with. After entering the Grade 4 ominous domain, the treasure-searching compass immediately showed a few hidden light spots. Obviously, the higher the grade of the ominous domain, the more hidden places that had not been discovered by others. Hence, there would also be more hidden treasures. However, as soon as he entered the Grade 4 ominous domain, he was locked on by a few tyrannical chi. It was not the chi of the ferocious beasts in this place nor the corpse devils. Instead, it was the chi of living humans. Very quickly, 4 black dots flew over from the horizon and landed around Ningfan. The 4 of them were dressed in a very strange manner. They were different from the nomadic attire of the Great Humble Clan and the outer cultivator attire of the man with the huge sword. All of them were wearing black armors that emitted monstrous devil chi. Their cultivation bases were not high. All of them were at the Dujin realm. However, when the 4 of them walked in this place, the ferocious beasts and corpse devil seemed to be extremely afraid of them. None of them dared to attack them. "Are you the tomb guardian of the sacred mountain or a foreign cultivator?" When the 4 of them noticed Ningfan's outer cultivator attire, they immediately asked in a deep voice. Their killing intent was already faintly leaking out, as if they would immediately attack Ningfan if he answers them wrongly. Ningfan, of course, was not afraid of the 4 Dujin experts. He answered indifferently. "I'm a foreign cultivator." Even though he had the intention of befriending the Great Humble Clan, he would still retaliate if the cultivators of this place wanted to kill him. With his means, he could kill the 4 Dujin experts of the Great Humble Clan in this desolate and uninhabited place without leaving a trace. No one would be able to find out the cause and effect between them. "So, you're a foreign cultivator." "Humph." The 4 black-armored cultivators actually retracted their killing intent. It was as if they would only attack Ningfan if he answered the question of the tomb guardian of the sacred mountain. However, their tone more or less carried a hint of disdain towards foreign cultivators. One of the cultivators took out a beast bone magic tool. After confirming that Ningfan really had the punishment ring in his body, all of them turned around and left without bothering about Ningfan. Ningfan frowned slightly. These 4 black-armored cultivators did not seem to be cultivators of the Great Humble Clan. After the 4 of them left, Ningfan began to search through this Grade 4 continent. While he was doing some small tasks, he was also searching for Mother Nirvana stone mines. He really found a 2-star Mother Nirvana stone mine. Unfortunately, there were not many of them. There were only about 1,000 of them. Just like before, Ningfan directly absorbed all the Mother Nirvana chi in the entire mine. However, to his disappointment, this bit of Mother Nirvana chi was still not enough for him to break through to the 9th Nirvana Heavenly Devil realm. At the end of the day, the grade of the 2-star Mother Nirvana stones was just too low. Ning Fan continued to search for the other grade 4 fierce regions. During this period of time, he found another 3 hidden mines. 2 of them were 3-star mines and 1 of them was a 4-star mine. After absorbing all of these mines, Ning Fan realized that the bottleneck of his 9th Nirvana Heavenly Devil Realm had already loosened. He could almost break through at any time. However, he kept having the feeling that something was missing. He kept having the feeling that he was lacking a little bit more. I'm still lacking a little bit more. It's already not about my cultivation base but something else. Ning Fan pondered for a while and decided to continue searching for the grade 4 continents in search of the Mother Nirvana stone mines. During this period of time, there were 2 more groups of black-armored cultivators who came to interrogate him. After learning that he was not the tomb guardian of the sacred mountain, they left arrogantly. Ning Fan had almost searched all the grade 4 continents near the grassland of the southern border. However, he could not find any more mines. Just as Ning Fan was about to enter the deeper parts of the grade 5 fierce regions, the compass on a grade 4 continent suddenly reacted violently. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. There was a hidden Mother Nirvana stone mine on this grade 4 continent. Moreover, the grade of this Mother Nirvana stone was not low. According to Ning Fan's estimation, it was at least a 5-star mine. There might even be a few 6-star ores in it. Speaking of which, I happen to have an Earth-grade mission that requires me to find 10 pieces of 6-star Mother Nirvana stones. Ning Fan looked through the dungeon of the Earth-grade mission and muttered to himself. 10 pieces of 6-star Mother Nirvana stones were extremely helpful to body refinement. However, the reward of the mission was also very generous. Usually, the reward for missions above the Earth grade would not be medicine soul stones. As for this mission, it was actually a tuft of innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. Moreover, it was a type of innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine that Ning Fan had yet to obtain. The reward for an Earth-grade mission was actually an innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. In other words, this reward was already very generous. It meant that the person who issued the mission had a great background and could easily get an innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. Moreover, he also desired the 6-star Mother Nirvana stone very much. Otherwise, he would not have issued such a generous reward. However, it was a pity that the tribal grand competition was just around the corner. Besides, this mission was extremely dangerous. Thus, the Shikong cultivators in the grassland of the southern border did not dare to take the risk for an innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. According to their understanding, the 6-star Mother Nirvana stones were usually guarded by extremely powerful ferocious beasts. Even the broken sense fragment would not be easy to obtain. Even though the reward for this mission was extremely high, the risk was also extremely high. A single mistake could cost one their life. Even that man who thought highly of himself firmly believed that without the cooperation of 3 late Shikong and peak Shikong cultivators, they would not be able to obtain the 6-star Mother Nirvana stone in this place. This mission is not bad. Now, I will have 6 different types of innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. Ning Fan raised his hand and tore open the spatial formation of this place and entered a secret space. The Xianxia inside the space was extremely heavy. It was still a mine cave but it was sealed together with the entire mine in this space. There were many skeletons outside the mine cave. Some of them were dressed in nomadic clothes while some of them were dressed in outer cultivators' clothes. All of them were skeletons from many years ago. As soon as they were touched, they would turn into ashes. The Xianxia in this place is very heavy. However, the strange thing is that this mine cave is unlike the other mine caves that I have seen before where there are corpse devils. No, it's not that there aren't any corpse devils. It's just that the corpse devils in this place are too good at hiding. Early thought fragment realm, with Ning Fan's rain technique, he could directly sense the cultivation base of the corpse devils in this place. Just as he was about to sense the location where the corpse devils were hiding, a gust of chilly wind suddenly came from behind him. Ning Fan, who had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, naturally reacted extremely fast. Before the black shadow behind him could sneak attack him, his body had already turned into a ray of golden light. With a sudden leap, he appeared 100 steps away from where he was and easily avoided the sneak attack. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. The one who sneak attacked Ning Fan was a fat corpse devil. Every time it moved, the chains on its body would collide with each other and produce a loud sound. The corpse devil's expression was now and expressionless. After missing its attack, it directly pounced at Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not panic. He opened his mouth and breathed out the 11 darkness devil flames, causing the entire space to resound with the sound of wind and thunder. As the devil flames continued to burn, it turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky and engulfed the corpse devil. The corpse devil's spiritual intelligence was extremely low. It did not even try to dodge the devil flames. Instead, it allowed the devil flames to burn it completely. All of a sudden, its body emitted thousands of rays of Buddha light. It withstood the damage caused by the devil flames and rushed out of the sea of fire. This was quite impressive, even though the power of the devil flames was greatly reduced due to the limitation of Ning Fan's cultivation base. It was still the 11 darkness devil flames after all. Its grade was very high. It was not something that any early thought fragmentation realm expert could withstand. However, this corpse devil just relied on the Buddha light to resist the devil flames with its physical body. This was enough to show how terrifying its physical body was. Even if this corpse devil's cultivation base had yet to reach the mid-thought fragmentation realm, it was probably not far away from it. As soon as the corpse devil got close to Ning Fan, it immediately swung its fist. The force of the punch shook heaven and earth, causing the entire space to become unstable. Ning Fan was not afraid at all. He was an ancient devil who had half a step into the 9th nirvana realm. If the opponent fights him with their physical bodies, why would he be afraid? Asterisk bang asterisk when their fists collided, the sound of metal clashing resounded. It was enough to show the toughness of both their physical bodies. The tremendous force spread. Ning Fan took 10 steps back while the corpse devil also took 10 steps back. With the protection of the Buddha light, the corpse devil did not suffer any damage from the collision of their fists. On the other hand, Ning Fan's fist bones were broken. In terms of physical strength, Ning Fan was almost on par with the corpse devil. However, the corpse devil's Buddha light ability was very powerful. Otherwise, the corpse devil would also suffer some injuries. Fortunately, black flames were immediately ignited on Ning Fan's fist and palm. Within the black flames, the corpse devil's injuries were almost healed in an instant. Then, he clashed with the corpse devil's fists again, asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. It was not that Ning Fan did not have a more powerful trump card to instantly kill the corpse devil. It was just that he was an ancient devil after all. He had the pride of an ancient devil in his bones. When the gap between their physical bodies was not huge, if he could not suppress his opponent with his ancient devil body, he would not be considered as a true ancient devil. Moreover, as they clashed with each other, Ning Fan unexpectedly discovered that the last step he needed to break through to the 9th nirvana heavenly devil realm was being filled up bit by bit. I see. Ning Fan was enlightened. The ancient devil lineage was fond of killing. They were born to be battle maniacs. The last step he lacked was not the difference in cultivation level. Instead, he needed to achieve a breakthrough in battle. This kind of breakthrough could not be achieved with the help of external forces. He needed to fight with his physical body and sharpen it to break through the last bottleneck. Hence, Ning Fan was no longer in a hurry even though he clearly had a more powerful method to kill the corpse devil. Instead, he decided to fight the corpse devil in this place until the space collapsed. Ning Fan had even forgotten his original purpose of coming to this place, which was to collect the 5 and 6 star Nirvana origin stones. This battle lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, his ancient devil bloodline felt like it was burning. He could feel that he was getting closer to the 9th Nirvana heavenly devil realm every day. No matter how strong the defense of the corpse devil was, it was still a battle after all. Its injuries were getting worse bit by bit. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. Every time he was injured, he would be reborn from the blazing flames. As a result, the injuries of the corpse devil became more and more severe while Ning Fan remained in his peak condition. Under such circumstances, the corpse devil was eventually killed by Ning Fan with just his physical body. As for Ning Fan, the moment he killed the corpse devil, he had completely broken through to the 9th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. To Ning Fan, killing an early thought fragmentation realm expert was no longer a big deal. However, it was rare for him to kill the corpse devil with the physical body of an ancient devil without using his tribulation blood cultivation base, any magic treasures or the power of the Tao laws of Yin, Yang and Yang. Is this the power of the ninth nirvana of the heavenly devil realm? After breaking through naturally, Ning Fan could feel the increase in his physical body. It was quite terrifying. If he needed to fight that corpse devil for 3 days before breaking through to the ninth nirvana realm, he was confident that he could kill it within 2 hours after breaking through. When the battle ended, he realized that the space in this place had actually collapsed because of his attack. The ore mine had already been broken into pieces. The broken pieces of ores floated in the dark void space. It saved him the trouble of mining the ores. Ning Fan picked out 10 pieces of 6-star Nirvana origin stones from the countless broken ores and kept them. As for the remaining ores, he refined them and absorbed them. Because the grade of the Nirvana origin stones in this place was higher, it took Ning Fan a lot of time to refine them. He spent another 20 days or so before he finished refining them. The effect was also quite obvious. By relying on the chi of the Nirvana origin stones, Ning Fan not only directly stabilized his 9 Nirvana Heavenly Devil Realm cultivation base but also improved his Ancient Devil cultivation base by a little. It was almost 1% closer to the 10 Nirvana realm. This improvement was already very impressive. After all, it would be impossible for an ordinary Ancient Devil to achieve such a level of improvement without 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. From this, it could be seen how helpful the Nirvana origin stones of the Great Humble Clan was to body cultivators. After witnessing the effect of the high-grade Nirvana origin stones, Ning Fan was quite tempted to search for other Nirvana origin stones. Unfortunately, he had spent too much time on this trip. The minor competition of the southern border was approaching. He could not afford to waste any more time in this place. Moreover, the southern border was too small. The strongest ominous zone in this place was only at the 4th grade. There were no ominous zones of a higher grade. Ning Fan had already searched through all ominous zones below the 4th grade. Besides, the ominous zones near the southern border were too low grade. There were no innate spiritual herbs, let alone innate spiritual herbs that could replenish one's soul. This also made Ning Fan feel a little helpless. If I have the time in the future, I'll go to other high-grade ominous zones. Ning Fan stood up from the void space and decided to leave the space of this mineral vein. However, it took him quite a bit of effort to do so. The magnetic force of the ominous continent was very strange. It also made it extremely difficult for some hidden spaces to locate their original coordinates from the boundless void space and return to the outside world after they were broken. Of course, it was also difficult for the people in the outside world to find the coordinates and enter the place. Fortunately, Ning Fan had the treasure-searching compass. There was nothing in this world that he could not search. After spending some effort, he managed to locate the point of intersection of the space. Finally, he managed to get out of this broken space. However, as soon as he got out of the outside world, he immediately noticed that there were 2 groups of people fighting nearby. The surrounding space was completely sealed. One could only enter but not leave. One of the 2 parties fighting were the man with the huge sword and the red-haired lady whom he had met in the Evil Goat tribe. On the other side, there were dozens of cultivators in black armor who were emitting dense killing intent. They were besieging the 2 of them. On the side of the black-armored cultivators, the weakest among them was a true immortal realm cultivator at the Clear Truth realm. Among them, there were 3 peak-shedding void realm cultivators. As for the man with the huge sword and the red-haired lady, both of them were only at the peak-shedding void realm. At the moment, both of them were severely injured. Obviously, they were besieged by the black-armored cultivators. Due to the surrounding space being sealed, they could not even escape from this place. They had been fighting with their lives on the line for an unknown number of days. Ning Fan's sudden appearance startled the group of black-armored cultivators. As for the red-haired lady, her eyes were filled with the desire to survive. She immediately changed her direction and ran towards Ning Fan. She even shouted deliberately, "Don't worry, Junior Brother Ning. As a fellow mausoleum guardian of the Holy Mountain, quickly come and help senior sister kill the Triflame armored guard." As she shouted, she immediately ran behind Ning Fan. The red-haired lady's shout and evasion had directly caused Ning Fan to fall into the range of the black-armored cultivator's killing intent. Humph. Is this young man also a mausoleum guardian of the Holy Mountain? Kill him. Immediately, many of the black-armored cultivators changed their direction and surrounded Ning Fan, not giving him a chance to explain at all. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. Before he could figure out the situation, he seemed to have been dragged into the muddy water by the red-haired lady. My name is Duolan. I am the daughter of the immortal emperor of the Holy Mountain. I know that you are an external cultivator of the Tamu sect. Since you have saved me once, I will definitely repay you handsomely. Duolan clenched her teeth. If it was not a matter of life and death, with her arrogant personality, she would definitely not lower herself to ask for help from others. Duolan. Daughter of an immortal emperor. Guardian of the sacred mountain. Tri-flame guards, Ning Fan's eyes flickered. From the moment the lady asked for help to hiding behind him, she only said 2 sentences. However, these sentences contained a lot of information. She knew that he was an external cultivator of the Tamu sect. The force behind her was the guardian of the sacred mountain. She seemed to have the background of an immortal emperor. As for the black armored guards, they were the Tri-flame guards. This term was very unfamiliar to Ning Fan. It was his first time hearing about it after entering the Great Humble Tribe. However, it was not his first time meeting the Tri-flame guards. He had met them a few times before and he could vaguely tell that they were very hostile towards the so-called guardian of the sacred mountain. If there were no accidents, the relationship between the Tri-flame guards and the guardian of the sacred mountain was very likely to be hostile. According to Ning Fan's original intention, he did not want to offend either party since he had just entered the Great Humble Tribe and was not clear about the situation of the sacred mountain and the Tri-flame guards. Even if the red-haired lady wanted to drag him into the muddy water, it would depend on whether he was willing to do it or not. Seeing the few Tri-flame guards coming at him from all directions, Ning Fan took a few steps back to avoid their attacks while explaining calmly. I'm an external cultivator of the Tamu sect. I'm not the guardian of the sacred mountain. I don't know these 2 people and I have no intention to interfere in your dispute. As he moved backwards, he naturally left Duolan who was seeking protection behind. He did not intend to save her at all. As soon as Duolan saw that Ning Fan actually abandoned her and was unwilling to help her, she was both shocked and annoyed. If they were in the sacred mountain, there were almost no men who would reject her request with her beauty. However, the man in front of her was so cold and indifferent. He actually ignored her beauty. What a man who doesn't know how to be kind to women. At this moment, her magic power was almost depleted. Even if she were to face Duzhan's joint attack, she would still be in great danger. She gritted her teeth and no longer cared that her warm face was stuck to the cold buttocks. She followed closely behind Ning Fan and retreated together with him. Wherever Ning Fan went, she would hide there as she was afraid that she would be besieged by the black armored guards again. This man is an immortal revered throughout the ages. Even if his cultivation base was sealed by Xianxia, there was no need for him to be so afraid of a few Duzhan and Shikong. Saving a beauty should be as easy as flipping his palm to him. However, he was not willing to help her. It was either he was not capable enough or he was extremely cowardly. Of course, it was also possible that this person was extremely cautious and was unwilling to interfere in the conflict between the sacred mountain and the 3 flames. But didn't this person know that as an external cultivator, if he wanted to establish a foothold in Debay, he had to make a choice between the 2? It was impossible to remain neutral. With that in mind, Duolan hid behind Ning Fan's back and intentionally misled the guard's judgment. Junior apprentice brother, are you still blaming senior apprentice sister? Why aren't you willing to admit your identity as the gravekeeper? Or could it be that junior martial brother is extremely afraid of the Tri-flame guards and only wants to escape alone, unwilling to save senior martial sister? He had actually made up his mind to drag Ning Fan into this mess. If you want to play it safe, you have to see if I, Doran, will agree. The black armored guards sneered and ignored Ning Fan's explanation. They continued to attack Ning Fan's with murderous intents and magical treasures. Ning Fan glared at Duolan fiercely and explained to the black armored guards again. I am indeed not the tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain. If you don't believe me, you can check the punishment ring in my body. Don't kill the wrong person. Only 1 or 2 of the black armored guards slowed down their attacks, as if they really wanted to check the authenticity of the punishment ring. But more of the black armored guards' attacks became fiercer. Some of them even sneered. He's just an external cultivator. It doesn't matter if I kill the wrong person. It is no different from killing cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs. There is no need to check your punishment ring. This person might not have nothing to do with the tomb guardian of the holy mountain. It is not enough to make a clean break with just a few words. Quickly kill this person and use his head as a reward. Even if this person is not the tomb guardian, I am afraid that he is related to Duolan. We must not let him go. The arrogant attitude of the black armored guards made Ning Fan's expression turn cold. It seemed that no matter how he explained today's matter, he would still be involved in this mess. It was all because of that woman called Duolan. I don't want to become enemies with all of you. Do you really have to do it? Ning Fan's tone became cold. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What answered him was the frenzied attack of the black armored guards. These people had made up their minds. They would rather kill 3,000 innocent people today than to let Ning Fan go unjustly. As such, Ning Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with these black armored guards. Even though he was worried about befriending the Great Humble Clan, it would be a different story if the black armored guards kept forcing him. Even though he did not like to be used as a tool, he had no choice but to use it now that things had come to this. Besides, this place was located in the ominous region, which was extremely remote. As long as he killed all of them and cut off the karma, no one would know that he had killed the Triflame guards in the future. He might not necessarily become enemies with the Great Humble Clan. When the black armored guards saw that Ning Fan did not dare to fight back, they became even more arrogant. They wanted to attack again, but all of a sudden, their expressions changed drastically. Ning Fan's eyes glinted with cold light. He no longer retreated or dodged. No matter how the attacks landed on his body, they were instantly drowned in the blinding light. This person must be crazy. He actually dares to take our attacks head-on, one of the black armored guards harumphed disdainfully. However, at the next moment, his disdain turned into astonishment and then into fear. A human figure slowly walked out from the blinding light. He completely ignored their attacks. None of the attacks could break the defense of his physical body. The strength of his physical body shocked the Dujin guards. This was the strength of a ninth Nirvana heavenly devil. Ordinary attacks from Dujin could not even break the defense of his physical body. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared in front of a black armored guard. Even though he did not move at his full speed, he was already like a ghost in the eyes of a mere Dujin guard. That black armored guard did not even have the time to react, and his chest was already hit by Ning Fan's fist. Under the tremendous force, the black armor on his body crumbled almost instantly. This kind of crumbling was not an ordinary kind of crumbling. Instead, it was a kind of destruction on the level of law. Then, even his physical body exploded into a mist of blood in an instant. It was so shattered that it could not be any more shattered. Naturally, he died. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. What a terrifying physical body. A casual punch from this person is actually stronger than many acquired magic treasures. The other Dujin guards were shocked. They immediately retreated. How could they not know that Ning Fan was a tough opponent that Dujin could not match? Unfortunately, it was a little too late for them to retreat now. Ning Fan's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, the few Dujin's black armored guards who were retreating hurriedly felt chills running down their spines. A black shadow flashed past their eyes, but none of them could see the movements of the black shadow clearly. Before they could even react, they were already hit by waves of tremendous force. One after another, their bodies exploded and their blood splattered across the sky. The shocking turn of events immediately attracted the attention of the other black armored guards. The expressions of the three peak-shedding Void Realm old men darkened. As a matter of fact, the three of them had already noticed Ning Fan the moment he appeared. However, none of them paid any attention to him. None of them expected that this seemingly cowardly external cultivator would actually dare to attack the Triflame guards and kill them. How dare a mere external cultivator kill our Triflame guards? You must pay with your life. Thunder Soul Transformation Bow. One of the black-armored old men was so angry that he laughed. As soon as he gave the order, he led a dozen of his Triflame guards and rushed towards Ning Fan. When he got close to Ning Fan, he rubbed his hands together. Immediately, purple light gathered in his palms and turned into a small thunderbolt bow. The small bow was not a physical object. Instead, it was formed by the power of his medicine soul. The medicine soul was the unique ability of a pill refinement master. If a pill refinement master was proficient in the battle soul technique, he or she could merge the power of his medicine soul into his ability. This was what the cultivators of the Great Humble clan were best at. Soul fusion. The dozen of Dujin guards behind the black-armored old man roared at the same time. They released their medicine souls and merged them into the old man's body. All of a sudden, the black-armored old man's cultivation base rose rapidly. In just a short period of time, he had already reached the early thought fragmentation realm. The lightning on the small thunderbolt bow in his hand became even brighter. Fire from lightning in the sky. Lightning sacrificial arrow fire. The black-armored old man drew his bow and shot it. Immediately, a scarlet flame wrapped around the bow and it turned into a fire arrow that shot towards Ning Fan. The fire arrow was surrounded by lightning arcs. It carried the might of lightning and fire. It vaguely connected with the great momentum of heaven and earth, causing the temperature of heaven and earth to rise abruptly. Those Dujin guards could not withstand the might of the arrow. After they merged their souls, they immediately retreated in a hurry. The black-armored old man looked at the arrow light in the sky confidently. This technique was his strongest trump card. It had once helped him severely injure an early thought fragmentation realm expert with his peak-shedding void realm cultivation base. Ning Fan's eyes also turned slightly serious. However, that was all. His opponent's soul fusion secret technique was very strange. It could actually increase one's cultivation base within a short period of time by stacking their medicine souls. It was quite mysterious. This arrow might really be able to injure an ordinary early thought fragmentation realm expert. However, it was far from enough to hurt him. Facing the incoming arrow, Ning Fan directly waved his devil palm and grabbed the light of the lightning arrow. He was not afraid of the sharpness of the arrow at all. This young man is courting death. The black-armored old man smiled disdainfully. As if it was responding to the black-armored old man's words, the lightning fire in Ning Fan's palm suddenly trembled like a lightning snake. All of a sudden, it shot out countless lightning arcs and struck Ning Fan's body. The power of the lightning arcs was quite impressive. However, with the strength of Ning Fan's physical body, he only felt a slight numbness when the lightning arcs hit him. It was not enough to break the defense of his physical body. This was the result of him not using the Taisu lightning star. If he used it, he would not even feel a slight numbness. Ning Fan's face showed no mercy. He exerted his palm force and shattered the lightning arrow in his palm. As the essence chi around his body circulated, the ancient devil might was released without any reservation. Towering devil chi pressed down like countless dark clouds. As the devil might continued to rise to its peak, Ning Fan let out a devil roar. This roar contained all the power of the heavenly devil nine nirvana. Roar the ancient devil roar was also a great offensive technique. There was only one roar. However, when it reverberated in heaven and earth, it turned into 10 roars and then into 100 roars. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of roars reverberating in the air, shaking the heavens. It did not sound like a human's roar. Instead, it sounded like the roar of a wild beast or a landslide. It sounded like the blood of an ancient devil was flowing in reverse. The black-armored old man felt an unparalleled devil sense blasting into his ears. As soon as he heard it, he felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He was sent flying backwards while coughing out blood. His ears were buzzing and his blood even showed signs of flowing in reverse. He could barely hold the lightning bow in his hand. His expression when he looked at Ning Fan was filled with astonishment for the first time. The devil roar swept across the area like a drop of black ink falling on a piece of white paper in heaven and earth. It spread in all directions crazily. Behind the black-armored old man, a few of the 3 flame guards whose cultivation base was only at the Dujin realm had their sea of consciousness shattered by Ning Fan's roar. They screamed and died. The remaining Dujin also coughed out blood. Even though he did not die, his sea of consciousness was severely damaged. It was difficult for him to even maintain his flight. In the distance, the man with the huge sword was being besieged by dozens of black-armored guards. The devil roar appeared without any warning. Before the 2 parties who were fighting each other could react, each of them coughed out blood due to the impact of the roar. It was simply an indiscriminate attack. Even the red-haired lady named Duolan could not escape from the attack of the devil roar. Her body, which was already extremely weak in the first place, was actually severely injured by the roar. The devil roar continued to sweep across the area, setting off countless sound waves and colliding with the restriction that sealed heaven and earth. That was a restriction that not even a peak-shedding void cultivator could break. However, it directly crumbled under Ningfan's roar. The seal of this place was lifted. An ancient devil. It's actually a ninth nirvana heavenly devil. The black-armored old man who was holding the lightning bow was filled with astonishment. This is the roar of an ancient devil. There's no mistaking it. Only the ancient devil clan would have such a domineering and ferocious devil roar. If Ningfan was just an ancient devil, it would not be enough to scare him. The key was that Ningfan's ancient devil cultivation base had at least reached the ninth nirvana heavenly devil realm. A ninth nirvana heavenly devil was no longer someone who could be defeated by an ordinary early thought fragmentation realm cultivator. The elderly man with the lightning bow was not really at the early thought fragmentation realm. He had just used the soul fusion secret technique to temporarily raise his cultivation base to this level. Moreover, the increase in his cultivation base only lasted for a moment. At this moment, his cultivation base had already fallen back to the peak-shedding void cultivator, and he even felt a little weak. It was the side effect of the soul fusion secret technique. They, the three flame guards, had only sent out a total of 3 peak-shedding void cultivators. Even if they joined forces, they still might not be a match for this ninth nirvana heavenly devil. However, even if they could not defeat him, they still had to face him head-on. Killing the tomb guardian of the holy mountain was their mission. If they fail, they would also die. Kill. The 3 black-armored old men who were at the peak-shedding void cultivator gave the same order at almost the same time. Each of the fearless black-armored guards ignited their primordial spirits, wanting to fight Ningfan to the death. All of them went to besiege Ningfan. This was a chance for the 2 tomb guardians of the holy mountain. At this moment, there were only a few Duzhen black-armored guards who were fighting against the man with the huge sword. The man with the huge sword had a cultivation base at the peak-shedding void cultivator after all. Even though he had been besieged for many days and his body was weak, he still managed to break through the blockade of a few Duzhen black-armored guards with great effort. Then, he rode on a ray of light and ran away. Duo Lan, who was hiding not far behind Ningfan, also took the opportunity to run away. Especially Duo Lan. After hearing Ningfan's indiscriminate devil roar, she had a clearer understanding of Ningfan's coldness and ruthlessness. If her cultivation base was slightly weaker, she would probably have been killed by the devil roar just now, just like those unlucky trifling guards. From this point, she could tell that Ningfan did not plan to save them at all. He was even more indifferent towards her pleas for help just now. Otherwise, he could have used other abilities to hurt his enemies instead of using this devil roar, which could not differentiate between friend and foe. No. It was not that he could not differentiate between friend and foe. It was because Ningfan had regarded all the cultivators in this place as his enemies. The Triflame guards wanted to kill him. Therefore, they were his enemies. Duo Lan had plotted against him and forcefully dragged him into the muddy water. Therefore, she was also regarded as his enemy. Duo Lan suddenly understood this point. Ridiculous. This is just too ridiculous. With her beauty, identity, and status, not only did she not receive any help from a mere external cultivator, she even became his enemy. This person was plotted against by me first. That's why he views me as his enemy. Now that he has already killed the Triflame guards, it's not certain that he won't make a move against us tomb guardians. Thinking of this, Duo Lan did not dare to stay any longer in this place. She hurriedly ran away together with the man with the huge sword. 41 Triflame guards. 2 tomb guardians of the sacred mountain. Seeing that Duo Lan and the man with the huge sword had escaped, Ningfan's eyes slightly narrowed. However, he decided to ignore them for the time being. Facing the ferocious attacks of the black-armored guards, Ningfan remained expressionless. He lifted one of his feet and took a step in the sky. His entire body turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared from his original spot. In an instant, he appeared near the black-armored guards one after another. Most of the black-armored guards who were at the true enlightenment realm could not even withstand a single punch or kick from him. In just 10 breaths of time, there were only 3 peak-shedding void realm black-armored old men left. Another 20 breaths of time passed. Even the 3 black armored old men had died in Ning Fan's hands. Killing these black armored guards did not give Ning Fan a sense of accomplishment. However, what surprised him was that these Triflame guards were extremely unyielding. Even when the last one of them died in battle and they were suppressed by his ancient devil might, they did not have the slightest intention of retreating or begging for mercy until the last one of them died in battle. Ning Fan would not hesitate to praise those cultivators who dared to fight to the death even if they were his enemies. Unfortunately, enemies were still enemies. In the path of life and death, he naturally would not show any mercy to them. After searching through the memories of the 3 black armored old men, Ning Fan finally had a deeper understanding of the matters of the Great Humble Tribe. It turned out that the entire Great Humble Tribe was divided into 3 parts. The cultivators of the major tribes of the Great Humble Tribe were the descendants of the herb slaves of the herb-gatherer saint. The tomb guardians of the sacred mountain were the descendants of the herb-gatherer saint, Good Corpse. The Triflame guards were the descendants of the herb-gatherer saint, Evil Corpse. In terms of status, all the cultivators of the Great Humble Tribe were just slaves, while the tomb guardians and the Triflame guards were the true masters of the entire inner area of the holy region. In the past, I only thought that the purpose of befriending the Great Humble Tribe was to befriend those tribes. Now, it seems like I'm wrong. The real decision-makers of the Great Humble Tribe are not the leaders of those tribes or the 5 emperors of the Middle Province. Instead, they are the 2 great forces of the Triflame guards. The Holy Mountain is the sacred land of the Great Humble Prairie. It was formed by the will of the saint after his death. The Triflame guards are the collective name of the 3 10th grade fierce domains in the Great Humble Tribe. There are only 3 10th grade fierce domains in the Great Humble Tribe, and all of them are the territories of the Triflame guards. The Triflame guards and the Holy Mountain have been enemies since ancient times. If an outsider wants to enter the Great Humble Tribe, he or she must choose one of the 2 sides to join. This is the rule of the Great Humble Tribe. Otherwise, both sides will become enemies. Most of the tribes in the entire Great Humble Tribe are affiliated to the Holy Mountain. The Tamu tribe that I belong to is also affiliated to the Holy Mountain. Therefore, my action of joining the Tamu tribe is equivalent to choosing the camp of the Holy Mountain. This is something that cannot be changed after I joined the Tamu tribe. It's not difficult to cover up the fact that I killed the Triflame guards. After all, the lives of the Triflame guards are even more worthless than grass in the Triflame guards. Their numbers are even greater. Therefore, very few people would care about their deaths. Besides, the activity range of the Triflame guards is limited to the fierce domain. They never go out. Thus, it's not a big deal to offend the Triflame guards. On the other hand, there are not many cultivators in the Holy Mountain. The death of any one of them will cause countless experts of the Holy Mountain to investigate this matter. Ning Fan's mind raced. His original intention was to kill Duo Lan and the man with the huge sword at the same time. However, it seemed like such an action was a little inappropriate now. It could easily lead to more unforeseen events. After all, when an ordinary mausoleum guardian dies, there would be a lot of people who would investigate it, let alone that woman called Duo Lan. In the memory of the Triflame guards, Duo Lan's position in the Holy Mountain was rather special. It's ominous to kill these 2 people. However, I can't let them go so easily either. No matter what, they have to pay a price for plotting against me. Ning Fan released his devil flames and destroyed the corpses of the Triflame guards. Then, he used a technique to disrupt the karma of the killings in this place. Only then did he go after Duo Lan and the man with the devil flames. Even though the Triflame guards rarely investigate the deaths of their members, he still decided to be more careful. The man with the huge sword, whose name was Pai Xiong, was currently fleeing desperately with the Saintess Duo Lan. Junior sister, is it really necessary for us to flee in such a hurry? Even though that external cultivator with the surname Ning is strong, he is still restricted by the damage ring after all. He might not be able to kill all the Triflame guards in a short period of time. He might also not dare to continue chasing after us after killing all of them. Since he came out from the space of the mine, he must have found some 6-star Nirvana origin stones. After all, we are the mausoleum guardians of the Holy Mountain. If we force him to give it to us, I don't think he will dare to refuse. Even the reward for the mission can be omitted. Of course, that is unless he wants to offend the cultivators of the Holy Mountain. Pai Xiong said with a hint of disdain. He did not think that an external cultivator would have the guts to provoke the holy mountain. He was determined to get the 6-star Nirvana origin stones. Senior brother, you're wrong. This external cultivator with the surname Ning isn't weak. On the contrary, he is extremely unyielding. In the beginning, the reason why he showed weakness to the Triflame guards was probably because he wanted to enter Debay with an ulterior motive. Because of that, he was very cautious and did not want to offend any forces of Debay. Later on, when he realized that his explanation did not make sense, he immediately attacked the Triflame guards without any hesitation. Since he is so decisive in killing, why would he care about the name of the holy mountain? If such a person decides to attack us, he will definitely not leave any of the Triflame guards alive. This kind of person is the most ruthless and the most cautious. In order to conceal this matter completely, he might even kill all of us to keep our mouths shut. Now, I just want to escape from his evil clutches, but you're still thinking about his 6-star Nirvana origin stones. You're really... Duo Lan laughed out of anger. This senior brother of mine is too shallow. If it wasn't for his cultivation aptitude, he definitely wouldn't be qualified to become a mausoleum guardian of the Holy Mountain. Why is he still thinking about that 6-star Nirvana origin stone at such a time? Does he not want his life anymore? This external cultivator with the surname Ning's cultivation base is limited. However, he is still an immortal venerable in the ancient times. It definitely won't take him too long to kill a few Duzhen Shekongs. We don't have much time left. We must leave this place as soon as possible to be safe. If he catches up to us, it will be too late for regrets. Duo Lan continued. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. If she had known that Ning Fan was a strong-willed person, even if she wanted to ask him for help, she would not use such a scheming method and directly drag him to the opposite side of the Triflame guards. Such a petty scheme must have angered this external cultivator. Forget it. Anyway, I can use his strength to escape from this place. It's better for me to leave this place as soon as possible. Don't blame senior brother for talking too much. Junior sister, you always like to make a big fuss over nothing. No matter how daring that external cultivator with the surname Ning is, he won't dare to attack us. Speaking of which, this external cultivator with the surname Ning is indeed hateful. You have already lowered your voice and begged him for help. Not only did he not save you, but he also let out a devil roar and attacked us indiscriminately, causing our injuries to worsen. Humph. If it wasn't for the closed tomb period, I, Pai Xiong, could easily summon a large group of cultivators from the Holy Mountain to teach this person a lesson with my status. Pai Xiong snorted coldly. Just as his voice fell, a thunderous sound suddenly resounded in front of him. A ray of golden light streaked across the sky. Within the golden light, a person slowly walked out and blocked the path of Pai Xiong and Duo Lan. Not good. Duo Lan's beautiful face turned pale. The person who caught up to them was none other than Ning Fan, who was emitting baleful qi and had a ruthless expression on his face. Do you want to teach me a lesson? I'll give you a chance. You can teach me a lesson right now. Make your move. A monstrous ancient devil aura turned into a monstrous devil cloud and pressed down on Pai Xiong, causing him to spurt out blood. His arrogant eyes were filled with fear. This is the ancient devil recorded in the ancient books of the Holy Mountain. Under this pressure, be it Pai Xiong or Duo Lan, both of them felt their scalps tingling. After all, Ning Fan's devil might was not just the pressure of the ancient devil bloodline. It was also fused with the immense baleful qi that he had accumulated throughout his path of cultivation. Even though both of them were heavenly geniuses of the Holy Mountain, they did not have much experience. How could they have seen a devil like Ning Fan who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in their lifetime? Even Pai Xiong, who was not as shrewd as Ning Fan, could sense the dangerous qi coming from him. Cold air kept coming out from his back and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Didn't you say that you want to teach me a lesson? Why haven't you made your move yet? Ning Fan looked at Pai Xiong coldly and took a small step forward. Instantly, Pai Xiong, who was arrogant just now, retreated a few steps in panic like a frightened cow or sheep. That was the instinct of a prairie man when facing danger. Senior, you must be joking. How would I dare to teach you a lesson? Pai Xiong forced a smile while retreating. However, the pressure in his heart was unprecedentedly heavy. He could not understand what Ning Fan meant. He thought that his rude words might have angered this person. Then, he recalled what his junior sister said about silencing him. The tightened string in his heart suddenly broke. Is this person really here to kill me? This thought kept popping up in his mind, causing Pai Xiong's eyes to suddenly turn ferocious. There was actually a hint of madness in his eyes. The fear he was enduring was too great. Under the extreme fear, he actually had a trace of madness to fight for his life. Instead of being killed by Ning Fan, why don't I make the first move and gain the upper hand? I might still have a chance to live. At that moment, he even forgot his master's warning. Suddenly, he punched his chest and his face turned as pale as paper. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black light directly at Ning Fan's face. Then, he turned into a ray of light and fled without waiting for the result. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that Pai Xiong would really dare to attack him. He pointed his finger at the ray of black light and it turned into a spinning black bead, falling steadily on his palm. The bead seemed ordinary but the power it contained was quite incredible. If an ordinary immortal venerable's cultivation base was sealed, there was a high chance that they would be severely injured if they were attacked by this bead. Ning Fan was not afraid of this bead at all because of his powerful abilities. Originally, he wanted to let Pai Xiong and Duo Lan go, but now it seemed that even if Duo Lan wasn't mentioned, there was no need to spare Pai Xiong. If they dared to make a move, then they must have the courage to bear the consequences. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan flicked his finger. The black bead that he had just kept flew across the sky. The black bead returned to where it came from and hit the back of Pai Xiong, who was fleeing in panic. In an instant, Pai Xiong's bones turned cold with fear. Save me. As soon as the black bead hit his back, the huge sword on his back melted into molten iron under a strange black light. Then, his clothes, the flesh on his back, and even his entire body turned into blood under a burst of black light. A rancid smell immediately spread everywhere. It only took the blink of an eye for it to melt into a pool of blood. Pai Xiong, who was at the pinnacle of the shedding void realm, couldn't even withstand a single strike from the black pearl and died instantly. The power of this black pearl isn't weak. Ning Fan casually took away Pai Xiong's storage pouch. Then, he checked it with his spirit sense and frowned slightly. Is this man really the tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain? In the memory of the Triflame Armored Guard, the tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain was quite wealthy. This amount of wealth is really too little. You killed my senior brother. Duo Lan suddenly felt sad. Even though she looked down on this senior brother of hers and even felt a little disgusted with him, she still grieved for him after witnessing his death with her own eyes. She clenched her teeth in anger and glared at Ning Fan. So what if I killed him? So what? He used that black pearl to sneak attack me and was killed by it instead. He only has himself to blame. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have minded sparing his life. Ning Fan said with an expressionless face. The cultivation world was not a place that could be reasoned with. If his cultivation base wasn't strong enough and he was directly killed by Pai Xiong's black pearl, who would he be able to reason with? You don't have to quibble. You killed my senior brother and the disciples of my Chu Lai's lineage. I, Duo Lan, will never let you go. Never. Duo Lan said with tears in her eyes. In that case, I also want to silence you, huh? Ning Fan looked at Duo Lan coldly. His merciless gaze was like a basin of cold water that splashed Duo Lan's mind. She must be crazy. She actually lost her mind because of her senior brother's death. She actually threatened to kill Ning Fan, who was an immortal venerable. He was a ferocious and cunning ancient devil. If she enraged Ning Fan, she would certainly die a horrible death just like her senior brother. No, before I take back Chu Lai's lineage, I must not die. Don't worry. You are one of the saintesses of the Holy Mountain. Killing you will bring me a lot more trouble than killing Pai Xiong. It will also be harder to cover up. I won't kill you. I heard that your great humble clan has an extremely evil secret technique. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, Duo Lan's face turned pale with fright. You. How do you know about the 3-in soul locking technique? No. You know that I am the saintess of the Holy Mountain. You know a lot of things. You have searched the memories of those Triflame guards. Duo Lan panicked. She wanted to run away but she suddenly felt numb and weak. She could not use any of her magic power. Then, she felt the world spinning. Only then did she realize that her cultivation base had been sealed and she was being carried on Ning Fan's shoulder in a humiliating manner. "Put me down. What are you going to do to me? Let me go. I am the saintess of Chu Lai's lineage. I am." Ugh. Ugh. Ning Fan pointed at the plucking technique again and sealed Duo Lan's words. He was the successor of ancient chaos in the first place. In addition to the suppression of his cultivation base, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to deal with a female cultivator at the peak Shikong realm. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed out devil flames, burning all traces of this place. Just now, he carried Duo Lan, who was in tears, and left this place in a ray of traveling light. Not long after Ning Fan left, the space in this place suddenly fluctuated strangely. Then, several strange black skeletal guards with their bodies burning with black flames suddenly walked out from the cracks in the space. The leader of the group had an early thought fragmentation realm cultivation base. His empty eyes swept across the battlefield and he let out a cold snort. The cultivators of the void flame are indeed the weakest among the three flames. They actually managed to escape after hunting down a mere Shikong saintess. If I, Shi Yen, was the one who took action, I would definitely not fail. Well done, well done. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. These skeletal guards who suddenly appeared left very quickly, leaving behind only the scorched land that was scorched by flames. Ning Fan left the 4th grade continent all the way to the 3rd grade continent. After walking around for a while, he found an extremely secluded cave dwelling of an ancient cultivator. He directly tore open the space and entered it. This place was one of the places where he had searched for treasures previously. He had already searched through it. The reason why he entered this place now was not for anything else but to execute the 3 soul locking technique on Duo Lan. He had obtained this technique from the memories of the Triflame guards. It was extremely common in the Great Bay clan. Most of them knew how to use it. It was similar to the mental seal used by the cultivators of the 4 heavens, but there were some differences. Secret techniques like the mental seal were used to control the opponent's life and death in order to make them submit. The 3 soul locking technique of the Great Bay clan, on the other hand, did not control the opponent's life and death. Instead, it controlled the opponent's mind. For example, a person who was struck by the mental seal would choose to submit because he was afraid of death. On the other hand, a person who was struck by the 3 soul locking technique would consciously obey the orders of the caster from the bottom of their heart. Even their inner thoughts would be controlled by the caster. The profundity of this technique was even greater than the mental restriction spell. Unfortunately, this technique was only useful for cultivators of the Dabii tribe. It was useless for cultivators outside of the tribe. It was said that the herb gatherer saint used to control the herb slaves and disciples under him. It was a method that was specially made for them. Because of this, though the 3 soul locking technique was a low-leveled technique of the Dabian tribe, because it was created by a saint, it was extraordinary. However, the 3 soul locking technique had a lot of restrictions. Firstly, the caster had to possess a certain level of medicine soul power, and the medicine soul power could not be too much weaker than the caster. Secondly, every time this technique was used, the foundation of the practitioner's medicine soul would be damaged. Every 1,000 years, this technique could only be used once. If it was used for the second time, the medicine soul would collapse, and all the pill refinement techniques would be wasted. It was precisely because of this second restriction that very few cultivators in the Daibei grasslands would use such treacherous methods that harmed others and themselves. Now, however, he had no choice but to use it. Today, he had killed the Triflame guard and the tomb guardian of the holy mountain, Pai Xiong. Moreover, Duo Lan was a witness. In the memory of the Triflame guard, Duo Lan belonged to Chu Lai's lineage of the holy mountain. She was the saintess of Chu Lai's lineage. Her status was extremely noble. Even though the holy mountain would investigate Pai Xiong's death, they might not necessarily be able to trace it back to Ning Fan. After all, the cause of Pai Xiong's death was his black pearl. On the surface, the cause and effect was still on him. He was the one who brought it upon himself. If he deliberately covered it up, it would be very difficult to trace it back to Ning Fan. That was also the reason why Ning Fan purposely used the black pearl to attack Pai Xiong. In the memory of the Triflame Guard, Pai Xiong was a marginal existence among the tomb guardians of the Holy Mountain. If Pai Xiong died and they could not find out who the other murderer was, this matter would probably be left unsettled. However, Duo Lan was different. If the Saintess of the Holy Mountain dies, there would be more than 3 immortal emperors who would come to investigate this matter. Of course, the immortal emperors would only be able to come out after the Holy Mountain's mausoleum is opened. According to Ning Fan's soul search, the Holy Mountain was the sacred land of the Great Bei clan. Every time the 5 emperors of the Middle State advanced to the next realm, they would enter the Holy Mountain's mausoleum to cultivate. The immortal emperors of the Great Bei clan were definitely not just the 5 of them in the Middle State. Even the few black armored guards did not know how many of them there were. The Holy Mountain's mausoleum would open once every 1,000 years. The opening date was not long after the grand competition of the Great Bei clan had ended. Currently, the Holy Mountain's mausoleum was in a closed period. The cultivators inside could not come out and the people outside could not enter as well. The tribes on the grassland would have a grand competition every 1,000 years. Similarly, the Holy Mountain's mausoleum would also have a grand competition every 1,000 years. The tomb guardians who failed in the grand competition must be exiled outside the Holy Mountain for 1,000 years. During this period of time, they would have to supervise the various tribes of the Great Bei clan. If they want to enter the Holy Mountain to cultivate again, they must achieve outstanding results in the grand competition. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, be it Duo Lan or Pai Xiong who had already died, both of them were mausoleum guardians who failed to be selected in the last grand competition of the Holy Mountain. That was why they wandered around the outside world during the period when the mausoleum was closed. Woo woo woo. Duo Lan struggled weakly. However, due to the restriction of the plucking finger, she could not even speak a single word. Her tears flowed continuously. Ning Fan casually threw Duo Lan into the ancient cultivator's abode. Duo Lan's buttocks were hurting from the hard ground. She leaned against the stone wall and stared at Ning Fan in fear. She knew that Ning Fan would plant the 3 soul locking technique on her and control her mind. Her identity as the Saintess could not save her. Neither could her identity as the daughter of the previous Chulai Emperor. However, what made her even more afraid was that Ning Fan did not plant the 3 soul locking technique on her immediately. Instead, he pressed his cold palm on the top of her skull. He wants to search my memory. Duo Lan's beautiful face became even paler. Soul searching and memory erasing was such a cruel technique. As a void-shedding cultivator, she naturally knew that the sea of consciousness of a cultivator who had their soul searched would usually be damaged and turn into an idiot. However, she did not know that Ning Fan, who had learned the true dragon reverse spirit technique, could perfectly search someone's soul without causing any harm to them. A slight pain came from her sea of consciousness. It made Duo Lan close her eyes in despair. As for her memories, they were all seen by Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression was rather strange. The memories of this Chulai Saintess were rather dull. The first half of her life was mostly about her being naked and soaking in a certain pond. That pond was extremely strange. It seemed to contain a great divine ability. Ning Fan could only vaguely see it from Duo Lan's memories. He could not see the true appearance of the pond at all. Occasionally, there would also be a few naked women who would come to the pond and soak together with Duo Lan. Occasionally, Duo Lan would put on her clothes and leave that mysterious pond to meet a middle-aged man who was surrounded by 7-colored light. That was her father, the previous Chulai Emperor. In Duo Lan's memories, the previous Chulai Emperor did not care much about her. Most of the time, he was busy with cultivation. Later on, the previous Chulai Emperor died in a rebellion by his disciples. After that, the new Chulai Emperor ascended to the throne and took her as his disciple. After her father's death, she never soaked in that mysterious pond again for the rest of her life. In the new Chulai Emperor's lineage, she was an anomaly. Her father's former subordinates cared about her, but there were even more people who ostracized her. Even her master, the new Chulai Emperor, did not really care about her. As a result, the dignified Chulai Saintess, Duo Lan, had already failed to be selected in more than 10 grand competitions of the Holy Mountain. She was exiled from the outside world for many years and was not allowed to enter the tomb to cultivate. Ning Fan kept going through Duo Lan's memories. He had almost read through all of them. However, there was something very strange. In Duo Lan's memories, all the memories that were related to the Holy Mountain were very blurry. It was not because someone had done this on purpose. Instead, it was because the Holy Mountain did not allow cultivators who did not have a high enough cultivation base to pry into its true appearance. What kind of place is this Holy Mountain of the Great Humble Clan exactly? It actually has such great power that even my soul search is ineffective. Ning Fan was greatly surprised. This feeling was similar to the time when his cultivation base was low and he could not see the appearance of the immortal emperors under the seven-colored light. Now that his cultivation base was already extremely high, he still could not see the Holy Mountain clearly. Time passed bit by bit. The ending that Duo Lan expected to turn into an idiot did not come. She was greatly surprised. Even though her sea of consciousness was a little painful, the damage was not serious. It was her first time seeing a soul-searching technique that caused such little damage. Even her master couldn't do this. It was obvious that this technique would be considered an extremely powerful mystical ability in the outside world. After realizing this, Duo Lan's dread and fear towards Ning Fan grew even stronger. The plucking finger that Ning Fan planted in her body was not too severe. At this moment, Duo Lan had already recovered some of her strength. When she saw Ning Fan retract his palm, it seemed like he had finished collecting her soul. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she saw Ning Fan looking at her with a strange expression. Looking at the time, you should have recovered some of your strength, right? Stand up and take off your clothes. Ning Fan suddenly ordered. Duo Lan was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Why should I take off my clothes? What else can I do? Not only is this person cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, but he is also a shameless lecher. She had guessed that she would be planted with the 3 soul locking technique. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan would still want to do something bad to her. This place was desolate and uninhabited. If Ning Fan wants her by force, she would not be able to resist at all. All she could do was to silently obey him. However, she would rather die than to obey him. She could not lose her virginity. At least, not now. The saintesses of the Holy Mountain were extremely special existences. They would soak in the mother-child pool since young. They could give birth to a fetus on their own without the help of intercourse between men and women. She had soaked in the mother-child pool for many years. Her body could already condense qi and give birth to a fetus. Unfortunately, she was not willing to just be a saintess who gave birth to a fetus. Thus, she did not give birth to the fetus. Instead, she absorbed the qi that she had accumulated for countless years into her body and slowly refined it to improve her cultivation base. The qi in her body was her only hope to break through to the immortal emperor realm in this lifetime. It was her only hope to take back the bloodline of Chu Lai. However, if a man forced himself to have intercourse with her, the qi in his body would immediately form a fetus. After 10 months, it would turn into a female infant. With tears in her eyes, Duo Lan struggled to stand up. However, she did not follow Ning Fan's order to take off her clothes. Instead, she leaned against the stone wall and retreated step by step. I can let you plant the 3 soul locking technique in me. However, I will never obey you about that matter. If you force me to do so, I would rather die here. If I die, you will certainly get into big trouble once the closed tomb period is over. I know that you have a great purpose for coming to the Holy Mountain. That's why I don't want to cause more trouble. If you don't do that to me, you will certainly regret it. I, Duo Lan, guarantee it with my life. Duo Lan uttered those words resolutely. How could Ning Fan, who was proficient in the mind-reading technique, not see through Duo Lan's thoughts? When did he say that he wanted to pluck Duo Lan? He only knew from Duo Lan's memories that many saintesses of the Holy Mountain would have an extremely unique tattoo on their bodies. Most of them would possess some extremely magical abilities. Thus, he wanted to see it for himself. Of course, it was extremely rude to look at a woman's body recklessly. Unfortunately, it was Duo Lan who schemed against him first. According to his temperament, it was already considered as him showing mercy by not plucking Duo Lan as his human cauldron. Thus, there was no need for him to be polite to Duo Lan. I just want to look at your body. I will never pluck you. Ning Fan said with a frown. You just want to look at my body, huh? Duo Lan cursed Ning Fan for being shameless. Not only is he shameless, but he also has a very strange hobby. Could it be that compared to plucking women, this person prefers to admire naked women? Or perhaps, this person is not good in that area. That's why he can only look but not eat. Quickly take off your clothes. You can cover the important parts. I am not interested in your body at all. I am only interested in your Saintess tattoo. Ning Fan snorted coldly. So Senior wants to see the Saintess tattoo. Duo Lan heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it was still not bad. Her tattoo was on her back. She only needed to show Ning Fan her back. She did not need to expose too much of it. If she was like some saintesses who had the tattoo on their chest or thighs, she would be very embarrassed today. Thus, Duo Lan only took off her outer robe. She still had to take off her undergarment. However, it was already enough. Her fair back was already exposed to Ning Fan. Duo Lan was very skinny. There was not a trace of extra flesh on her back. Her skin was very smooth. However, there was a discordant spot on her smooth skin. At the center of her back, there was an extremely ugly scar. It made her originally perfect back lose much of its luster. Somehow, Ning Fan suddenly thought of Luo Yu when he saw the large patch of scars on her body. That woman also had such a huge scar on her back. Is she doing well now? If Senior wants to see my tattoo, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. My Saintess tattoo has been destroyed by someone. Thus, I can't show you the power contained in it. Duo Lan said dejectedly. At the same time, she was a little worried. She was worried that Ning Fan would kill her out of anger if he couldn't see the tattoo. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. Ning Fan was at most just a little curious about Duo Lan's Saintess tattoo. If he couldn't see it, then so be it. Alright, put on your clothes. I'm going to cast the 3-in soul locking technique on you now. You better cooperate with me so that you won't suffer. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. Duo Lan gritted her teeth and nodded obediently. Compared to being killed and being plucked, just being cast with the 3-in soul locking technique was already an extremely good outcome. She could only blame herself for foolishly plotting against Ning Fan and dragging him into this muddy water, causing him to have no choice but to wield his blade against the Triflame armored guards. In this way, after causing the trouble, he naturally had to kill them to keep their mouths shut. If it was her, she would probably make the same choice. I need your help as the Saintess to do something in the holy region. If you are obedient, I will remove this technique for you before I leave the holy region. Ning Fan raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger, middle finger, and ring finger. He chanted an incantation in his mind. Suddenly, 3 traces of yin flames appeared on the tips of his 3 fingers. Each of the flames had a different color. As soon as the 3 flames appeared, Ning Fan pointed all 3 of his fingers at Duo Lan's glabella. An unbearable pain was felt. Duo Lan coughed out a mouthful of blood, but she stubbornly did not make a sound. What a strong-willed woman. Ning Fan thought to himself. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Duo Lan. The reason why you and Pai Xiong appeared in the 4th grade ominous domain seemed to be for the 6-star Nirvana origin stone, right? Do you have an innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine? Duo Lan's expression turned gloomy when she heard Ning Fan mention her senior brother. Then, she remembered that the murderer was Ning Fan. Her expression immediately turned unpleasant to Ning Fan. However, she did not dare to offend Ning Fan. Thus, she reluctantly replied. Yes. We issued an Earth-grade mission in the Evil Goat tribe. At first, we didn't think that anyone would accept it. However, we didn't expect that the mission would be taken by you in the end. When you didn't return for a long time, senior brother, and I thought that you had given up on the mission. Thus, we entered the ominous domain to look for the 6-star Nirvana origin stone on our own. However, we didn't expect that someone had already entered that extremely secretive mineral vein and destroyed the entire space there. As soon as the space was destroyed, senior brother and I couldn't find the entrance to the space. Naturally, we couldn't enter the place. Fortunately, we could vaguely sense that there were people inside. Thus, we could only wait outside. However, we didn't expect that we would be discovered by the Triflame guards in just a few days. They trapped me and senior brother there for many days. When she said that, Duo Lan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Usually, the Tri-Flame Guards would never appear in any ominous domain that was below the 7th grade. It was definitely not a coincidence that the Tri-Flame Guards appeared there. Someone must have leaked the whereabouts of her and Pai Xiong. Who was the one who leaked the news? Was it the cultivators of Debei tribe, the 5 emperors of the Middle State, or the other Toon Guardians of the Sacred Mountain? I don't know. In any case, it must be one of her many enemies. Ning Fan was not concerned about Duo Lan's experience. He was only interested in the innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine that was mentioned in the mission reward. The innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine isn't in your senior brother's storage pouch. Is it with you? Ning Fan asked. Senior, how would I dare to bring something as precious as an innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine with me? They are all placed in my immortal cave on the sacred mountain. I can only get them after the competition of the tribes and when the sacred mountain reopens. Duo Lan carefully observed Ning Fan's expression. Naturally, she could tell that Ning Fan was interested in the innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine. Thus, she explained sensibly. It's not with you, huh? Indeed, if this lady was carrying the innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine with her, she would definitely not be able to hide it from the senses of the treasure-searching compass. Forget it. When the sacred mountain reopens, bring me to get the spiritual medicine. Ning Fan ordered. Yes. After being hit by Ning Fan's 3-in soul locking technique, Duo Lan had a kind of obedience towards Ning Fan from the bottom of her heart. This feeling was very strange. If she really had to point it out, it was somewhat similar to Zhang Yu's situation. Even though she was extremely displeased with Ning Fan, she just could not do anything to harm him. Ning Fan was also secretly observing Duo Lan's inner thoughts. He could see through a lady's mind. If this lady had a hint of disrespect towards him, it meant that the 3-in soul locking technique was not effective enough. Then, he would have to reconsider killing her to silence her. Fine. You can follow me back to the grassland of the Southern Territory. I suppose you don't want to tell anyone about the 3-in soul locking technique. Ning Fan said with deep meaning in his words. Of course. Duo Lan gritted her teeth in humiliation. As the Tomb Guardian of the Sacred Mountain, she would never allow herself to become anyone's soul-locking slave. She had already become Ning Fan's soul-locking slave. It would be fine if this matter was not exposed. However, if it was exposed, Ning Fan would not be able to bear the consequences and she would definitely not be able to escape from a heavy punishment. After all, this matter had tarnished the reputation of the Sacred Mountain. It was something that the emperors of the Sacred Mountain absolutely could not tolerate. After casting the 3-in soul locking technique, Ning Fan tore open the space and left with Duo Lan. Along the way, Duo Lan had a worried look on her face. Even though she managed to stay alive from Ning Fan's hands, the death of her senior brother and the fact that she became a soul slave still gave her quite a big blow. When it came to Ning Fan, she was restricted by the soul locking technique and had no choice but to submit to him. Even her heart had a strange feeling of resignation. However, because she was afraid of Ning Fan, she didn't dare to talk to him too much along the way. Of course, there were some things that she had to clarify. For example, Duo Lan was very concerned about Ning Fan's next destination. If she did not become a soul slave, she would have already obtained the 6-star Nirvana Origin Stone and was preparing for the Holy Mountain Grand Competition. However, she had lost her most basic freedom today. Senior, are you going back to the Evil Goat tribe to submit your mission? Duo Lan hesitated for a long time and asked. That's right. We are going back to the Evil Goat tribe to submit our mission first. After that, we will return to the Tamu tribe to prepare for the minor competition of the southern border. During this period of time, you will stay by my side. Ning Fan answered. Before confirming the effectiveness of the 3-in soul locking technique, he did not plan to let Duo Lan leave his side to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Minor competition of the southern border? Senior is an external cultivator. There are not many benefits for you to participate in the minor competition of the southern border. Could it be that Senior has some other plans for the competition or? Duo Lan's beautiful eyes moved as she had a guess. Ning Fan's eyes slightly squinted in response. His eyes were calm, but there was an invisible pressure in them. Whether I have any plans for the tribal competition or not is not something you can ask. I hope you will keep this in mind. Duo Lan's heart trembled. She scolded herself for talking too much. She gritted her teeth and pretended to be obedient. Senior's plans are naturally not something that I can interfere with. I will certainly pay attention to this point and will not dare to say anything else. That's for the best. Duo Lan bit her lips and continued. I am the tomb guardian of the Holy Mountain. Due to my poor results in the previous competitions, I was not qualified to enter the Holy Mountain to cultivate. I have made sufficient preparations for this competition and I have a good chance of entering the Holy Mountain to cultivate. I wonder if Senior can allow me to leave temporarily on the day of the Holy Mountain Grand Competition to participate in the competition. As far as I know, the tribal grand competition of your despicable clan is divided into 3 rounds in total, right? Ning Fan answered with a question. In reply to Elder's question, the so-called Great Tribal Competition is actually just the name that the outer cultivators and lower tribes call the battle for the mausoleum. But in the mouths of the cultivators of the Sacred Mountain, the tribal grand competition is called the Mausoleum Seizing Battle. The Seizing the Mausoleum War was indeed divided into 3 rounds. The first round was the competition between the various regions of the prairies, the second round was the Central State Grand Competition, and the third round was the Grand Competition of the Sacred Mountain. Senior is representing the Towerwood tribe to participate in the Southern Border Minor Competition, which is part of the first round of the Mausoleum Seizing War, Duo Lan explained. The Battle of Seizing the Tomb. Ning Fan wore a thoughtful expression. From the memories of those Triflame guards, he had found quite a lot of information related to the Battle of Seizing the Tomb. I presume that Senior also knows that the ancestor of my great humble sect was an ancient saint. After the ancestor died, his will turned into a sacred mountain with a sacred mausoleum. 12 meridians opened, encompassing the fortune of heaven and earth. At this point, Duo Lan suddenly clutched his head and revealed a painful expression, unable to continue speaking. If the words related to the sacred mountain violate the taboo, you don't have to say anything more. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn as he instructed. If he was not mistaken, this Duo Lan was limited by his cultivation base and could not talk too much about the sacred mountain. Understood. Duo Lan was a little surprised by Ning Fan's understanding. He took a deep breath and continued. There are 12 mausoleum veins in the sacred mountain. If cultivators enter the mausoleum veins to cultivate, their cultivation speed will naturally be extremely fast. There are even many cultivators who could comprehend a trace of the ancestors' will from the mausoleum veins, which allowed their abilities to improve tremendously. Oh? The mausoleum veins in the sacred mountain can actually allow cultivators to comprehend the saint's will. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. For the first time, he was interested in the sacred mountain. The saint's will and abilities would improve tremendously. If it wasn't because he had other important matters to attend to, he really wanted to have a look at the sacred mountain's mausoleum. The battle of seizing the mausoleum takes place once every 1,000 years. The 12 mausoleum veins change owners once every 1,000 years. As for the specific ownership, it would still have to be determined by the results of the grand competition of the sacred mountain. Currently, my Chulai lineage has occupied the 9th of the 12 mausoleum veins. Because of my overall ranking in the previous mausoleum seizing battle, I obtained 10 quotas to enter the mausoleum to cultivate. Unfortunately, my personal results were too poor. Therefore, I wasn't one of the 10 quotas for Chulai lineage. Now, it's another mausoleum seizing battle. I'm the guardian of Chulai's mausoleum and I'm also the saintess of Chulai. If it's possible, when the grand competition of the sacred mountain begins, can Senior allow me to leave temporarily and participate in the competition? Duo Lan gritted her teeth and pleaded. Ning Fan looked at Duo Lan deeply. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. The grand competition of the sacred mountain is the 3rd round of the mausoleum seizing battle. The minor competition of the southern border is the 1st round. There's still some time before the 3rd round. You don't have to be anxious. What he meant was that he did not agree to it, but he did not completely reject it either. Duo Lan was a little disappointed. However, she felt that such an outcome was reasonable. If she was the external cultivator with the surname Ning, she would also make the same decision. Moreover, the external cultivator with the surname Ning did not reject the request straight away. That meant there was still a glimmer of hope. In that case, as long as I perform well and satisfy the external cultivator with the surname Ning, I would most likely have the chance to get the approval to participate in the grand competition of the Sacred Mountain. The two of them chatted while flying. After flying past a few continents, Ning Fan suddenly came to a halt. He was slightly surprised. Not long after that, his expression turned strange. "Senior, why did you stop?" "Hiss. This is," Duo Lan spread out her spirit sense. Then, she gasped. "What happened to this continent? There's actually such a large scale of miasma leaking out. This is an extremely rare occurrence. The miasma in the ferocious domain continent was extremely poisonous. If it leaks out, even some true immortal realm-old monsters would not dare to come into contact with it if they were unprepared." At this moment, the sky above the ferocious domain continent was filled with white mist. That mist looked extremely ordinary. However, only those who were trapped within it would know how terrifying and difficult it was to deal with. In the deepest part of the miasma, 7 to 8 cultivators had already fallen to the ground. All of them were from the Evil Goat clan. Only 5 to 6 of them were still standing, including the young clan leader of the Evil Goat clan, Xianxia. The miasma surrounding them was too thick. Only with the combined efforts of the few of them did the Evil Goat tribe people manage to create a few square feet of empty space. However, they could only barely maintain it. If they wanted to rush out from the depths of the miasma, it would be impossible for them to do so with their current cultivation. They could only helplessly stay in this place. "Young clan leader. Lai Lugu has fainted from the earth chi poison, his life is in danger. Lai Lugu has saved my life, quickly use my Chao Huandan to save him. There's no need to save pills for this old man. Feed him with all your might. You must feed him until he wakes up. Otherwise, this old man will skin you." "Young clan leader." Alan also fainted. "Then what are you waiting for? Use my Chao Huandan to save someone." Alan, I promised his mother that I would protect him for the rest of his life. Quick. A human life was at stake. They are all my subordinates. No one is allowed to die. Young clan leader. Nui Zhenyi. Use my Chao Huandan to save someone. Hashi, use my Chao Huandan to save someone. Young clan leader, there's something that I need to report. What is it? You didn't even bring your Chao Huandan with you today. 10 breaths passed. 20 breaths passed. Xianxia suddenly slapped his forehead with a dumbfounded expression. Then, he suddenly realized something. Ayahaha, it seems like I really forgot to bring it. Haha, haha, my ass. Without pills to save our lives, aren't we all going to die here? At this moment, Xianxia was a little anxious. His cultivation was higher and he could still hold on for a few more days. However, his subordinates could not hold on any longer. Young clan leader, allow me to say something that I shouldn't have said. You shouldn't have entered this ominous domain. That immortal venerable Ning is so powerful that he might not even need you to give him the positioning compass. Now, we've lost our lives. One of the Evil Goat tribe cultivators complained. Shut up. You're nagging like a woman. Xianxia glared at his subordinate coldly, scaring him so much that he no longer dared to speak. Suddenly, Xianxu's face lit up. He seemed to have sensed the chi of 2 cultivators outside the miasma. Moreover, their chi was extremely strong. It should be enough to save their group of people. After a moment of hesitation, he circulated all of his magic power and spoke loudly outside the miasma. Xianxia of the Evil Goat tribe has fallen into a predicament here. I hope that the 2 seniors can help me. If I can survive, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Ning Fan's expression turned strange. With the strength of his spirit sense, he could easily detect everything that was happening in this place through the layers of miasma. He was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. However, this Xianxia had served him wholeheartedly before. In that case, even though he was unwilling to accept him as a disciple, he would not leave him in the lurch. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that the reason why Xianxia was trapped in this place was actually related to him. Xianxia had come to give him the positioning compass. This young man probably came to deliver the compass as soon as he received the report from his subordinates. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not know that Ning Fan did not need the positioning compass at all. Senior wants to save this person? Duo Lan advises Senior not to do so. This person cannot be saved. Duo Lan suddenly tried to dissuade Ning Fan. Oh? Why can't this person be saved? Ning Fan asked indifferently. The leakage of miasma in the ferocious domain continent is extremely rare. Even if it does appear occasionally, it is all man-made. Duo Lan suspects that the reason why these cultivators of the evil goat tribe are trapped in this place is man-made. Duo Lan explained. You're saying that someone schemed against Xianxia and caused him to be trapped in this place? That's right. I was just suspecting it at first. However, when I sensed the existence of this item from this place, I was immediately convinced of my guess. In order to gain Ning Fan's favor, Duo Lan was naturally eager to make a contribution. Both of her hands formed a series of hand seals. Then, she let out a soft cry and a crimson wolf shadow flew out from the top of her head. A medicine soul in the form of a beast. Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. This cultivator of the despicable domain really has a unique way of cultivating his medicine soul. Duo Lan's medicine soul was actually at the 9th revolution lead grade. If she is in the Eastern Heaven, she would probably be a pill refinement master who would shock the world. However, it was not rare to see someone like her in the despicable domain. Duo Lan had been besieged by the trifling guards for many days. Her injuries were extremely severe. Now that she used her ability, she immediately felt weak. However, she still forced herself to continue using her ability. Suddenly, the crimson wolf shadow let out a shrill howl. All of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth were dyed red by that howl. Then, somewhere in the sky, the space suddenly cracked and an item fell out. It was a golden talisman with the word swastika. A talisman of the Buddhist sect. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. The existence of this talisman of the Buddhist sect was really well hidden. Even with his senses, he did not notice that there was a talisman hidden in this place without deliberately searching for it. As soon as the talisman appeared, large patches of golden light immediately swept away the crimson color in the sky. Duo Lan let out a faint sigh. As expected, it was that person who schemed against Xianxia. When the golden light illuminated the heaven and earth and the layers of miasma fell into the eyes of Xianxia and the others, they were stunned at first. Then, all of them were enraged. This is the Alchemist Earth Control Talisman. It can control a piece of land and overturn the heavens and earth. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. No wonder the miasma suddenly leaked out of this place. I've actually been schemed against by someone. Xianxia, who had always been lacking in intelligence, suddenly understood this point as if his intelligence had been boosted by the gods. This is a special talisman of the Alchemist clan. Since it appeared in this place, it means that the person who schemed against me is the Alchemist clan, damn it. Why can't I remember offending the cultivators of the Alchemist clan before? Xianxia sighed in despair. If he could recognize that it was a talisman of the Alchemist clan, the two seniors outside would certainly recognize it as well. Would they dare to save us? If we save them, we will certainly offend the Alchemist clan, right? These two seniors are still not helping us. It's most likely that they don't intend to save us. Each of the cultivators of the evil goat tribe was in despair. This is a special talisman of the Alchemist clan. Since this talisman is here, it means that there is a cultivator of the Alchemist clan who schemed against the cultivators of the evil goat tribe. The Alchemist clan is the strongest clan in the sacred mountain. If Senior saves Xianxia, I'm afraid that you will offend some people of the Alchemist clan. Duo Lan hinted. From her point of view, a cowardly person like Ning Fan would never be willing to offend the Alchemist clan. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Indeed, he did not want to become enemies with them. However, it also depended on the situation. Xianxia came here for him and he was trapped because of him. If he still did not save him, he would not be Ning Fan. As for the Alchemist clan, they might not necessarily know that he was the one who saved them. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan pointed his finger at heaven and earth. A ray of fiery light shot out, burning the talisman of the Buddhist clan into ashes. Then, he flicked his sleeve. The miasma that pervaded heaven and earth was forcefully separated by an invisible force, revealing a vacuum passage. Suddenly, there was a way out of the poisonous mist. No matter how stupid Xianxia and the others were, they knew that the mysterious senior had come to their rescue. All of them were overjoyed and hurriedly escaped with their fainted companions. As soon as they escaped, Xianxia excitedly wanted to thank the senior for saving his life. Unfortunately, he could not even see the shadow of the person who saved them. After saving Xianxia and the others, Ning Fan immediately left. He did not care about such a trivial matter. Duo Lan was greatly surprised. She did not expect Ning Fan to risk offending the alchemist clan to save them. Her impression of Ning Fan also changed for the first time. It turns out that this great humble tribe is not a pure land. Most of the cultivators in this tribe are not intelligent. Therefore, compared to ordinary people, they are less calculative and more simple. However, this does not mean that there are no cultivators who are good at scheming. First, it was Duo Lan. Then, it was Xianxia. As soon as they entered the ominous region, they were immediately plotted against. From the looks of it, the most dangerous thing in the ominous region is not the corpse devils and ferocious beasts that are hiding in the mountains but the human heart. Ning Fan sighed softly. He no longer felt relaxed like he did when he first entered the Towerwood tribe. During his trip to the ominous region, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the great humble tribe through the soul search. However, he did not obtain any information about the whereabouts of the 9-raccoon sacrificial vessel. He still needed to search for it slowly. Naturally, Ning Fan returned to the evil goat tribe before Xianxia and the others. The evil goat tribe was still bustling with people. It was lively and peaceful. None of the cultivators in the tribe were worried about their young clan leader's delayed return. The cultivators of the great humble tribe were all brave people. Unless they saw Xianxu's corpse with their own eyes, none of them would have groundless worries. This gave Ning Fan a new understanding of the weirdness of the great humble tribe. I haven't seen the young clan leader for many days. I really miss him. A young man who was herding sheep said to another young man. I heard that the young clan leader went to the ominous region. It has been so many days but he still hasn't returned. Could he have encountered some danger? Of course, he won't be in danger. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, let's not talk about the young clan leader anymore. Look. I picked up a strange stone. That's dried sheep dung, I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Ugh. Look. It's really sheep dung, isn't it? It's so disgusting. Why would I lie to you? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. I want to taste it myself to make sure. Looking at the peaceful people of the evil goat tribe, Ning Fan was speechless. Don't these shameless young men know that your young clan leader almost died in the ominous region? Ning Fan went all the way to the place where he could claim his mission. During this trip, he had completed a total of 51 human rank missions and 7 earth rank missions. As such, he had certainly completed the 3 merit tasks. Now that he had completed the 3 merit tasks and 6 punishments, he only needed to obey the 12 prohibitions of the great humble tribe and there would not be any trouble. The 51 human rank missions gave him a total of nearly 1 million medicine soul stones. The earth rank mission gave him 2 million medicine soul stones and other rewards. There were 12 9 revolutions silver pills. All of them were pills that could improve the cultivation base of the Duzhen realm. Besides, they were different from the 4 heavens pills. The pills of the great humble tribe could improve one's cultivation base tremendously. According to Ning Fan's estimation, any one of these pills would be as effective as a fruit of Duzhen Dao. This was a little scary. It made Ning Fan look forward to those pills that could improve his cultivation base. There were 3 acquired magic treasures. Most of them were first nirvana or second nirvana magic treasures. There were 7 tufts of 5 million years old spiritual herbs, a life immortal realm corpse devil slave and a soul skill of the battle soul. The spiritual herbs were a type that Ning Fan had never seen before. What widened his horizons even more was the secret technique that the great humble tribe used to control the corpse devils. The great humble tribe seemed to be extremely good at controlling the corpse devils. Ning Fan noticed that the corpse devil slave that he obtained was wearing a golden hoop on its head. It was exactly this golden hoop that restrained the corpse devils and made them obey Ning Fan's orders. This golden hoop is called the devil subduing hoop. Once you put it on, you can easily subdue devil creatures. Not only is it effective on corpse devils, but it also has the effect of controlling pill devils, ancient devils, and all devil cultivators in the world. It's the best magic treasure of the Buddhist sect for subduing devils. Tuo Long, the guardian of the mission, explained to Ning Fan when he was receiving the rewards. Ning Fan naturally did not need the corpse devil slave that was at the life immortal realm. Thus, he sold it to the evil goat tribe in exchange for a large amount of medicine soul stones. The soul skill of the battle soul was a 7th revolution soul skill that could be cultivated by 7th revolution pill refinement masters. The grade of this soul skill was roughly equivalent to a void fragmentation realm magic technique. Its grade was not considered high. However, the mysteriousness of the soul skills of the great humble tribe still widened Ning Fan's horizons. For example, the 7th revolution soul skill that Ning Fan obtained was called Soul Increasing Technique. It was a skill that continuously consumes one's soul power. Once it is activated, it can improve the spirituality of a pill refinement master's medicine soul. When concocting pills, it can slightly improve the quality of the pills. The grade of this soul skill was not considered high, but it was practical. Besides, this kind of medicine soul skill was extremely rare in the 4 heavens. In the Earth grade mission, only the reward of the innate soul-nourishing spiritual herbs can't be fulfilled directly. You will need to personally go to Lord Pai Xiong and Lord Duo Lan to exchange for the reward with 10 pieces of 6-star Nirvana origin stones. However, since you are traveling with Lord Duo Lan, I'm sure you will exchange for the reward on your own. There's no need for me to worry about that. Speaking of which, why didn't I see Lord Pai Xiong? Tuo Long asked casually. Pai Xiong is dead. He was killed by the evil Triflame guards. Duo Lan lied. His eyes became a little red. Damn Triflame guards. Lord Duolan, don't be sad. Once the sacred mountain reopens, your master will definitely avenge Lord Pai Xiong. Tuolong consoled. I hope so. Duolan intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Ning Fan's, but she saw that Ning Fan's expression did not change as he flipped through the soul-amplifying law. He did not have the slightest bit of guilt for Pai Xiong's death. As a result, her impression of Ning Fan's had just changed, but at this moment, she once again felt that Ning Fan's was cold-blooded. Of course, Ning Fan would not feel guilty for a dead man. Since he had already killed him, he could only blame Pai Xiong for seeking his own death. He had already forgotten about this matter. After reading it a few times, he had already memorized the soul-increasing technique. He kept the leather scroll and left the evil goat tribe with Duo Lan, returning to the Towerwood tribe. Duo Lan was gloomy along the way. Ning Fan naturally would not care about her feelings and returned to the Pagoda Wood tribe. Seeing Ning Fan's return, the clan leader of the Tamu tribe, Tagori, was nearly moved to tears. The rules of the Southern Border Minor competition were that each tribe would send out 20 participants to compete, and they would be ranked according to the overall results. The Southern Border Minor competition this time would be held by the Xiaofeng tribe, which was the number 1 tribe in the previous competition. There were still 3 days before the competition, but Tagori was still anxious about the list of participants. It turned out that Zhongyu, Old Wu Ba and Ouyang Wan were not in the Tamu tribe. It's an emergency. I'll borrow your sister Wan for a while. She will be returned 3 months later during the Middle Province Minor competition. The Southern Border Minor competition is equally important. You must get the first place. I must ensure that Sister Wan remains unharmed during this trip. Trust me. This was the voice transmission jade slip that Zhongyu left behind. Husband, I'm going with Sister Zhongyu to save an old friend of hers. If we succeed, it might be beneficial for us to find the sacrificial vessel. This was Ouyang Wan's message. Master. Zhongyu has news about the sacrificial vessel. Little 8 will follow her and help you find it. Little 8 isn't doing this for Master's reward. Instead, it's because of my loyalty and passion. A lot of nonsense was left behind by old Wu Ba. With that, Ning Fan finally figured out the whereabouts of Zhongyu and the others. The message was left behind when he had just entered the Fierce region. In other words, the 3 of them had already left for nearly a month. At this moment, they had already returned to the middle province. Without him following them, he would naturally be worried about Ouyang Yuan's safety. However, when he recalled that Zhang Yu was following them and that woman had solemnly guaranteed that they would be safe, Ning Fan believed that Zhang Yu would definitely keep Ouyang Yuan safe and sound. After all, if this woman puts her life on the line, she would be able to display the full strength of an immortal Emperor realm cultivator. What made him even more curious was that Zhang Yu actually obtained news about the 9-civet sacrificial vessel. It seemed like whether he could obtain this news or not was related to whether Zhang Yu could save her old friend. What a bold woman. How dare she act on her own when I'm not around? Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. No matter what, Zhang Yu was probably doing it out of kindness. She probably wanted to help him obtain the news about the sacrificial vessel. After spending some time with this woman, he had developed a certain level of trust towards her. He was also very assured when it came to handling matters. After all, this woman was extremely stubborn in certain aspects. She would never betray Ning Fan just for Mu Weiliang. Brother Ning, they have all left but you can't. If you leave, our Towerwood tribe will be at the bottom again. Tagore nearly knelt down in front of Ning Fan. Don't worry. I won't leave. Thinking of Zhang Yu's reminder, Ning Fan decided to fight for the first place in this minor competition no matter what. If this matter was not important, Zhang Yu would not have specially reminded him. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan would not leave, Tagore's spirit was lifted once again. Even though Ning Fan was the only one among the external cultivators participating in the competition, Tagore believed that with Ning Fan's participation, their Tamu tribe would not be at the bottom no matter what. After all, other than the Tamu tribe, there were still a few other tribes that did not have space to participate in the competition. Of course, Tagore had completely dispelled the idea of fighting for first place. Many of the tribes had more than one Shikong. After Ning Fan's cultivation base was sealed, he could only display the power of his Shikong. In the entire Towerwood tribe, he was the only one who could fight against the Shikong of the other tribes. The Southern Border Minor Competition was a competition of 20 people. Could Ning Fan compete with a group of people for the first place? They could only blame the fact that the cultivators of the Pagoda Wood tribe were too weak. Speaking of which, why did younger brother Ning bring back a mausoleum guardian of the sacred mountain this time? Chulai Duolan. I heard that this woman has a lot of pursuers. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to younger brother Ning? Otherwise, how could the prideful mausoleum guardian possibly lower himself in front of younger brother Ning? Amazing. Amazing. As an external cultivator, he actually managed to conquer the fiercest she-wolf in our grassland. Hee hee. Tagore seemed to have thought of something and his smile suddenly became a little wretched. 3 days later, the day of the Southern Border Minor Competition, on the grassland of the Wind Summoning Tribe, rays of light rushed over from afar just to participate in today's grand event. The mausoleum seizing battle and the Southern Border Minor Competition that happened once every 1,000 years, to most of the tribes in the Southern Border, what they were concerned about was not to be at the bottom after the minor competition. After all, once they were at the bottom, they would be punished to guard the holy monument and would not be allowed to leave their post for 1,000 years. However, to those powerful tribes in the Southern Border, they were aiming for the first place in the minor competition this time. I wonder which tribe will emerge victorious in this Southern Border Minor Competition and seize the first place. I think the Calling Wind Division will still be number 1 in this minor competition. I heard that there are another 2 members of the Calling Wind Division that broke through to the Shedding Emptiness realm within the past 1,000 years. I think the Evil Goat tribe has a lot of hope. That young master of the Evil Goat tribe is very good at the soul fusion technique. In the last minor competition, the Evil Goat tribe relied on Xianyu Chun to get 3rd place. After 1,000 years, I heard that Xianyu Chun's soul fusion technique has improved again. Haven't you heard? The Sea Spirit Division's Dark Sea Mages were already half a step into the thought-fragmenting realm. The overall strength of the Sea Soul Division is only considered average, but with this person, I, on the other hand, feel that the Pagoda Wood tribe also has a chance of winning. The cultivator who said that the Pagoda Wood tribe would win the championship was ridiculed by several people before he could finish his words. Tashu Division? He only had the assistance of external cultivators. Those external cultivators had been inflicted with the 6 punishments, so they were utterly unable to bring forth much of their cultivations. At most, they were able to prevent Tamu from being at the bottom, but it was impossible for them to seize the first. I think that the Pagoda Wood clan will barely be able to break through 1,000 points this time, but that's all. After all, the Tamu tribe only got 45 points in the previous tournament. 45 points. It was a humiliating score. In the previous minor competition, even the True Khan tribe, which was ranked second last, had scored more than 200 points. There were more than 10 tribes that had scored more than 1,000 points. The Wind Summoning tribe, which was ranked first, had scored more than 7,200 points, which was more than 100 times more than the Pagoda Wood tribe. 1,000 points was already considered to be an extremely high evaluation of the Pagoda Wood tribe. After all, in the long history of the Pagoda Wood tribe, there were only a few people who had scored more than this. Most of the cultivators of the southern border who had arrived early would exchange pleasantries with each other. Only a few weak and small tribes like the Pagoda Wood tribe did not ask anything after they arrived. As soon as Tagore and the others arrived, they hid in a corner of the grassland all by themselves. No one paid attention to them, and they also did not go to talk to anyone. As a tribe that was ranked last in the previous tournaments, they would usually be asking for humiliation if they went to talk to someone. They would be ridiculed by others. Each of the men of the Pagoda Wood tribe had their faces flushed red. They mustered up their chi and wanted to fight for the tribe's honor in this minor competition. Even if they had to die for it, they would not hesitate. Such an atmosphere was also flowing among the other weak and small tribes. Ning Fan scanned through each of the tribes with his spirit sense. He helplessly realized that it was not an injustice at all that the Pagoda Wood tribe was ranked last in the previous tournaments. For a tribe like the Wind Summoning tribe, almost none of the participants had a cultivation base lower than Duzhen, let alone Shikong. As for the Evil Goat tribe, almost none of them had a cultivation base lower than Ghost Profound Realm. As for the Pagoda Wood tribe, there were only 4 people who had a cultivation base higher than Duzhen. This was including Ning Fan and the leader of the Pagoda Wood tribe. According to the rules of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle, the leaders of each tribe were not allowed to participate in the tournament. In that case, Duzhen of the Pagoda Wood tribe had to be eliminated. They could not even gather 20 Life Immortal Realm cultivators, and there were even first step cultivators among the participants this time. They were too weak. With such overall strength, how could they not be ranked last in the grand competition? You are the external cultivator that the Pagoda Wood tribe invited? Are you called Ning Fan? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ning Fan's thoughts. It was a burly man with a bare upper body. His head was bald, and there was a strange bird totem that looked like a bird or a beast tattooed on his head. That totem was the tribal totem of the Wind Summoning tribe. It was the Wind Falcon, the religion of the Wind Summoning tribe. As for this bald burly man, he was the strongest cultivator of the Wind Summoning tribe, Nan Jilong. Pagoda Wood tribe, you're nothing but an ant. In this grand competition, my Wind Summoning tribe will be 10,000 points ahead of the Tamu tribe. Nan Jilong laughed loudly and returned to his group. The people from the other tribes gradually regained their senses. The White Ghost sorcerer of the White Ghost tribe, Shikong, also walked to Ning Fan's group and shouted. In this grand competition, my White Ghost tribe will be 2,000 points ahead of the Tamu tribe. The She Corpse tribe, on the other hand, shouted. If we don't get 1,500 points ahead of the Tamu tribe, we will crawl back. There was also the Yannan tribe and the Black Mountain tribe. At this moment, each and every one of the tribes, be it strong or weak, came to Ning Fan's group and shouted in humiliation. On the contrary, the Evil Goat tribe, who had always hated the Tamu tribe, strangely shut their mouths this time. No one dared to provoke the cultivators of the Tamu tribe. Tagore silently gritted his teeth. He knew that these tribes wanted to please Great Emperor Lu Tua of the Middle State. Since Great Emperor Lu Tua was against the Tamu tribe, there were countless tribes who wanted to step on the Tamu tribe. Each of the men of the Tamu tribe blushed. However, they did not argue with the others. It was a fact that the Tamu tribe was ranked last every year. Even if they wanted to argue, they had nothing to say. However, none of them were willing to accept it. They were unwilling to be used as a stepping stone to please Emperor Lu Tua. They must prove themselves. They must use this small competition to wash away the humiliation of being the weakest tribe of the Tamu tribe. Ning Fan's eyes became a little cold. It was not because he had deep feelings for the Tamu tribe but because the experience of the Tamu tribe resonated with him. In the grassland of the southern border, there were countless cultivators who wanted to step on the Tamu tribe to please Emperor Lu Tua. In the eastern heaven, there were also countless people who wanted to step on Ning Fan to please the dark race. How similar. How embarrassing. Brother Ning, I've let you see a joke. My Tamu tribe is indeed unbearable. Even an inferior tribe dares to mock us wantonly. Tagore said with a bitter smile. His bitter smile was filled with unwillingness and anger. It doesn't matter. I will use the truth to shut these people up. Ning Fan's eyes had already regained its calmness. At this moment, a loud and clear sound of a horn that sounded like the hoarse voice of an old dragon finally resounded. No one knew where the sound of the horn came from. It seemed to be supported by a great divine ability, causing everyone who heard the sound to feel their blood boiling. Then, a ray of silver light broke through the sky. That silver light looked like a ball of flame from afar. It was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. When it got closer, they could see that it was an old man standing in the middle of the silver flame. The old man wore a golden circlet on his head. His face was tense and stiff. His skin was greenish-black and no one could see any expression on his face. His body was full of death chi. He was a corpse devil that had died countless years ago. This corpse devil's body was emitting a strong early thought fragmentation realm chi. In his hand, he was holding a scroll that was sealed by silver flames. As soon as he stood in the sky, he opened the scroll. Instantly, a terrifying aura force turned into a gale and swept towards everyone. Those cultivators from the tribes who had weak cultivation bases were usually blown away by the gale. Only the true immortal realm old monsters could remain unmoved in this gale. When the gale finally blew past, the cultivators of the tribes could no longer stand still. They knelt on the ground and bowed to the corpse devil. Welcome, sacred envoy. Their voices pierced through the sky. Tamu and the others naturally bowed to him. Those cultivators who were flying in the sky and watching the grand event from afar also landed on the ground and bowed to him respectfully. Among them was even Duo Lan, who had a noble status. The hierarchy in the despicable tribe was strict. Because the cultivators of the tribes were the descendants of medicine slaves, their status was the lowest. The tomb guardians of the sacred mountain had a slightly higher status, but they still had to kneel before the sacred envoy. Even if the so-called sacred envoy was just a group of corpse devils with low spiritual intelligence. Why don't you kneel? The corpse devil old man's eyes swept across the grassland. Suddenly, there was a person who dared not to kneel before him. Then, he questioned with a hoarse voice. I'm not a person from the despicable tribe. Naturally, I don't need to kneel to anyone. Ning Fan said indifferently. That makes sense. The corpse devil old man's tone was still stiff. There was no hint of joy or anger. Listening to his words, he seemed to agree with Ning Fan's explanation. Suddenly, his body flashed and disappeared from the sky without leaving a trace. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. His body also flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, an explosion suddenly resounded in the vast sky where there was no one. It sounded like a single explosion, but it also sounded like countless explosions that overlapped. Following that, spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Then, two figures flew out from the spatial cracks. They were none other than Ning Fan and the elderly corpse devil. Ning Fan landed on the ground calmly. That corpse devil's dull eyes were filled with shock. What happened? No one, including the cultivators in the Shikong clan, could clearly see what the old man and Ning Fan had done. Even Doran did not know what had happened in that instant. That does make sense. That corpse devil old man kept his astonished expression and maintained his indifferent expression. Only he knew that in that extremely short moment, he had already exchanged tens of punches with Ning Fan. Even with the strength of his corpse devil body, he was actually at a complete disadvantage in the exchange of blows. According to the rules of the Holy Mountain, if one had the strength to rival the Holy Emissary, they could ignore the hierarchy and not kneel before the Holy Emissary. Since Ning Fan had such strength, there was naturally no need for him to kneel before him. However, if he meets a stronger Holy Envoy, he would still need to kneel before him. Could it be that this external cultivator surnamed Ning is able to hold his own against an early thought-shattering cultivator even though his cultivation is suppressed? When the cultivators in the area saw that the holy emissary did not hold Ning Fan accountable for not kneeling, all of them had their guesses and were secretly shocked. Then, they remembered that Ning Fan was the only ruthless person in the Towerwood tribe. No matter how strong he was, there was still a limit to how much he could change the situation of this small competition. Thus, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was just one person. That corpse devil old man's expression was still indifferent. He ordered the cultivators who were kneeling to stand up and began to read the scroll in his hand. The battle of seizing the mausoleum will be held once every 1,000 years. I, the Holy Emissary number 41, will be in charge of the competition in the southern border. It will be divided into 2 rounds, the written test and the martial test. The group with the highest total score will be able to enter the middle state and participate in the second round of the mausoleum. Now, I will announce the topic of the written test. I advise everyone not to blink and watch what is going to happen next. Don't miss out a single detail. When the corpse devil old man finished reading, he suddenly raised the scroll in his hand. The scroll flew all the way up and suddenly turned into a silver fire dragon that soared into the sky. When it reached the apex, it suddenly twisted its body and shattered into countless flames, falling on the grassland, burning all the wild grass in the area. However, after a few breaths of time, new and tender wild grass grew strangely on the scorched land. The whole process did not take more than 10 breaths of time, but it contained too many magical principles. The purpose of the written test was to test the magical principles contained in this scene. This is the topic of the first round of the written test of the mausoleum. All of you must have comprehended something. You have 1 day to write down your comprehensions on the scroll and send it back to the middle state. The emperors of the middle state will judge and determine the score. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse devil old man turned his hand again and took out a piece of silver beast bone. After crushing it into bone powder in his palm, he threw it forward. Immediately, silver bone ashes fell with the wind. As soon as the ashes fell on the ground, they immediately turned into short tables that were supported by skeletons. There were 700 bone tables and 21 rows. There were a total of 35 rows. Not a single one was more, exactly the number of tribes in the southern border. In the past, the written test would randomly give a question to test the cultivator's comprehension. Unfortunately, there are too few wise people in the southern border. Almost none of them could get good results in the written test. Looking at the history of the southern border, there are only a few who could get more than 100 points in the written test. The written test is not important. The difference between the tribes is not too big. The difficult part is the combat test. Younger brother Ning, you don't have to care too much about the results of the written test. With younger brother Ning's cultivation base, it won't be difficult to get more than 1,000 points in the combat test. It will be enough for our Towerwood tribe to get rid of the shame of being at the bottom. Tagore secretly gave Ning Fan a few reminders and gave him a palm-sized domino token. Then, he turned his head and gave out the bone token to the participating cultivators of the Towerwood tribe. Ning Fan looked at the bone token in his hand. It was the item that he used to record his results. The front of the bone token was engraved with 2 words Ning Fan. It was his name. The back was used to record his results. Currently, his results were still 0. After all, the small competition of the southern border had not started yet. So the written test is not important. Ning Fan didn't comment on Tagore's words. He followed the participating cultivators and slowly walked to their respective bone tables and sat down cross-legged. On the bone table, there was a bone brush, blood ink and a leather scroll. On the top left of the table, there was a groove with a strange beast face drawn on it. Many of the weak cultivators picked up their brushes as soon as they sat down, dipped them in ink, and scribbled. Then, they rolled up their scrolls and threw them into the beast face grooves on the table, along with their dominoes. Then, the groove of the beast face would close up and light would shine. After a while, the groove would open up again. There would be no leather scrolls inside, only the bone token. The bone token would record the results of the written test. The vast majority of cultivators wouldn't guard against others copying their answers, so Ning Fan was able to easily see some people's answers. I comprehended the fire ability to light the grass, and the fire is very hot. This was the answer of some cultivators who had a low IQ. I feel indignant at the act of the holy envoy burning the southern grassland. This is the inheritance left to us by our ancestors. How can we blaspheme it? Fortunately, the grass grew back in the end. This was the answer written by a young cultivator who was full of resentment. I didn't comprehend it. There were also people who handed in blank answers. What made Ning Fan speechless was that even these retarded answers were secretly copied by many people. As for the plagiarism, the old man corpse demon didn't care at all. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, more than half of the cultivators had finished their answers. One should know that the time given for the written test was a whole day. Ning Fan looked to his side. The other 19 people of the Towerwood tribe had already handed in their answers and received their results. Out of the 19 people, 18 of them got 0 points. The only one who got a point only got 1 point. Ning Fan remembered that person's answer was burning grass, fire restrains wood. Almost everyone in the four heavens knew about this kind of common knowledge, but in the Towerwood tribe, that person could still get 1 point. They could only blame the people of the Towerwood tribe for being retarded. It was already very rare for them to be able to answer the common knowledge of cultivation. Therefore, apart from Ning Fan, the total score of the Towerwood tribe's written test was only 1 point. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, most of the people from the other tribes who had handed in their answers were also retarded. Their total score was only a few points, which was not much different from the Towerwood tribe. However, this didn't mean that there were no normal cultivators in this place. There were at least 2 or 3 people from the other tribes who were still thinking, as if they had really comprehended something from the questions in the written test. Some of the stronger tribes like the Evil Goat tribe and the Summoning Wind tribe still had 11 or 12 people who were thinking hard with their eyes closed. As time went by, there would be people who were enlightened from time to time. These people weren't like those retarded cultivators. They would strictly isolate their answers to prevent others from seeing them. Of course, with Ning Fan's cultivation base that was far beyond this place and the all-pervasive sense of the rain technique, he could still easily see everyone's answers. There were also other Shikong old monsters who could peek at the Duzhen cultivator's examination paper. The old corpse demon never stopped them. Being able to copy it was also considered a skill. After all, this was the cultivation world where the strong were respected, not the mortal imperial examination. One by one, the cultivators with normal minds handed in their answers. Most of the things they comprehended were related to the Dragon Transformation Scroll and the Fire Rain Dragon Transformation Scroll. Most of them only got around 5 to 6 points, which wasn't very high. After all, this written test was obviously not testing on divine abilities, but the comprehension of the Tao. Burning the grass, reviving the grass, wildfire can't burn it, the spring wind blows the grass again. Gradually, Ning Fan stopped caring about the results of others. Instead, he was immersed in his own comprehension of the Tao. He no longer treated the comprehension of the Tao as a competition. Instead, he had really gained something from it. He sat on the grass in front of the bone table. He didn't lift his brush to write for a long time. Instead, he closed his eyes and replayed the scene of the rebirth of the grass in his mind. 2 hours passed. Almost all the cultivators who were below the Shikong rank had handed in their answers. None of them had scored more than 10 points. Of course, there was also an exception. The young clan leader of the Evil Goat tribe, Xianxia, who had a low IQ, actually fell asleep on the table and did not hand in his answer paper. 4 hours passed. Some of the Shikong cultivators began to hand in their answers one after another. Then, the results of their answers began to appear. Hiss. It's actually 30 points. What exactly did Wizard Xianxia of the Black Mountain tribe answer? How did he get such a high score? Someone outside the venue suddenly exclaimed. Wizard Xianxia seemed to be dissatisfied with his score. However, he did not dare to question it. This was the score given by the 5 emperors of the Middle State. How could a small Shikong cultivator like him have the right to question it? Forget it. The results of the written test aren't important. Everything will depend on the combat test. Wizard Xianxia felt relieved when he thought about it. After Wizard Xianxia, more and more Shikong cultivators obtained high scores. The Shikong tribe, 35 points. The Shikong cultivator got such a high score. Old monster Yan Nan actually got 40 points. How is this possible? The White Ghost Kong cultivator of the White Ghost tribe actually got 45 points. 60 points. The 1,000-men commander of the Wind Summoning tribe, Nan Ji Long. Could this person be the first in the written test? Gradually, only Ning Fan, the sleeping Xianxia and the Dark Sea Mage of the Sea Soul Division who had yet to submit their papers were left. The Dark Sea Master was born to live a simple life. He did not like to get involved in the schemes of the grassland. The Dark Sea tribe was also one of the few tribes that did not mock the Tamu tribe. 12 hours had passed since the start of the written test. The Dark Sea Master kept his eyes closed from the beginning until the 14th hour. Then, he opened his eyes and slightly nodded as if he had learned something. Then, he began to answer his answer. His score had also reached a new high in the last 100,000 years in the southern border. It was 400 points. He actually got 400 points. This person is indeed an old monster who is half a step into the thought fragmentation realm. The depth of his Tao comprehension is definitely the first in the southern border. Some of the cultivators of the southern border were shocked. Isn't this a bit too high? In the entire Debay realm, there are only a few who can get more than 400 points before they reach the thought fragmentation realm. And those who are able to do this, in the future, at the very least, will not be lower than the Wangu realm. Someone who was good at research discovered this shocking fact. If that was the case, then this Dark Sea Master actually had the qualifications to aspire to the Wangu realm. Rumor has it that the great emperor of the Middle State has taken a liking to this Dark Sea Master's outstanding perception and wants to take him as a disciple. I did not believe this at first, but now I do. It seems like this sea spirit tribe cannot be offended no matter what. Some old monsters secretly made up their minds. At this moment, the night had arrived. Darksea looked a little tired. It seemed like the 14 hours of hard thinking had consumed a lot of his mental energy. However, his eyes were relaxed. He slowly left the examination ground with an otherworldly posture. He looked like an old fisherman who was wandering the Jianghu. It was as if he did not care about anything other than himself. When he was about to leave the examination ground, he slightly turned his head and looked at Ning Fan with a serious expression. Then, he frowned and looked at the sleeping Xianyu Chun. There's no need to talk about this young master of the evil goat tribe. He only got 1 point in the previous written exam. I'm afraid he will directly fall asleep this time. It's not worth mentioning. However, this external cultivator with the surname Ning is an eternal immortal venerable. Even if his cultivation base is restricted, his Tao comprehension will not be restricted. I wonder how many points he will get. I'm afraid it will not be less than 500 points. 500 points. If the eternal immortal venerables were to participate, most of them would get this number. From this point, it could be seen how difficult it was for Darksea Master to get 400 points. Darksea would never underestimate anyone. However, he did not believe that Ning Fan could do better than those eternal immortal venerables. He was even more confident that if he was also an eternal immortal venerable, he would definitely get more than 500 points. Unfortunately, he had not completely broken through the bottleneck of the thought fragmentation realm. Fortunately, as long as he becomes the disciple of the great emperor of the Middle State, the day of him becoming an eternal immortal venerable would not be far away. Time continued to pass. The 10th hour, the 11th hour, the 12th hour. Xianyu Chun suddenly woke up. He looked at the grassland that was illuminated by the morning sun. He was slightly dazed. Then, he smacked his head and laughed. I forgot that this is the written exam. I actually fell asleep. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Immediately, it caused many cultivators in the surroundings to laugh mockingly. Each of the cultivators of the evil goat tribe felt a little embarrassed. They felt ashamed of their young master for falling asleep during the written exam. The patriarch of the evil goat tribe felt his face turn red. The woman he loved the most actually gave birth to such a stupid son. This is really embarrassing. Sigh. Forget it. As your father, I don't expect you to get a good result. Just hurry up and take the exam. Quickly hand in your exam paper. The patriarch of the evil goat tribe shouted angrily. There's no hurry. There's no hurry. My master hasn't handed in his exam paper yet. I will wait for him to hand it in together. Xianxia was surprised to find out that Ning Fan had not handed in his exam paper either. He suddenly felt a little touched. His master has such a high cultivation base. His comprehension ability must be very high. Why did he take so long to hand in his exam paper? It must be because of him, Xianxia. He was afraid that he would feel lonely sleeping alone in the examination hall. That's why he came here to accompany him. A good man. A good man. Master. Thank you. Xianxia took the exam paper. He wanted to write the sentence on the paper and pass it to Ning Fan like a piece of paper. Currently, Ning Fan seemed to be deep in thought with his eyes closed. Thus, Xianxia did not dare to send him a voice transmission. He only dared to pass him a piece of paper. He could not tell if Ning Fan was thinking or sleeping. If Ning Fan was sleeping and he woke his master up, it would be too unfilial. Oh my, I forgot how to write the words thank you master. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. He asked his father through voice transmission. The face of the patriarch of the evil goat tribe darkened with anger. Why can't the silly son write such simple words? That's not the main point. The main point is that it's the answer sheet of the mausoleum seizing battle. How can I pass you a piece of paper? This is a serious crime. It's a blasphemy against the prestige of the sacred mountain. Hand in your exam paper now. Don't disturb your master's enlightenment. His words hit Xianxu's sore spot. How could a good disciple like him, who was born with the 24 filial piety sons, disturb his master's enlightenment? No way. At that moment, he did not want to waste any more time. He casually recalled the scene he saw during the day and realized that his mind was completely blank. Feeling helpless, he could only write some random words on the exam paper and hand it in. Not long after, the score was out. Xianxia of the evil goat tribe. 500 points. How is this possible? What did Xianxia write? How could the 5 emperors of Middle State give him a high score of 500 points? I don't believe it. How can a fool get 500 points? Could it be that the 5 emperors of Middle State gave him the wrong score? Shoo. Be careful with your words. We cannot criticize the 5 emperors. A few cultivators who were shocked quickly shut their mouths. Because the old man's gloomy eyes had already locked onto those people who were speaking ill of the 5 emperors. Criticizing the 5 emperors behind their backs was a serious crime. If these people continued to speak, the old man did not mind enforcing the law on the spot to teach them a lesson. Of course, even this low-intelligence corpse demon was a little shocked. After all, no matter how he looked at this Xianxia, he looked like a fool. He even slept in the exam hall for an entire day. If this kind of person could get 500 points, then anyone could get 1,000 points. Strange, strange. Could it be that this kid is so talented that I couldn't see it? The old man started to doubt his own intelligence. The entire evil goat tribe was in a daze. Even the leader of the tribe, who had always been smart, could not figure out the situation. It was a pity that Xianxia didn't understand what was so shocking about 500 points. 500 points didn't seem to be much different from 1 point. 500 minus 1 equals 2, which was 2 points more than 1 point. There was nothing to be surprised about. Why was everyone making a fuss about it? The dark sea mage, who was always calm and indifferent, also found it hard to calm down. If Ning Fan got 500 points, he could still comfort himself by saying that Ning Fan was an ancient immortal venerable and had the qualifications to surpass him. However, the one who got 500 points was Xianxia. Even the dark sea mage, who did not care about worldly affairs, had heard of this fool whose name shook the entire southern border. This person had an extremely high aptitude for cultivation and had a unique understanding of the soul fusion secret technique. However, his mind was not complete. He often did stupid things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, this person was able to get 500 points. This was the literary exam. Only those who were capable could qualify. How could this kid surpass me? What did you write on your answer scroll? The dark sea mage suddenly walked over and asked in a deep voice. It was extremely impolite to ask for the answer of the other party, especially when the literary exam had not ended yet. It was highly likely that the answer would be leaked and others would get a higher score. Fortunately, Ning Fan was the only one who had not submitted his answer. Xianxia respected Ning Fan as if he was a god. He was not worried that his answer would be leaked to Ning Fan at all. He even felt that his master copying his answer was a kind of recognition from his master. It was something worth celebrating. At that moment, he did not hide his answer anymore and directly said his answer loudly. I only wrote 2 sentences on my answer scroll. Is there a fire? Sorry, I didn't see it. The grass was burned? Sorry, I didn't see it. Xianxia stretched his body helplessly. Actually, when the old man announced the exam questions, he was already dozing off. He did not see the scene of the wild grass being burned. When his father urged him to answer the questions, he honestly handed in an almost blank answer scroll. He said that he did not see anything and sincerely apologized to the 5 emperors of the Middle State. However, such an answer actually got him 500 points. It was 2 points more than the 1 point he expected. His luck could not be better. Haha. Why can this answer get 500 points? Didn't he not see anything? He didn't even see the exam questions. Shouldn't there be no results? Some cultivators did not understand. The dark sea mage suddenly trembled. He quickly turned his head and looked at the scorched land that was burned. No, there was no fire here, this scorched land was fake. The scene of the wild grass coming back to life was also fake. Solve. The dark sea mage suddenly made a hand seal and shouted. The scenery of this place suddenly changed. The scorched land disappeared. There was no trace of being burned. The new and tender wild grass also disappeared. It was the same withered and yellow wild grass that had grown for a season. Illusion technique. It's actually an illusion technique, he, Ming Hai, thought highly of himself. He did not realize that this exam question was just an illusion technique from the beginning. No fire, no wildfire burning the plains, no wild grass coming back to life. It was all an illusion technique. No wonder this kid said he did not see anything. So there was nothing at all. This kid is not stupid. He is obviously very smart but looks stupid. The dark sea mage took a cold breath. All the contempt he had for Xianxia was swept away and replaced with respect. If the dark sea mage was not wrong, the illusion technique in this exam question came from the hands of the Middle State 5 emperors. Even the majority of broken thoughts could not see through it. This kid could do many things that broken thoughts could not. He deserved to get 500 points. His future was limitless. This child had seen through everything from the very beginning, so he didn't even think about it and directly fell asleep. This kind of playful attitude was something that was rare and precious to cultivators, and it often allowed them to comprehend the truth of the Tao that others couldn't. This kid, he could not compare to him. Young friend, your talent is number 1 in the southern border. I'm afraid even that external cultivator with the surname Ning might not be able to compare to you. The dark sea mage sighed. Wrong. That person is my master. How can I compare to even half a hair of my master? He is the true number 1 in the southern border. I only got 500 points. If it was my master, he could easily get 5,000 points. Xianxia said unhappily. He would not allow the dark sea mage to look down on his master. 5,000 points. Young friend, you must be joking. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who could get 5,000 points in the first round of the theory exam. Even those great emperors could not do it when they were young. It is normal for that external cultivator with the surname Ning to get 500 points. If it was 1,000 points, it would be very difficult. If it was 5,000, hee. The dark sea mage was shocked by Xianxia talent and did not want to become enemies with this genius. Therefore, he only laughed at Xianxia nonsense and did not mind. Is 5,000 a lot? Isn't it just 2 points more than 500? Xianxia was startled. How come no one had gotten this number before? Could it be that he had calculated wrongly? The dark sea mage was startled. Even with his wisdom, he could not understand what Xianxia meant. 5,000 is 2 points more than 500, what does this mean? 5,000 minus 500, of course it is not 2. Could it be that this sentence has another meaning? Is he hinting something to me? The more the dark sea mage thought about it, the more complicated it became. He vaguely felt that he was being hinted at, but he could not understand the key point. However, there were others who laughed disdainfully. Among them, the one who laughed the loudest was Nan Jilong of the Wind Summoning Tribe. What a joke! If an external cultivator could get an unprecedented 5,000 points, then all of us cultivators should die of shame. As soon as he said this, countless people laughed along with Nan Jilong. Xianxia face immediately darkened. If it was not because Nan Jilong's cultivation was too high, he would definitely attack him immediately to protect his master. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that Ning Fan had ended his contemplation and handed in his script. His indifferent gaze suddenly turned to Nan Jilong coldly. Nan Jilong, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. Half of his laughter was directly choked in his throat. It could not go in, could not come out. His face turned red and his heart was trembling. What kind of terrifying gaze is that? This man must not be provoked. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall him. Not only Nan Jilong, but all the cultivators who were swept by Ning Fan's gaze shut their mouths in horror. The entire place fell into dead silence. Xianxia was extremely excited. What he admired was Ning Fan's domineering manner. Without saying a word, Ning Fan was able to intimidate the weak. What kind of devil might was that? May I know how many points fellow Daoist got? Master Ming Hai's question broke the atmosphere. Master Ming Hai was still very concerned about Ning Fan's results. I don't know. My score hasn't been given out yet. Ning Fan withdrew the coldness in his eyes and pointed at the groove of the beast face on the table. Only then did everyone notice that the groove of the beast face on Ning Fan's table had not been opened even after a long time. This meant that the 5 emperors of the Middle State had yet to give out Ning Fan's score. As time passed, another 2 hours had passed and Ning Fan's score still had not been given out. This was really a strange story in the Great Prairie. There had never been a cultivator who had not received his score after such a long time. Could it be that this person's answer made the 5 emperors of the Middle State unable to decide and give out an accurate score? Many people secretly guessed, but they felt that this idea was a little ridiculous. What kind of answer would make the 5 emperors unable to give out a score? It was a terrible answer. That's not right. Those cultivators who scored 0 points usually got their results very quickly. A particularly good answer? How good must it be for the 5 emperors to find it hard to choose? Middle State, Capital Heaven Peak. The results of the first round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle must be decided by the 5 emperors of the Middle State together. This was an old rule. Just like the previous years, 4 of the 5 emperors of the Middle State gathered at Capital Heaven Peak to discuss the results of the group cultivators in the first round of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle. Among the 4 immortal emperors, there were Great Emperor Lu Tua and Great Emperor Gu Ling. These 2 were not the ones with the most authority among the 4 emperors. On the contrary, the other 2 emperors had more authority. Of the remaining 2 emperors, one was dressed in red and green with a strange mask on his head that looked like he was smiling and crying at the same time. No one could see his true appearance. His emperor title was Buddha's Sob. It was said that he had comprehended a wondrous technique from the tear of the Buddha statue. As a result, he achieved Tao and used Buddha's Sob as his title. He was only a step away from stepping into the 7th tribulation. The other one was the one with the highest authority among the 5 emperors. He was an old man with an unusually cold face, giving people a feeling of meticulousness. His white beard reached the ground and he was holding an iron crutch that was surrounded by flames. His emperor title was Capital Heaven, and Capital Heaven Peak was his immortal cave residence. There was a teleportation formation on Capital Heaven Peak. From time to time, the papers of the Mausoleum Seizing Battle would be sent over. Every time a paper was sent over, hundreds of disciples of the 4 emperors would read through it first. Those who were not good enough would be given to the 4 emperors for evaluation, and the results would be decided by the 4 emperors together. Normally, the first batch of papers that were sent over were filled in randomly by those who were not in their right mind. Most of them would be given 0 marks. The three great emperors, capital Heaven Do, Lu Tua, and Gu Ling, didn't care much about these papers. On the contrary, Buddha's Sob great monarch was very interested in them and would read them together with his disciples. Interesting, interesting. As expected, there are many strange papers in this year's theory exam. It's not in vain that I ended my seclusion early to participate in this grand event. It's a pity that Taoist 100 Flowers can't make it here and won't be able to see these funny papers. Hee hee, what a pity. Buddha's Sob great monarch let out a strange laugh and suddenly looked at Emperor Lu Tua with deep meaning. Emperor Lu Tua was slightly startled. Then, he continued calmly, that's right. Taoist 100 Flowers' injuries are too severe and she can't make it here. It's really a pity. Hee hee, 1,000 years ago, Taoist 100 Flowers entered the ominous region to collect herbs but was besieged by a Triflame's immortal emperor-level corpse devil. I wonder what Taoist Lu Tua thinks about this. Buddha's Sob great monarch let out a strange laugh. What? Taoist fellow Taoist, are you suspecting that I'm the culprit? Lu Tua's expression immediately darkened. Hee hee, I didn't say anything. There's no need for Taoist fellow Taoist to explain so quickly. Before Buddha's Sob great monarch could finish his sarcasm, a reprimanding voice suddenly resounded. Enough. I didn't come to my heaven capital peak today to settle the old scores with you. If anyone dares to do something unrelated, don't blame me for exercising my authority to punish them. As soon as heaven capital great monarch said that, not only Buddha's Sob great monarch and Lu Tua's expressions changed, even Bone Spirit great monarch showed a trace of fear. His expression turned serious and he didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. The followers of the four great monarchs didn't dare to speak anymore. Each of them sat upright and still, confirming the results. Apart from the occasional argument, no one dared to say anything. The atmosphere was quite heavy. The four great monarchs didn't talk much either. Occasionally, they would speak, but it was only to comment on the answers. Of course, the one who spoke the most was Buddha's Sob great monarch. Not bad, not bad. A little kid from the Sand Wolf tribe of the Yellow Sand Grassland can actually answer such a question on the Tao of Fire. I'll give you 200 points. This is not bad. Someone from the West River Grassland actually answered the 5 Fire and 5 Earth. I'll give you 150 points. This is a little lacking. Let's give you 2 points. Alright, I've forgotten that this kid is your Bone Spirit great monarch's disciple. 300 points will do. Qiu Long of the Northern Barbarian Tribe. The Northern Barbarian Tribe is really full of talents. Another person like him has appeared. I'll give him 400 points. Sea Soul Tribe of the Southern Border. Oh, that kid from the Sea Soul Tribe. He should be an old man now, right? His comprehension is very deep. He can actually see a trace of change in the Tao Law. This person has the potential to become an immortal venerable. I'll give him 400 points as well. In this written test, there were only slightly more than 10 people who could get 400 points. Most of these people would be remembered by the great monarchs of the Middle Province as their future disciples. Naturally, they wouldn't be stingy in giving them points. 108 grasslands, 3,000 tribes, and 60,000 answers were gradually distributed. The four great monarchs had different expressions. Some were disappointed because they might have taken a fancy to a junior, but it didn't satisfy them. Some were delighted because they might have found a good seedling. Suddenly, another answer came into the eyes of the four great monarchs. Evil Goat Tribe of the Southern Border, Xianyu Chen. There are a lot of good seedlings in the southern border this time. Take a look at this kid's answer. After Great Monarch Buddha Sob read Xianyu Chen's answer, his eyes slightly narrowed. He passed the answer to the other three great monarchs and gave Great Monarch Lu Tua a strange look. Great Monarch Bone Spirit's expression also changed after reading the answer. Even Great Monarch Tian Du, who was always serious in speech and manner, showed a hint of surprise. Only Great Monarch Lu Tua's expression changed. This evil goat tribe brat is quite impressive. He actually saw through fellow Taoist Lu Tua's illusion technique. He's really a good seedling. Of course, it's also possible that fellow Taoist Lu Tua's illusion technique is too lousy, allowing a life immortal junior to see through it. Great Monarch Buddha Sob laughed strangely. Humph. This old man's illusion technique naturally can't be wrong. It's this little thing's eyes that are too sharp. Of course, it's also possible that this kid gave a random answer and coincidentally guessed the truth. Lu Tuo said coldly. At first, he still had a trace of admiration for Xianxia. However, after being ridiculed by great monarch Buddha Sob, he immediately vented his anger on Xianxia. Guessed? Hee hee. If this kid can even guess the truth correctly, I'll be even more interested in him. I'll give him 500 points. Does anyone have any objections? Great monarch Buddha Sob asked smilingly. If this kid can see through fellow Taoist Lu Tuo's illusion technique with his life immortal cultivation, then 500 points is definitely not too high. Great monarch Bone Spirit agreed. This old man has no objections. Great monarch Tian Du said with indescribable joy and anger. As such, great monarch Lu Tuo naturally couldn't raise any objections either. Xianxu's 500 points was confirmed just like that. The time for the theory test was about to end. There were almost no more test papers being delivered. The few great monarchs were almost ready to wait for the final result of the combat test. Suddenly, another answer paper was delivered. It was also from the southern border. Oh? It's the answer paper of the Tamu tribe. Great monarch Buddha Sob looked at great monarch Lu Tuo with a strange expression, causing great monarch Lu Tuo to harumph coldly. Most of the great monarchs had heard about Lu Tuo's bullying of the Tamu tribe, but none of them would stand up for the Tamu tribe. After all, the Tamu tribe was just a weak and small tribe. There wasn't any outstanding talent in the tribe that could attract the attention of the great monarchs. Naturally, no one would do such a thankless thing. And? This answer paper. Great monarch Buddha Sob wanted to use the topic of the Tamu tribe to mock Lu Tuo. Suddenly, his expression changed and he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The other three great monarchs were naturally curious when they saw how shocked Buddha Sob was. They spread out their divine senses to check the answer paper. After reading it, all of them were shocked. There wasn't a single word on the entire answer paper. There was only a circle. A circle with a gap that couldn't be closed. This kid actually saw the completion. Is this a coincidence, or? To be continued. Perfection was the realm that countless quasi-saints pursued. As the descendants of the saints, the 5 emperors of the central state naturally had some understanding of perfection. It could even be said that the tomb-seizing battle itself was closely related to the illusory concept of perfection. The saints were turned into a mountain with 12 mausoleum veins. The mausoleum veins contained the perfection Tao intent left behind by the saint after his death. This perfection Tao intent was a great fortune for any second-step cultivator. One of the benefits of the perfection Tao intent was that it could help a cultivator perfect their divine abilities and cultivation methods, causing them to gradually reach perfection. Lu Tuo Emperor had once paid a huge price in exchange for the opportunity to cultivate in the mausoleum vein of the sacred mountain. He had perfected many of his divine abilities in the mausoleum vein. Because of this, his illusory technique always carried a trace of perfection. This point could only be seen through by those immortal emperors who had a deep understanding of perfection. However, Ning Fan saw through this and drew a circle with a gap on the answer sheet. This young man drew this circle. If it's a coincidence, then it's fine. If it's not a coincidence, then his eyesight is truly terrifying. Not only could this young man see the perfection in fellow Taoist Lu Tuo's illusory technique, but he could also see that the perfection is just an appearance. In fact, there's still a gap. That's why the circle drawn by this young man has a gap. We are not third-step cultivators. Even if we have some understanding in the mausoleum vein of the sacred mountain, how can we truly cultivate to perfection? At most, we can only infuse the concept of perfection into our divine abilities. But even the concept of perfection is extremely difficult to achieve. I want this young man. The number 1 disciple of my Buddha Weeping Battle sect is none other than this young man. The Buddha Weeping Great Emperor's eyes sparkled. The reason why the 5 emperors of the central state paid so much attention to the first round of the tomb-seizing battle was because they wanted to find some good talents in the prairies. Now that such an outstanding cultivator like Ning Fan had appeared, the Buddha Weeping Great Emperor naturally wouldn't let him go. Once he accepted Ning Fan as his disciple, he would definitely nurture him as the number one disciple. Tiandu Great Emperor received the scroll and looked at the gap repeatedly. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. He had a deeper understanding of perfection compared to the other three emperors. That was why he could see something that the other three emperors couldn't. The incomplete circle on the scroll was not a simple drawing. Every stroke of the scroll contained a trace of Ning Fan's comprehension. Emperor Tiandu held the scroll with one hand while the index finger of his other hand slowly traced the circle that Ning Fan had drawn. His concentration was unprecedentedly focused. Gradually, he sensed a strong qi from the circle. Caught off guard, his hands trembled and he almost lost his grip on the scroll. Imitation. Within this circle, this child had fused a trace of the imitated will of perfection. Is it an imitation of Lu Tuo's illusion? If he had only seen through perfection, he might have been suspected of cheating, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of coincidence. But if this kid was able to imitate it slightly, then this kid would absolutely be slightly terrifying. Even if this kid's imitation was rather crude and clumsy, but it had to be known that this kid had only used a single day to imitate a trace of the intent of perfection. In just one day, how could the Tao intent of a saint be so easily imitated? Emperor Tiandu asked himself. Before breaking through to the immortal emperor realm, he couldn't even see the intent of perfection. Even after breaking through to the immortal emperor realm, it took him countless years to imitate the Tao intent of perfection. Although Ning Fan's understanding of perfection couldn't be compared to his, he had only used a single day to imitate it. This kid isn't a fish in a pond. Emperor Tiandu praised. Oh? It seems like you are very satisfied with this kid. Don't tell me you want to snatch this disciple from this old man? Fochi said with a strange smile. Why can't I snatch him? You should know what it means for this kid to be able to see the intent of perfection before breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. If that's the case, even this old man has no choice but to pay attention to this kid. As soon as Emperor Tiandu's words fell, the other three emperors' faces turned solemn. In the entire history of Great Bay, there were only 3 people who could see the intent of perfection before breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. The first person betrayed the 3 flames and became the leader of the void flame, causing many immortal emperors of the sacred mountain to tremble in fear upon hearing his name. The second person stole into the sacred tomb and was the first person to successfully rob a tomb. His whereabouts were still unknown until now. The third person was still sitting in front of the sacred ancient stone, comprehending the 10,000 deciphering 1 deciphering 10,000 chants. The fourth person was Ning Fan. Of course, there was one more thing that the celestial emperor did not mention. Even the 3 of them could not imitate a trace of perfect intent within a day before they entered the immortal emperor realm. However, Ning Fan was able to do it. This only meant that Ning Fan's aptitude was even higher than those 3 people. Perhaps he was still unknown now, but it was highly possible that he would surpass those 3 people in the future. As a result, even Emperor Tiandu, who did not like to take in disciples, could not help but have the thought of taking in a disciple and competing with Buddha Tir. It seems like it won't be that easy to accept this disciple. The one sitting in front of the sacred ancient stone seemed to have obtained 3,000 points in the written exam. In my opinion, we should also give him 3,000 points. After all, there are precedents to follow. Emperor Fuqi said. 3,000 points, huh? This is feasible. Emperor Tiandu nodded slightly. However, when he saw Bone Spirit and Lu Tuo's strange expressions, he couldn't help but feel curious. Why don't the 2 of you say anything? Do you think that 3,000 points is too high? Fellow Taoist Tiandu, you haven't been to the southern border before. There are some things that you don't know. This Ning Fan isn't a native cultivator of the Pagoda Wood tribe. He's an external cultivator. So, do you think that 3,000 points is too high? Emperor Lu Tuo's tone was full of disdain when he said the words external cultivator. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere turned cold. External cultivator. This young man is actually an external cultivator. Is he really an external cultivator? Emperor Tiandu said coldly. Absolutely. If not, I would also be willing to accept this disciple. Unfortunately, such a talent isn't from my tribe. Emperor Bone Spirit shook his head. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Emperor Tiandu casually threw Ning Fan's answer scroll on the table in front of him. The other emperors also didn't bother to look at the answer scroll. How do we determine this young man's score? Emperor Bone Spirit asked. Any number is fine. Since this young man isn't from my tribe, his score isn't important. I'm too lazy to ask about it. Immortal emperors like us don't need to interfere in the martial exam. I still have a cauldron of pills that is about to be completed. I'll go check on the fire now. Fellow Taoists, please help yourselves. Emperor Tiandu said indifferently and turned around to leave. What a pity. What a pity. I'll leave this young man's score to fellow Taoist Bone Spirit and fellow Taoist Lu Tua. Emperor Fuqi gave Lu Tua a meaningful glance and left Tiandu Peak with his disciples. Since fellow Taoists Tiandu and Fuqi have left, I'll leave too. I'll leave this young man's score to fellow Taoist Lu Tua. You should know that this young man brought a rare medicine soul to my tribe this time. We need to give him a certain amount of respect. Fellow Taoist Lu Tua, when you decide the score, please abandon your prejudice against external cultivators and Tamu and give him a fair score. As soon as Emperor Bone Spirit's voice fell, Emperor Lu Tua let out a cold harumph. I don't need fellow Taoists to remind me. That's for the best. The Bone Spirit Great Emperor left with his disciples. Only Emperor Lu Tua, his disciples and a few guards of Tiandu Peak were left. Ancestor, how many points are you going to give this young man? A short cultivator among Emperor Lu Tuo's disciples suddenly asked. He's just an external cultivator. Of course, I can't give him too high a score. Hee. Giving him points isn't the main point. Take this young man's bone token as well. I can't interfere with the results of the martial exam, but I have a way to stop the Tamu tribe from making a comeback. Emperor Lu Tua sneered. Time passed slowly. 2 hours had passed since the end of the exam, but Ning Fan's score was still not out yet. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings from time to time, guessing the reason. Ning Fan didn't care about any of this. Ning Fan stood on the grassland with no one around him. He looked at the sky, the ground, and the wild grass that bowed their heads in the wind. His expression was thoughtful. Even if he didn't use his celestial being Dharma eyes, he could see that the blazing wildfire was just an illusion with his Fuli tribe's talent in breaking illusions. Illusions weren't the main point. The main point was that the scene contained unimaginable mysteries and even a trace of perfection. Wildfire can't burn it down. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. The beauty of grass lies in its tenacity, softness, flexibility, and accumulation on the ground. Tenacity means unyielding. Softness means no harm. Taking advantage of the situation allows one to seek luck and avoid calamity. Wildfire can't burn it down. It's not that the wild grass is stronger than the fire. It's that the wild grass knows how to avoid the situation. Although the fire is fierce, its weakness is obvious. Because of its fierce momentum, it can't last long. Eventually, the fire will be extinguished. Although the wild grass is weak, it can take root in the ground and use the terrain to protect itself. Once the fire is extinguished, the grass will be reversed. If I can answer the question of the momentum of the grass, it might be the best answer in the eyes of the question setter. If I can answer the question of the changes of the Tao laws, I'm sure I can get a good result even though it's not as good as the momentum. When the Dark Sea Master handed in his paper, Ning Fan could still see his answer through his spirit sense even though he did not open his eyes. The Dark Sea Master's answer was only slightly related to the changes of the Tao laws, and he already got 400 points. If he can answer the question of the complete changes of the Tao laws, he would definitely get a higher result. If he can answer the question of the momentum of the grass, he would probably get a higher result. My answer isn't the momentum of the Tao laws or the changes of the Tao laws. It's perfection. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He had drunk Tan Tai Weiyu's clear water wine and seen the perfection in it. In the scene of the blazing wildfire, Ning Fan also sensed a trace of perfection. It wasn't that the person who cast the illusion had cultivated to the perfection realm of the third step. Instead, it was an imitation of the perfection realm. However, the perfection realm was fake and had a huge flaw. For example, the ring was imperfect. It couldn't be compared to the perfection realm in the clear water wine. The reason why Ning Fan drew a circle on the paper was to hint at this point. This place was Great Bay, the place where the descendants of the saints lived. Since the person who came up with the questions could imitate a trace of the perfection realm, he or she would naturally have some understanding of the word perfection. With the shrewdness of the 5 emperors of the middle state, it was impossible for them not to understand the meaning of the circle. Being able to see the perfection realm unique to the third step saints should be better than peeking at the momentum of the Tao laws. Besides, Ning Fan even tried to imitate a trace of the perfection realm in the circle. How could it be so easy to imitate the perfection realm? Even though Ning Fan had the comprehension ability of the second level of the celestial being realm, he could only imitate a very clumsy trace of it. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that just by imitating a very clumsy trace of the perfection realm, his illusory technique had improved a little. The trace of perfection realm in his illusory technique was originally comprehended by Lu Tua after years of arduous cultivation. It could greatly reduce the flaws of the illusory technique he cast, making it more realistic and perfect. Ning Fan could only slightly increase the power of his illusory technique by imitating Lu Tua. Even so, he had already gained a lot. Unfortunately, the perfection realm that I imitated was obtained by someone else. Because I don't have enough understanding of the perfection realm, the second time I imitated it, there would naturally be more flaws. The perfection realm is not something that the current me can comprehend. Ning Fan felt slightly regretful. Xianxia saw that Ning Fan was still in deep thought and did not dare to disturb him. He stood at one side respectfully. Those who did not know would really think that Xianxia was Ning Fan's disciple. After an unknown amount of time, a clicking sound was suddenly heard from the surrounding discussions. Immediately, everyone's attention was attracted by that sound. They saw that the groove of the beast face on Ning Fan's bone table suddenly opened. The southern region originally did not care about the results of the written exam, but today, all the cultivators here were curious about Ning Fan's results. Xianxia was the first to rush over and picked up the domino token excitedly. However, when he saw the result, he was immediately dumbfounded. How is this possible? Ning Fan's result was actually 0 points. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. After waiting bitterly for 2 hours, such a result was obtained. Immediately, some people who did not like Tamu secretly sneered. This person is an ancient immortal venerable in vain. He can't even get half a point. Of course, it is also possible that someone from the 5 emperors interfered and erased this person's results. If that is the case, could this be done by Great Emperor Lu Tua? After all, Great Emperor Lu Tua dislikes the Tamu tribe and hates external cultivators even more. The White Ghost tribe's White Ghost master secretly guessed. He was even more determined to humiliate the Tamu tribe in the written exam in order to gain Great Emperor Lu Tua's favor. Nan Jilong heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed. This is the result of offending Great Emperor Lu Tua. Even if you are an ancient immortal venerable, don't think of standing up for the Tamu tribe. The Dark Sea Master secretly sighed. If the Great Emperor of the Central State interfered, it would be useless no matter how deep your comprehension is. Otherwise, with this immortal venerable's Tao comprehension, how could his score be low thus? When the results of the written exam were calculated, the Tamu tribe's total score was 1 point, temporarily at the bottom. The second last Kanjin tribe also got 4 points in the written exam. Each of the Kanjin tribe's cultivators looked at the Tamu tribe's cultivators with a gloating expression. Master, this score must be given wrongly. It's impossible for you to have no results. Xianxia couldn't believe it. It's fine. Give me the bone tablet. Ning Fan said it was fine, but his eyes had a trace of coldness. He took the bone tablet and glanced at the score on it. 0. Hee, what a good 0, of course, his score couldn't be this low. If it was just 0, the 5 emperors of the Central State wouldn't delay for 2 hours before giving out the results. There must be some other reason behind this. It could be Great Emperor Lu Tua who interfered. It could also be his identity as an external cultivator that caused trouble. Or it could be both. Although this matter was unfair, he was an outsider and had no leeway to object. Being unable to object didn't mean that he should silently accept everything. Ning Fan tried his best to suppress the negative emotions in his heart. Reason told him that he could still get points in the written exam. There was no need for the Great Emperor of the Central State to decide the score. How many points one could get depended on one's own strength. Thus, the 5 emperors of the Central State couldn't interfere. However, his heart couldn't calm down no matter what. This is... Ning Fan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he threw the bone tablet away and retreated without saying anything. His spirit sense locked on the bone tablet as if he was facing a great enemy. There was a speck of dust on the bone tablet. It was a speck of greenish-gray dust. Even though it was just a speck of dust, it alerted Ning Fan. There was something wrong with this speck of dust. The exam paper used for this exam was called the display delivery paper and the bone tablet was called the display delivery token. Both of them were special magical tools that could be used to teleport directly to the heavenly capital peak of the central state through the groove in the beast face. Ning Fan was very sure that before the bone tablet was placed into the groove, it didn't have this speck of dust with a dangerous chi. But now, it did. If it wasn't for his sharp senses, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. The moment Ning Fan let go of the bone tablet, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, a green-gray flame burst out from the bone tablet that Ning Fan had thrown far away. It directly hit Ning Fan's chest. Its speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. There was no way for him to dodge it. That greenish-gray object was none other than a speck of dust. It seemed to be light as if it was weightless. However, when it hit Ning Fan's body, it was indescribably heavy. It actually had the force of a landslide. With a loud rumble, it sent Ning Fan flying. The shockwave that was produced shook countless Debay cultivators in the surroundings and made them lose their balance. What happened? Was that external cultivator with the surname Ning attacked by something? What exactly is that terrifying shockwave? That greenish-gray light looks very familiar. Could it be? Impossible. Stone flame cultivators can't leave the ominous territory. Could it be that a stone flame cultivator sneaked into the Debay grassland? Otherwise, why would a stone flame divine ability appear in this place? Even though this external cultivator with the surname Ning's cultivation base is limited, he isn't someone who can be defeated by ordinary stone flame divine abilities. Who is the one who attacked him? What is his cultivation base? Just the aftershock alone killed more than 100 people. All of a sudden, the place was in chaos. Each of the old monsters' expressions changed greatly. They frantically released their spirit sense to search the grassland, trying to find the person who launched the sneak attack. However, they could not find the culprit at all. There were also some Debay cultivators who were upright and honest. They wanted to help Ning Fan to resist that greenish-gray light. However, before they could even get close to it, they were all knocked back by waves of shockwaves. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. The speed of that greenish-gray dust was too fast. It crashed into Ning Fan again and again. Even with the strength of Ning Fan's physical body, he could not completely withstand the force of the collision. He was knocked away by that speck of dust again and again. As a result, he had no choice but to secretly activate a trace of the protective golden light of the God-vanquishing shield in order to completely neutralize the force of the collision. Even so, Ning Fan was still knocked away by that speck of dust. Unbeknownst to him, he had already left the crowd. Once he was far away from the crowd, that speck of dust suddenly hovered above Ning Fan. It grew with the wind and instantly turned into a greenish-gray mountain. There were no plants on the mountain, only blue stones. There was a mouth at the top of the mountain. The middle of the mountain was burning with gray flames. It was actually a volcano. That mountain kept hovering and its momentum became stronger and stronger. It seemed to have already connected with the mountains and rivers of this place. Then, with a loud bang, it smashed down on Ning Fan. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have landed on the grassland in an instant. Asterisk rumble asterisk. The entire grassland shook violently for a long time like an earthquake. Only then did it calm down. As for Ning Fan, he was already suppressed by the mountain. Each of the Debay cultivators gasped. Only now did they see the true appearance of the mountain. Bluestone Gray Flame Volcano. This is Xianxia's ability. It can't be wrong. Could it be that it's really a Xianxia cultivator who suppressed that external cultivator with the surname Ning? We can't see any traces of Xianxia cultivators in this place. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Xianxia cultivators to leave the ominous territory. Could it be that some old monster Xianxia used a medium to cast a spell to suppress him? This matter must be reported to the central state immediately. As for the martial test, I don't know if it can continue. We have to listen to the Central State's opinion. As for that external cultivator with the surname Ning, some of the cultivators of the southern region began to use secret techniques to report what happened just now to the Central State. The old man Shirimo also reported the same thing. However, the reply he received was that the martial test would continue regardless of the weather. The old man Shirimo landed at the foot of the bluestone volcano with a solemn expression. He tried to cast a spell to blast open the volcano and release Ning Fan, who was suppressed by the mountain. However, he was shocked to find that it was impossible for him to do so with his current cultivation base at the early sense fragmentation realm. The one suppressing this person is at least a stone flame immortal king or even stronger. The old man Shirimo was secretly shocked. Why would the stone flame immortal king want to suppress an external cultivator? Logically speaking, the cultivators of the three flames immortal king would not reject external cultivators. Why would he do that? Could it be that there is more to this matter? May I ask, what should we do with the martial test? Should we suspend it temporarily and hold it another day? Some of the leaders of the tribes asked. No need. Everything will continue as usual. There must be no mistakes. The old man Shirimo answered. The external cultivator of my tribe is still being suppressed under this mountain. Please help us save that person. The leader of the Towerwood tribe, Ta Gu, pleaded. I can't save this person. I can only wait for the Central State to send someone to rescue him. It will take at least 3 to 5 days. The old man Shirimo said indifferently. What? 3 to 5 days? If I'm not mistaken, this volcano is the special ability of the Stone Flame tribe to suppress their enemies. If the person who is being suppressed is not rescued in time, he will more or less be injured by the scorching chi in the mountain. Besides, this person is a participant of my Towerwood tribe. If he doesn't participate in the martial test, my tribe won't have any chance of winning. The martial test will begin after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It's already a foregone conclusion that this person will be trapped here. Unless he can break open this mountain before the martial test ends, he will definitely not be able to participate in the test. According to the rules of the tomb seizing battle, only the cultivators who are on the list before the minor competition can participate in the martial test. In other words, if this person doesn't participate, your tribe can only send 19 people to take his place. As soon as the old man Shirimo finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Ta Gu. Instead, he displayed his ability to arrange the venue of a martial test. Ning Fan still felt a little dizzy. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of the dizziness in his head. In front of him was a greenish-gray stone wall space. The space was extremely narrow. It was located in the middle of the volcano. The air was hot and stuffy. There were also greenish-gray flames and smoke that blew past. Ning Fan's heart was cold. He was suppressed by a sneak attack. This was an extremely high-grade suppression ability. Besides, the person who used this ability was definitely not weaker than an immortal emperor. If it wasn't because of this ability, Ning Fan would definitely not be unable to escape and be suppressed under this mountain. This scene was the same as when he was suppressed by Great Emperor Chonghe in the past. He could not even resist. The gap was so huge. The person who suppressed me is at least an immortal emperor. But there is one thing that makes me curious. Which immortal emperor is the one who attacked me? While Ning Fan was guessing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the silent stone wall space. You are traveling together with that 5-colored medicine soul. Due to the rules of the sacred mountain, I can't kill you. However, I can trap you here and force you to submit. If you don't want to die, break free from this punishment ring and rush out of this mountain with your immortal venerable realm cultivation base. The voice was sometimes deep and sometimes soft. It was unpredictable. It seemed to be able to disguise itself, making people unable to tell who it was. However, there was no doubt that it was an immortal emperor realm cultivator. After that voice, there was no more sound. Ning Fan's face turned pale. First, he was erased by the great emperor of the Central State. Then, he was trapped in the middle of this volcano. Even with his calm temperament, he could not help but feel angry. With a sway of his body, he attempted to break through the stone wall. However, as soon as he came into contact with the stone wall, numerous cracks that were emitting flames immediately appeared on it. Those cracks kept spreading, seemingly forming formation marks. All of a sudden, an extremely strong restrictive force spread out, forcing Ning Fan to retreat, preventing him from getting close to the stone wall. The formation here is quite profound. However, it's not enough to trap me. Ning Fan's aura suddenly changed. The anger in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by extreme calmness and depth. His eyes were extremely deep like the vast starry sky. Under his gaze, it was as if all the changes in the world could not escape from his eyes. He had actually activated the East Demon Ancestor's ultimate technique, the secret of force. In Ning Fan's eyes, be it the stone wall or the flames, they all became the lines of the grand force that intersected with each other. The complicated formation marks on the stone wall gradually became clear in Ning Fan's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Fan suddenly took a step forward, leaving a golden flame footprint on the stone ground. It was difficult to say how ingenious that step was. With just a single step, it actually messed up the grand force of this place. Once the grand force was in chaos, the formation naturally could not be maintained. Ning Fan did not stop. He took one step after another in a strange manner. Every time he took a step, a strong gust of wind would rise from the ground. After 9 steps, cracking sounds could be heard from the stone wall all of a sudden. It was the formation marks that were damaged. Oh? Is the evil-suppressing volcano that I casually learned not enough to trap this young man? Great Emperor Lu Tua, who was in the central state, suddenly exclaimed softly. At this moment, he had already left the Tiandu Peak with his disciples and was heading back to his cave dwelling. When he noticed that Ning Fan was about to break through the suppression of the volcano, he was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he randomly found a grassland and opened up a temporary underground cave dwelling. Then, he began to cast a spell across the domain. In the space inside the mountain, the stone walls were peeling off layer by layer. The formation was being destroyed by Ning Fan bit by bit. All of a sudden, a red and white flame burst out from the stone wall in front of Ning Fan, heading straight for his face. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned serious. This red and white flame was extremely powerful. Its grade was actually at the Xianxia realm. It seemed to be the innate true fire that the person who attacked him had cultivated for many years. Just the heat that came towards him was enough to make him feel a burning pain. If he was burned by this flame, it was possible that he would be severely injured given his current cultivation base. How could Ning Fan dare to underestimate this flame? While retreating, he spat out his own devil flames in an attempt to fight against this flame. The two flames clashed. In just a few exchanges, Ning Fan's devil flames were forced to retreat. After the innate true fire defeated the devil flames, it did not continue to attack Ning Fan. Instead, it just surrounded the space inside the stone wall, as if it was determined to trap Ning Fan there. Ning Fan tried a few times, but he still could not break through the seal of the Sea of Flames. Lu Tua, who was in the central state, suddenly revealed a satisfied smile. If that's the case, this young man won't be able to make it in time for the martial examination. Ning Fan brought a rare medicine soul into Great Bay. According to the rules of the sacred mountain, Lu Tua was not allowed to harm Ning Fan's life. He did not like Tamu and hated external cultivators even more. Now that Ning Fan wanted to stand up for Tamu, he naturally had to suppress him. With his cultivation base, he could trap Ning Fan for a few days with just a little trick. A few days later, even if Ning Fan is rescued, he would have missed the martial examination. Without Ning Fan's Tamu tribe, they would still have no chance to make a name for themselves in the southern state. Of course, if Ning Fan is forced to directly destroy the punishment ring and rush out of the volcano after recovering his cultivation base, that would be even better. As an external cultivator, if he destroys the punishment ring after accepting it, it would be a heinous crime. He would be hunted down by the 5 emperors of the central state. At that time, even if this young man had a rare medicine soul, he would not be able to save his life. As for the Tamu tribe, they were Ning Fan's guarantor. If Ning Fan destroys the punishment ring without permission, the Tamu tribe would also be implicated. Feng Er, the people of the Tamu tribe killed you. Due to my identity, I can't massacre the Tamu tribe and avenge you. The only thing I can do is to make sure that the people of the Tamu tribe will never rise again. I'm sorry. Lu Tuo's face showed a moment of heartache. Then, it turned into his usual gloomy expression. Those disciples looked at Lu Tuo with burning eyes. Lu Tuo was definitely not a good person. However, he was very protective of his disciples. Therefore, among the 5 emperors of the central state, he was the one who was most popular with his disciples. Let's go. That young man won't be able to escape from my suppression. Lu Tuo Emperor chuckled and left with his disciples. Ning Fan was trapped inside the volcano. Looking at the innate true flames that were trapping him, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The power of the phoenix yin yang was secretly circulating within his body. Since I can't break out of the sea of flames, there's no need for me to do so. I'll just devour these innate true flames directly. He had never been a person who would suffer losses, not even in this place where he had to make compromises. To be continued. End of chapter 998. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.